The system announced an achievement, a regressor who carries the memories of his past life. Reward, memory retention, all stats +5. So, even things like this count as achievements. The people around began to panic. A gate suddenly appeared? I've never seen this before. Chang-seon couldn't care less about the people around him. He was just thinking, brown eyes, speaking Korean. I'm really back. This feeling is so refreshing. But as soon as the system announced that Area 1 had opened, Chang-seon immediately shot up and sprinted forward like a madman. Everyone was bewildered by this dangerous act. They felt that this man looked familiar. Could he be that tyrant? Despite his vigor, Chang-seon was already out of breath and exhausted after running for just a short while. He thought he needed to check his body's condition first and requested to open the system window. The system announced, "Cannot open the window. You do not have permission to open. Your authority has been revoked. A portion of the system is being updated. Using administrator privileges, your status window has been opened." The system panel finally opened, but it was very strange. Lee Chang-seon, divine name, Twilight of the Gods. Title, error. Affiliation, error. Strength, error. Dexterity, error. Vitality, error. Divine power, error. Skills, unreadable. Authority, unreadable. Everything is an error. What the hell happened to what King Yama promised me? Just as he was wondering, the system announced again, "The window has been refreshed with updated data. Lee Chang-seon, divine name, Twilight of the Gods. Title, none. Affiliation, Underworld. Strength, 1. Dexterity, 3. Vitality, 2. Magic power, 0. Skills, Soul Collection Authority, Level 1. Executioner's Sword, Level 1. Just as Chang-seon closed the skill window, a system notification continuously appeared, warning that he had been detected by a black mamba. As soon as it saw Chang-seon, the snake opened its hideous mouth and then lunged as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Chang-seon wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he seemed rather intrigued. He had to get stronger as fast as possible, and the best way was to kill monsters to gain experience points. With that in mind, Chang-seon didn't hesitate to use the beginner's item, a rusty dagger. With just one basic slash, the snake was obliterated. The system immediately announced, "You have killed a black mamba in one hit." It was a perfect attack. Reward received. Low-rank dagger technique skill. Level up. Strength increased by 2. Agility increased by 2. The constellation Snowy Pleasure has taken an interest in you? Chang-seon smiled to himself and made a resolution. Besides getting stronger as fast as possible, he would definitely become the rookie they paid the most attention to. For humanity, dungeons are, on one hand, a devastating disaster, but on the other hand, they are an opportunity opening up right before their eyes. The same goes for the gods and constellations. They use dungeons to select followers or priests to worship them and spread their faith. The gods also choose apostles, those they love most and who carry out their divine will. Many people who craved power from the gods or constellations risked their lives and ventured into dungeons. But many also lost their lives in there without gaining the attention of any deity. For the arrogant gods and constellations, ordinary beings weren't even worth a glance, let alone catching their eye. Only a few humans were lucky and faithful enough to meet the necessary conditions. Or that person could prove they possessed an extraordinary talent, like Chang-seon right now. His recent series of excellent performances had attracted the attention of a god. The system announced, "The deity Snowy Pleasure is interested in you." Chang-seon smirked. Snowy Pleasure, huh? Isn't this just like hitting the jackpot? Chang-seon knew this deity. Her real name was Pabina. She is a war goddess who possesses thousands of different weapons and loves hunting. But the jackpot Chang-seon mentioned was Pabina's mother, the Primordial Evil Dragon Tiamat. Chang-seon guessed. Did I hit it big right from the start? My dagger skill must have attracted her. As expected, the system notification confirmed his judgment. The deity Snowy Pleasure is curious about your hunting skills. Chang-seon twirled the dagger in his hand, smiling as he said softly, "I'll show you what you want to see." Over the next period, Chang-seon continued to explore the forest, where a stream of green gas caught his attention. Half of this forest's outer edge is shrouded in poisonous gas, so the monsters around here must be quite toxic, Chang-seon analyzed. He raised his chin, wondering, in that case, Plan C is the best option, right? Just then, 2 black mambas shot out, attempting to ambush Chang-seon. As if he already knew, Chang-seon gripped his dagger tightly, quickly spinning into a combat stance and said, "Time to hunt some snakes by beating the grass to startle them." In the next second, Chang-seon leaped high into the air, dodging the bites of the 2 black mambas. At the same time, the dagger in his hand swung up, slicing a long gash along the body of one, killing it instantly. The system announced, "Low-rank dagger technique has been activated, and you have successfully killed a black mamba. Congratulations on receiving experience points." The remaining black mamba couldn't escape the same fate as its companion. The system announced, "Congratulations on receiving experience points. You have leveled up." Next, drawn by the smell of fresh blood and the commotion of the fight, several more black mambas charged out from the forest. This was exactly what Chang-seon wanted. With the dagger in his hand, he was like a grim reaper wielding a divine scythe, harvesting the lives of the black mambas. More and more black mambas appeared, but Chang-seon wasn't afraid. His face was cold and calm as he continuously weaved through the swarm of black mambas, as if performing a death dance. Wherever he passed, no creature could survive. Before him, system notifications appeared one after another. You have leveled up! You have leveled up! You are wiping out nearly the entire black mamba pack, the masters of this forest's edge. Your senses have become sharper. Thanks to the combat, your ability to concentrate has improved. After an unknown amount of time, Chang-seon suddenly stopped because there were no black mambas left around him. He scanned the area and saw the remaining black mambas staring at him in fear. The system announced, "The black mambas now consider you their natural enemy. You have successfully instilled fear into the black mamba species." The title, Black Mamba Slayer, has been created. Black Mamba Slayer, a title for hunters who have killed over 100 black mambas. Title classification, effect, strength +5, induces fear in monsters of the serpent family. Chang-seon had no intention of letting the remaining black mambas go. Their fear and hesitation only excited him more as he gripped his weapon and charged forward to hunt them down. Inside, he was screaming wildly. That's right, this is it. One slaughter after another, this itching, intoxicating feeling. Isn't this the scent of battle that I had forgotten? Whether in Acadia or here, it brings a terrifying feeling. On the other hand, it is also a joy for myself. However, everything was destroyed when I was captured by those bastard gods. They imprisoned me, claiming I was a threat to the world, and in the end, they sentenced me to death. The truth is, they were afraid of a mere mortal who could stand on equal footing with them. I didn't care at first, but if that's what scares them, then I'll do it. Since a normal human body is still quite weak, the long battle made Chang-seon a little tired, and he paused for a moment. System notification. Low-rank dagger mastery has reached its maximum level, unlocking a higher-tier skill. Intermediate dagger mastery has been unlocked. The Lady of the Feast of Pleasure is greatly surprised by your masterful dagger skills. Your stamina has been depleted. You are in a state of exhaustion. Please find a safe area and rest. It's too early to be surprised, Chang-seon said softly with a smile. He stretched his arm forward. From the corpses of the black mambas, streams of energy flew up and converged in his palm. System notification. You have used forced soul extraction. Purgatory Flame has been activated and you have obtained the remnant soul of a black mamba. You have recovered 5% of your stamina. You are no longer in a state of exhaustion. The Lady of the Feast of Pleasure is surprised and is wondering what your skill is. Chang-seon clenched his fist, feeling his stamina slightly restored, and smiled as he continued to slaughter the black mambas. He thought to himself, of course you wouldn't know. This is an exclusive skill I received from the King of Hell. You probably just think it's some attribute or skill I got during my first awakening, right? And even if you are curious, you can't meet me directly to question me, because you're still bound by the principle of God-mortal communication. No one is crazy enough to break the rules just to look at some newbie's information. After a while, Chang-seon stopped, panting heavily. Whatever happens, I'm not too worried, thanks to this overpowered system I got from Hell. If it weren't for this, my status window would have been exposed instantly, he muttered to himself, casually plunging his dagger into the neck of a black mamba that was about to ambush him. As the battle concluded, the system announced, you have dealt with the last black mamba. You have received a new achievement. Reward for hunting 444 black mambas. Strength +5. Low-rank poison resistance. Chang-seon was delighted. He opened the system window to check his personal information. Lee Chang-seon, Divine Title, Twilight of the Gods, Unusable. Title, Black Mamba Hunter, Hell Connection. Level 6. Strength, 14.2 + 10. Agility, 16.2 + 10. Stamina, 13.9 + 10. Magic, 0 + 10. Total stat points, 35. Skill table, Intermediate Dagger Technique, Level 3. Effect table, Low-rank Poison Resistance, Level 1. Executioner's Blade, Level 1. Special information, a god has taken an interest in you. You can increase this god's favor by acting according to their wishes. Looking at his personal stats, Chang-seon chuckled and said, my skills and stats have increased quite a bit. Whoa, I even got magic points. I can use skills freely from now on. Best of all, I've caught Pabina's eye. Good. Then, he fell into deep thought. After the black mambas, it'll probably be the red mambas. And finally, the blood serpent. It's a good thing I got low-rank poison resistance. It'll make the hunt much easier. The blood serpent is a formidable boss. It's the leader that controls the mambas. It sounds a bit absurd to face it before I'm even level 10. Chang-seon's goal was to defeat the blood serpent alone. This would definitely be a huge opportunity to make a name for himself among the gods. But more important was the blood serpent's poison fang. He needed to obtain poison immunity as quickly as possible. This was because one of the reasons the Twilight of the Gods was defeated was his terribly low resistance to poison and curses. Chang-seon would not let himself make the same mistake a second time. With an angry expression, Chang-seon gritted his teeth and resolved himself. God's curse. I need that fang to overcome that curse. Just then, the blade of the weapon in Chang-seon's hand crumbled into dust and vanished. System notification. The durability of the rusted dagger for beginners has reached its limit and has been destroyed. Looking at the hilt in his hand, Chang-seon sighed. Well, it's amazing it lasted this long. Suddenly, a weapon flew down from the sky and embedded itself in the ground right at Chang-seon's feet, startling him. He composed himself and looked again, his mouth agape in shock. A dragon scale pattern. If so, this must be a weapon from Tiamat. What are they thinking? System notification. The Lady of the Feast of Pleasure has sent you a gift and placed a bet on you. If you fail and waste her time, she will kill you. Aigu, I knew it. So the price of failure is my life, huh? These gods really do treat other beings like trash. Nothing more than entertainment. That's why I hate the gods and constellations. But this might be better. If I play my cards right, I'll definitely reap huge benefits later on. And above all, the Tiamat dagger. Obtaining this is the greatest gift for me. With that thought, Chang-seon no longer hesitated, picking up the weapon and saying, All right, what do you want me to do? System notification. You have accepted the bet. The Lady of the Feast of Pleasure has laughed and is very pleased with your courage. Quest generated. Hunter's certificate has been created. Sometime later, at the starting point where a large crowd had gathered, someone suddenly shouted, Everyone please gather here. The people turned their heads in suspicion. What's going on? Someone wants to be the leader again? They saw a man in a military uniform holding up a card and introducing himself in a loud voice. I am 2nd Lieutenant Park Hee-on, a C-rank player in the Awakened Force under the command of the National Army. This is an emergency, so please follow my instructions. The people around began to whisper. What a relief. At least there's a player here. Yeah, I think so too. But I wonder if that other guy is okay, the one who ran straight into the forest as soon as the mission started. That guy? I hope nothing bad happened to him. Maybe he thought he could find something good in there? A young man in a blue jacket who had been sitting silently under a tree heard this and spoke up. No. At the very least, he possesses far greater assets than any of you. A curious person asked, Huh? How can you be so sure? The young man in the green jacket walked over casually and answered, His name is TYRANT, the leader of STB. Someone remembered and exclaimed, Ah, I remember now. I've seen him before too. Even though his personal life isn't that great, he gets a lot of advertising offers because of his handsome looks. He's also a spoiled rich kid. Why would someone like that suddenly run into the forest? The young man in the green jacket grinned and replied, I heard a rumor that he became an alcoholic after retiring from competition. He's probably tired of life and wants to kill himself. A young man in a red jacket came up behind the one in green and said softly, Hey, shut up. Why do you keep blabbering on? The young man in green retorted unhappily, What did I do? Just then, a system notification board appeared in front of everyone. All black mambas have been eliminated. Everyone's jaws dropped at the sight. A brown-haired girl asked, Isn't everyone in the safe zone? How are the monsters being killed? But this was only the beginning. Every few minutes, a new notification would pop up. White worm has been eliminated. All green crows have been eliminated. Red mamba has been eliminated. Player Chang-seon is going on a rampage. Baek Hee-han frowned, silently watching the system board, while the young man in the green jacket gritted his teeth and spoke with a look of disbelief. Hey, why is all this happening? Time rewinds to when Chang-seon had just received the mission from Laktutit. He was using Forced Soul, recovering his stamina on one hand while checking the quest system on the other. Hunter certification, ranked, initiated. Description. Because the development of the deity Laktutit in the divinity chart has stagnated, she wishes to gain more apostles and clerics to improve her sect. However, all current talents have already been sponsored by other supreme beings. In her desperation, she found you. Laktutit is considering you, a person with excellent hunting skills, to become her apostle. However, it will not be that easy. You need to prove your abilities. Within 24 hours from now, you must hunt the blood serpent with the dagger you've been given. Failure condition. Death. Success reward. Fang of the evil dragon. Option to become an apostle. So that's how it is, huh? No wonder she was so interested in me from the beginning. I didn't expect her situation to be this bad. Come to think of it, Tiamat and Ben Medak had a huge conflict in the past. Is that related to this? On one side is Ben Medak, the strongest zodiac of the 12, Taurus. On the other side is Tiamat, the primordial evil dragon, mother of Laktutit. Chang-seon felt a flicker of interest and thought to himself, I'm not entirely sure, but I can definitely profit from this. Next, Chang-seon looked at the new weapon in his hand. This isn't some shabby weapon, is it? System notes, Fang of the Evil Dragon. The Primordial Evil Dragon used her own fang to create this dagger as a gift for her beloved daughter. This item possesses a personality of its own. Classification: Sacred Dagger. Damage: incalculable. Effect: unknown. This weapon is a temporary loan. The dagger's original properties cannot be used because the player has not met certain conditions. This is exactly what I wanted, but a little extra would make things more fun. With that thought, Chang-seon grinned and spoke up. Ah, hey. Are you interested in a little side bet? System notification. The deity Lakthu Tiat is tilting her head, wondering what you mean. Chang-seon opened his mouth. 30 minutes. System notification. The deity Lakthu Tiat does not understand what you mean. In 30 minutes, I will eliminate the blood serpent for you. So please, give me an even more generous reward. Chang-seon made his proposal and waited calmly for the result. Not long after, another notification appeared. The deity Lakthu Tiat laughs at your proposal. The deity Lakthu Tiat has accepted your request. However, she warns that the death penalty for you will not be a peaceful one. Having achieved his goal, Chang-seon smiled, said his thanks, and rushed towards the mission objective with his weapon in hand. The first monster Chang-seon encountered was a white worm. It only took him 3 hits to finish it. System notification. Leveled up. Strength increased by 3. Next was a flock of green crows. Although they were numerous, Chang-seon's level had already increased, and his physique had improved. Moreover, the weapon in his hand was much better than when he faced the black mambas, so the outcome awaiting the green crows was no different from the black mambas. System notification. Leveled up. Stamina increased by 2. The rumor of the bet between you and Lakthu Tiat is spreading throughout the celestial realm. A few other deities are very interested in your combat experience. A few deities are stroking their chins as they witness your martial talent. After wiping out the green crows, Chang-seon's eyes sharpened as he glanced at the system notification board, smiling as he continued towards the blood serpent's location. If he encountered any monsters along the way, Chang-seon dealt with them as quickly as possible. Finally, he saw the blood serpent, the mission's target. He didn't rush in to attack, but hid behind a tree, waiting. This is it. More audience means more benefits. System notification. The deity Lakthu Tiat is annoyed with the uninvited guests. The deity Lakthu Tiat is warning the other deities that you belong to her first. Chang-seon smiled and waited in anticipation. How many gods are interested in this, I wonder? I hope there's at least one decent one among them. System notification. Leveled up. You have reached level 10. You have completed the newbie training course. Achievement received, young talent who just completed training. Seeing this, Chang-seon's eyes lit up. There it is. The condition to unlock a hidden class. Sure enough, the next notification appeared. Reward. All stats plus 5. Unlock hidden job classes. Chang-seon began to think to himself, in my past life I chose Spearman, but this time I won't choose such a mundane class. Both Dragon King and Dark King are good, but they'll be very difficult to play. In that case, Berserker is probably the best choice. A Berserker possesses an immense amount of damage, but in exchange, their mind is always unstable. However, there are a few tricks to control this. I'll choose Berserker to win this bet. That monster is difficult to kill, even for a level 20. Without further hesitation, Chang-seon clicked on the hidden class reward. Here are your results. Please choose a job class. 1. Swordsman. 2. Spearman. 3. Beast Tamer. 17. Hidden. Child of the Dragon. 18. Hidden. Nightwalker. 30. Hidden. Master of Ancient Arts. After looking through the list, Chang-seon's eyes widened, and he spoke with a grim expression. Berserker isn't here. System notification. 6 minutes remaining. Chang-seon frowned in confusion. I was so sure the Berserker class would be here, but why didn't it appear? System notification. The deity Lakthu Tiat is wondering how you will win the bet. 3 other deities are also eagerly waiting to see which job class you will choose. Time was running out. Chang-seon had no choice but to make a decision. He looked seriously at the list, considered for a moment, then reached for the hidden class, Master of Ancient Runes. He figured writing runes would be a real pain, but their destructive power far surpassed that of any mage, and it would make up for his lack of physical strength in uneven fights. Immediately after, the class change process began. You have chosen Master of Ancient Runes as your main class. Your class has been changed to Master of Ancient Runes. Agility increased by 5. Magic increased by 5. A new stat, Wisdom, has been added. A new stat, Willpower, has been added. The class skill, Low-Level Rune Creation, has been unlocked. The class skill, Low-Level Rune Engraving, has been unlocked. The god of lustful pleasure is shocked by your choice. Another god is bursting out laughing at your choice. Class change complete. Chang-seon ignored the attitude of those gods. He checked his skills. Low-level rune creation creates runic characters. Successful creation of runic characters will level up the skill and reduce the creation time. Level 1. Class. Active. Effect. Runic character creation. Low-level rune engraving. allows you to engrave pre-created runic characters onto a desired target. The target can range from objects to animals depending on the skill's level. Level 1. Class. Active. Effect. Magic buff. Chang-seon thought to himself, just as I expected, these two skills would appear. I still have 4 minutes left. Next, Chang-seon used 30 accumulated stat points on wisdom and 25 on willpower. At that moment, perhaps because the class change had attracted its attention, the blood serpent charged and attacked the tree trunk Chang-seon was hiding behind. Chang-seon quickly leaped aside to dodge. System notification. Low-level rune creation has been activated. The success rate has been increased based on your stats. Chang-seon took the weapon in his hand and cut open the skin on his other arm, making blood spurt out. To think that the runic characters those old tribal bastards forced me to learn would actually come in handy one day. With a brief sigh, he used his own blood to write the incomprehensible characters directly onto the blade of the knife. As the final stroke was completed, the characters suddenly began to glow. System notification. Low-level rune engraving has been activated. The explosion rune has been engraved. The god of lustful pleasure had anticipated this and let out a laugh. The god of lustful pleasure is curious how a newbie like you knows about runic characters. You have successfully created and engraved each rune through intense concentration and willpower. Skill level has increased. Reward received. The explosion rune will trigger an additional 5 times within 1 minute. Magic has been absorbed. You have entered a state of aspiration. Chang-seon smiled, looking at the glowing weapon in his hand. Then, with a loud roar, he charged toward the blood serpent and began his slaughter. He estimated he had about 3 minutes left, which was more than enough. The sounds of Chang-seon's battle had also attracted the attention of the people in the safe zone. They looked toward the explosion and the cloud of dust, exclaiming, "There it is again." In the crowd, Park Hyung thought to himself, there have been countless bomb-like explosions coming from the forest, but this one was the biggest yet. People began to whisper amongst themselves, "What the hell was that? What's going on up there?" System notification. Player Chang-seon has begun attacking the boss, Blood Serpent. Seeing the notification, everyone was stunned in disbelief. The young man in the red jacket spoke up, attacking the boss. "It's already reached that point?" The young man in the blue jacket also exclaimed in shock. "What?" But a moment later, the young man in the blue jacket shouted in anger. "Damn it! That bastard is trying to get us all killed. That son of a bitch. It's always the same with him. He just has to do whatever he wants." The young man in the blue jacket ran up to Park Hyung and screamed, "Hey, do something, old man, we're all going to die." Park Hyung replied calmly, "Like I said, just stay put." But before the young man in the blue jacket could say anything else, Park Hyun spoke up, stopping him. "One careless move and we'll all be dead." The young man in the blue jacket was resentful, but could only curse helplessly. Damn it, Park Hyung paid him no more attention. His eyes were fixed on the flashes of light appearing within the thick cloud of dust, speculating to himself, "If I'm guessing correctly, those flashes are the critical hit effects of a skill. If that's the case, he's much stronger than I ever imagined. We still have a chance. I wonder what exactly is going on over there." Meanwhile, Chang-seon's fight had reached its climax. The man and the serpent roared as they charged at each other, unleashing their strongest attacks. A massive explosion immediately erupted. Everyone in the safe zone received a new series of notifications that left them with their jaws on the floor. You have completed the first boss hunt, Blood Serpent. You have completed the first part of the Pioneer Dungeon mission. Dungeon ranking, total 5,000 points. First place, Lee Chang-seon, 4,999 points. Second place, Park Hyun, 1 point. Third place, unknown. Rewards will be distributed based on your performance. Park Hyung stood rooted to the spot, stunned, with only a single thought running through his mind. At this moment, I thought about the appearance of a new sovereign on the 10 Directions ranking. A while after the boss was defeated, everyone in the safe zone was still reeling from the shocking event. Just then, a giant red serpent's head emerged from the trees, causing them to cry out in fear. But strangely, the monster didn't attack them. As its body slowly came into view, they realized that someone was dragging it. Park Hyung stared at Chang-seon, completely bewildered. That gaze. What is he trying to say with that look in his eyes? Chang-seon glanced around the safe zone and asked, "Is everyone here a player?" Park Hyung stepped forward to answer. "That's right." Chang-seon nodded, then pointed to the blood serpent. "The boss has been defeated. I was hoping everyone could help me clean up the remaining mobs. Can you do that?" "Hoping?" Park Hee-han thought. "No, that sounds more like a demand." With a strained expression, he said aloud, "We'll handle it. You should get some rest." Chang-seon looked at Park Hee-han and the expressions on everyone's faces, then sighed and shook his head. He turned to leave, dragging the blood serpent with him. "Never mind. It seems my presence is making you uncomfortable. In that case, I'll just find somewhere else." Hearing this, the people in the safe zone began to gossip. "Do you think he's really the tyrant? You said they were the same person." "I hope so. But he seems so different, you know? Could he be a demon in disguise?" "No way. If he were, we'd all be dead already, right? Haha. Only the young man in the blue jacket said nothing. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Chang-seon's retreating back. As Chang-seon left the safe zone, he recalled what those people had said. I hope so. But he seems so different, you know? Could he be a demon in disguise? Chang-seon shook his head and chuckled. A demon, huh? I never thought people would think of me like that. System notification. You will have a 1-hour rest before Phase 2 begins. The countdown has started. Chang-seon walked to an empty plot of land and threw the blood snake's corpse onto the ground. This place should be fine, Chang-seon said, then went to the 4 corners to carve runes onto the stones, creating a barrier that surrounded him and the blood snake. System notification. The barrier rune has been carved. Your skill level has increased. Low-grade rune creation has reached its upgrade limit. A higher-grade skill has been unlocked. Elementary rune creation has been unlocked. Chang-seon looked at the blood snake's corpse on the ground and decided he should deal with this gift first. System notification. You have received a notification for 2 rewards from the ranking achievement and 3 rewards from the hunter certification achievement. Chang-seon said softly, accept rewards. System notification. A random reward has been prepared. Please select a category you are interested in. 1. Skills. 2. Effects. 3. Equipment. 4. Achievement points. Skills and effects at this level are nothing special. As for equipment, the Evil Dragon's Fang is more than enough for me, so I'll definitely take this. Chang-seon thought to himself, decisively reaching out his hand to select achievement points. System notification. You have chosen achievement points as your random reward. You have received 10,000 karma. You have received 5,000 karma. Current achievement points, 15,000. Chang-seon smirked and said softly, there's one thing that holds true in both the human and celestial realms, and that's money. I have to hoard as much money as possible before the shop opens. Next up, status points. Chang-seon smiled and then commanded, open the system window. Lee Chang-seon, divine title, Twilight of the Gods, unusable. Titles, Mamba Slayer, Hell's Connection. Class, Master of Ancient Languages, level 15. Strength, 36.5 plus 25. Agility, 32.7 plus 20. Stamina, 29.9 plus 20. Magic, 10 plus 20. Wisdom, 33 plus 20. Willpower, 28.2 plus 20. Skill list, Intermediate Dagger Technique, level 5. Elementary Rune Engraving, level 9. Low-grade Rune Creation, level 1. Serpent's Eye, level 1. Effects list, Low-grade Poison Resistance, level 5. Soul Coercion Authority, level 1. Executioner's Blade, level 1. Special information. You may review the interest and admiration of various gods regarding the feats you have accomplished. Total bonus stats, 50. Chang-seon happily rubbed his chin and exclaimed, nice. Looks like taking down that blood snake was the right decision after all. System notification. As per the previously mentioned reward, the Evil Dragon's Fang is now in your possession. The god of snowy pleasures covets you. Other gods have also taken an interest in you after learning the results of the bet. Some constellations have set their sights on you. Suddenly, a red notification window appeared. The god of snowy pleasures warns others that to touch you is to challenge the wrath of the evil dragon. Seeing this, Chang-seon covered his mouth to hide a smile. Next, a notification about the reward from the bet appeared before Chang-seon. The god of snowy pleasures wonders what gift you desire for winning the bet. You are entitled to 2 rewards. The dragon's hoard has been opened. Reward list. 1. Anatizan Gold Ingot. 2. Heavenly Holy Grail. 3. Omnipotent Stone. Chang-seon focused on the list, unable to help but marvel. Wow, so much good stuff. This truly is a dragon's hoard. System notification. The god of snowy pleasures says, you may take anything you like. The god of snowy pleasures affirms that, as an encouragement, any gift is acceptable. Many other gods are surprised by the rewards offered by the god of snowy pleasures. Some constellations are mesmerized by the hoard of snowy pleasures. This still isn't enough to satisfy me, though. If I accept this god's gift, I'll become her slave. With that thought, Chang-seon rejected the entire list of rewards on the panel without hesitation. A red notification window immediately appeared. The window has been closed. You have not taken any items. Chang-seon wasn't flustered at all. He smiled calmly and continued to watch the notifications. The god of snowy pleasures is frowning, wondering what you are plotting. A few gods are questioning your true intentions. The reward for not taking any items will be converted into achievement points. You have received 1 million karma. Total achievement points, 2,150,000. Just as he had predicted, Chang-seon smiled and said, I knew it. It's easier to use the rewards later if I let the system store them. That's my way of accepting them. System notification. The god of snowy pleasures is very disappointed. The god of snowy pleasures encourages you to become his loyal apostle. Without a second thought, Chang-seon refused. I'm afraid I'll have to pass. I want to accumulate more combat experience, and besides, I have no interest in becoming anyone's devotee right now. Chang-seon's gaze briefly swept over the number of achievement points he had won from the bet. He flashed a wicked grin, silently wondering, so if I keep making bets with these gods, I'll get even more points, huh? System notification. The god of snowy pleasures is flying into a rage at you for daring to mock him. The god of snowy pleasures is furious and says you will regret this decision. Chang-seon paid no mind, silently sneering. There's no reason to respect any of those gods. System notification. A few gods are munching on popcorn, enjoying the show. A few gods are ambitious about making you their apostle. A few gods who previously showed little interest are now intrigued by you. Looking at the dense wall of notifications before him, Chang-seon surmised that if he could prove he possessed unparalleled talent, many powerful entities would fight to claim him. Moreover, if the battle with Behemoth truly happens, Tiamat's faction will surely need many talented humans to join them. System notification. The god of snowy pleasures is glaring at you, his eyes burning with fire. Chang-seon turned away, ignoring him. Everything was proceeding according to his script. He decided to move on to the next act. Well then, shall we get started? I need to use every last part of this boss, from skin to bone. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he gripped the weapon in his hand and got busy with the Bloodsnake's corpse. System notification. You have obtained Bloodsnake's blood. You have obtained Bloodsnake's meat times 5. You have obtained Bloodsnake's eye times 2. Some gods are wondering what you will show them next. Rumors of the bet and your rejection of a god's offer are spreading rapidly throughout the celestial realm. Many gods, now curious about you, have continuously connected to Dungeon Channel KR9721. The current number of connections represents the total number of gods who are interested in you. At the same time, while Chang-seon was diligently harvesting the Bloodsnake's corpse, back in the safe zone, the young men in red and blue were sitting together in a corner. After a moment of silence, the young man in blue couldn't hold back any longer, and asked with a frown, "Do you think I could do something like that, too?" The young man in red asked skeptically. The young man in blue clarified, "Become a player." The young man in the red jacket was startled by this and shot up, yelling at the young man in the green jacket, "Are you crazy?" Seeing his friend's reaction, the young man in the green jacket also grew angry and spoke loudly, "Even a drug addict can do it, so why can't I?" The young man in the green jacket lowered his head and let out a dark smile, whispering, "I'm sure I can do it. Not before, but in this place, I have a feeling that I can awaken the talent slumbering within this body. Look here, a message from a god." The young man in the red jacket looked over curiously. System announcement. The god, the owl that pierces the twilight, has taken an interest in player Jian. The young man in the red jacket's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "The owl that pierces the twilight? Don't tell me you completed the awakening test?" Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light in the sky attracted everyone's attention in the safe zone. People looked up to see a pillar of light piercing through the clouds and descending right upon the safe zone area. At the same time, a notification appeared before everyone. A manager has appeared. In an instant, the pillar of light hit the ground, creating a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, everyone looked closely and saw a creature that looked like a young boy with long rabbit ears, wearing a vest, a golden watch slung over his shoulder, and holding a cane in one hand. It introduced itself loudly. "Hello everyone, I am Herod, the manager of Channel Ka." After the introduction, Herod held the large golden watch in front of his chest, tilted his head, and gave a smile that he thought was extremely friendly. The people in the safe zone were not pleased by this scene. Instead, they voiced their suspicions. A manager? Why did that guy suddenly appear here? Hearing this, Herod laughed awkwardly and explained, "Oops, my bad. Suddenly appearing like this and disturbing everyone's rest. How embarrassing. You must be wondering why I'm here, right? It's because a few things have happened, and I need everyone to understand the situation. In accordance with the management department's policy of non-interference and maximum freedom, we always try our best not to get involved in your current affairs. But the progression speed of the stages in this dungeon has suddenly spiked. Because of that, the Supreme Manager is very upset. Everyone, I'm sorry, but it seems I'll have to increase the dungeon's difficulty." Screams began to echo all around. "Wait, what?" Herod ignored the crowd's reaction. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the protective barrier of the safe zone shattered into pieces, vanishing before everyone's eyes. At the same time, everyone received a new notification. Based on the achievements obtained, the dungeon's difficulty will be increased, the safe zone will be removed, the monster's bestiality will be enhanced, and their damage and defense will be improved. Panic quickly spread. Some warily stared towards the forest, while others couldn't maintain their composure and questioned loudly, "Herod, what the hell are you doing?" In the crowd, Park Hyun's face was contorted with savage anger. Herod's appearance and actions reminded him of a forgettable memory, the last purge event he had participated in. In that event, he was the only one left alive by the end, but his body was covered in wounds. Before him were only blood and corpses, along with a large system panel with 4 words that seemed to mock and ridicule him. How disappointing. Back in reality, Park Hyun took a deep breath, regaining his composure. He scanned the fearful, bewildered, and despairing faces of the people in the safe zone. For some reason, an image of Chang-seon appeared in his mind, along with a speculation that sent a chill down his spine. The gods and constellations also summoned the manager to increase the dungeon's difficulty in order to find outstanding individuals and turn them into apostles. Do I have to watch innocent people fall before my eyes again? Are the gods trying to test his talent? Lee Chang-seon. System announcement. Due to the dungeon's difficulty, your rest period has been removed. Monsters are allowed to operate more freely. All monsters have entered a starved state. Try to survive against these skilled predators. You can form a party now. A party can have a maximum of 10 members, and depending on your contribution, you can receive different equipment. In the case of a successful monster hunt, you have a chance to obtain a fire gem. Each party must obtain at least 99 jewels to complete the second stage. People hurriedly grabbed anything they could use as a weapon and began to tremble and scream in fear. What's happening? I've never heard of a situation like this before. System announcement. In 5 seconds, a wave of monsters will flood this area. 5. While everyone in the safe zone was in a panic, Herod suddenly appeared behind Park Hyun and asked softly, "So you must be the player Park Hyun, right?" Park Hyun jumped and turned his head, questioning, "You know me." Herod smiled and replied, "Of course. You are the sole survivor of the evil dragon's den. You are one of the players the management department is paying the most attention to, so it's no surprise that I know you. Good luck surviving this time." With that, Herod gave a demonic smile and disappeared. As Herod vanished, the countdown reached 0. This meant that the second stage had officially begun. Immediately, the roars of monsters echoed from the forest. Park Hyun quickly turned his head and saw monsters rushing out of the trees, charging towards the people in the safe zone. Many people panicked and turned to flee without thinking. Damn it, where did they come from? Someone a bit braver stood his ground, holding a simple weapon in his hand, and said with a trembling voice, "Attack." At this moment, one person acted completely differently from everyone else. Gion. He dared to charge straight towards the horde of monsters by himself. "This is my chance," Gion said to himself, a red glint in his eyes, as he glanced happily at his system panel. "The blessing of the god, the owl that pierces the twilight, is within you." Somewhere in the forest, after a struggle with the corpse of a blood serpent, Chang-seon finally got what he wanted. System announcement. You have obtained the poisonous fang of the blood serpent. Chang-seon held the blood serpent's fang in his hand, smiled, and said, "Poison immunity skill, come to me." System announcement. Stage 2 has begun. Many gods are interested in your performance in this stage. Many gods are placing bets on your survival in Stage 2. This sudden announcement surprised Chang-seon a little. His smile vanished. He looked towards the safe zone and said, "The purge has started again. Huh? I thought I'd have a little more time. Could this be the consequence of winning the bet against Pabina? Perhaps that's why I've attracted more attention from the gods than I had anticipated." Chang-seon opened his personal window to briefly check his current status. HP 151 out of 448, MP 8 out of 250, SP 2 out of 30. This is so unfair. The biggest problem is definitely my stamina. I want to recover my stamina points first, but it looks like there's no time, Chang-seon thought with a frown. He didn't dare hesitate any longer and left with his weapon. Before he could get far, Chang-seon encountered a large, red monster, its body wreathed in flames. Chang-seon recognized the fire lizard monster at a glance. Phase 1 was poison-type creatures, and now it's the fire poison user's turn? If that's the case, the next stages will probably involve ice poison, metal poison, and body poison, right? Then what I need to collect in this stage is fire energy. Having made his decision, Chang-seon changed direction and headed towards the fire lizard. The fire lizard had also spotted Chang-seon. It immediately opened its mouth and spewed fire at him. Chang-seon quickly ducked to avoid it and dodged to the monster's belly, avoiding a direct confrontation. Next, Chang-seon used his sharp weapon, the evil dragon's fang, and continuously moved around the fire lizard's abdomen to unleash deep, flesh-tearing slashes. The fire lizard was completely on the defensive. It could only turn its head to breathe fire or swipe with its tail, but Chang-seon easily dodged every attack. In the end, Chang-seon leaped high into the air, dodging a blast of fire, and landed smoothly on its body, using the evil dragon's fang to deliver a fatal blow, ending the battle. Standing on the fire lizard's body, Chang-seon briefly noted that their stamina was lower than the black mambas, but normal fire lizards travel in packs, which makes them much harder to kill. Then Chang-seon used the weapon in his hand to cut open the fire lizard's abdomen and took out a fist-sized red orb from within. A system notification appeared. "You have found a fire orb." Chang-seon smiled. He didn't hesitate and opened his mouth, swallowing the fire orb whole. A system notification appeared. You have swallowed the fire orb. You have acquired low-level fire resistance. You have collected 20,000 fire energy. Sitting on the fire lizard's body, Chang-seon opened his mouth and breathed out a small flame, thinking to himself that he needed to find more fire orbs. This is the next requirement to achieve the poison immunity of Samadhi True Fire. I can easily meet the conditions to obtain that flame thanks to these lizards. Poison immunity. This was a special skill of the Scorpio constellation, Antares, one of the 12 zodiac constellations and also an old enemy of Chang-seon. This skill gave him a natural resistance to all types of poison and the ability to create toxins and turn them into poison blood. The Chang-seon of the past had been careless when fighting Antares. He had accidentally been afflicted with Gaia's curse, a curse that weakens divinity, and in the end, Chang-seon was defeated by Antares. However, as we know, fate brought Chang-seon to the Underworld. Thanks to Thanatos, Chang-seon was now able to learn the secret arts of the fallen constellations. Thanatos' exact words to Chang-seon at that time were, "You are free to learn all the secret arts of those bastards here. It both makes you stronger and will be very useful against the 12 zodiac constellations. Killing two birds with one stone, what could be better? There are fallen constellations who have been sentenced to exile in hell." The 12 zodiac constellations had previously made enemies with many figures, among them some fallen constellations who also wanted to teach those guys a lesson. The Council of 10 Fallen Elders decided to teach all their knowledge to Chang-seon. Thanks to them, he also learned the fastest way to obtain poison immunity. One elder held a deep-seated hatred for Antares because his daughter had been murdered by him. Since he was the first to impart his knowledge, Chang-seon called him the First Origin Elder. Back in the present, Chang-seon had just swallowed the first fire orb, but one orb was not enough to reach the heat of Samadhi True Fire. Therefore, he took his weapon and went to find the fire lizard's lair to collect all the fire orbs from their bellies. 3 days later, in another part of the forest, Jeon Chong had also just slashed the head off a fire lizard. A system notification appeared. "You have killed a fire lizard." The player, Jeon Chong, was getting excited. Jeon Chong grinned. "That's right, this is the feeling. At this rate, I can easily kick that Chang-seon guy's ass." So he opened the ranking board to check. Dungeon rankings. First place, Chang-seon, 7,500 points. Second place, Jeon Chong, 565 points. Third place, Park Han, 150 points. Jeon Chong's eyes widened as he stared at the ranking board. He gritted his teeth and wondered, how is this possible? He must be cheating. Right after that, a notification board appeared before him. The God of Twilight recommends you also take a shortcut, just as your opponent has. Jeon Chong's eyes lit up. He excitedly blurted out, "There's really a way to advance faster? What is it? Please, show me. I beg you. Please grant me more power." A system notification appeared. That God says that he has seen your determination and will therefore help you. Not far away, a few people were sitting on the ground, exhausted and out of breath. They looked towards Jeon Chong with eyes full of envy. It's true, this world is only for the talented. If only we were as strong as them. Park Han was also among the group. He carried a large weapon on his shoulder, looking at the group and thinking that everyone was exhausted after 3 consecutive days of fighting waves of monsters. On the other hand, their envy only grew stronger. It was understandable, as ordinary people like them also wished to become strong. And it wasn't just one of them. Almost all of them felt that way. Just then, Jeon Chong walked up to the group. He stared at them, then grinned and said, "I've just received a new skill. The gods have finally answered our prayers. He has shown us the way to become powerful players." Sometime later, in front of a cave entrance, a 4-legged monster with long horns and a mane of fire ran up, its face filled with terror. As it quickly ran into the cave, it screamed internally, "At this rate, everyone will be killed." She was the queen of the mountain. But that bastard isn't human. That was the monster's final thought, because Chang-seon had caught up to it and sent it to the afterlife along with its herd. As Chang-seon took the fire orb from the monster's body and swallowed it, a little girl's scream echoed from deep within the cave, catching his attention. Chang-seon quickly ran inside and saw a little girl with a pink backpack being chased closely by a monster. Just as the monster was about to pounce on the little girl, Chang-seon managed to intervene, decapitating the monster with a single slash before turning to ask, "Hey kid, are you okay?" The girl wailed in fear, sob, a monster. Chang-seon's face darkened as he tried to reassure her, Hey, I'm Chang-seon, not some monster. Calm down." Hearing that, the little girl stopped crying and looked at Chang-seon silently. Seeing this, he asked with concern, "Why are you all alone? Where is everyone else?" Hearing the question, the little girl sobbed and replied, "They're all dead. My friend was also turned down by someone named Jeon Young." The short-haired girl showed Chang-seon the mark on her wrist. Jeon Young, no, that bastard. He said he could share divine power through this. Chang-seon stroked his chin thoughtfully, then said bluntly, "It's a complete scam. This is clearly a demonic seal. This thing is a sign that you've sold your soul to a demon. The seal of the Twilight Owl doesn't look like this. If the bearer of the seal dies, their life force and soul will be stolen. The life force is transferred to the host, while the soul belongs to the demon. That Jeon-young guy, he's probably gotten incredibly strong by now. Chang-seon examined the seal closely. On second thought, this is some high-quality stuff. For a demon, they might even be beyond the Demon King rank. Still, this isn't enough to give me any trouble. As Chang-seon thought this, he turned to leave. The short-haired girl saw this and clung to him, begging, "Please, help me." Chang-seon's expression was 3 parts annoyance and 7 parts indifference. How am I supposed to deal with this kid? I already saved you from that fire bear earlier, didn't I? The girl didn't give up and kept trying to persuade him. I'm great at housework. Laundry, cooking, cleaning. I can do it all. In return, please help me get stronger. Chang-seon turned his head back. The determination in her eyes made him soften a little. You just want revenge for your friend, right? The short-haired girl was silent, her eyes filled with rage. Then, she did something Chang-seon never expected. With a heart-wrenching, tearful expression, she pulled a chocolate bar out of her backpack and offered it to Chang-seon as a sign of her sincerity. Chang-seon was speechless. He reluctantly agreed to let her tag along, but first, he had to modify her seal. At the same time, over with that bastard Jeon-young. As the cursed players died, he absorbed their remaining life force. This newfound power was driving him even more insane. Jeon-young! The young man in red called out hesitantly, only to receive a cold glare from Jeon-young. It's nothing, he said fearfully, his eyes darting from the demonic seal on Jeon-young's hand to the one on his own. It was clear that the seal restricted their actions. Jeon-young Nim, another person, called out to Jeon-young, only to be yelled at. What is it? Can't you get a move on? Have you found what I told you to find yet? The young man clutched his injured arm and answered timidly. Yes, I've found it. The man in red saw this and gritted his teeth in anger. He treats us like nothing but slaves, doesn't he? This is a prison. Ha, there's a hidden area here? Everyone, hurry up, get ready to fight the boss. Jeon-young took the lead and commanded everyone, then gave a devilish smile. Lee Chang-seon, just you wait. I'll carve you up soon enough, just like you did to me. Currently, N users are connected to the dungeon channel. N gods are observing the players through this dungeon channel. Many gods are closely watching the person with the fastest dungeon clearing speed. A series of notifications appeared before the girl tagging along with Chang-seon, but she had no time to think. Right now, she was on the noble mission Chang-seon had entrusted to her, luring the rotten zombies. First, she activated her water walking skill, creating small whirlwinds that sucked in a few zombies. Then, relying on Chang-seon's charm rune, she attracted the entire horde to chase after her. Seizing the opportunity, Chang-seon flanked them from behind, knocking the entire horde to the ground. You have a real talent for setting traps, don't you? I'm going to carve a charm rune on you, then go lure as many monsters as you can for me. Just run as fast as you can and attract all of them. Unless I give the order, don't stop and don't look back. The girl immediately followed Chang-seon's words. A while later, after Chang-seon dealt with a horde of zombies, he turned his head and asked, "Is that the last one?" The short-haired girl ran over and replied briskly, "Just as you requested, I've brought you all the monsters within a 300-meter radius." Chang-seon asked again, "And what about the other plan? I've also checked every nook and cranny. Everything has been completed as planned. Do you have any other requests? Now, run as far away as you can. You'll just get in the way of hunting the next monster." Chang-seon said this while looking at her intently. That look of absolute trust made him feel a little uncomfortable. And just like that, another burden was placed on his shoulders. "Yes, sir," the girl replied, then quickly went to carry out the mission Chang-seon gave her. Chang-seon looked around cautiously. If everything goes according to plan, then... Just as Chang-seon thought this, a cloud of poisonous smoke drifted from the distance, right into his nostrils. The system immediately sent a notification. The final boss, the plague arachnid, has appeared. A gigantic spider rushed towards Chang-seon at lightning speed, then attacked with its sharp legs. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Chang-seon easily dodged the attack. Hearing the noise, the short-haired girl turned her head and saw a giant spider charging towards her. While she was frozen in confusion, Chang-seon used his weapon to cut a line in the ground, blocking the spider from chasing her. The short-haired girl took the opportunity to continue running on her mission. Facing the monster, one of Chang-seon's eyes suddenly changed color. The world serpent appreciates you and has granted you a gift. The skill Serpent's Eye will temporarily transform into Venomous Serpent's Eye. Venomous Serpent's Eye. Like a snake's predatory tool, you can now use these eyes to assess the hunting terrain as well as your prey's weak points. Level 1. Active type. Effect, enhanced senses, designate weakness. Chang-seon read the system notes, vaguely guessing that being given such a great reward without any conditions attached meant they wanted to test if he was qualified. If that's what you want, then I'll play along. Chang-seon used the Venomous Serpent's Eye to analyze the plague arachnid. When he saw the eye circle a spot on the arachnid's front leg, Chang-seon decided to attack that location first. But first, he had to detoxify his body. Chang-seon activated his low-level poison resistance skill and stored fire energy to purge the poison from his system. Because of this, not only did he purge the poison, but it also caused his low-level poison resistance skill to level up. Achievement unlocked. Used up all stored energy from 66 fire jewels. Reward received. Fire attribute enhancement. Stamina +5. With the purge complete, it was time to counterattack. Chang-seon gripped his weapon and, as planned, slashed at the arachnid's front leg with lightning speed, all while planning his next move. Right now, the fuel he was aiming for was venom, and among all types of venom, the plague arachnid's gland was the highest quality stuff. Chang-seon used the venomous serpent's eye to find the gland's location. After confirming it was on the arachnid's upper back, Chang-seon leaped onto its back and struck down hard. Unexpectedly, the arachnid's hide was so thick that instead of piercing through, Chang-seon's weapon was deflected. Moreover, his action had now drawn the arachnid's attention. It began to spit acid at Chang-seon, but Chang-seon reacted quickly, jumping to the side to dodge it. So it can even spit acid, huh? Grinding for 3 straight days was really worth it. After poking the hornet's nest, it's time to run. Without another thought, Chang-seon took off, running for his dear life. While Chang-seon was struggling with the boss, Jang Tae's group had gotten close to his position. Seeing the rotten zombie corpses littered all over the ground, the group panicked. Only Jang Tae was furious. While he was deluding himself that Chang-seon couldn't have done it, the system announced a new achievement had just been recorded. Dungeon rankings. First place, Chang-seon, 29,550 points. Second place, Jian, 1,230 points. Third place, Hyun, 550 points. Jang Tae stared blankly at the leaderboard, his face twisting in rage. The god of avarice said, "If you continue to embarrass me like this, the consequences will not be light." The god of avarice warns that this is your final chance. Hearing this, he was terrified, unconsciously biting his thumb until it bled. That bastard. There's definitely something wrong with him. How the hell can a normal person get so strong so quickly? But whether he's hacking or something else, I have to dig every last bit of information out of him to get stronger and earn the god's recognition again. Just then, a general system announcement went out to all players. Player Lee Chang-seon is currently fighting the Plague Spider. Jang Tae immediately ran to find Chang-seon. He was going to kill Chang-seon no matter what. Little did Chang-seon know someone was thinking of him day and night. After running for his life for a while, he had successfully enraged the Plague Spider. At that exact moment, he suddenly stopped, and at the same time, the Plague Spider fell into a deep pit. It turned out that what he had told Shorthair to do earlier was to set this very trap, and his running was all to lure it here. The moment the Plague Spider fell into the pit, the explosion rune was activated. Immediately, the system announced, "The Plague Spider is being incinerated." The world serpent god is roaring with laughter because the spider has fallen into the traps you laid out. But it didn't stop there. After the incineration rune, the piercing rune activated, catching the spider completely off guard. The system immediately announced, "The world serpent god is roaring with laughter again as the spider continuously falls into your traps." Achievement unlocked. Dirty tricks and cruel schemes. Reward. Wisdom +5. Low-level trap setting skill. Having prepared a rope beforehand, Chang-seon didn't fall into the trap. He held onto the rope and looked down, saying with a cold expression, "This is just the warm-up." After being utterly wrecked by Chang-seon's traps, the plague spider was severely wounded but luckily managed to stay alive. It looked up to see Chang-seon clinging to the rope, looking down at it with an affectionate gaze. "You really are a boss monster. Your health bar is pretty thick." Suddenly, the rope Chang-seon was hanging from snapped, severed by the piercing rune. The rune activated, and this time, the spider truly couldn't take any more. It used all its remaining strength to leap out of the pit and run for its life. "Trying to escape? The game isn't over yet, little spider," Chang-seon said with a smile, then grabbed onto one end of the broken rope and used it to swing after the spider, continuing to attack with runes. Just then, Jang Tae's group arrived. Witnessing Chang-seon beating the plague spider like a child, they couldn't help but be horrified. "If we fight him now, we'll definitely die. I have to pick the right moment. Just a little longer, he's bound to run out of stamina," Jang Tae thought to himself. Then, an idea flashed in his mind. He turned to look at the players behind him. "I just need to use these guys as bait to slowly wear down that bastard Chang-seon's stamina. He won't be on guard against innocent people. Killing him will be much easier then. I need something to guarantee his death. A victim, perhaps." Just then, he happened to see Shorthair running past. He couldn't help but smile sinisterly. "There it is, the exact element I need. Now, back to Chang-seon." After toying with the spider for a while, he finally delivered a merciful, fatal blow, finishing it off and successfully obtaining its gland. Holding the plague spider's gland, Chang-seon immediately absorbed it into his body. The system notifications rang out non-stop. "Level up! You have reached level 20. You have completed Chapter 5 and the final chapter of the Pioneer Dungeon quest chain. The final rankings will now be announced. Dungeon ranking, absolute score. 100,000 points. First place, Lee Chang-seon, 97,450 points. Second place, Jian, 2,000 points. Third place, Baekhyun, 550 points. The management office congratulates you on your outstanding achievement. Achievement points are being accumulated. Multiple gods are interested in you. Multiple gods wish to greet you. The dungeon is closing soon. Multiple gods are saying they wish to possess you. The world serpent god is threatening the other gods who have their eyes on you. The world serpent god is declaring that he was the one who noticed you first. While Chang-seon was absorbing the new flow of power, in a hidden corner, Jang Tae's group was waiting for a chance to strike. Seeing Chang-seon sitting motionless, Jang Tae let out a cruel smile. He assumed Chang-seon was too exhausted to even stand up, so he ordered the others to attack. But unexpectedly, as they charged forward, Chang-seon suddenly broke into a devilish grin and slowly got to his feet. Jang Tae's system immediately sent a notification. The god of avarice is roaring with laughter. He says a good show is about to begin. Jang Tae's player party has fallen into a trap. Jang Tae's group immediately fell into a panic, but the most shocked of all was Jang Tae himself. He couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell?" Chang-seon looked at him with a mockingly affectionate gaze and growled, "Surprising, isn't it? It means you're done for. And as for the rest of you, you're just sacrificial pawns." Jang Tae didn't hesitate to order, "Kill Lee Chang-seon, go." Though terrified, the members of his party had no choice but to obey. Chang-seon's expression turned serious as he charged straight for Jang Tae. He cut down anyone who stood in his way, but none of the wounds were fatal, just enough to stop them from blocking his path. Sudden quest initiated. Escape the trap. God X is greatly enjoying this unexpected mission. Jang Tae's party was frozen in shock for 5 seconds. Everyone standing around Jang Tae was taken down, leaving him no choice but to face Chang-seon head-on. He swung his weapon, clashing with Chang-seon, but the difference in their strength was too great. The moment their weapons met, his arm was violently thrown backward. Jang Tae screamed in pain. Seeing this, Chang-seon showed no mercy and continued his assault. Incheol luckily dodged, running back towards his team members and pushing them forward as human shields. This time, Chang-seon showed no mercy, sending them straight to their graves. "He's too strong," Incheol blurted out in a panic. He needed more power. So, without hesitation, he began to kill his own teammates, ignoring their desperate pleas. Park Hyun witnessed everything from the top of the hill. Just as he thought, Jo In-cheol was nothing more than a toy for the gods. All along, the one who had truly interested them was Lee Chang-seon. Right now, Jo In-cheol was like a fish in a barrel for Lee Chang-seon, just like how he himself had been toyed with by those gods before. After killing his comrades, In-cheol believed that, according to the contract seal, he would receive the victim's remaining life force. But the system suddenly announced that the transfer had encountered an error, catching him completely off guard. While In-cheol was still reeling from the shock, Chang-seon charged forward like a god of death and thrust his weapon towards him. Although In-cheol could predict the trajectory of the weapon in Chang-seon's hand, the power Chang-seon was using this time was too immense. As a result, his attempt to defend with his own weapon failed. Without a shred of mercy, Chang-seon sliced off one of his arms. In-cheol clutched his severed arm and screamed in agony, "My arm, you son of a bitch!" But the pain didn't stop there. At that moment, he saw black smoke rising from his comrades' corpses and heading straight for Chang-seon. The system immediately announced that the victim's life force had been transferred to another person for some reason. In-cheol was frozen in shock. How could he do that? Jo In-cheol. I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Chang-seon thought to himself for a moment, and when he couldn't seem to find an answer, he casually uttered a single word, "Oh." That attitude sent In-cheol into a rage. "You really don't remember me?" Chang-seon replied nonchalantly, Why would I?" That remark truly pushed In-cheol over the edge. "You really don't remember me? The guy you kicked off the team for making one tiny mistake? Oh." At that moment, the memory of In-cheol surfaced in Chang-seon's mind. "Now I remember. The crybaby who whined when he got kicked off the team. The guy who annoyed me because he selfishly tried to cling to his position. So that was you?" Chang-seon said as he stepped closer to In-cheol. "It's been years, and you're still the same useless piece of trash, huh?" Both in the past and the present, In-cheol was looked down upon by Chang-seon. Tears welled up in his eyes, whether from anger or hurt. He didn't know, but his gaze was filled with a murderous desire to tear Chang-seon apart. "Trash. Don't you dare talk about the old me. I have the protection of a god now. The god X is staring at the one he once blessed, a pipsqueak unworthy of his grace." In-cheol's world seemed to crumble before his eyes as he received those system messages. "No way. It can't be. Was I just a pawn to you? You have failed the surprise quest to escape the trap." In-cheol watched as Chang-seon raised his weapon towards him. Dark memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave, causing him to scream in madness. That day, he stood in a corner, watching his team accept the championship trophy, watching Chang-seon raise it high as everyone cheered for him. "The penalty for you will now be executed." The death penalty. I shouldn't have been jealous of him. I shouldn't have followed him. Then I wouldn't have been dragged into this gate. Everything that happened. It's all his fault. That bastard. Lee Chang-seon. Those were the last thoughts Incheol had before Chang-seon cut him down. Another one gone, only the system remains forever. It continued its duty as always, announcing to everyone, Player Joe Incheol has died. As per the contract seal, the victim's life force will be transferred to the host. This is a massive amount of energy, so it will take some time to complete the absorption. Immediately, the stream of energy began to transfer to Chang-seon. The surviving members of Incheol's team watched in awe. That Incheol guy possessed a huge amount of energy, and it's all flowing into Lee Chang-seon now. If anyone was wondering why this energy was flowing into Chang-seon, the answer is that he had tampered a little with the short-haired girl's seal. Turning back time to before he took the short-haired girl as his subordinate, Chang-seon had used a knife made of animal bone to alter her seal, making her a host just like Incheol. If that massive amount of energy had poured into her, she would have been overloaded and died instantly. So Chang-seon had also carved a transfer rune, redirecting the energy from the short-haired girl to himself. But the amount of energy was so immense that even Chang-seon was having trouble taking it all in. Just then, the system's voice rang out. The World Serpent God advises you to absorb this magic slowly, as this energy is completely different from the energy you currently possess. The World Serpent God says that greed is not good. He warns that you should discard a portion of that power if possible. The World Serpent God highly praises the idea of using a low-level rune to switch hosts, calling it a truly practical idea. Chang-seon had no time to pay attention to such advice. He was still struggling to assimilate the enormous energy. He felt as if he had just chugged a 100-year-old cask of wine. No, this energy was even greater than that. The system continued to relay messages from the gods to Chang-seon, but this time, it wasn't from the World Serpent God, but from that dark god. The God X says that this was just a small test for you, and as he predicted, you completed it brilliantly. Just as Chang-seon had suspected, he was only being tested. Who on earth is he? The God X is wondering what to reward you with that would be worthy of such a magnificent performance. He has made a decision. The surprise reward will be revealed in 5 seconds, beginning countdown. At the same time as the system announcement, streams of dark power enveloped the bodies of those with the seal, then lifted them into the air. A system window appeared with a choice. Yes or no. Chang-seon's expression immediately turned serious. He knew what this choice meant. Hiding behind a large rock, Park Ha-sung witnessed everything, his hands clenching into tight fists. So they're doing it again. If someone doesn't satisfy them like Lee Chang-seon, they just kill them all off, tossing them aside like a pile of useless trash. Looking at Chang-seon's emotionless eyes, it seemed he had already decided to turn on his own kind. There's no reason he wouldn't accept a gift from the gods. He wouldn't even care. Ha-sung could only watch helplessly as Chang-seon raised his hand to make his choice. The result was beyond his expectations. Chang-seon had pressed the no button, and the countdown stopped accordingly. The system's voice began to chime relentlessly. Deity X is troubled by your sudden decision. Deity X says you should just go ahead and accept this enormous energy as his gift to you. Deity X tells you that human lives are the easiest and most useful material for developing magic. Chang-seon came up with an excuse. My mother told me not to accept gifts from anonymous strangers. Standing to the side, Ha-seong heard this and gave a thumbs up, looking at Chang-seon with admiration. Nice one, my friend. Deity X tilts their head, wondering what the hell you are talking about. Deity X suddenly realizes his title has been hidden and scoffs. Deity X is preparing to reveal his identity to you. The demonic deity who escaped from hell is looking at you with a treacherous smile. Upon hearing demonic deity who escaped from hell, Chang-seon's face couldn't hide his shock. It's Mephostophles. His reaction makes Mephostophles suspicious. The system conveys his thoughts. The demonic deity who escaped from hell is wondering if you seem to know him. Damn it, I'm in trouble. Chang-seon thought to himself and quickly replied, No, I was just surprised by your demonic title. Mephostophles, a name that was not too unfamiliar to Chang-seon. Among the great archdevils, Mephostophles holds a top-tier position, and his existence is ranked even higher than Tiamat's. He had heard that beings like him rarely appeared in the world because they preferred solitude, so why would someone like him show up here? Chang-seon's explanation for his earlier reaction completely convinced Mephostophles. The system continues to relay information. The demonic deity who escaped from hell has also thought about this reason and reassures you that you don't need to worry about it. The demonic deity who escaped from hell wants to ask you what it is that you truly desire. Just then, a message from another deity interrupts. The deity of snowy pleasures is issuing a warning to the demonic deity who escaped from hell. Don't you dare touch what's mine! Chang-seon was overjoyed. It's Pabina. I thought she'd completely ghosted me after that incident. I can't believe she'd dare to confront a demon that even her own mother, Tiamat, has to respect. Thanks a lot. I guess I owe you one for this. The Crimson Purgatory is about to close. All players, please be extremely careful of the strong tremors and shocks. The 10-second countdown begins now. 10. Hey mister, wait. A familiar voice caught Chang-seon's attention. He saw the short-haired girl running from a distance, still bearing the charm mark he had left on her. She said urgently, "At least give me your contact info." Chang-seon tossed the knife in his hand to her and instructed, "Follow the directions on the knife. The people there will have the ability to help you break that seal. Right now, my power isn't enough, so if fate allows it, I'll see you again. Remember to be careful." As Chang-seon finished speaking, the countdown ended. The short-haired girl wanted to say more, but Chang-seon had already vanished. The Crimson Purgatory has completely collapsed. You have all worked hard. At that moment, the short-haired girl lost consciousness. When she woke up, the dungeon had disappeared. She and the other survivors had been returned to their families and loved ones. All around, people were buzzing with discussion. Is it true that the dungeon was cleared by a single person? Contact headquarters immediately. It was the hottest news of the day. The short-haired girl still felt like it wasn't real. It wasn't until she was hugged tightly in her parents' arms that she truly believed she was still alive. Wait, where did he go? The short-haired girl looked around in alarm for Chang-seon, but he had vanished without a trace, as if into thin air. She clutched the knife Chang-seon had given her with a hint of regret, looking forward to the day they would meet again. That night, Chang-seon was sitting on a bridge, lost in thought as he gazed at the moon, when the system announced something. The deity of the world serpent says that he prefers a more bustling life. But oh well, enjoying the night sky peacefully like this is fine too. The demonic deity who escaped from hell is still waiting for your answer. Chang-seon pretended not to hear. Thinking of that person, he murmured to himself, "Old man, although I used a method completely different from what we originally planned, I've finally returned." The next day, from the early morning, the system bombarded Chang-seon with notifications. The deity of snowy pleasures is showing hostility towards the deities who want to possess you. The deity of the world serpent licks his lips and laughs with delight. The demonic deity who escaped from hell doesn't care about the others and is waiting for your reply. The deity of snowy pleasures is getting furious and says the other deities had better listen to her. The demonic deity who escaped from hell is waiting for your answer. Seeing the deities fighting over him, Chang-seon felt a bit smug. I thought getting just 2 of the 3 of them would have been a huge success, but thanks to my skills, I even managed to attract the archdevil too. In fact, since the gates and dungeons first began to open on Earth, this is probably the first time someone has caught the attention of so many deities at once. Just then, the system announced a new quest. The Choosing a Patron Deity chain quest has been initiated. Choosing a patron deity allows all players to select one deity and receive their blessing and patronage throughout their journeys of exploration. Think carefully and choose a suitable patron, because it will affect your entire journey as well as your future life. The deity of snowy pleasures says she is the wisest choice, because someone like you who is both talented with weapons and loves hunting will benefit greatly from her knowledge and patronage. This deity will grant you the title of Primal Hunter. The deity of the world serpent says he is very fond of mortals like you, who have a cunning heart and a love for destructive power. This deity will grant you the title of Wise Prophet. The demonic deity who escaped from hell says nothing and awaits your reply. This deity will grant you the title of Final Observer. Chang-seon began to calculate. If I were to rank the deities, it would be Pabina, followed by Jaemun, with Mephostophles at the very top. I don't need to worry about the others. They don't promise nearly as much as these 3. 4 minutes passed, and another promising name popped into Chang-seon's head. As if by telepathy, the system immediately relayed a message from that promising candidate. The deity of the owl that pierces the twilight has placed great hope in you. Minerva, the goddess who possesses the title granted by Mephostophles. He never expected that a goddess who favors justice like her would be interested in him. Perhaps he caught Minerva's eye when he spared all those who were afflicted by the curse. Thanks to that, his sin scale has also returned to a near-balanced state. The scale of good and evil, good 40%, evil 60%. The deity of snowy pleasures is waiting for your answer. The demon god who escaped from hell, fear answer. The worldly serpent god awaits your answer. The owl god who soars through twilight awaits your answer. 9 gods are interested in your final choice. Should you choose not to accept any patronage, you may fall behind other players of the same level due to the lack of a patron's blessing. Therefore, we recommend that you choose a patron for yourself soon. Chang-seon simply let time pass, as his decision was still not to choose anyone. The waiting period has ended. You have received the godless status. You have obtained the achievement, Humanity that Refused the Gods. N number of gods are both enraged and intrigued by your bottomless greed. Your reputation has increased. You have received 100,000 karma. Chang-seon was silent. He looked up at the skyscraper before him, his gaze turning serious. This was going to make clearing dungeons much more difficult for him. The WPCF Association, the Council for the World's Freelance Players, shortened to WPCF. The association's name actually belongs to an international organization under the United Nations Security Council today. an organization created a few decades ago with the purpose of managing gates and dungeons to prevent their influence on the Earth's living environment. Gradually, that organization acquired enormous power in terms of both status and international authority. Of course, this only applied to the bigwigs running the association. At the WPCF headquarters office, Cha Yoon, a third-class agent of the association, yelled at a male employee, "What the hell is this? What do you think? Those hack reporters are doing what they do best, poking at us." The male employee with dark circles under his eyes replied, staring at the computer screen, before showing her the newly published articles. The superclass dungeon disaster that pushed humanity to the brink of extinction is gradually coming to an end. An association employee stated with all due respect, "This was an inevitable outcome of our prior preparations. It's not a big deal." Is it really okay to let dungeons erupt like this? From an expert. The association's show of force only increases public concern in the current climate. Yoon read it and slammed the table in anger. What the hell do those bastards think? For the past 5 days, people have been working their asses off to ensure their safety, evacuating civilians, directing the military, setting up defensive lines, and I even had to prepare to be fired for threatening the board of directors just to get permission to receive help from a neighboring country. So what do I get in return for all that? The young man, indifferent to her words, jutted his chin toward the screen. Look at this article. The words that struck Yoon's eyes were, "The mysterious factor. Who is he?" Yoon felt a headache coming on. She pulled out a cigarette and asked, "Who do you think leaked this information?" The young man didn't answer but turned to frown. "Don't smoke in the office." As expected, hearing that just made Yoon even angrier. She raised her hand threateningly before falling silent. "You want a knuckle sandwich for dinner instead?" To protect his jaw, the young man had no choice but to play along and reply, "Yes, yes." "I'll shut up." Yi-eun then started to complain. "I told you to prevent this information from getting out." The young man sighed and replied, "You know it's always easier said than done." Luckily, the reporters just see it as a rumor. They don't seem to know much about that stranger. Because how could a newbie successfully clear a 2-star dungeon on their own and then disappear without a trace? Yoon took a drag from her cigarette, her expression pensive as she speculated. A normal person couldn't do it. Could it be some kind of demonic entity? We have to contact that person before the other guilds do. But it's so frustrating that we can't find them, no matter what we try. We even use security surveillance, and still nothing. Just then, the universe sent Yoon a signal. A person rushed in to report. "We found him!" Yoon was in such a hurry, she dropped her cigarette, rattling off questions. "Where is he? Give me the exact address. He's at home right now." "Yes, he is currently at his private residence. I'm home." Chang-seon walked into the house nonchalantly as if nothing had happened, then went straight to the kitchen. The puppy happily wagged its tail, barking loudly to welcome him home, then followed him inside. His mother was busy cooking. Seeing him enter, she smiled gently and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet," Chang-seon replied, the word excited written all over his face. "That smell is kimchi stew." He hadn't smelled kimchi stew in 1,000 years. The delicious aroma was starting to overwhelm his senses. Woof woof! The barking, accompanied by the dog rubbing against his leg, asking to be picked up, brought Chang-seon back to his senses. He happily picked it up, smiling as he pampered it. "All right, it's been a while, Kiki. Stop licking me. The food is almost ready. Go take a shower, son. I'll set the table." A simple sentence, yet it moved Chang-seon deeply. After 1,000 years, he was finally home. Chang-seon petted Kiki and replied softly, "Okay." At the dining table, besides him and his mother, were 3 other people. His father, older brother, and older sister. It was a lavish meal, but no one touched their chopsticks. "I'm full. Me too." Chang-seon's brother and sister spoke politely, then got up to leave. His mother saw them to the door, her face tinged with sadness as she said, "Are you two coming home late again today?" "I have a surgery that runs late into the evening. I have a performance, so I'll be home late as well." "I see." The joy of returning to Earth had made Chang-seon forget the reason he didn't want to come back to this house. His paternal family was a giant family conglomerate. His father inherited the management of a large hospital, while his maternal family were renowned scholars in the fields of law and diplomacy. His older brother followed in their father's footsteps and went to medical school, while his older sister pursued music and won numerous arts awards. As for him, he was the good-for-nothing, who had been obsessed with video games since he was a child, making him nothing more than the trash of this family. They didn't even bother to say hello after he returned home. Chang-seon couldn't hide his disappointment. Although he tried to recall fond memories of his family, in the end, it was nothing like he had hoped. Well, he might as well soothe his soul with food. Chang-seon took a bite of kimchi, inwardly savoring it. Is kimchi stew always this delicious? Just as Chang-seon was starting to cheer up, his father slammed his chopsticks on the table and yelled, "So, you have nothing to say for yourself." Chang-seon remained silent. Seeing this, his mother stood up to defend him. "Honey, stay out of this," his father said sternly to his mother before turning to him. Have you any idea that your mother collapsed when the Jamsil gate appeared? She asked every single person she could because she was worried you were trapped inside. Your brother called every hospital in Seoul to see if you were in any of their emergency rooms. Your sister and your mom also ran around everywhere looking for you. And your sister ended up missing her international tour to take care of you. And now, a few days later, you drag your sorry ass back here to eat without saying a single word? Are you even human? You're worse than an animal. If you're going to keep up that attitude, then get the hell out of my sight. Stop leeching off this family. Seeing the tension between father and son, Chang-seon's mother tried to mediate. Honey, that's enough. He knows he was wrong. Chang-seon, say something. Your father was very worried about you, you know. I have to go to work. His father spoke fiercely and turned away, then grabbed his suitcase and left the house. But Chang-seon clearly saw that the corners of his father's eyes were brimming with tears. The door slammed shut, and now only his mother and Chang-seon remained in the large house. She sighed, then comforted her son. You know how your father gets when he's angry, so don't pay too much attention to what he just said, okay? Yes, Mom, Chang-seon replied, his gaze unintentionally falling upon his mother. Mrs. Duha felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Since when did Mom have so many wrinkles? I had completely forgotten that I just sat around waiting for my family to start caring about me, yet I never bothered to start a conversation with them first. Go get some rest, son. I'm sorry. Mrs. Duha couldn't hide her surprise. What did you say? I'm sorry, Mom. I'll be more careful next time. After saying that, Chang-seon quietly returned to his room. As soon as he opened the door, what greeted Chang-seon was a room that looked like a battlefield, with bottles, papers, snack wrappers, and half-eaten noodle cups. They were strewn all over the floor. As he diligently cleaned up, he thought to himself, was I really this much of a mess? This place is so filthy. Woof woof. Chang-seon turned to see Kiki, who had sat down beside him at some point, wagging his tail, his round eyes looking at him pleadingly. Chang-seon chuckled. He picked Kiki up, petted him, and mumbled, I think I should start with the cobweb-covered corners first. Let's start cleaning. While Chang-seon was enjoying life, at that very same moment, Yu was driving her partner in her newly bought supercar, speeding down the highway. Their destination was Chang-seon's house. Whoa, is this really the new model? There aren't even 100 of these in the country. How did you get your hands on it? No, wait, how could you afford it on your paltry salary? Her male colleague asked, unable to hide his curiosity. With a side hustle, of course. Yu replied as she drove, Hey, that's illegal. Yu didn't care. Her mind was now focused on that young man, really wanting to see his face. Little did Chang-seon know that some strange guests were about to visit. After cleaning up, he lay sprawled on his bed to relax. A few seconds later, the system chimed in. The god of feasting and pleasure is wondering what you will do next. He is saying that his own hunting skills would be quite helpful to you in what you are doing. The world serpent god says that resting is also very important for oneself. Chang-seon was starting to get annoyed. Why are these gods so nosy? Suddenly, Chang-seon remembered what had just happened. His brother and sister, despite being swamped with work, still came home when they heard he had returned. His father, the man he had always considered so strong, had shed tears for him. And then there was the image of his aging mother. Thinking about these things, Chang-seon made a silent promise to himself. He would definitely show them how much he had changed. He had to show them he wasn't an alcoholic anymore, but a person who was responsible for himself. Perhaps that would make them gradually open up to him again, but the beginning would likely be much harder than he thought. First, he had to complete the mission Thanatos had entrusted to him. It was time to enter Phase 2 of the plan. He was right about the Void Manipulator being here. Chang-seon recalled his conversation with Thanatos. So which one do I need to grab by the throat first? The ringleader who rules over the place you live, of course. And he's a name you know very well, the Rabid Tiger. At the mention of this name, Chang-seon's face immediately turned fierce. The murderous intent in his eyes was so strong that even Kiki, lying beside him, broke into a sweat. The Rabid Tiger was one of the culprits who had framed him during the Divine Punishment trial. To this day, he still remembered the man's cunning smile very clearly. He's a deceitful bastard, so it'll be very difficult to take his head. He's as ferocious as a tiger, and thanks to his underlings, he can sniff out anything very quickly. Chang-seon stared intently at the recruitment post for the White Tiger Guild. This guild will be recruiting new members next month. Speaking of guilds, ever since the gates began to open, countless gods and constellations have revealed themselves to humanity. As a result, the number of blessed individuals and their followers began to increase. Those groups were called guilds. The Void Manipulator is the patron god of the White Tiger Guild. He's terrible at naming things, and chose his own white tiger image as the symbol for his lame-ass guild. Chang-seon read through the information about the White Tiger Guild, one of the top guilds in the country, huh? This is gonna be tough. However, posting a recruitment notice means they still don't have enough manpower to start a battle. Thinking about what the Void Manipulator had done to him, Chang-seon vowed to himself that he would slowly cut his tendons from the bottom up, so slowly that he wouldn't even realize it was happening. To do that, he needed to prepare everything within a month, at any cost. The next day, Chang-seon used the excuse of taking a walk around the lake near the park to leave the house, then took a taxi to a secluded hill. It was simply because he needed to find a place where his mind wouldn't be distracted to do what he needed to do. Neither man nor beast could be allowed to disturb him. But first, he had to do something important, which was to answer the call of nature. It was probably because he'd eaten a bit too much kimchi stew last night, but what could he do? It had been 1,000 years since he'd last eaten it. How could he hold back? The only downside was that his stomach had to suffer the consequences now. Chang-seon considered using the same method he did in the dungeon, using his power to heal himself, but then he remembered the words of the ancients. Taking a dump is one of the 4 greatest pleasures in life, so he decided to handle this matter like a normal person. His body would probably be very surprised. It had been over 1,000 years since he'd sat on a modern toilet. After screaming his heart out in the toilet for a while, Chang-seon finally emerged, feeling refreshed. Now, let's continue the journey. After scouting the area, Chang-seon found a suitable location. He carved concealment runes on the tree trunks, creating a barrier around himself, then began to take off his clothes, leaving only his shorts on. Then, he folded his clothes neatly and set them aside. He had to take good care of his clothes after all. He had no desire to walk around the city naked. Once that was done, Chang-seon ordered the system to open his item bag. Immediately, all the items in the bag were displayed in front of Chang-seon. A spear made from the rib of a fire goat 13, a small shield made from the skull of a fire lizard 21, 1 blood serpent's venomous fang, 9 flame tiger's burning claws, 1 ice hawk's beak, 2 cave scorpion's stingers, 1 plague arachnid's gland. This is exactly what he needs. He quickly takes the plague arachnid's gland, then uses the flame within his body to incinerate it. Elder Wan had once told him that nothing makes for better fuel than poison. The pure flame within his body initiates flame separation. The flame forges away the dregs and burns away all weakness, because it is one of the special arts of purification. Even if it burns his body to a crisp, the moment a foreign object enters, it will ignite instantly. The stronger the foreign object, the more violently the flame will burn, and eventually, that purifying flame will become the Bagua flame. When the Bagua flame is kindled, all the body's waste and the negative thoughts accumulated within him will be completely cleansed by the flame. That is the best method of purification and physical enhancement that I know of. Now that he had all the necessary ingredients, Chang-seon decided he would begin the purification with his heart. From that moment on, the system notifications were relentless. The blood serpent's venom is slowly infiltrating your heart. The venom is rapidly devastating your entire body, activating secondary poison resistance. The resistance effect is insufficient. Warning: the player should immediately withdraw the blood serpent's fang and detoxify. You have completely absorbed the blood serpent's fang. You have discovered a hidden skill. You have acquired the venom-producing gene of the serpent species. From now on, your body can produce the blood serpent's venom. You have received 50,000 karma. You have been severely poisoned. The flame tiger's burning claw is infiltrating your liver. The god of hedonism is panicking at what you are doing. He is searching for an item to assist you. The world serpent god is astonished that you have discovered a hidden skill. He believes you are hiding an ace up your sleeve and continues to await your next move. The demon god who escaped hell is still awaiting your answer. The owl god who pierces the night is cheering you on. The cave scorpion's stinger is infiltrating your spleen. You are on the verge of death. The toxin from the plague arachnid's gland is infiltrating your lungs. You have discovered another hidden skill. Your 5 vital organs are now filled with the toxins of various venomous creatures. The toxins of the 5 creatures are clashing with one another. Your poisoning symptoms have become critical. Intermediate poison resistance is no longer functioning. Intermediate poison resistance has been negated. Chang-seon endured the heart-stopping, lung-tearing pain, encouraging himself, just a little more, just a little more. Warning: initiating detoxification process. If you persist, your survival rate will be 0. Chang-seon stubbornly continued to absorb the toxins. It wasn't time for him to stop yet. Warning: begin the detoxification process immediately. If you continue to be poisoned, it will cause an incurable wound. Warning: all of your senses are beginning to go numb. Now is the time. Just as Chang-seon predicted, the system immediately brought good news. Mana has been converted into kindling for the dormant flame separation within your body. Flame separation has manifested. The fire is burning fiercely. You have discovered a hidden skill. Numerous abilities have been added to your body's flame. Congratulations. You have kindled the flame of a forgotten legend, True Samadhi Fire. The effects of True Samadhi Fire have been activated. You are gradually recovering. You are gradually regenerating. All toxins in your body have been purified. All negative emotions have been purified. Your tendons and bones have been cleared. Your meridians have been cleared. Your blood vessels have been cleared. Your mana is gradually recovering. Establishing a mana circuit within your body. You have gained attunement with the fire element. You have gained attunement with poison. Achievement unlocked. Phoenix born from the ashes. Reward: all stats plus 15. Purified state. Skill: immunity to 100 poisons. Skill: Venomous blood. Chang-seon laughed out loud. He'd finally obtained immunity to 100 poisons. He eagerly opened his profile to check. Besides his old stats having increased significantly, he had the new skill Venomous Blood and 2 new effects. Immunity to 100 poisons level 1 and True Samadhi Fire level 1. There was also a separate piece of information. His constitution had developed significantly by acquiring new traits. Total stat bonus, 75. Chang-seon smiled with satisfaction. His power had increased. Now it was time to upgrade his weapons. At that same moment, Yun's group arrived at the apartment building where intelligence indicated Chang-seon lived. Yun knocked. Immediately, Chang-seon's mother called out, "Please, come in." Yun and her partner entered. Sitting with Chang-seon's mother was a man. As soon as he saw Yun, he let out a loud laugh and spoke with scorn. "The association really is a bunch of slowpokes, but you got here faster than I thought. Long time no see, Agent Cha Yun. This is why we citizens always hate you public servants." Cha Yun immediately recognized who she was facing. He was the captain of Strike Team 2 from the White Tiger Guild. Standing behind him was the HR director of the 5-star Sword Guild, the Black Sword, Oh Young. Yeun pursed her lips, thinking to herself, "Damn it, I was too careless." While his home was receiving strange visitors, Chang-seon was at the Blacksmith Street in the Cheongshu complex. Chang-seon bought a large bag of hotteok, then devoured a skewer, unable to help but praise it. Recovering with mana really can't compare to food. Sweet hotteok is number 1. Only then did Chang-seon have the peace of mind to think about his main objective. It was no coincidence that he was here. He'd heard before that the trait of the Twilight of the Gods was to be a manipulator of all weapons. That's why Thanatos had once asked him, "If that's the case, I presume you'll need many different kinds of weapons to use freely. Would you like to have a blacksmith who can satisfy you?" Chang-seon asked seriously. "Does someone like that really exist?" Thanatos smiled. "They do. It's Vulcan, my young friend. If you want to buy something, go over there. That shop's been closed for over 5 years," a concerned passerby said. Chang-seon remained silent, his gaze fixed straight ahead at a dilapidated shop whose sign looked ready to fall at any moment. He moved closer to the shop to get a better look. The shop has been closed for 5 years, yet a scent of heavenly fire is emanating from inside, meaning a forge was used not long ago. The god of hedonism said that he could smell the fragrant aroma of fine steel. The words of the god of hedonism made Chang-seon even more certain that the forge inside was still burning bright. So, without hesitation, he smashed open the roll-up door and stepped inside. Many types of weapons were displayed here. Seeing this, the god of hedonism became even more excited than Chang-seon. And so, the system messages rang out non-stop. The god of hedonism shows interest in the smell of forged steel in here. The god of hedonism is very excited and says that no place on earth could be as heavenly as this one. The god of hedonism whistles while looking around this high-quality armory. The god of hedonism is screaming with joy. Chang-seon takes a look around, then stops when he sees a heavily corroded rusty sword. The god of hedonism wonders why you would ignore all the other weapons and pay attention to that strange thing over there. Chang-seon pays no mind and walks closer to pick up the sword and examine it. The god of hedonism tells you to throw that thing away and pick another weapon instead. Chang-seon continues to ignore the god of hedonism's words, inspecting the sword intently, when a detail on it catches his eye. Just then, a voice speaks up. "Who are you?" Chang-seon immediately turns his head to see a man with a dog emerging from the inner room. He's wearing a large pair of dark glasses that cover half his face, and his hands are gripping the leash tightly. A blind man, Chang-seon thinks to himself. Meanwhile, at Chang-seon's house, Mrs. Duha is warmly welcoming the guests who came to see her son. She brings out a plate of fruit and says, "Please, have some fruit." That simple gesture is enough to make all 4 guests marvel at her elegance. Even the difficult Miss, Yun, has to admit to herself that she truly is a star actress. While Yun is lost in thought, Jonggu starts to taunt her. Even if you're interested in them, not every association can afford the price of today's rookies. Every association has personally sent both their captain and vice captain just to recruit this guy. That's quite sincere, isn't it? A talented rookie deserves this kind of formal greeting. Yun replies politely, while feeling strange inside. They aren't the type to show up in person just to recruit a newbie. And what's more, all on the same day. Representing the White Tiger Guild, with combat power ranked among the strongest in South Korea, is the raid team captain, Se Jong-gun. He always wears a fake mustache because he believes that strong men always have mustaches. The 5-Star Sword Guild started as a branch of the mighty 5-Star Corporation and, in a short time, has risen to become one of the top guilds in the country. This is their HR director, Oh Young-gun. He's also the paternal uncle of one of this incident's survivors, Oh Hyben. Could this rookie be that promising, or even more? Chang-seon must be holding some kind of secret, but he's just one person. If he chooses to join one organization, the other 2 will definitely leave empty-handed. She begins to probe Jong-gun. "I heard you're very busy with work. So, are you here in a personal capacity?" His sharp tongue gets to work. I thought that if I didn't come myself, someone would surely be disrespectful to this family. And why does a little brat like you always get in the way of our business, Yin? She retorts without missing a beat. You people are the ones getting in the way. You stole our information, didn't you? And isn't that one over there abusing government authority? Are you planning to stick your nose into the government's business now? Seeing the two bickering back and forth with neither willing to back down, Mrs. Duha interrupts. So, you all came here to recruit my Chang-seon? Yes, that's right, Yin and Jong-gun reply in unison. After that, Yin, Jong-gun, and Yong-gun all began to talk endlessly, promoting their associations and guilds. Chang-seon's mother remains silent for a moment, then says gently, "Yes, I understand. But the decision rests with my youngest son, so I will not comment any further. I just want to ask everyone here one thing. You all said that my Chang-seon was in a dungeon for the past few days. Could you tell me in more detail everything that my boy accomplished?" Returning to our main character, after Chang-seon explains his purpose for coming to the blind young man, Yu-why, he just asks coldly, "So you want to forge a weapon?" Chang-seon nods. "That's right." Yu-why lets out a laugh. "You must be kidding. Take a look at me. What more is there to say?" The system immediately relays a message. The god of hedonism nods in agreement with the blind man's words. The god of hedonism also doesn't believe that the weapons here were forged by that blind man. The world serpent god flares up, telling the goddess to just sit still and watch. "If you only came here to laugh in my face, then that's enough. This forge has been closed for a long time. Let's go, Winston," Ui says, then prepares to leave with his dog, but Chang-seon's next words make him freeze. Even if that's true, the fire in the forge is still burning brightly, and the calluses on your hands have only recently shed their skin. "What do you know?" Ui shouts, somewhat agitated. "It seems you're short on cash, but at least don't starve your friend, your eyes." Chang-seon says this while looking at the skinny black dog, its legs trembling from hunger. Ui immediately falls silent because what he said is true. Knowing that he has softened, Chang-seon begins his persuasion. "For every part of the commitment you complete, I'll transfer you 10 million won. When everything is finished, I'll add a bonus of 50 million won depending on the quality of the goods. And if the goods are better than I expect, the bonus will be much higher. Check your account." Dubiously, Ui pulls out his phone to check. Sure enough, Chang-seon had transferred him 10 million won. "That's a deposit, not an advance payment. If it's not enough, just tell me," Chang-seon says generously. "More," Ui mutters. "Huh?" Chang-seon asks. 5 million more. I need to pay my overdue rent. For a rich kid like Chang-seon, money is a trivial matter. Just a few seconds later, another 5 million won appears in Ui's account. "So the thing you want me to do is..." "Young master," Chang-seon cuts Ui off. Chang-seon sits comfortably on a chair like a king and calmly explains, "You are the worker, and I am the employer. I'm paying you a salary, so you have to call me boss or young master." That makes sense. So, Ui doesn't object to Chang-seon's request. The money has been received. The two begin to discuss the job. So, the items the young master desires include a 5-meter-long whip, a collapsible spear, 5 large battle axes, and 5 small hand axes, 4 different types of swords, and 1 shield. Is that all? Ui seriously confirms the order. "Not yet. I also want a bow and arrow set, and in the near future, I'll be ordering a suit of armor too." As soon as Chang-seon finishes speaking, Ui's phone notifies him that another 100 million won has been added to his account. The sender is none other than Chang-seon. "I can't do it," Ui yells. Chang-seon just replies calmly, "This is for the materials. If you need anything, just contact me. And don't you dare say you can't do it. The contract termination fee is triple the original price." Damn it, that idiot. How did I get myself mixed up in this? He couldn't help but mutter a few words. Chang-seon started to feel a little annoyed. "I've heard those words so many times now. I'm getting sick of it. Why would you trust me? We've only just met for the first time." "That's true. This is our first time meeting. And you have a critical blind spot when it comes to blacksmiths. But there's no reason for an employee to refuse their boss's request, right? You make the goods. I pay. Let's just proceed like that." At this point, Chang-seon had to compromise. "All right, I'll do it. But I can't do everything in such a short amount of time. It's been a while since I've worked with steel, so at least give me some time to get the feel for it again. And the items you're requesting are all difficult pieces of equipment. It will take quite a lot of time to create such complex items. The biggest problem is that I need a special hammer to forge iron, but I don't have it with me right now." "A hammer? Did someone steal it from you?" Hearing this, Yai's whole body trembled. He gritted his teeth and spoke each word carefully. "That's right. He was my father's favorite disciple. After my father passed away, many guilds lured him with sweet promises, so he stole the hammer and ran off. Another traitor who betrayed his master." "Ah, so where is the guild that hired him?" Wai replied, "Zenith." Chang-seon asked with some curiosity. His reaction surprised Wai a little. "You've never even heard of them? That's the name of one of the 5 strongest guilds." Chang-seon slowly stood up, then made a shocking declaration. I'll get it back for you. Where are they anyway? We warned him in a panic. What are you talking about? It'll be dangerous for you to go there. Don't you know that? It's fine. All I need to do is take care of them cleanly, without leaving any trace. Hearing Chang-seon's reply, Wai fell silent, but his mind was screaming incessantly. That's it. That's exactly it. That's the reason I'm so drawn to him. I'm not sure why, but I truly believe this person. No, my master will definitely be able to do it. With that thought, Wai gave Chang-seon the address. There's a tomb on the side of Bacon Mountain, located in the Yongsan district of Seoul. Upon receiving the answer, Chang-seon took action that very night. He observed the situation from a distance. He recalled Yai's words there was only one reason for the Zenith Guild to hire the former disciple. No, to hire that bastard Jane Dewan. They're trying to open the tomb. That's the secret the Zenith Guild is hiding. They want to monopolize all the rights and resources after completing that dungeon. Jane Dewan is exploring it himself to open the final gate to the crypt, which is currently sealed by a lock. It's said to be a hidden clue, and the key is also very difficult to find. That's why they recruited that bastard. An ancient tomb? There might be some valuable artifacts hidden inside. Chang-seon thought to himself, then suddenly remembered he had promised his mom he'd be home for dinner. It's 8:40 now, right? He immediately pulled out his phone to text his mother. Mom, I'm going out to have dinner with a friend. I'll be home late. After sending the message, he conveniently searched for some information about the Zenith Guild. Drug trafficking, prostitution, human trafficking, kidnapping, assassination, they've done it all. Chang-seon felt a little indignant. There's not a single good thing about these guys. Wiping them all out is no different from taking out the trash for this society. The owl god senses the scent of justice on you through the twilight. A boon has been sent to you. You have received resolute will. Resolute will. Classification. Blessing. Protection. Effect. Resistance to mental damage. Willpower enhancement. Looks like she misunderstood something again, but if she's giving it to me, I'd find items like detection or clairvoyance more useful. Chang-seon wasn't too keen on this new skill, but he still politely tapped the thank you button. The god of hedonistic pleasure is intrigued by the upcoming battle. The god of the world serpent has high hopes for your performance this time. The break is over. It's time for him to get to work. The first thing he needed to do now was to hide his identity, so he chose to use the haha laughter mask. This is a defensive item with a rating of 50 to 70, an anonymity effect, and improved vision. In addition, Chang-seon equipped a dagger made from a Black Hawk's feather. He was determined not to let them have a peaceful death. No sooner said than done. Chang-seon used the dagger to launch ice arrows at the guards, freezing them instantly. Then he leaped forward and, with a single slash, caused several of them to explode. Realizing that such a death was too lenient for the crimes they had committed, Chang-seon decided to use a more special method to take care of the remaining ones. He cut his hand, then smeared his own blood on the frozen men. You have activated the blood toxin skill. You have infused blood toxin into the ice poison. The blood toxin is gradually spreading throughout the ice. The ice poison effect of the Black Hawk feather dagger is reinforced by your blood toxin. The poison slowly corroded the guards' bodies, making them feel an excruciating, soul-tearing pain. Many couldn't bear it and wanted to end their own lives. But they were agonizingly restrained by the ice poison, so they could only lie there helplessly, tormented by the poison. Blood toxin was a skill Chang-seon had acquired while mastering 100 Poison's immunity. He never thought he would use it so soon. It's not just ice poison. I mixed in my blood toxin too. You guys can take your time and enjoy it. Don't even think about purifying it. Just stay there and enjoy a painful death. With that said, Chang-seon turned and walked deeper into the tomb, and the system immediately relayed messages from the gods. The god of hedonistic pleasure cheers with joy at your cruelty. The god of the world serpent is surprised by your methods and is intrigued by what will happen next. As soon as he stepped into the tomb, the system announced, You have entered the dungeon, Tomb of Besla. The effect of the haha laughter mask is improving your vision. The pitch-black space suddenly lit up before Chang-seon's eyes. So this is why Y brought this thing. He said they set up a forge right in front of the boss room to make the key as quickly as possible. In that case, I should probably help myself to some artifacts from the boss room. Based on Chang-seon's decision, the system announced, Dungeon exploration commencing. Theme, tomb raiding. Annihilate the guards protecting the tomb of Besla. Discover the treasure within the crypt and escape from this place. Escape with the treasure located at the resting place of this tomb's master. Each area of the tomb has a different mechanism to protect it from deceitful thieves. Therefore, please be careful. The god of hedonistic pleasure is very interested in what you will do next. As Chang-seon was about to take another step, he suddenly stopped and looked behind him warily. Show yourself. Silence was the only reply. The god of snowy pleasures said that there was no one there. They asked, Why are you doing this? Chang-seon ignored the god's question and continued speaking to that person. You have no intention of facing me, do you? If so, I won't go easy on you. I'll give the rights to my file to another manager. As Chang-seon turned to leave, that person finally began to speak. Oh my. Herod peeked his head out, staring at Chang-seon with a sinister face. You're more short-tempered than any player I've ever met, even though you could have just ignored this and moved on. The moment he stepped out, his attitude changed completely. He spoke shyly to Chang-seon. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the manager of Herod's dungeon. The god of snowy pleasures was shocked and asked how Herod had appeared out of nowhere. As a system manager, Herod could read Chang-seon's system. He said, looking displeased, That's a bit much, you know. The other gods already knew I was here. The god of snowy pleasures flew into a rage and said Herod's words were nonsense. Herod smiled and replied, My lord, I wouldn't dare lie. The god of snowy pleasures' eyes widened, looking at the other gods in surprise. The god of the worldly serpent shook her head vigorously, as if to say what a foolish god she was. The demon god who escaped from hell was staring intently at manager Herod. The owl god that pierces the twilight gave a wry smile toward the god of snowy pleasures. The god of snowy pleasures' jaw dropped, saying this couldn't be happening. The god of snowy pleasures complimented manager Herod on his skill in hiding from a god's gaze. Herod replied humbly, My lord, I haven't reached that level yet. Let's skip the nonsense. You're following me to write a report, aren't you? Chang-seon's question startled Herod. You even know about the reports? The tutorial is over, after all. Chang-seon's matter-of-fact attitude surprised Herod even more. A report was a manuscript written about a rookie who had caught the attention of many gods. This manuscript was written by the management department, so how could a newcomer like him know about it? Pop! A computer desk appeared, and Herod's clothes changed into a comfortable tracksuit. He began to scribble notes. Looks like he knows a lot more than other rookies. No, maybe even more than me. I should add this to the report, too. Thinking this, he looked up at Chang-seon. Then his little head began to calculate. Lee Chang-seon was currently a standout rookie, receiving a great deal of praise from the celestial realm. Many gods were waiting to read the manuscript about him. And not just the gods, but the management department as well. I planned to follow him in secret, but I got caught. What's more, Lee Chang-seon even knows about the reports. I've already written half of the report. If he gives the file rights to another manager, what am I supposed to do? The others won't let this slide, will they? Asterisk hic asterisk. As if reading his mind, Chang-seon said, You can keep the file rights. Herod's eyes lit up as he replied, Really? Thank you. In exchange, I need a favor from you. What is it? I can do anything, as long as it's within my authority. I'll tell you later. Herod was a bit wary. He had a bad feeling about this. Chang-seon reassured him. It won't be difficult for you. I'll tell you after we leave this dungeon. Hearing this, Herod relented. It seems I have no other choice, do I? Fine. However, as I said, I cannot agree to requests that exceed my authority. I've got him. Chang-seon now wore a victorious smile. You don't need to worry so much. We'll make a contract. Zap! Instantly, a small bolt of lightning appeared between the two, followed by a system announcement. Player Lee Chang-seon and dungeon manager Herod have just made a mana vow. Herod broke out in a cold sweat. He even knows about the mana vow? What kind of rookie is this? He's more like a final boss. Lost in thought, Herod didn't notice his surroundings. It wasn't until Chang-seon had walked some distance away that he realized and immediately scrambled to follow. The god of the worldly serpent was pleased to see a human even more cunning than themselves. Chang-seon paid no mind to those empty words and continued to stride forward. After walking a short distance, he saw a forge with a blazing fire. It seemed to be the place where the key was made. At the same time, Lee Jia-sang, sub-leader of the Cheonmu Guild, was angrily cursing out his subordinates. Looking at the failures you've produced, I'm starting to wonder if I hired the wrong people. At this rate, we won't meet the deadline. When that time comes, our heads won't be on our necks anymore. Drag that bastard Jin Dewan here for me. Just a few minutes later, Jin Dewan, the disciple who stole the hammer belonging to Yu's late father, was dragged before the old man Jia-sang. Please, spare my life, Jin Dewan begged in fear. The old man Jia-sang said, I hear you failed again, huh? Jia-sang looked down at Jin Dewan from above and said coldly, Team leader, please spare my life. If you give me just a little more blood, I can. Before Jin Dewan could finish his sentence, he was kicked squarely in the face. Give you more what? You needed men, I gave you men. You needed power, I gave you power. You needed sacrifices, I gave them. I even brought you a torch myself, and yet all you've brought me is failure. Do you think there's any reason for me to keep your worthless life? You know, I lose my patience easily. Jin Dewan prostrated himself on the ground, mumbling an excuse. The torch you brought wasn't from the god's forge, it was just a low-quality item. So it's my fault? Jin Dewan hastily corrected himself. That's not what I meant. I just need more blood this time. Please give me one more chance. Jia-sang turned away in annoyance, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted this fool from the start, but I'm in too deep now. I have no choice but to trust him. More blood, right? Yes, I've deciphered 2/3 of the lock mechanism, but then I ran out of blood fuel. So please, I'm begging you, give me more blood. Fine, I'll trust you one last time, but if you fail this time, neither you nor your family will be left in one piece. Understand? Thank you, my lord. Done with Diwan, Jia Sang turned and yelled at his subordinates. Have the goods arrived yet? I need to go inspect the new shipment. Just then, his system announced a notification. New data has been added. The ranking system has been updated. Dungeon rankings. First place, Dong Ayugujin, 150,000 points. Second place, Gong, 145,495 points. Third place, Lee Jiasang, 109,500 points. 57th place, Lee Chang-seon, new. What the hell? The sudden appearance of a stranger's name left him a little confused. Back to Chang-seon's group. While Chang-seon was busy exploring the dungeon, Herod was also diligently writing his report. Player Lee Chang-seon has a very unique fighting style. Many gods and constellations have shown interest and frequently watch his battles. Those refined combat techniques were clearly demonstrated during this dungeon exploration. As Herod wrote this, another stage of the dungeon was conquered by Chang-seon, so he scrambled to follow him to continue writing the report. He cleared 2/3 of the dungeon in less than 30 minutes. Not only can he slice through a spiked ball with a simple sword, but he can also dismantle any trap on his first pass. He can memorize the location of every trap as well as how to trigger them. As I recall, no one has been able to complete Dungeon KR921 for over 4 years. He might just be the first person to ever complete this dungeon. Based on my years of experience as a manager, Lee Chang-seon is a genius in terms of physique, technique, and intuition. From what I can surmise, the battle between the gods and constellations to claim him will only grow fiercer in the near future. Perhaps even the 12 zodiacs and the legendary 28 mansions will take notice of this rookie. The appearance of player Lee Chang-seon reminds me of someone who once appeared in the past. Perhaps some gods will feel uneasy when this name is mentioned. The twilight of the gods. You who once mocked countless gods and constellations in the heavens. You who once shone brightly like a star and then faded because of your own arrogance. Chang-seon continued to pass through the axe traps with ease. Unlike previous times, after passing the traps, Chang-seon smelled the thick stench of blood spreading through the air. Even the gods could sense it. The god of pleasure says that the air around here is filled with a foul smell. The owl god, piercing the dusk, warns that he has detected malevolent energy. And indeed, after walking a bit further, Chang-seon saw a room filled with corpses piled on top of each other, fresh blood staining the entire floor. For someone who cherishes justice like the owl god piercing the dusk, this was unacceptable. The system immediately relayed her message. The owl god piercing the dusk is enraged by the horrific sight before you. The owl god piercing the dusk demands that you carry out justice in this place immediately. I heard they were making a key to open the boss room gate. Are they planning to use sacrifices to open it? While Chang-seon was still speculating, a loud shout came from the passage ahead. Move it! You're all too damn slow! 2 members of the Apex Heaven Guild were leading a group of tied-up people to Old Man Jia Sang, as he had ordered. The captain is going to lose his mind. Should we kill 1 or 2 of them? That would make them move faster. Hearing them speak, some of the captives started to cry. Some begged for their lives in fear. The man with the face tattoo quickly stopped his comrade. Forget it. We don't have any extras for you to waste. Kill one, and you might have to pay for it with your own life. You and your damn foul mouth, the man in blue replied, annoyed. But as he finished speaking, all of his comrades were sent to the afterlife by Chang-seon's poison ice arrows. The man in blue immediately drew his weapon, but before he could do anything, Chang-seon stabbed him in the chest in a flash. He cried out in pain, then asked in astonishment, "Who the hell are you? How dare you attack the Apex Heaven Guild's territory?" At that point, he suddenly fell silent, because he saw Chang-seon's eyes that were completely devoid of any humanity. He began to feel terrified, tears welling up in his eyes as he spoke softly. "Hey, buddy," Chang-seon said coldly. "You don't want to die, do you? Tell me everything you know. How many of your men are here? What are their strengths? What are they planning? Spill everything you know, now. Yes." After getting his answer, Chang-seon immediately pulled out his sword and released him. The man in blue tried to endure the pain and obediently confessed everything he knew. 30 of them are stationed here, and among them, Jia Sang is the one I need to be especially careful of. That's what Chang-seon gathered from his story. I've told you everything. So, the man in blue said, trembling, looking at Chang-seon with hopeful eyes, but what he got in return was a chillingly indifferent reply. Humph, so what? I only asked if you wanted to live. I never said I would let you live. Hearing this, the man in blue turned to flee in terror, but of course, his fate was still death at Chang-seon's hands. Level up. The world serpent god is amused by your wordplay. The demonic god escaped from hell nods, sensing the malevolent energy. But death is not the end. Chang-seon activated his soul compulsion authority to absorb his soul and those of his comrades. The souls of fallen enemies will be captured and incinerated by the flames of hell based on their sins. At the same time, this also helps Chang-seon recover and purify his body. Once that was done, he continued to explore the dungeon. Seeing the dark aura emanating from Chang-seon, the captured people were too scared to even breathe loudly. Only after he left did they dare to speak. Was that a demon? So the boss wants us to find that Lee Chang-seon guy? Lee Chang-seon. I think I've heard that name before. Oh, that guy's a pro gamer. See, I told you I've heard that name. I think it's probably just some guy with the same name. Haha. The three Apex Heaven Guild members were chatting away, completely unaware that Chang-seon was following them from behind. In just a few moments, he wiped them out. The strange noise caught Jia Sang's attention, and he suddenly felt a sense of unease. Why hasn't anyone returned yet? At that very moment, the system continuously announced changes in the rankings. Chang-seon's rank shot up from 57th to 11th, then 6th, and finally climbed all the way to 2nd place. Damn it, what the hell are they doing? Could he have taken out everyone in here? While old man Jia Sang was in a state of confusion, a figure appeared. It was the vice captain. Save me, the vice captain said. Then he shuffled towards Jia Sang like a zombie. Hey, get back to your post. The vice captain continued to shuffle closer. When he was just one step away from the old man, he suddenly said, "A demon. A demon has come here." Looking at the vice captain's face and his nonsensical words, Jia Sang felt something was wrong, but it was too late. The vice captain suddenly exploded, catching the old man completely off guard. "You have been afflicted with the burn effect. You have been afflicted with a necrotic toxin. You have been afflicted with a corrosive toxin. Warning. Your vitality is rapidly decreasing. Detoxify immediately. You are on the verge of death." Jia Sang endured the pain and pulled a potion from his inventory. At that moment, another loud explosion echoed from the distance. Chang-seon charged towards the old man with a dagger, and the system displayed a message accordingly. The Grim Reaper is drawing very near. It seemed as though Chang-seon's dagger would hit its mark, but it didn't. Old man Jia Sang quickly blocked the boy's attack with his sword, then launched into a frantic counterattack. Despite losing his sight to the poison blood, he could still follow my movements by sense alone. This guy is pretty formidable, Chang-seon thought to himself, sizing up the old man's strength as he dodged Jia Sang's attacks. Although he fought with all his might, the effects of the poison meant Jia Sang couldn't hold out for more than a few minutes. He used his sword to prop himself up, keeping his body from collapsing, while his other hand clutched his splitting headache. Warning, your stamina is being consumed too quickly. You must detoxify yourself. Red alerts flashed continuously across Jia Sang's system. The old man muttered ceaselessly, "I need to detoxify." The antidote potion. His power stats seem to be much higher than his level suggests. Could it be that he has something that supports his skills? Even stranger, for him to brazenly sacrifice human lives in a country with such a high security level, there must be an inside story. I only came here because of Yu's request, but now there's a hidden secret that's making this trip interesting, Chang-seon thought to himself. Suddenly, he remembered the people who were almost sacrificed earlier. By now, they should have already escaped the central chamber. A good amount of time has passed, so the sacrifice incident should be considered resolved. Before leaving, Chang-seon had instructed them to run in that direction, pass through the 2 doors on the left, reach the side corridor, and the 3rd door would open automatically. Close that door and hide there. No matter what sounds you hear, do not open the door. Do that, and you'll all survive. He had explained it so thoroughly, they must have managed to hide in there by now. Indeed, thanks to Chang-seon, they had reached a safe shelter. With no more worries, Chang-seon returned his focus to the battle. He put 30 stat points into strength and 30 into agility, then threw a potion to old man Jia Sang. "Is this the potion you're looking for? Take it." Like a drowning man grasping at a straw, Jia Sang immediately snatched up the potion and opened it, but the vial was empty. As the old man was distracted, Chang-seon slipped behind him and uttered a sarcastic remark. "You idiot! Did you really believe what I said?" Needless to say, Jia Sang was furious. He swung his sword, intending to slash Chang-seon, but the boy dodged it and launched a counterattack. Chang-seon continued his relentless assault, forcing his opponent to retreat further and further. The god of festive pleasures was greatly enjoying this one-sided battle. The god of the worldly serpent is enjoying the battle and thinks your stratagem is absolutely brilliant. The intermediate swordsmanship skill has reached its level limit. You must unlock the advanced technique. The advanced swordsmanship skill has been unlocked. That's enough playing cat and mouse. Chang-seon unleashed a technique that shattered the weapon in Jia Sang's hand, then followed up with a fatal blow to finish him off. In his dying moments, the old man forced out his words, asking Chang-seon, "Why did you want to kill me?" That's a strange question. A man like you, who treats human lives like dirt, should have been prepared to one day meet someone with the exact same mindset. The moment he received his answer was the moment he died. Chang-seon activated forced soul absorption, and his system immediately announced it. The Hellfire has been activated. You have successfully collected the soul remnant of the player Jia Sang. Your vitality has been restored by 6%. The god of the owl piercing the twilight admires your compassionate heart. Chang-seon sighed to himself. Compassionate? This is getting more and more ridiculous, isn't it? The god of the owl, piercing the twilight, has bestowed upon you a special favor. Special favor. Manipulate with a stable mind. Manipulate with a stable mind. Even when thrown into a chaotic situation, the possessor of this favor can maintain their composure and wisdom. Blessing classification. Grace. Effects. Physical damage resistance. Maintain composure. Chang-seon found it a bit confusing. A strong will, he could understand, but manipulate with a stable mind? Do they think I'm some kind of monk? He suddenly found it hilarious. A cruel and ruthless person like me, someone known as an evil god, receives this kind of favor? They say Minerva is a wise god of war, but in reality, she's far more careless than I thought. The god of festive pleasures is displeased with the two favors that the god of the owl piercing the twilight has just bestowed upon you. The god of festive pleasures is rummaging through their treasury in search of some favors to grant you. Chang-seon felt a bit annoyed. He felt like he was the target of two bickering old ladies. He paid them no mind. He continued his journey to conquer the dungeon. The dungeon rankings have been updated. First place, Chang-seon. Second place, Dong Yugin, 150,000 points. Before Chang-seon was a giant door. The system immediately announced, "You have reached the boss room." The boss room is currently sealed shut. The key is somewhere else. Find the key to activate the unlocking mechanism. Before Chang-seon was a giant door. He approached to investigate, then pulled out a spear made from the ribs of a fire goat and hurled it straight at Jin Dewan, who was hiding behind a stone statue, killing him instantly. "Where do you think you're going?" Chang-seon said coldly, then slowly walked over to take the hammer from the man's hands. The system immediately analyzed the information. Hammer of an unidentifiable hammer. It seems to be made from a meteorite. It has been used for a long time. Hammer classification. Effects unknown. You cannot use this equipment because you are not its owner. A meteorite? Chang-seon muttered, then paid the hammer no more mind, because right now, he had something more important to do. Opening the gate that no one had been able to open for years, which was right in front of him. I could easily make the key for this room, but why should I waste time going back when I have a perfectly good tool right here? With that thought, Chang-seon immediately summoned Herod, much to his confusion. "Why did you call me at a time like this? Remember our contract? Open this door for me." Now, Herod immediately tried to back out. "You must be new, so you might not know this, but interfering with a dungeon is against the regulations for managers. Cut the crap. You can bend those rules depending on the specific situation." "What can I say? You're not wrong. But if you don't want to, that's fine. I guess I should probably just revoke the copyright on those documents." Yes, I'll do it right away," Herod replied politely, then quickly proceeded to open the dungeon door. Losing the copyright to those documents would be a huge loss. The god of festive pleasures says that seeing the helpless look on that guy's face is very satisfying. The god of the worldly serpent greatly admires your cleverness. I'm definitely going to get punished for this. I hope it's just a small pay cut, Herod muttered, then opened the dungeon door for Chang-seon. The sealed stone door has been opened by the manager's authority. As the door creaked open, Herod's curious gaze instantly shifted to one of excitement. It quickly notified Chang-seon, "I've opened it for you. Hurry up and get in." Chang-seon could tell from the look on his face, part insidious, part condescending, that something was definitely wrong inside, but he trusted he could handle it, so he stepped through without a word. Sure enough, the moment he stepped inside and faced the boss, his system's warnings went off non-stop. "You have been affected by a curse. The dungeon master wants to take over your body. Resist until the end and destroy the golden coffin above. If you cannot resist the curse, your body may be stolen. Therefore, be careful. You are beginning to fall into a state of hypnosis." Initiating mind-cleansing process. Along with the system's warning came the boss's furious voice. "Submit to me. Worship me. How dare you disturb the king's slumber? Bow down, you lowly creature." Hearing the boss's roar from outside, Harold laughed with delight. He never thought it would be this easy. The boss room mission is extremely simple. Just protect your mind from the control of the tomb's master, a being that's nothing more than a soul. However, from what I saw earlier, the master of this tomb is the lingering soul of the giant, Besla. Can a mere mortal withstand the pressure from such an entity? "You dare to mock me, mortal? Drop dead, you piece of trash, rookie." Harold, certain that Chang-seon was subdued, turned to leave when the system's notifications began to ring out. "Indomitable spirit has been activated. Your mind will be protected from external intrusion. Resistance to mind manipulation has been activated. Mental protection has been fortified. Dungeon mission completed. Final ranking is being calculated. Rank 1. Lee Chang-seon, 175,550 points. Rewards will be distributed based on the final results. Rewards will be distributed based on rank. The dungeon is about to close. Countdown begins in 5 seconds. It was only then that Harold realized he had forgotten one thing. His class was Master of Ancient Languages. His plan to harm Chang-seon had failed. After escaping the dungeon, Chang-seon immediately went to Y and gave him the hammer. Yai's face went blank. It took him a moment to believe that the thing in his hands was indeed the hammer his father had left behind. "Hey, you! This thing," he stammered, unsure of what to say. "Master," Chang-seon corrected him, then continued speaking while munching on a bag of fish cakes. "I've brought back what you requested. Can we get down to business now?" Y hurriedly replied, "Yes, master. However, as I said, 1 month won't be enough. I need to get the feel of using a hammer again. It's been a long time since I last swung one, not to mention I have to clean and dust off the whole forge." Chang-seon said just 2 words, 1 week. "Huh? The whip alone would take 2 weeks. Then I'll give you 1 month to get your feel back and make 1 whip and 1 spear. I'll pay triple for those requests." Chang-seon casually picked up the rusty sword he had eyed when he first entered the shop and continued. "At the same time, I'll be taking this as proof of your agreement. See you in a month. Deal? This is still on the sales rack, right? Then I'll take it." "You can't! My father said it's been passed down through generations. I'm not allowed to sell it." The moment Y finished speaking, his phone notified him of a new 1,000,001 deposit from Lee Chang-seon. That payment includes the restoration cost for the hammer, too. "That should be enough, I suppose. You're just keeping this for display anyway, so it doesn't really matter, right?" Chang-seon said, then proceeded to walk out with the sword. Y couldn't help but curse under his breath, then muttered, "But if it's a deal with that bastard." With that thought, he called his pet dog's name. It immediately came closer, happily wagging its tail, then led him to the forge, which was still glowing hot. Y held the hammer in his hand, threw off his shirt to reveal his 6-pack abs and a very masculine sun-kissed complexion, and said cheerfully, "Whatever. The past is the past, and who knows what the future holds. But for now, I should probably get warmed up." While Y was toiling away at the forge, Chang-seon was leisurely taking a stroll. He recalled his conversation with Thanatos about UI. UI is also in Seoul. You should try looking for him. UI. All I know is that the name disappeared after he created a divine artifact for the Capricorn constellation. Was that god once immortal? Even so, he was too old for that. So, UI is a title for one person, a title that has been passed down to his successor. Capricorn didn't know this and ended the life of the previous UI. He doesn't know that UI's successor is still alive. The problem is that many of UI's secret skills were lost due to a defect in his eyes, and the financial burden of supporting his family has significantly reduced the value of his items. However, because he is the successor to the title of UI, weapons forged by his hands are still considered high grade. Thanatos finally gave me some useful advice. He predicted that one day, UI's talent would blossom thanks to me. Shouldn't he have said it's times because times of me? The weapon issue was settled. Chang-seon hailed a taxi to go home. Only now did he have time to examine the item he got from the dungeon, Peter's key. Why was the final treasure in that tomb this key? Why was it in Bezla's tomb? Well, whatever. I need to get home soon. It's so late. Mom must be worried. While Chang-seon was relaxed, things were a chaotic mess elsewhere. Go Seung, the raid department head of the Chanma Guild, angrily asked his subordinate, "What about the guy who completed the dungeon? Have you found him yet?" One of them hesitated and replied, "And not yet, sir." The answer made Seung even more furious, and he roared, "Are you good for anything besides eating and wasting resources? Find him for me now. Dead or alive, you will find him. You must bring Peter's key back here, no matter what." He sounded tough on the outside, but inside, he was terrified. If the true masters of Mount Beacon, the White Tiger Guild, find out about this, we're all dead. That key can only be obtained through a life sacrifice. They secretly contracted us to retrieve it. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. Seung immediately ordered, "Get the car ready. Everyone, follow me to Mount Beacon." As they were leaving, he grumbled irritably, "The dungeon is closed. The key is stolen. This is the worst luck. Move your asses, you animals." If the White Tiger Guild found out and he couldn't handle the situation, his life would be over. Especially Seo Jong-gun. If that bastard found out, his entire family would be dragged into this. He couldn't let that happen. He had to find the key at all costs. But tragically for Seung, the news from the tomb had already reached Seo Jong-gun. As expected, he went berserk, unable to control his anger and unleashing his power right in front of Chang-seon's mother. Yoon and Yujin said in unison, "Hey, Seo Jong-gun? Hey, Captain Seo, what the hell is going on?" Jong-gun only then realized his mistake, so he reined in his anger and slowly withdrew his power. Jin-gun scolded him, "How dare you use the bloodthirsty mad tiger in a residential area?" Dong-gun remained silent, quietly turning to look at her. His handsome brows were furrowed, and his usually gentle eyes now held a certain sternness. Dong-gun seemed a bit embarrassed, made up an excuse, and asked to leave. "Are you all right, ma'am?" Yuju asked Chang-seon's mother with concern. After a moment of silence, she replied, "It's nothing. I'm fine. I've heard that the awakened are very different from ordinary people like us. It seems those rumors are true. So, is my son like that too? He might not seem friendly on the outside. You could even say he's cold, but I know he's a very sensitive boy. I just don't want Chang-seon to have to face such dangers and get covered in wounds, but I doubt he'll listen to my pleas. Please, I'd like you all to leave my house now." Yuju, Young, and Stay exchanged glances, then understood and left one by one. While waiting for the elevator, Young-gun broke the silence. "Things got a little tricky after that. SE Captain suddenly lost his temper, didn't they? I have no idea why he flew into such a rage. What do you two think? Agent Cha, Agent Jin?" Suddenly, Young-gun remembered his niece, the one with short hair. "Ah, no, I should call her Heben now. Before we came here, Heben wouldn't stop pestering me to bring Chang-seon back for her." Seeing how late it was, Young-gun made an offer to Yuju and Sweet. "If you two are planning on staying here for the night, I'll have an employee make coffee for you both." Stay replied cheerfully. "Well, in that case, I won't be polite. One iced black coffee, no sugar, please." He had barely finished his sentence when Yuju literally shut him up. She then politely declined the offer and led her partner away. Stay looked at Yuju, a little confused, but when he saw her expression, he immediately asked with concern, "What's with that serious look on your face?" Just then, his phone rang. A text message arrived with the content, "Code Red Alert, Baekun Mountain, Yunpyeong District, Seoul. Numerous victims discovered, held captive as sacrificial offerings. All victims have been escorted to the police station. A contingency plan is required for situations like this." "What is this?" Stay exclaimed in astonishment. "Hurry up, or I'll make you walk there." Yuju urged Stay to immediately get a move on for the mission. Just as they left, Chang-seon returned, but he didn't rush home. Instead, he stood in the park, studying the sword he had just acquired. The god of festive pleasures is questioning why you chose that rusty sword and not an item from his treasury. Chang-seon thought to himself, this was in a god's forge, so it definitely isn't some run-of-the-mill piece of equipment. If I'm right, this is the divine sword known as the Yuchang sword. With the evil dragon's fang and the Yuchang sword, no player will be able to oppose me. Chang-seon used the system to check the sword's information and got a result. Yuchang sword, one of the 9 swords forged by the master blacksmith Wu, a man known as the Divine Blacksmith. Classification: dagger, divine weapon. Combat power: immeasurable. Effects: unknown. You cannot use this divine weapon because you do not have ownership rights. You cannot view the detailed information of this divine weapon because you do not have ownership rights. The 9 swords of Awu were all weapons of ridiculously overwhelming power. When the Zhanlu sword appeared in Acadia, every kingdom there waged a great, bloody war just to obtain that treasure. From what Chang-seon remembered, at least 2 empires and 6 kingdoms had been completely annihilated. Why would a peerless, treasured sword like this become a heap of scrap metal in a forge? The previous owner of the Yuchang sword was an assassin, so this blade must have been bathed in a sea of blood for the last 1,000 years. They say it's a cursed sword. It can inflict horrifying, haunting pain upon its victims just before they die. But the rumors only went that far. Chang-seon didn't have any more information on it. The original O was called the Divine Blacksmith because he couldn't stand the smell of blood at all. Though, I don't know if it was the original O or one of his successors. But one of them was definitely trying to hide this sword's identity, erase its existence, and treat it like something to be tossed aside in that forge. The god of festive pleasures is sneering and grumbling about your choice of that piece of junk. The owl god who pierces the twilight looks at you with an expression of trust. Suddenly, Chang-seon cautiously glanced behind him. Perhaps collecting all 9 of Aoyu's swords when I have the chance would be a very good idea. And you over there, what business do you have with me? As he spoke, Chang-seon equipped the dagger, made from a fire tiger's fang, then threw it straight at the mysterious person. The cloaked figure managed to dodge it just in time. The man lamented, "Even when I'm in disguise, you still attack me out of the blue like this." Chang-seon paid him no mind and charged forward, his razor-sharp gaze fixed on his target as if vowing not to let him escape. Chang-seon's every sword movement was so masterful that the man had to marvel. What kind of rookie is this powerful? He continued with his sword skills, but they were ferocious and followed no rhythm. The man couldn't find any openings. It was almost like a swordsmanship style created purely for annihilation. The man was overwhelmed by Chang-seon's strength. He's like a first-generation player who's been through so many trials. I only started this to test his abilities, but at this point, I think I'm the one who should be ashamed. I'm about to get taught a lesson by my own nephew, but I want to fight him with everything I've got. No, to be more accurate, I have to fight him with my full strength. That's the only way I'll be able to stand against this rookie. Just as he was relishing the fight and unleashing a flurry of attacks, the man in black raised his hands in surrender. Chang-seon's face was tense. "What do you think you're doing?" The man stood there, hands clasped and sweating, thinking to himself, I must have lost my mind for a moment there. What was I thinking? He had no choice but to apologize to Chang-seon before things got any worse. "I'm sorry for starting a fight with you out of nowhere. I just wanted to test your abilities." Chang-seon began to lower his sword. The man continued, "I did it for fun, and I believe that's what led to this huge misunderstanding." "The saint of the hunting season screams to warn the reckless fool who provoked you," Chang-seon asked with a cold expression. "Who are you?" "The saint of the hunting season awaits the confrontation." Seeing Chang-seon ask so bluntly, the man looked puzzled and began to size him up. Speaking so informally, so young, yet so impudent. "I can't drag this out, or Chang-seon will wipe the floor with me." He pulled out a business card and tossed it to Chang-seon. It read, 5-star swordsman, HR director, Gu Jagun. Gu Jagun smiled brightly and began to state the main reason he had come. "The truth is, the reason I came to find you was to recruit you for my guild." Chang-seon glanced over and thought to himself, "The god they worship is the nameless great god, isn't it? His real name is the King of Misfortune. He is commonly known as the God of Wealth, who protects assets and storehouses." You immediately replied that you didn't really want to go there. Then he asked him why he knew to seek him out. Gwanggun replied, "You probably have no idea how famous you are. It's very likely that besides us, many other guilds in this country have their eyes on you." Lee Chang-seon. Chang-seon's face darkened, thinking that they had taken the bait much faster than he'd expected. It seemed they simply couldn't resist him, even though he'd claimed to be just an ordinary player. Gwanggun expressed, "To be honest, I'd like to talk more with you, Chang-seon, but since I've already made a big mistake today, I'll ask for another time. When both of our tempers have cooled down, okay?" The god of the hunt argued about him letting an enemy who had provoked him just walk away like that. The god of the hunt bellowed, saying that someone worthy of being his disciple should never lose. After speaking, Gwanggun simply left, telling him to feel free to contact him via his business card. The gods began to clamor loudly, each with their own opinion. The serpent that encircles the world scolded her, telling her if she wanted to fight so badly, she should go find someone else to fight. The god of the hunt became furious and said, "How about I fight you then?" The serpent that encircles the world laughed nonchalantly and said, "You can come at me any time." The god of the hunt roared that she would make snake stew out of him. Chang-seon ignored the gods who were about to tear each other apart. He was trying to remember, because Gwanggun seemed very familiar. "Haven't I met him before I came to Acadia?" Suddenly, the young man's face twisted. "Wait, if someone like that dropped by here, could they have gone to my house too? Damn it, she must be so worried about me." Gwanggun had just left, but his arm was bleeding nonstop. His face was pale. It seemed the wound from his fight with Chang-seon was quite deep. Chang-seon returned home, and as soon as he arrived, the young man stammered. His mother acted normally and asked, "You're just getting here? You haven't eaten, have you? Go wash your hands first and then sit down. Looking at your face, it seems like something's wrong." Seeing his mother waiting, he also indicated that he had something to tell her. Sunlight shone down on a battlefield filled with smoke and fire. "Oh, so young. Yet your face is already so full of menace." "What? Who is this old geezer? If you don't want to die, get lost." "Ho ho ho, a child with a spirit full of destruction. What are you rambling about? If you're going to keep spouting that nonsense, scram." The man smirked and declared, "It can't be stopped." "Well then, I'll just beat you up first, and we can talk later." An alarm clock rang, waking Chang-seon up. The phone notification read, "Today you have an appointment at 3 p.m. for an interview with the White Tiger Guild." As of now, 1 month has passed since the White Tiger Guild posted their recruitment notice. Chang-seon still hadn't shaken off the dream and didn't understand why he'd had it. Looks like it's really time to fight. This crowded area was the interview site for the White Tiger Guild. One by one, people were lifting weights, training their endurance in preparation for the interview. This bald-headed man will be the one in charge of the mana capacity measuring device. "Everyone, please place your hand on the mana capacity measuring device." Chang-seon gently placed his hand on the machine, but it exploded and announced, "Measurement impossible." The alarm signals blared continuously. The young man was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. As the device continued to announce measurement impossible, they told each other to bring out a higher-grade measuring device. Everyone started to focus their attention on Chang-seon. Among them was a white-haired person with bandages wrapped all over their face. The person in charge of the device requested again. "Number 1031, Lee Chang-seon. Please place your hand on the device to try again." After hearing the name Lee Chang-seon, some people felt it was familiar. At that moment, their jaws dropped in surprise and they shouted, "It's the tyrant old man!" Chang-seon squeezed his eyes shut in helpless frustration, thinking to himself, "I specifically wore a hoodie because I knew this would happen." The murmuring and gossip grew louder and louder. "The tyrant, Lee Chang-seon? I heard he became a drunk and was forced to retire after his team was disbanded. Rumor has it he ended up a complete failure. Look how pale his face is. Looks like he's a game addict, huh? What's the point of acting so arrogant? In the end, he's just a man like the rest of us." The young girl in front found it grating and had to insult the two guys, saying they looked like dried squid. They stood there thinking, but he locked himself in his room and played games all day. So why is he here now? Hasn't he been retired for long? What's he doing here? The final power measurement result finally appeared. Level 25, SSS plus rank. It was beyond surprising. Everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. What? 25? And that mana rank? The person in charge of the device panicked, not knowing how to handle this case. Damn it, we can't handle this. Report to the manager. No, wait, report to the department head. Hurry up. At the office of Raid Team 2, the blonde-haired man was listening to a news update. The Summit Guild scandals, which were hidden until now, have finally been brought to light. Prosecutors, in cooperation with the association, have arrested and begun searching for the leaders of the Summit Guild. There have been 21 people sacrificed over the past 7 years. What caused such a terrible tragedy? Chea-un of the Iron Witch Guild has announced legal action against Summit. White Tiger has also begun an all-out battle against Summit. The investigations conducted by White Tiger regarding Summit's crimes have also been made public. There are also those who wish to express their gratitude to the hero with the fake smile. However, at present, there are still no clues about that mysterious hero. This blonde-haired man was determined. The one called the Smiling Hero had stolen Peter's key, and he absolutely had to find him. Just then, the person in charge of the measuring device rushed in to report. Department head, a super rookie has appeared. He still had his legs crossed. What's with all the panic? Both the chairman and Director Kim are on their way to Area C. The department head looked very surprised. Why? Lee Chang-seon, do you remember him? He's the rookie you were waiting for a month ago, along with Black Sword and Iron Witch. At this, the blonde-haired man was startled. Ah, the guy from the Jamsil Gate? I wanted to pull him over to our side back then, but I didn't have time because of the trouble with those Summit bastards, right? But what about him? Replied the person in charge of the measuring equipment. It seems he's here to apply for our competition. Another shock made him gasp in astonishment. What? What were the results? He topped every category, and what's more, his mana level is SSS+++. We can't hesitate any longer. The department head shot to his feet. Let's go. I have to meet him before the others get their hands on him. This is the arena for Group C. Information about Chang-seon has caused an uproar all over social media. There's even an article titled The Return of the Tyrant, Lee Chang-seon. Recently, retired pro-gamer Lee Chang-seon appeared at the member selection for the White Tiger Guild. As if laughing at the malicious rumors surrounding him, he made a spectacular appearance at the White Tiger Guild selection. The moment Chang-seon stepped out, everyone looked at him with admiration. A rising star, the first person in Korea to achieve SSS rank in the last 15 years. Is that the Tyrant? That's right. It's him, 100%. Do you think there's anyone else like him in the world? Damn it, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and now he's an SSS rank awakened too. Besides the admirers, there were also those who were jealous and bitterly hated Chang-seon. That lucky bastard. Why the hell did he have to register today? We're definitely going to be compared to him now. Fucking hell. This is my 5th time participating. If I fail again, I'll be kicked out of my house. The god of the hunt is immensely proud of himself for seeing you receive so much attention. Truly worthy of being the one he has chosen. Chang-seon stared intently at the stands. The tiger god, bogged down by hardship, observes you and shows surprise. Chang-seon seemed to have noticed something. He gritted his teeth and focused 100%. There it is. The world serpent guesses that person has some intention toward you. The person in charge announced the test was about to begin. The content is monster hunting. From red ogres to two-headed ogres, we will summon any type of monster you are willing to face. Chang-seon asked nonchalantly. Is that all the monsters you guys have? Seeing his disappointment, the person in charge continued to explain. Currently, the strongest monster we have is a Zet. But before he could finish his sentence, Chang-seon told them to summon that monster for him. Everyone in the hall seemed to be struck speechless. This was unprecedented. Their strongest monster began to appear in the magic circle with glaring red eyes, locking its target on Chang-seon. The tiger god, bogged down by hardship, wants to evaluate your skills. Looking at the monster, so dangerous that everyone flinched, they feared Chang-seon wouldn't last long. The image of a tiger's face and a yellow light began to radiate. It was a transfer of will from the tiger god. The tiger god, bogged down by hardship, looks at you with doubt as you stand still. The tiger god, bogged down by hardship, believes you will die. Chang-seon stood there, brooding and silent, his mind replaying the scene of a brutal confrontation between two foes. The old man, with half his face covered and a savage smile, provoked Chang-seon more than ever. You bastard, you dare laugh at me? Fine, I'll give you what you want. Bring it on! Humph! His anger reached its peak, and he was ready to face the monster. It let out a roar, its breath like a whirlwind that could blow away everything around it. Chang-seon stood there majestically, focusing 100%. He took out his weapon and tossed it into the air. This is a special weapon, custom ordered and prepared by the blind blacksmith. You're finally here. You look tired. And whose fault do you think that is? Haha, I won't say any more. You can see the quality for yourself. The The god of the hunt's eyes widen in surprise. The world serpent admits they have just seen a perfect item. What Chang-seon is holding is the nameless dual pole spear, a long spear with an attack power ranging from 150 to 200. Effects: piercing spearhead, continuous damage, sweep of great blessing, a masterpiece that is a bound item. If given to another person, its effects may disappear. Its creator did not name the item. Please name the item. After testing a few basic moves, Chang-seon was very satisfied. You have demonstrated excellent spearmanship. You understand the basic techniques of piercing, cutting, stabbing, and blocking. The god of the hunt's eyes widen in surprise as he watches your superb spearmanship. The god of the hunt is surprised that the blind man could craft an item of this level. The skill rookie spearmanship has been acquired. Now, with just one strike, this weapon could severely injure the Zet. The spectators were agape in amazement. It began to roar in pain. No one could understand what the hell was going on, or since when Lee Chang-seon could do this. The captain of the White Tiger Guild's first punishment squad, Park Sang-ho, had come to watch the match and seemed very impressed. Captain Park said, "That's right. His agility doesn't match that level at all. His accuracy is also incredible. He could be extremely successful even if he were just using a bow and arrow. That kid, I must have him, no matter what it takes." Chang-seon continued to activate his power. Everyone was curious about what it would be this time. Something that wasn't a spear. A sharp blade pierced the Zet's body, sending blood flying everywhere. He didn't stop there. Chang-seon continued to demonstrate more skills. A wire was drawn out and finished the job. More blood gushed out. Just a wire and a spear were enough for this spectacular performance. Chang-seon leaped high, delivered a final blow that pierced its body, and the monster collapsed. The wide, admiring eyes of the onlookers remained fixed. No way. What's with all those weapons? No one could believe that a level 25 Chang-seon could have that kind of speed. All the effects were yellow. There were no other effects. They were all critical hits. To them, Chang-seon no longer looked human. He stood alone and proud before his recent victory, but his hands were also bleeding. The blood poison skill has been activated. Paralysis poison has spread through the Zet's body. The Zet has been poisoned and is now in a state of paralysis. The Zet's blood flowed ceaselessly. It was on the brink of death from blood loss. With a sharp gaze, Chang-seon leaped up again and used the spear for one more finishing blow. The system announces, "You have defeated the Zet and leveled up. The rookie spearmanship skill has increased." The god of the hunt praises you, saying that your hunting skills are improving. Stamina has increased by 5 due to a special privilege. The great tiger god, bogged down by hardship, is utterly astonished by the battle that just took place. The deity, great tiger overwhelmed by hardship, is expressing an intense craving for new fangs. The department head gritted his teeth and ordered, "That brat. I'll deal with him as I said. Bring him to me." Just then, a yellow light flashed past, and he realized the last move was made by Chang-seon. He and Chang-seon leaped to the center to face off. The blonde man with the grotesque face issued a challenge. "Oh ho, you managed to block that? You're even resisting the great tiger in peril skill and its killing intent? You're better than I thought." Chang-seon looked at him with utter contempt. How disgusting. The nauseating stench of an empty-headed leader is filling my nostrils, he thought. The other man screamed maniacally, "You, I like you. Become my subordinate. I promise to make you stronger than you are now. I'll show you what a real tiger is." Chang-seon was still holding back, debating whether he should even fight back. "You might get more attention from the puppet ruler, but don't you have to get it out of this Blood Mountain range?" Just as they were about to fight again, Park Sang-ho intervened. "Aren't you two going to stop?" The department head roared a warning. "Do you want to die, Captain Park?" Park Sang-ho was furious. "It seems this ignorant second captain still hasn't learned a thing, has he?" "Why are you being so rude to your senior?" the blonde man retorted. "What? After all this, you're calling me ignorant for not knowing the rules? I'm just taking back what's mine. What's it to you?" Park Sang-ho warned. "No matter what, you're still proud of your monstrous deeds. Now, stay away from him. I don't think the recruitment is over yet." The entire audience began to stir. What's going on? Are two captains fighting each other, all just to recruit one talent? This is insane. The captain of Team 3, Homodium, Kang Sung-gu, also stepped forward as the situation grew more tense. "Haha, normally I wouldn't want to get between two captains, but what can I do? We want him too, you know. Sorry about this, but I'd like to join this battle as well." Then, Team 4's Dino Philip Wan also made an appearance. The captains just stood there, arguing loudly. "Have the higher-ups been too easy on you bastards? How dare you think all captains are the same?" Chang-seon watched the situation, eagerly anticipating them shedding each other's blood. Every one of their faces was as hard as stone as they fought over him. "I'll handle that guy." Hey, what are you talking about? He's mine. What do you want, you bastard?" The more they acted like this, the more disappointed and unimpressed Chang-seon became. To him, those who worshipped hopeless rulers as their patron constellations and willingly became servants were targets he needed to eliminate. A cold war broke out, and just then, a gust of yellow wind caused them to freeze up and cough blood. The old man approaching was the executive director of the White Tiger Guild, Chang Chang-seon identified him as the main target, the man considered the second in command of the White Tiger Guild. The god of the hunt's eyes widened. He was surprised, noting that this was a common reaction when facing immense power. Now Chang-seon understood why he was called a high ranker. Oh, Si-hwan spoke up, chiding them. You fools, fighting amongst yourselves over a single person? Sang-ho, you're the most senior of the captains, yet you're taking part in this farce? This old man showed no weaknesses. No matter the scenario, Chang-seon knew he would lose because the man was just too strong. The blonde man, who reported directly to Executive Director Oh Si-hwan, was silently gloating. The Executive Director is here. He's definitely on my side. I'll get to see Captain Park's face scrunch up like a monkey's. The blonde man thought to himself, Lee Chang-seon is as good as mine. Oh, Si-hwan roared, glaring at the captains. I don't want to see any of you again. Get lost. If I choose one of them, it will cause internal conflict, so I'll take him for myself. It was a move no one could have predicted. The captain's jaws dropped, realizing they had fallen into the old fox's trap. Oh Si-hwan took Chang-seon to a private room and tossed him a shirt. Your clothes are covered in blood. Here, change. The system announced, the deity, great tiger overwhelmed by hardship, is looking at you with covetous eyes. The god of the hunt screamed, glaring at him to go away. Chang-seon's physique was so impressive it was breathtaking. The old man, Oh Si-hwan, smiled in satisfaction. His body is good, he thought. Those flawless muscles must have been developed through countless battles. I've never seen a talent like this before. Just what kind of life has he lived? Oh Si-hwan started a conversation with Chang-seon. I've heard about you. Since the patron constellations are so interested in you, let me be direct. What is it you want? Money? Chang-seon hadn't smiled once since meeting him. He replied bluntly, I already have more than enough money to last the rest of my life. I'm not here for something like that. I want to join the future strategy department. I heard that you, the executive director, serve as its direct advisor. Shouldn't I be entitled to that as well? Oh Si-hwan's face contorted. What did you just say? Ha ha. He laughed so hard it sounded like a whirlwind, making Chang-seon's head ring. The old man's gaze shifted as he asked Chang-seon, It seems you wouldn't care if I were to lose my power, would you? Good. That's how a white tiger should be. The future strategy department is the backbone and the brain of the White Tiger Guild. If you want in, you have to prove yourself. How do you plan on doing that? Chang-seon answered seriously. In that case, how about I set a new record in the Blood Mountain Range? I heard that all newcomers have to clear the Blood Mountain Range during their apprenticeship. There shouldn't be a problem if I set a new record there, right? Oh Si-hwan asked again. Not just first place among this year's recruits, but the #1 record for the entire dungeon? Only after Chang-seon confirmed it again did the old man sigh. In that case, no one could argue with you. Seeing the old man pause, Chang-seon guessed that he wanted something else. He added another condition. I'll also cleanse it. Upon hearing this, Oh Si-hwan looked delighted. Yes, that's good. To be honest, that place has gotten old. I was thinking of finding a new training center. Chang-seon guessed that there was definitely something going on at Blood Mountain. Maybe I can find Director O's weakness, he thought. I will personally shut it down for good, Chang-seon said. Oh Si-hwan gave him a dangerous look. Perhaps in the future, there will be many things I'll have to tell you truthfully. Thank you for those words, sir. I have another request. Before I head to the mountain range, I'd like to use the White Tiger Guild's library. Oh Si-hwan was once again surprised by Chang-seon's actions. He was inwardly delighted by this thirst for knowledge, so there was no reason to refuse. The White Tiger Guild's library is the best in the world. You may use it as you please. Right now, the internet is full of hot searches related to Chang-seon, with search terms like the Tyrant has been revived. Popular searches now. Lee Chang-seon Tyrant. White Tiger Guild Sector C video, Lee Chang-seon revived. It seemed like everyone was now looking at Chang-seon in a completely different light. They gossiped and left comments filled with words of admiration. Level 1, Lee Chang-seon was a trending search for 4 days straight. Our Tyrant has returned. Is the message about him reaching SSS rank real? I'm starting to get hyped. The master who has lived twice. Where are all the bastards who called him an alcoholic during the broadcast now? All the Lee Chang-seon impersonators on YouTube have set their channels to private. But honestly, his evaluation video was insane. For real. Are his anti-fans still saying it's all fake? It seems you still don't know that antis have brains the size of an ant. Overthrowing the government. Are there still people who believe those articles about the Tyrant? You all know it was a government conspiracy to cover up the Jamsil Gate incident, right? Ooh ha. Do people like this really exist? The world's 20th ranked super guild is back. Haha, SSS rank is all fake. If you have time to type like that, you might as well go home and sleep under a blanket to avoid causing a storm. But I'm worried about a few things. The Tyrant's fans have been quiet these past few days, but now they're starting to go crazy again. Can someone handle this? My god, now that you mention it, I'm scared. The Adora chain combo. White Tiger's stock has hit the ceiling for the past 3 days. To the moon. Be careful, or you'll all be jumping into the Han River later. Invest in moderation. Bing Lover, I heard Lee Chang-seon was the one who cleared the Jamsil Gate. Has anyone verified this? The mysterious L, who has been the subject of many recent rumors, has been confirmed to be Lee Chang-seon. This is an interview with the Jamsil Gate survivors. At a time when everyone was praising and admiring Chang-seon, the blonde-haired man was crying and begging Si-hoan to hand Chang-seon over to him. Give him to me. Please, just give him to me. You know he's a talent, don't you? He needs a mentor like me to make his future smoother. The old man sighed in exasperation upon hearing this. What do you mean, smoother? A life full of rocks is more like it. We are in the guild hall. If you don't maintain decorum, I'll demote you from your position as team captain. The blonde-haired man didn't stop his sobbing. Damn it, why do you keep refusing? He applied to the Future Strategy Division and revealed that if his expectations aren't met, he will submit his resignation. How can we force someone like that onto the second subjugation team? First, just wait. Once the training is over, Chang-seon will become my subordinate. I will give him missions as I see fit. And who do you think I'll assign him to? The blonde-haired man was surprised to learn there was another way. Oh, Si-hoan told him to go and not to bother him. The blonde-haired man started flattering him. Big bro, do you know how much I love you? Anyway, it's been hard to see Lee Chang-seon lately, hasn't it? Where is he? If I told you, what would you do? I knew you'd be like this, so I locked him up in the place you hate the most. A few days later, the time finally came for Chang-seon to enter the Blood Mountain dungeon. The White Tiger's scheduled training will begin now. The Tyrant is ready to establish a new legend. What is the true quality of an SSS++ ranker? Standing before the cliff, Chang-seon realized he would have to purify this entire, massive mountain. After a sigh, he saw a light emitting from the highest peak. That area exploded, creating whirlwinds. Something flew out from the top of the mountain, and Chang-seon knew. There it is. My target. The Blood Mountain range is filled with mutated creatures, negatively affected by a mysterious magical source from long ago. Find its source and destroy it, restoring this mountain range's ecosystem to its original state. This entire mountain range is divided into 8 main sections. Remember that each section contains unique mutant creatures not found in other dungeons. All participants will be given an inventory box, a system window, and a skill window to track the mission. So that means this entire mountain range is a terrifyingly vast place, completely covered in a deep red color. Chang-seon felt disgusted. He seemed to remember having been to a place like this back when he was in Arcadia. Chang-seon felt someone watching him. He glanced towards the base of a tree. The skill Little Wind is watching you from behind. It seems the stalker had followed Chang-seon from the library all the way to the outdoor training session. He began to feel suspicious. Executive Director, oh, what is he planning? A few days earlier at the Fierce Tiger Library, Chang-seon had arrived and was overwhelmed by its grandeur and impressiveness. Just as Thanatos said, the puppet ruler. Wasn't that bastard the one who caused an uproar in the celestial realm? Chang-seon recalled his conversation with Thanatos. So it's him? Then what's the general tendency of those he has blessed? Chang-seon replied, they will have many enemies around them, just like him. Thanatos smiled and said, do you think it stops there? They will proudly display everything they have stolen and then store it all in the same place, all while enjoying their treasures as if they were medals and achievements, showing them off to their patron constellations from all over the world. That place is called the Fierce Tiger Library. If you wish, I can give you a list of useful things there. Chang-seon wanted to choose for himself. Thanatos asked again. Even if it's something you're guaranteed to find interesting? Chang-seon reluctantly agreed. Fine then, tell me. The 12 zodiacs, Sagittarius's body arts. Chang-seon was utterly shocked. He thought to himself, Sagittarius? That bastard's six-pack body can make me as light as a feather? No, that is a privilege of the god Thanatos. Snow-walking arts, penetrating energy amplification arts, river gliding arts, bow-bending body arts, grass-skimming arts, and leap. Chang-seon asked seriously. And the puppet ruler has one of them? But the truth is, there was never a fight between him and Sagittarius. This means that Sagittarius still knows nothing about this. Where did you get it? Thanatos seemed to ponder. Well, who was it? It was from the Shattered Constellation. This means that the thing he needs to obtain right now is Leap, and as expected, it won't be easy. Leap is a divine authority granted to Sagittarius of the 12 zodiacs. Long ago, before he became a constellation, its former master was the ancient constellation Ex Machina. A divine authority he secretly learned by observing the Dominator's leap, allowing him to manifest his divine might and become the absolute ruler. Chang-seon thought that was also the reason the other zodiacs opposed letting Sagittarius have a domain near him. If he could obtain that power, then once he awakened his divinity, no one would be able to stop Chang-seon. However, things would be different if there was a problem. The great tiger god, submerged in hardship, was observing his every move. While he was busy searching for books, a man approached to remind him that the library usage time was 1 week. The library was open 24 hours a day, and he was allowed to view all books except for those on the restricted shelves for Level 1 and Level 2. Furthermore, remember that books from here are not allowed to be taken out, and this is a favor from my girlfriend, but it's just an autograph, so could you please? The moment he saw Chang-seon's face, the man gasped at how handsome he was, let alone his girlfriend. But after hearing him, Chang-seon turned away with a stone-cold expression. The guy knew he'd just been given the cold shoulder and was furious. In reality, Chang-seon was just being wary of any potential uncertainties around him. Executive Director, oh, and the puppet ruler. I must be careful to avoid being monitored by those two. Didn't Thanos say the puppet ruler's exhibition hall was a copy of the Unicorn Tribe's martial arts library? Observing it is quite interesting. Now, Chang-seon's Ironheart skill is activated, and the Calm Mind skill has also activated. Chang-seon focused on reading, ignoring the world around him. Several days had passed, and Chang-seon remained holed up in the library. Even the person following him to monitor him was getting frustrated. Several days have passed. What in the world is he doing? Is he just going to keep reading like that? He doesn't even have any criteria for choosing books. One moment he's reading about spearmanship, the next it's swordsmanship, and even books on physical arts. He's also reading simple books on energy circulation techniques and myths about some gods, and he keeps taking them out and putting them back. Earlier, Director O had tasked him with closely observing all of Chang-seon's actions. If anything suspicious happens, report it immediately. Now, this tracker doesn't even know what the hell to report to him. He came to a conclusion. The result of the past few days of observation was that Chang-seon was burying himself in the library to create a good public image. A talented person never slacks off on their studies, right? What image could be more fitting? The tracker was now grinding his teeth in frustration, just begging for Chang-seon to go home so he could finally get some rest. While he was fuming, Chang-seon focused even more intently. You are in a state of high concentration. You are attentively reading. You can understand and remember most of the required knowledge. You are in a state of immersion. The rate of knowledge acquisition is increasing. You can deduce the hidden meanings of sentences. Your understanding of difficult vocabulary has increased. You are in a frenzied state. Warning: you have acquired too much knowledge. You are entering a state of neural overload. You will soon experience a severe headache. Warning: you have far exceeded the threshold of acquirable knowledge. You should rest. Although the system continuously gave such signals, Chang-seon remained unshaken. Achievement unlocked. Fanatical book scrounger. Effect: intellect increases by 10. Willpower increases by 5. The god of the opportune hunt is exhausted by the enormous volume of books you have read. The serpent that encircles the world is curious about the content of the massive amount of information you have gathered. You have obtained a fragment of knowledge. Understanding of the great tiger god, submerged in hardship, has increased. The great tiger god, submerged in hardship, observes you with an interested gaze. Chang-seon smirked and thought to himself, how foolish. My goal isn't just the Dominator's leap, but also to deduce the karmic traces contained within that bastard, the puppet ruler, or what you might call his skill tree. Although the Tiger's Den archive was built by the White Tiger Guild to display the greatness of that puppet ruler, this is also a sanctuary for exchanging the techniques he teaches to guild members. Therefore, most of the books here contain information that the puppet ruler intentionally hid within them. I will find that information and piece all the fragments together to sketch out the true form of the puppet ruler. Then, I will find his weakness, and the one standing behind him as well. Furthermore, I will find a way to defeat the puppet ruler. Chang-seon's current skill synthesis level has reached 39%. Finally, the young man broke away from the library. That's how it is. I have to go now. It seems I've reached the limit of what I can learn about defeating him through Tier 3 information synthesis. So, will I have to fill in the rest with achievements and unlock the Level 1 and Level 2 bookshelves? But it's not here. I've searched for it 3 times, but still haven't found the Dominator's Leap. Could it be on the Level 1 and 2 bookshelves I'm looking for? Chang-seon only had 3 hours left in the library. He decided to check one last time. If there are ancient languages or words, then there's a high chance it's a 7th tier. Ironheart has reached its limit. Calm Mind has reactivated your wavering concentration. Intellect has been further enhanced. The hawk cat that rends the dusk celebrates your intellect. Chang-seon placed his hand on the book, and a wave of energy emanated from it. I've finally found it. Although I don't know if this is the Dominator's Leap, it definitely contains some kind of secret. This is a book titled 100 Dishes You Can Make with Monster Meat. If you flip the book upside down and read it in a special way, suddenly, Chang-seon realized this wasn't the Dominator's Leap. The book contained special characters. A deep-seated grudge resides in this place. Painful grievances fill this book. Do you know how painful it is to be betrayed by someone you considered your own flesh and blood? I know, Munseong. What that bastard did to me. Chang-seon was startled by the name, Munseong Jin Chonho, the Heavenly Sword Hero, one of the 9 generations of the world's sword masters, and the guild master of the White Tiger Guild. The man who founded this place, along with managing director O and the puppet ruler of the apostles. Someone was talking about him, referring to him as a friend and a brother. The Heavenly Sword Hero had a connection with someone? The public information out there only says that the Heavenly Sword Hero was one of those who started as a mercenary and gradually became famous in the player world. He created his own martial art, and the puppet ruler, who had observed him, took him in as his apostle. But according to this book, it seems the truth wasn't like that. This tattered man, pierced by 1,000 swords, tried to introduce himself through words of pain. My name is Han Yuzuru, Mo Seong's senior brother. To be more precise, I was his senior brother, the heir to the clan. Though not well known, I practiced and honed my swordsmanship for years on end. And then one day, my master brought in a new disciple, much younger than me. My master passed away not long after due to old age. I raised that junior brother as if he were my own flesh and blood, and at times, like a disciple, allowing him to wield a sword. But I should have known about the silent thoughts within him and the intentions of our clan's guardian constellation. The great tiger submerged in hardship, its holy name alone said it all. The great tiger submerged in hardship, the puppet ruler, is a cunning god who delights in war, chaos, and fear. In his eyes, there was no way he would favor a clan like ours, a clan that chose to hide itself away and fight for peace. Of course, he could have chosen another apostle, but the biggest problem was me. Han Yu of our clan followed his teachings the best. Because of that, the puppet ruler couldn't choose any other apostle and could only grit his teeth. Chang-seon realized they had intentionally sealed the puppet ruler's power. I've heard about this before. There was a period when he weakened for a moment. I also wondered why that war maniac hadn't shown his face for the last 100 years. It seems it was because of the incident with the Heavenly Sword Heroes clan in the past. If the puppet ruler's church grew stronger, it seems Han Yu realized that too much blood had been shed, so he decided to stop it. And so, the puppet ruler decided to choose Mo Seong instead of Han Yu, who is now known as the Heavenly Sword Hero. The person stalking Chang-seon was getting very impatient, seeing him just stand there dumbfounded, staring at the book without doing anything else. He's holding the book upside down. I knew he was just putting on a show. How ridiculous. What was written next in the book was as follows. It seems Mo Seong's plan was laid out a long time ago. Ever since I could no longer swing my sword, he must have been poisoning me for a long time, in amounts I couldn't detect, ever so slowly. But he didn't take my life, as if he still had some affection left for me. He destroyed the muscles in my limbs, halted my magic organs, and imprisoned me in the underground cave belonging to our guild. Mo Seong, why has my guardian abandoned me? From then on, I watched blankly, as my junior brother received the title of Heavenly Sword Hero and established the guild's headquarters right on the land where our guild once stood. He disobeyed our master's dying wish to never venture out into the world. As I watched you, my junior brother, with empty eyes, you brought about disaster for 10 years. One day, I heard the voice of Times that thing asterisk. Reading this, he didn't understand. Chang-seon wondered, flipping the pages back and forth. What thing? Isn't there anything else about this? It's hidden elsewhere. A system notification announced, you have discovered a hidden piece. The will of a nameless man has taken root in you. As a small reward, the rate of skill combination will be increased. Skill combination rate, 51%. Chang-seon was shocked. What? The combination rate for the method to defeat the puppet ruler increased to 12%, even though I thought it wouldn't go up for a while. And all I had to do was discover and decipher a hidden piece? A fragment of the hidden piece is still nearby. Find all the fragments and piece them together. Chang-seon figured that the person who left this behind was no ordinary being, because a normal person could never do something like this. A divine being must have intervened, and that was probably the one Han Yu mentioned. With only 2 hours left in the library, Chang-seon set a goal to find the remaining book no matter what. Chang-seon immediately started searching. Where could it be hidden? Since their will was left with a secret code, they must have wanted it to be discovered by someone else. They also had to create it in a way that the Heavenly Sword Hero's disciples couldn't easily find it, so they had to balance those factors. And if that secret code has been deciphered, finding the rest should be easy. They must all be on the 7th rank bookshelf. Chang-seon stubbornly kept rummaging through the books, while the stalker crying outside just kept on crying. Why is he so concerned with his image? I have to get his autograph, no matter what. Asterisk, sob, asterisk. The god, the great tiger submerged in hardship, is certain that you will become its loyal disciple. Chang-seon determined, looks like it hasn't found out yet. The god, the serpent that devours the world, is observing you intently. Chang-seon was excited, finally found it. That being said, it is just like me. While I was betrayed by my junior brother and imprisoned here, it had been devoured by its own child long ago and became a mere ghost wandering the land of the dead. That being, and I share a common enemy. Chang-seon's expression changed, devoured by its own child. Was that child a puppet ruler? This is a top-secret history, a piece of information buried by the puppet ruler. I found his weakness. The resentful and pained words of that being continued. It said that the tiger, full of misery, the one my master and I had served so devotedly all this time, was just a monster, no, a demon. The one who devoured its own family to become a god. You said you must witness that demon's head fall before you can rest in peace. That being tried to pass on to me the method to destroy the tiger full of misery. Using it as a foundation, I was able to recover my strength and develop my body. After that, I hid myself from everyone's sight and began to gather my strength by training again. I was able to focus on restoring my body, just as that being had taught me. On the day my junior brother, who had been roaming the world, returned, I made my decision. Just as he had hurt me in the past, now I will follow that same path and kill him, and I will raise my sword once more to strike down that tiger full of misery. But my first thought when I came here was, can I really do it? Can I really destroy Mo Xiang, the one I raised and taught like my own son? I had to ask myself that question. So, I left my dream here in the form of a secret code, hoping that one day, my regrets and its regrets would be passed on to a new successor. A system notification announced, you have successfully discovered all remaining fragments of the hidden piece. The burning wish of a nameless man has sprouted in your heart. Achievement unlocked. Inheritor of the fierce tiger's regret. Reward, intelligence +5, willpower +10. Skill, claws of the Black Mountain God. Claws of the Black Mountain God. On this land, there is nothing more terrifying than a beast revealing all of its sharp claws. Skill class, active, counter, command. Currently inapplicable. Continuous area of effect bleed with a stacking effect that replaces basic skills. The AoE bleed effect is one tier higher than the continuous bleed. Can push an opponent into a near-death state in a short amount of time. Continuous. You can use multiple skills in succession without any time in between. Stacking effect. Attacks amplify skills used continuously. Replaces basic skills. You can freely hide one skill within another or merge them to amplify their power. The piercing cries of the wronged tore through the heavenly sword's mind. I don't want to see this, that bastard. Chang-seon thought to himself, the claws of the Black Mountain God was originally an opposing skill. A skill of the White Tiger clan. No, perhaps they are compatible with each other because it shares the same origin as the skills of the White Tiger clan. The power of an ancient god no one remembers. Surely no resentment is greater than this. But it's a skill that consumes a great deal of mana. At my proficiency level, I can only control one claw. As I thought, I'll have to gather as many magic potions as I can. I need to get to the training institute and protect that place. It's a bit of a shame, but I'll aim for a huge leap forward when the opportunity arises. Chang-seon headed to the Red Fortress Mountain Dungeon. He was well aware that with his current abilities, he couldn't capture Rung alive, so he had to eliminate the guy first as soon as he got the chance. The moment Chang-seon reappeared, the people at the dungeon froze in utter shock. Wow, it's really Lee Chang-seon. I wonder what he'll do this time. I don't want to be compared to him. Chang-seon glanced over the crowd and assessed that there were no more than 3 useful people here. One kid was a hardcore fan of Chang-seon. Just a single glance from him was enough to make the kid squeal with delight. Wow, he just looked at me. Chang-seon felt that the useless ones were just in the way. There was a white-haired man with his face wrapped in bandages who stood out in the crowd. Chang-seon managed to look at him and the tag he was wearing, a new member of the White Tiger Guild. It seems he's received the blessing of a different god. Chang-seon began to wonder about his true identity. The bald man standing and shouting was the one who would lead the White Tiger Guild's training session today. Everyone, please be quiet and pay attention over here. The 26th new member training session for the White Tiger Guild will begin now. Instantly, information about Chang-seon was updated. The anticipated training course of the White Tiger Guild has begun. The tyrant is ready to become a new legend. This young man with bangs covering half his face muttered to himself, "Hey, jackpot." This man was Kang-gun, who had previously stalked Chang-seon. His face was stone hard as he received a call. "Uncle, are you even listening?" "Of course I'm listening." "Then what's ITS?" "They want me to get them the photo cards that are sold out, right? Because they're the main models for our company's car commercial. Your uncle will even get you a special autographed version. See, you weren't listening to me. I hate you." The uncle held his head in his hands, feeling helpless. "Ah, I'm so miserable. That damn gate in Jamsu. If it weren't for that, Kang-gun would be an uncle who listened to his niece's every word. It's so heartwarming watching her grow up." He had been terrified when he learned she was trapped inside the gate in Jamsu. To dispatch a rescue team, Kang-gun had been struggling lately, but he had no choice but to take a break from the dungeons, so he could only hope that nothing bad would happen. Kang-gun prayed non-stop to his patron, the nameless giant, to protect his niece. Just as he was kneeling before the holy altar to pray, someone ran in to announce that Gu Heben had returned safely. Kang-gun, a mess of tears and snot, still couldn't believe it. Now, sitting in front of his beloved niece, Kang-gun wanted to express his gratitude to that person. "Can you tell me who it was?" Gu Hebin stammered, Chang-seon. He ran off as soon as the dungeon mission disappeared. I think it's because he was worried about being exposed to the people outside. I wonder if it would be better to let him decide for himself when to show himself. Kang-gun confidently declared and promised his niece. Then how about your uncle finds Chang-seon and recruits him for the guild we're forming? I'll thank him then. Gu Hebin looked overjoyed, praising her uncle as the best. Seeing his niece so happy, Kang-gun also felt embarrassed remembering the past. But the thing is, I can't exactly talk to him properly, because of what I did when I first met him. Stalking and then picking a fight with him probably pissed him off. Kang-gun had given Chang-seon his business card because he wanted to recruit him for 5-star, but he thought he would at least get a call. Who knew I wouldn't hear a damn thing? Kang-gun helplessly buried his face in his hands. This was a mistake, damn it. It's unbelievable that Chang-seon went straight to the White Tiger's HR department and didn't even call 5-star for a whole month. And what's more, the kid is an SSS rank. This means that in reality, Chang-seon is a genius who could be on par with an X rank or even an L rank. Looking at his hand, still injured from that fight, Kang-gun thought that he should have realized it back then. That's why a newcomer like Chang-seon was so strong. Ever since he failed to recruit Chang-seon, Gu Hebin had been calling every single day to ask about the situation. She said she hated her uncle and that the reason Chang-seon joined the other side was because Kang-gun didn't pursue him properly. My brother and his wife, even my father, the chairman of the corporation, are all looking at me strangely. I won't deny that I underestimated the situation, but I was so busy. What could I do? I thought Lee Chang-seon had been hiding his true self all this time. I couldn't focus on it because of what happened with Hyoff. How can I recruit Chang-seon? You've become a monster. This is the dark dungeon in the Red Mountain area. The admiration for Chang-seon still hadn't faded. Hey, did you see that just now? Chang-seon just looked at me. Oh my god, I can die happy now. As he spoke, the kid started drooling. The guy standing next to him sneered. Hey, you're drooling. Your hero would really love to see you like this, huh? His words were like the wind. He couldn't stop her. The girl was too obsessed with the idea of doing the same thing as Lee Chang-seon. It's unbelievable that we, the ones with the most humiliating results, ended up passing, while Kim Hyung-jun, our team leader, didn't. The man in the blue shirt stood still, his face so tense that it scared anyone who looked at him, making people think something was wrong with him. Are you okay? No, it's nothing. But first, I think they're going to explain the rules for the training camp, so we should gather here. The bald guy began to announce that the most important part of the training camp rules, which had been mentioned before, would be repeated one more time. A large screen lit up. The content was as follows. The training course will last for 100 days. In the first month, you will be given time to study and train in the 3 basic skills of the White Tiger. At the same time, numerous essential combat training sessions will be scheduled. For the remaining 70 days, the safe zone will be lifted, and you will have to survive based on the 3 basic skills you've learned and the practical experience you've gathered. There are no rules on how to survive. You can choose to form a team with others or fight alone. Points will be added for all achievements within the dungeon. The points you receive will increase or decrease depending on the level of the monsters you defeat. Supervisors and guards will be hidden at numerous points throughout the dungeon to evaluate and score everyone over a 24-hour period. According to the rules, supervisors are not allowed to intervene unless a trainee's life is in danger. However, points will be deducted, and once your score drops below 0, you will fail. Those who fail will not be qualified to join the guild. Conversely, those who earn high scores will receive a certain compensation after the training period ends. Those whose final achievements rank in the top 5 will be eligible to receive a blessing from a guardian deity. In addition, the bald guy added, besides the conditions above, all self-determined actions and judgments that do not violate the rules are permitted. Now, I will teach you the 3 basic skills. On the wooden tray were 3 scrolls. The first scroll was about Tiger's Presence, a basic skill that can be used as an attack by converting external mana. Skill level 1, active type, overwhelming effect. The second scroll was about the Tiger's Step, intense vitality, hidden in every step. Skill level 1, active type, attack amplification effect. The last scroll was about the Tiger's Calamity. Just as a tiger tears apart its prey, its attack power will be amplified. Skill level 1, active type, attack enhancement effect. The commander shouted, if you have all received the scrolls, tear them to acquire the skills. As they started, everyone began to follow his instructions, and they all received the 3 skills. The fact that they could actually learn them made everyone very happy and excited. The bald guy put his hands on his hips and continued, has everyone received them? From this moment on, I, your supervisor, will demonstrate for you. Please watch my movements and commit them to memory. Amidst the silent crowd, Chang-seon raised his hand to speak. I've already learned them. I heard that even during the training phase, if you can demonstrate that you've perfectly mastered the skills, you can skip the safe zone. The others' faces twisted, unable to believe that Chang-seon had already learned them. How could he? Someone suggested that Chang-seon must have received the scroll before them. He got the scroll before us. No way. Would they dare do something so shameless in front of so many people? So you're saying he mastered the stance, the movements, and everything else just by tearing a scroll? No matter how talented he is, that's impossible. He remained unfazed by the commotion, merely watching and observing in silence. Chang-seon's fangirl was practically drooling as she gushed. As expected, look at his confidence. How can he be so full of energy? The guy in blue thought, his face full of hatred and jealousy. There's no reason to get angry. That guy will definitely fail. No one knows my dad is a high-ranking member of the White Tiger Guild. Dad even specifically told me that there's no way Chang-seon could learn the 3 basic skills. The supervisor asked Chang-seon to demonstrate for him. The guy in blue continued to think, you must think you're so talented you can master a skill just by seeing it once, huh? You fool. If it were that easy, everyone would have mastered them, right? Chang-seon stood there, let out a sigh, and began to activate the skill. The skill, Tiger's Step, has been activated. The skill, Tiger's Presence, has been activated. Eerie flames coiled and then erupted violently. His golden eyes blazed with the same fire. Gasps of shock rang out again. No way, he's insane. Not only can he manifest it, he even formed it into the shape of a tiger. The guy in blue's mouth hung wide open, almost unhinged. Impossible. How the hell did that bastard do it? Even that one too? The skill, Tiger's Calamity, has been activated. The fiery tiger grew taller and taller. A loud roar, along with a powerful gust of wind, enveloped the area. Chang-seon, along with his sword, looked more badass than ever. Every slash sent out sparks of fire. The supervisor nearly had his ear singed by the flames. Chang-seon made everything explode, cracking the ground and rock, and then 2 monsters appeared. The supervisor's jaw dropped, and he was sweating bullets, unable to believe his eyes. Chang-seon, however, put on a matter-of-fact expression and said, "See? All I had to do was try." Their faces were still frozen in utter shock, unable to return to normal. From shock, their expressions shifted to anger at what Chang-seon had just shown them, silently cursing him as a damn bastard. Just then, the person who had been secretly following Chang-seon the entire time he was in the library hesitantly spoke up. "So this is why you hold yourself up in the library?" he asked Chang-seon, while thinking to himself, "I can't believe it. He's a real genius. He can use a skill he just learned, while it took me 10 whole years. Now I understand why Director O was so interested in him." He turned to Chang-seon and asked with a serious expression, "To be called a genius, you don't just fool around. Instead, you've been practicing diligently in secluded places to develop your talent, haven't you? I thought the image I saw of you in the library was just an act. I sincerely apologize. You're truly amazing. Thank you for inspiring me." Having some guy suddenly appear and express his admiration like that left Chang-seon a little stunned. He glanced around to see everyone's reaction after the man spoke. As expected, everyone's attitude had completely changed. What? He's a genius and he works hard too? If that's the case, I wonder if he can even surpass Tyrant? The kid who was completely smitten with Chang-seon was about to faint from his amazingness. I knew he was a genius just by looking at him. This was a classic case of being crazy in love. The deity Great Tiger overwhelmed by hardship is observing you with satisfaction, for you have understood his teachings. Chang-seon thought to himself, he's probably eating ribs right now. The deity Great Tiger overwhelmed by hardship promises you a higher position than expected if you continue to perform like this. The deity Season of the Hunt shows a displeased expression. Chang-seon smiled, having achieved his goal. The Scarecrow ruler continuously grants you many things as encouragement. Perseus is extremely displeased. With the demonstration complete, Chang-seon asked the supervisor, "I think this is more than enough to prove my skills, don't you?" The supervisor, still trembling, was speechless. "Yes, you can pass." Chang-seon confidently proceeded straight into the dungeon. The jealous lowlifes could only stand there, glaring in frustration. As sunset fell, Chang-seon advanced deep into the forest. Creatures of the jungle crawled all over the ground beneath his feet. The constellation Great Tiger overwhelmed by hardship is extremely curious about the achievements you will attain in this dungeon. The constellation Great Tiger overwhelmed by hardship greatly anticipates your performance in clearing this dungeon. Chang-seon realized that the deity had likely been watching his conversation with Manager O. The atmosphere grew heavy, and his body felt heavier and heavier. It seemed the rumors about the ecosystem being affected by some mysterious magical power were true. It seemed that in this atmosphere, an ordinary player would have a hard time enduring it. A system notification appeared. The fire from the 8 trigrams furnace is purifying the corruption. Iron Heart has been activated. Composure has been used. Chang-seon took out his swords and combined the 2 into one. The deity serpent that coils around the world widens its eyes with interest, watching what you will do this time. A rustling sound came from deep within the forest, and Chang-seon exclaimed, "There it is." Tiger Steps has been activated. Chang-seon unleashed the first strike. The stigma skill has been applied. The principle of conduction has been added. The power of fire shot straight towards the monster. It emerged, letting out sounds of extreme pain. Just as Chang-seon had predicted, many rampaging monsters came running. This was definitely the lair of the one-legged demons. Chang-seon was certain that what he was looking for had to be here. He activated his dark power. First, I'll test a few things. The skill, Black Mountain God's Single Claw, has been activated. Chang-seon's body turned purple. This was the Black Mountain God's claw. He swung his sword in successive strikes. The screams of the one-legged demons grew louder. The deity, Great Tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, is astonished by the power of your claws. Chang-seon felt relieved that the Scarecrow ruler hadn't noticed yet, but just as he thought, this consumed a lot of magic. Chang-seon let out a sigh and thought to himself, I need to increase my magic capacity. I must be inside the one-legged demon's dwelling now. As he walked, a monster recklessly charged at him, so Chang-seon finished it off instantly. The Serpent's Eye skill has been activated. The deity Season of the Hunt is utterly astonished upon seeing your combat skills. The serpent that coils around the world wants to use your excellent execution of the privilege it granted you as research material. Just like that, Chang-seon successfully wiped out the one-legged demon tribe and received the one-legged demon's ankle joint as a reward. In addition, he received the great one-legged demon's mace as a reward. The soul control skill has been activated. A creature inside a flower quickly hid as soon as it saw Chang-seon. He looked straight at it. Found you. He gripped the stem firmly and pulled it up. You have obtained the Wailing Flower. The Wailing Flower is a species that grows in the intermediate zone between life and death in the western paradise flower forest. It often screams for no reason and contains the venom of death, so you will be in big trouble if you eat it rashly. Chang-seon recalled his conversation with the hidden figures. You want to enhance the flames of the 8 trigrams furnace? You're truly a madman. Why would you ask me that? Chang-seon replied, I heard that you know how. I don't want it to only perform its regenerative function. This shabby-looking old man was the second elder. After hearing Chang-seon, he burst into crazed laughter. Muahahaha. I had heard you were insane, but I didn't think it was true. The flames of the 8 trigrams furnace belong to the heavenly lord of Tao and its virtue, and they represent reproduction and creation. Are you planning to change it into a domain of destruction and chaos? What's more, you even have the blood lightning chi chasing their shadows, Chang-seon asked bluntly. So what's your point? Aren't you going to teach me? The second elder replied, If that's the case, then I will help you. There's no reason for me not to teach you my specialty. Chang-seon suggested he teach him the method first. The method is very simple. Increase the firepower. This is not about adding fuel to the fire. It's about adding more fire. Of course, if you add weak flames, they'll be swallowed without a trace. So, you must add fierce and merciless flames. Flames? Find a monster called the Stubborn Ghost or a Bloodhound, and you'll be able to ignite the flames of hell. Now, Chang-seon realized that the thing flying out from the high mountain peak was a conscious phantom. However, to make the 8 trigrams furnace flame truly blaze, he first needed a catalyst, something like the Wailing Flower that grew in a place like this. The source of nourishment for the one-legged demons. You have swallowed the Wailing Flower. Deadly poison is spreading through your body. The 10 poisons immunity effect has been activated. The body is fighting against the toxins. The 8 trigrams furnace has ignited and begun purification. Magic has increased by 0.3. For Chang-seon, activating the flame and increasing his magic points was a good thing. A series of system notifications appeared. You have successfully annihilated the one-horned demon tribe. You have received a one-horned demon skull as a reward. You have received a one-horned demon's heart as a reward. It has been digested. You have successfully annihilated the village of the Red Fox demons. You have found the domain of the War Flowers. You have successfully annihilated a group from the Dark Heart unit. Achievement unlocked. Strength has increased by 5. Agility has increased by 3. The God of the Hunt asks how much longer you intend to travel. The sunset-tearing hawk god observes your new adventure with great amusement. Chang-seon climbed to the top of the highest mountain and discovered the lair. So this is the nest of the conscious phantom. During his meeting with the second elder, he had asked, This monster you call a conscious phantom, what kind of being is it? The old man replied, Its form can't really be called a monster, but it does have a shape, so it's a bit difficult to call it a ghost. Strange, isn't it? It seems to be like a creature that isn't truly alive. In other words, you could also call it a phantom land, one that represents fire and death. When Chang-seon asked if they had cores, the elder replied, What do you imagine the core of a phantom would be like? But there are some things similar to it. Standing before the conscious phantom's nest, Chang-seon thought, That bastard's right eye is made of tens of thousands of souls filled with hatred, all compressed to become that eye. If I can use that, then I'll be able to change the properties of the 8 trigrams furnace. It seems it has left its nest. Chang-seon decided to set a few traps and wait for its return. Meanwhile, the supervisors were still standing there, looking at the list and talking amongst themselves. This year seems pretty special, doesn't it? It was as if the new recruits were influenced by Chang-seon's selection results. Nearly 40% of them passed the test in just 10 days. Finally, the group that was green with envy over Chang-seon was also allowed into the dungeon. Lee Chang-seon. Could he really be as pathetic as he lets on, instead of what he's shown us? Do you really think that's possible? What if the White Tiger Guild gave him something? If that didn't happen, you don't think someone could master a skill that quickly, do you? That's true. But what if the higher-ups at White Tiger find out about this? The scar-faced man declared confidently. Heh. On the surface, those White Tiger guys claim to be champions of justice, and just an ordinary guild. In reality, those bastards are just like us at the summit. Killers. Killer is a word for a murderer or a homicidal criminal, but in this case, it refers to a group of people who kill purely for pleasure or money. The White Tiger guys must have done something special to get to where they are now, so we just need to copy them. And even if he doesn't have it, he must have learned a thing or two from his life as a pro gamer. That bastard is filthy rich, so we should be able to get something out of him. The young man with 2 moles under his eyes, hearing his teammates, chimed in. But isn't there a chance something could go wrong? Because we're messing with him after all. As soon as he finished, the other 2 glared daggers at him, forcing him to explain. I mean, it's true. If we mess with the wrong person, we could be in deep trouble. Participate in White Tiger's combat training and steal the illusion orb. We at the summit may be cornered by White Tiger, but this is our chance to turn the tables. They said we need to get it no matter what happens. The other 2 glared and gritted their teeth. Are you worried we can't take on one rookie? You son of a bitch, are you looking down on us? Do you want to die, or do you want to do this? Terrified, the guy with the moles reluctantly agreed to do it. The other 2 warned him, if you say anything like that again, I'll chop your head off and feed it to the one-horned demons as a snack. You'd better know your place and do it. After saying that, they rushed straight into the forest, leaving him behind. The young man stood there, paralyzed by fear, but finally put on his mask and set off. As the moon rose, the traps were complete. Asterisk, boom, asterisk, a red-haired fire demon has fallen into your trap. The ancient rune of explosion has been activated. The ancient rune of piercing has been activated. Paralyzing poison has been activated. It has been poisoned by acidic poison. You have slain the red-haired fire demon. A 2-headed serpent has fallen into your trap. A fire fiend has fallen into your trap. A tiger fear bird has fallen into your trap. Level up. What's with all this random trash falling into the traps? And yet the main character, the conscious phantom, still hasn't arrived. It's just a gathering of fire-type monsters. A massacre is taking place. The god of the hunt chuckled, saying the explosions looked beautiful. 10 days have passed. It seems it hasn't returned to its nest since he leveled up from 29 to 32. This means the conscious phantom has truly left. The problem that followed was, Chang-seon wondered if he'd have to go down the river again this time, but for now, he had to finish what needed to be done. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the nest. It turned out to be the appearance of Bagoon. His hand was trembling. Impossible. What is that thing? My spear? Chang-seon asked him why he was here. Are you by any chance following me? Seeing that he didn't answer, Chang-seon ignored him. Well, it doesn't matter. Since you've seen what I've done, I have to kill you. Bagoon and Chang-seon then faced off against each other. Chang-seon thought to himself, asterisk, my eyes are pretty good. He's using a 3-meter-long spear so skillfully. Is he level 35 or 36? Asterisk. At what level is his skill? Bagoon was using all his skills to dodge and confront Chang-seon. After fighting for a while, he realized he was in danger. Chang-seon was too fast and precise. He's aiming right for my neck. This is dangerous. As for Chang-seon, he was quite surprised that Bagoon had managed to avoid his last attack. He continued to grip his blade tightly and slash. With a loud crash, the covering on Bagoon's face fell off. It seemed Chang-seon had stopped the confrontation. He didn't understand why Chang-seon had done it, or why he was still alive. Chang-seon stood there, gripping the spear tightly, looked straight at his face and asked, You, how can you use the secret dark arts? Bagoon stammered, That name, how do you know about it? Chang-seon froze, lost in memories of a time when his life was nothing but slaughter and war. Those I could trust left me because of my madness, my relationships and good memories. The goddess of slaughter and ruin, the 1,000-year slumbering dragon, the lion of blood and iron, and the nomadic shadow, Soxes. Secret dark arts was the term used to describe all the skills and powers that made up Soxes. Soxes once said, My power is very special. People often have many things they call powers or divine abilities. My friend, I have only one, a god with only a single power. Chang-seon knew very well that Soxes was the only existence like that, and secret dark arts was a term known only to his friends. Chang-seon was now curious about what relationship the bastard in front of him had with the great tiger god, sunken and imprisoned, and was also wondering about the skill Beak Ga-eun had just used. Between Sis's shadow art and the shadow art of this mere mortal, the two were certainly very different. so it was quite surprising that he had recognized it. Baek Ga-eun lowered his head and asked Chang-seon back. I'm asking you, how do you know about it? Chang-seon retorted defiantly. Wasn't I the one who asked you first? Baek Ga-eun flew into a rage. I'll make you talk. Baek Ga-eun recklessly charged forward to confront Chang-seon. The great tiger god, sunken and imprisoned, watched with satisfaction the fight between the two who would become his followers. Baek Ga-eun was in a frenzied state, repeatedly screaming for Chang-seon to talk. The god of the hunt season cheers you on and says she will not forgive you if you lose to that stranger. Chang-seon knew exactly what he had to do. The reason he was still being tactful was that he needed to avoid killing him until he heard about the shadow art. The two weapons clashed, sending sparks flying. Looking at Chang-seon's spear, he was a little startled, especially by the power Chang-seon was using, as the flames grew higher and higher. The skill, Great Tiger's Peril, has been used. The skill, Tiger's Inch, has been unlocked. The skill, Great Tiger's Aura, has been activated. Skill combination is complete. With the combination of the Great Tiger formation and the Great Tiger's killing aura, the Great Tiger's dominion was complete. Chang-seon's eyes blazed as he launched a powerful attack at Baek Ga-eun, sending him tumbling back and slamming hard into the wall. Baek Ga-eun coughed up blood. Chang-seon pointed the tip of his sword at him, pinning him down. The god of the hunt season is on the edge of her seat, saying, "This is a wonderful fight." Baek Ga-eun stammered as he looked up and asked, "What are you?" The great tiger god, sunken and imprisoned, once again takes careful note of you. Chang-seon spoke. "You are a demon-born. That's why you possess such unnatural power." Demon-born is a term used for those born from a union with a demon. Because they are not normal beings, they have abhorrent appearances and unnatural powers, and it is rumored they live their entire lives under a curse. Baek Ga-eun's eyes trembled with tears. "How? Did you know?" Chang-seon replied coldly. "Does it matter?" In truth, after seeing the things that looked like burn marks on his body, he knew they weren't actually burns, but a result of him being a demon-born. The shadow art wasn't a skill Baek Ga-eun could have trained for, but a talent he was born with. The rest of the god's power at that time must belong to Sis. Sis's energy has also weakened considerably. Chang-seon really wanted to know what had happened, and why he had left his son in this mortal realm. Chang-seon thought, this guy, I have to get him on my side. There was no guarantee that Baek Ga-eun knew about his father either. He began to speak to Baek Ga-eun. "It seems you were trying to catch the sentient ghost and remove your demon-born origin with its eye, but gave up because it didn't work." Baek Ga-eun retorted resentfully. "What the hell do you know?" Chang-seon added, "I know a lot, at least more than you do. Can't you confirm that yourself, since even I could tell you were a demon-born after just a few attacks?" All of Chang-seon's insights left him speechless. "You might think the scars on your face were passed down from demon fire, but the eyes of a sentient ghost can't heal your scars. First of all, your parents are not from a fire demon lineage. You probably think those scars are like burn marks, but if that were the case, you wouldn't be able to use a shadow art that has dark elemental properties. Furthermore, the sentient ghost is closer to the death element than the fire element. Its nature is very different from a normal demon's. Were you planning to eat it? The serpent god who coils around the world tilts its head at your knowledge." Chang-seon continued his presentation. "If your goal is to become a true demon or a monster god, then I won't stop you." Baek Ga-eun suddenly fell silent, his eyes welling up as if he were about to cry. Chang-seon seemed to have grasped all his desires. "Just as I thought. You've figured it out too. You're only doing this because you want to escape your curse." Baek Ga-eun lowered his head in anguish, sobbing brokenly. "Then, tell me what I should do." Chang-seon declared that he would cure him, on the condition that he make a deal with him. "A deal?" "Yes. You must be done researching the sentient ghost's behavior, right? Give me that knowledge. Furthermore, I want you to cooperate with me." Chang-seon knew full well that Baek Ga-eun must have investigated thoroughly, perhaps even parts that he himself hadn't seen yet. Baek Ga-eun looked up. "How can I trust you?" Chang-seon had no choice but to play his trump card. "Then I guess I should show you that I can heal you, right?" Baek Ga-eun looked completely surprised. Chang-seon told him to give him his hand. Baek Ga-eun hesitated but did as he was told. Chang-seon added, "Whether you trust me or not, what other choice do you have?" He took his demonic hand and began the treatment. "The healing process will be very hot, so you have to endure it." The flames began to rise, engulfing Baek Ga-eun's entire body. The heat forced him to open his mouth to breathe. Chang-seon told him not to open his mouth, as letting air into his circulatory system would cause his demonic energy to go haywire. He clenched his mouth shut, continuously letting out muffled groans of pain. A system notification appeared. The demon-born status has changed. The curse is being lifted. Baek Ga-eun could clearly feel the demon-born essence dissolving and the bad luck diminishing. This should be enough for now, just a little more. The ability to reach the core of the demon-born's heart will activate. The flames gradually disappeared, and the treatment seemed to be complete. Baek Ga-eun's face had changed. The burn-like scars were gone. Chang-seon told him not to just stand there stunned and to check his face. A completely unblemished face was revealed. Beat Gaun raised his hand and checked it. Everything had truly been healed. The god of the hunt season is surprised by this drastic change. The serpent god who coils around the world thinks that the properties of the Bagua flame should be studied more. The great tiger god, sunken and imprisoned, smiles happily upon seeing the positive change in his junior. With Chang-seon's current abilities, this was the limit. He would need regular treatments, and even then, it would be very difficult to be completely cured. Immediately after, he made an offer to Beat Ga-un. Help me catch the sentient ghost. With it, I'll be able to enhance the power of my flames and cure you completely. If you want a guarantee, I can use a mana contract. Beat Ga-un smiled with pure happiness. This was more than enough to convince him. He trusted Chang-seon completely. Chang-seon rejoiced internally. This guy is more useful than I thought. I'm really excited to see what he can do. Beat Ga-un asked what he should do to help Chang-seon. Chang-seon began to state his conditions. First, use honorifics when you speak to me. The reason Chang-seon was being so picky was because he found it strange to hear his friend's son talk to him like an equal. The world serpent god clicked his tongue and called you an old geezer. Gu Heben's face twisted as he answered reluctantly. All right, I can understand that. The two began to take action. To catch the specter, we first need to understand its habits. Habits? That's right. They say the specter's habits are similar to a crow's, so we need to carefully inspect its nest. As they walked, they discovered a sunken area. Inside, there was a lot of gold, silver, jewels, and treasure. This was all the wealth of those killed by the specter. The god of the hunt's eyes sparkled. He said, "Looks like there's a lot of tempting stuff here." The specter doesn't just collect shiny things, it also sorts between normal and valuable items. You could say this is its collection of spoils. However, it tends to forget about things like this later on. So if we can examine what's buried here, we can roughly guess its direction of movement. Among the treasures was a bow, the white sieve bow. Its bullseye pierce allows its arrows to penetrate anything, and quintuple shot lets the user fire 5 arrows in a row. It was a bow crafted from the wing bones and feathers of the fastest, strongest, and largest prey of an unknown hunter. It has the effects bullseye, pierce, and quintuple shot. Chang-seon thought he should swipe a few things from this pile to use and then sell off the rest. After all, it was all good stuff. Suddenly, he detected something emitting an aura. It was a familiar deathly aura, an illusion sphere created by combining the Death Flower and the World Ender Flower in a specific ratio with another item. You could feel the hatred and endless fear of those it had affected radiating from it. Endless fear. In other words, like falling into an abyss of despair or even being submerged in a prison. Chang-seon thought he might have found something related to the white tiger. Gu Heben came over and said he knew where the specter went. Easier than I thought. It seems to be focusing on feeding lately. I don't know what it's up to, though. Chang-seon guessed that it must have gone deeper into the mountains, to a place with plenty of spirit bodies, or monsters brimming with life force for it to devour. Through this information, Chang-seon realized that Gu Heben wasn't just useful, but a truly precious treasure. Let's go. There's no time to waste. The two of them ran straight towards the mountain range where the specter was believed to be. 4 days later, they reached the spine region. He recalled the second elder's words. It possesses a voraciousness and greed far greater than you can possibly imagine. Finally, they arrived. As soon as they got there, they saw the level 4 calamity, the specter, creating a drought. The god of the hunt was utterly astonished and asked, "How can a bird be that monstrously large?" The god of the hunt licked his lips and said, "A firebird of this size is definitely worth hunting." Chang-seon activated his sharp eyes, scanned its body, and readied his bow, taking an aiming stance. The great tiger god, mired in hardship, felt very proud of his two juniors, who were trying to make his greatness known for ages to come, and decided to grant a boon. This was also why Chang-seon's eyes had suddenly become much sharper. The young man felt as if all his senses had been elevated to a new level. Perhaps the boons from the Lord of the Void primarily focused on strengthening and enhancing the senses. The god of the hunt felt increasingly proud of himself. He said, "I'm quite sure no one else could grant you such a great boon." This seemed to compensate for Chang-seon's previous lack of attack skills. The god of the hunt mocked the great tiger god, mired in hardship, saying, "What you did this time turned out to be useless again. Beastly intuition, a boon granted to you by the great tiger god, mired in hardship, enhances your 5 senses, giving you sharp eyes, sensitive ears, a keen nose, and a refined sense of taste. Additionally, it grants a 6th sense that can warn you of danger, along with the ability to transform into a beastly form. Right now, the beastly intuition skill was causing all of Chang-seon's senses to focus on the specter. He could track its movements much better. The specter fell into a state of frenzy, unleashing a tempest. Chang-seon charged forward once more, and the great tiger god, mired in hardship, felt very proud watching Chang-seon use the boon he had granted. Gu Heben was completely shocked, unable to believe what was happening. At this rate, we might actually kill the specter. Suddenly, the system announced that an uninvited intruder had appeared in the battle. 2 flashes of light streaked by, and they landed. two identical bald men declared, "This is a protected area. Only authorized personnel may enter. Apprentices are ordered to turn back immediately." Chang-seon ignored them and attacked the specter with a critical hit, followed by a chain of more critical hits. The flames grew scorching and blazed fiercely. The skills Light Burst and Light Net have been upgraded. The specter continued to shriek madly as lightning rained down on it. The two bald men remained stern. "I'll repeat myself. This is a protected area, so please leave." Gu Hebben yelled back, "We've been chasing this monster for 4 days. Please, just let us hunt it." The two men became even more abrasive after his request. "I've warned you. No one is allowed in here except for authorized personnel. Please leave. If you don't heed our warning, we will use force to remove you. And since we've already warned you, we will not be held responsible for any incidents that occur." After speaking, both men pulled out massive blades and hoisted them onto their shoulders. This situation really sucks. The specter's rampage was intensifying, and it was deliberately trying to escape. Gu Hebben impatiently yelled, "Get out of the way! Move! If it escapes now, we'll never be able to hunt it. Don't block our path." The two men remained stubborn and advised, "If you don't want to get hurt, please step back." Chang-seon put on a helpless and evaluative expression. The stalker remained hidden, observing every move to report back. Chang-seon suddenly thought, but the executive director promised I wouldn't be obstructed. So, were these guys not told? Beyond this place is where the white tiger is hiding. It seems the executive director is trying to hide something here, using his authority. It might be related to the illusion gem we took from JQY's cave. It's also possible that someone connected to this secret was killed by JQY, and they're trying to retrieve or destroy the remaining evidence. This means there are other involved parties who also want to hunt JQY. If I investigate further, I'll surely find more evidence. Chang-seon decided to speak up. "So, if we don't enter the protected area, we're free to move as we please?" The two bald men replied. "That's right. So please, leave." Chang-seon's face was tense as he declared, "In that case, you have nothing to worry about." Suddenly, the Jui somersaulted back, catching the two men completely off guard. It went into a frenzy, struggling with all its might. The flame seemed to have incinerated and devoured it. A fire erupted from within Chang-seon's body. The flame of the 8 trigrams had found a new fire source and was trying to absorb it quickly. He had finally dealt with the Jawi. It lay there dead, nothing but skin and bones. This bastard. It feels weaker than a fledgling. Did you say a fledgling? Yes. For it to suddenly leave its nest, something must be wrong, and absorbing its fire has a very special effect. None of this would make sense unless it was young. If we can use this properly, it could help us a lot. Furthermore, the Jui is a mythical creature. No, a demonic spirit, to be precise. That's why they say even hunters find it difficult to hunt one alone, so you have to prepare thoroughly. Gu Hebben wondered if Chang-seon had any bright ideas, but it seemed he hadn't thought of anything yet. When Chang-seon asked Gu Hebben in return, he replied, "I've prepared a few things in advance, but even if I do it well, I'm not sure it will be effective." An idea sparked in Chang-seon's mind. If it's a fledgling that just hatched, then let's try to find its source of nutrition. That should make it easier to predict its movements. I need to go to the place it first appeared and set a trap. It devours the souls of its prey, so this will be very effective. Chang-seon began to absorb energy. The soul usurpation authority was gradually destroying the spirit that created the Jui. The purgatory flame was now on the spirit. This flame would spread to all other connected spirits. The flame had spread throughout the Jawi's body. The Jawi was being incinerated. The purgatory flame was raging intensely. Chang-seon pointed to the Jawi's corpse and added, "It's not that it's passionate about hunting. There are just a few reasons that caused it to become excessively hungry, leaving it no choice but to eat ravenously. A corpse is a welcome meal. That's why I will cover it with ice poison and paralysis poison." The Jui can't do anything against ice and paralysis poison. Everything was going according to Chang-seon's plan. The Jawi also devours the souls of its prey, using a portion of them as fuel for its death flame. He didn't tell Gu Hebben, but after killing the monster, he didn't purify its soul. That soul will enter its body and become a part of its flesh and blood, and when it tries to escape, he will use soul derivation to drag it down. When one of Chang-seon's 8 trigrams flames is lit by a soul, it will quickly spread to other souls and eventually grow so large that it cannot be extinguished. The Jawi is a cluster of souls. It has no way to escape Chang-seon's 8 trigrams flame. The ashes from burning the Jawi will remain with him, along with its flame. Chang-seon's 8 trigrams flame is devouring the limitless flame. The ability of destruction is slowly being added to its ability of regeneration. Stats have begun to increase continuously. Warning: uncontrolled increase can be toxic. Please use your authority. Warning: your flame absorption rate is increasing. The domain of Chang-seon's 8 trigrams flame is changing and is currently uncontrollable. Your magic circuit is expanding. Your magic circuit has surpassed its threshold and can be accepted. Chang-seon's conduit has reached its limit, and no more elements can be added. His magic circuit was also unable to use all the magic in its current state, so Chang-seon's body began to undergo a regenerative change. Achievement unlocked, Sun Eater. Reward, intelligence increased by 20, willpower increased by 20, additional integrated magic circuit. Skill level of soul usurpation authority has increased. Soul derivation is now faster. The Jui is trying to resist. The two bald men were in a state of panic, not knowing what to do next. As for Chang-seon, he thought he had figured it out. The destroyed domains are added to Chang-seon's 8 trigrams flame. It will change the domain. The undying fire is slowly spreading outward. The undying fire is burning within the Yuchang sword. The flame has awakened. The blood has formed, and you have completed the hidden requirement of the sacred artifact. This was what Chang-seon had been waiting for. He wanted that flame to burn even more fiercely. There was only one way to completely defeat a specter, to break all the seals on the Yuchang sword. The required condition was an enormous apocalyptic flame, and it seemed to be consuming everything. There was one more thing that needed to be added. Blood. Chang-seon cut his own hand to let the drops of blood flow onto the sword. These two will be the key to unsealing the Yuchang sword, which has been dormant for a whole millennium. The Yuchang sword had been passed down by the people of the Yuji clan. It was always kept in the closest position to the forge, and it was only natural that traces of them remained on the sword, as that flame would reside within it. Besides that, before the Yuchang sword reached Uji's hands, it had been passed through countless assassins and absorbed an unknown amount of blood, causing it to be called the Demon Sword, or the Sword of Death. The blood within it cannot be easily washed away. The fire has awakened. The blood has formed. You have successfully completed the hidden requirements of the divine masterpiece. Chang-seon grinned sinisterly. After absorbing my fire and my blood, you too will belong to me. Chang-seon let out a massive roar. Proof of the Yuchang sword's new master has been carved onto the blade. With a crack of lightning, the layer of stone covering the sword shattered. A sword shrouded in dark black smoke spoke to Chang-seon. You have freed me. Take me. From the sword, countless ghastly souls flew out, trying to hypnotize Chang-seon. The sword continuously begged Chang-seon to look at it. He was engulfed in a whirlwind. Those souls constantly provoked and beckoned him. Ah, it is I. Pay attention to me. Chang-seon felt a headache coming on and told them to shut up. After that, all the souls were pushed away, leaving only the sword. Congratulations on becoming the new master of the Yuchang sword. You have successfully become one with your sword. Chang-seon immediately grabbed it and swung it in a few basic arcs. The magic from the sword inflicted critical hits on the specter. After taking a painful blow, it tried to find a way to escape. Chang-seon activated Tiger Aura. The skill Black Mountain King's Claw has been activated. He landed a critical strike on the specter, drawing and quartering its soul along with it. You have obtained the Yuling's Golden Eye, a fusion of gruesome and deadly energies, as well as the abilities of the demon-type beast, the Yuling. If you use this eye, you will be able to observe the changes in the human world and even into the next life. Type Crystal. Effects: energy storage, release deadly energy, fire resistance. You have successfully unlocked the secret of the Yuchang sword. Your understanding of the sword has increased dramatically. High-level dagger skill has leveled up. High-level dagger skill has reached the maximum level. A higher skill has been added. Dagger skill first form has been created. Low-level longsword skill has been created. Dagger skill first form has reached the maximum level. A higher skill has been added. Dagger skill first form, longsword skill first form, wind sword skill first form, power sword skill first form, and other swordsmanship skills of the same type have been combined. Congratulations on achieving dagger skill mastery. After this phase, the gods were once again in an uproar of astonishment. The god of the hunt stared at the fishgut sword in a daze. The god of the hunt, extremely embarrassed, said that he had absolutely no idea it was a holy sword. The god of the hunt repeatedly slapped his own mouth, cursing himself for misspeaking and telling you to put that fire stick aside. The world serpent god just nodded and said he's no longer surprised by your ability to release divine artifacts. The great demon god who pursues hell continues to observe your growth. He is still awaiting your answer. The eagle cat god who tears the sunset blesses your brave heart and the sword that best suits you from the bottom of his heart. All the gods watching you are shocked by the appearance of the divine blacksmith Uji's masterpiece. This fishgut sword is one of the 9 famous swords forged by the first of the Uji clan. It is called a holy sword because its rather short blade can be used as a dagger, and when its true form is released, it can also be used as a longsword. At this time, it's possible that the malice within it will also be released. Furthermore, the flame left by Yuji's descendant and the blood left by the sword's previous masters will grant the current owner a mysterious source of power. Its effect is to absorb all spilled blood. The current Chang-seon has partially met its requirements, so its hidden ability can be used. However, you still have not met all of its requirements. Therefore, to unlock its other hidden abilities, other items will be needed. And so, Uji's secret hidden quest is created. Explanation of Uji's secret. The first of the Uji clan, known as the Divine Blacksmith, successfully created 9 swords. Each sword possessed different properties and abilities throughout his life. Today, they are known as the set of 9 famous swords. The fishgut sword you possess is one of those 9, possessing the attributes of fire and blood. The 9 famous swords are not dependent on each other, but were created to compensate for each other's weaknesses and enhance each other's strengths. Therefore, the more of them are used together, the more they strengthen each other, revealing their hidden abilities. You must now find and unleash the other 8 swords as well. When the famous swords encounter one another, they will lead you deeper into their mysterious domain. Others may try to steal your fishgut sword, so you must proceed with this matter cautiously. Chang-seon's current quest condition is to possess all the famous swords. The objectives to be completed include protecting the fishgut sword, discovering and acquiring the other more powerful famous swords, and deciphering all their hidden abilities. The reward will be unlocking the legacy ability of the first of the Uji clan. Chang-seon tried and found that his right hand had grown stronger. Suddenly, Chang-seon's sword reacted violently. He was curious because it hadn't reacted at all just a moment ago. Why is it reacting like this now? His stats had nearly tripled the 76 he had at level 30. It felt like a great surge of energy was flowing through him. The 2 bald guys stood dumbfounded at Chang-seon's feet. Damn it. I can't believe this wraith was snatched from our grasp just like that. What do we do now? I don't know. We can't just pretend nothing happened. We have no choice. We have to fight him. He took down a wraith, but it seems it was attacked while it was gathering its power. It looks like he's even carrying the phantom pearl. For something like this to happen during the trial phase, we absolutely cannot let that fall into someone else's hands. We have to kill them, and just in case, we'll search its nest too. The other bald guy objected. What? Don't you think that's a little difficult? He absorbed all of the wraith's fire. He didn't let a single bit out. He absorbed it all. How are we supposed to beat someone like that? The other one remained stubborn. No, it's the opposite. This is the perfect time to do it. Think about it. Those 2 must be exhausted after fighting the wraith. Even if he swallowed that world-ending flame, he's obviously got to be tired. We should just defeat him and then interrogate him about the phantom pearl. If he doesn't answer, we'll throw him to the beasts. The director saw so much potential in this guy too. What a shame. And now he's gotten himself into something he shouldn't have. The 2 bald guys were plotting as if they were about to win. Chang-seon might have been wiped out before he even had a chance to do anything. Just as they were about to act, the group of 3 showed up. I didn't expect to catch 2 big fish by coming here. No, I mean 3, right? There's Chang-seon, the Wraith's treasure, and the hunting dogs of the White Tiger Guild. Is it someone's birthday today? When the 2 bald guys asked how they got in, the scarred man laughed loudly. What do you mean? How? We were just taking a stroll along the border between regions. It seems they trespassed on purpose. The man with the scarred face who had just spoken was Demon Mace, Kang Shin-hyuk. The one with the scruffy beard was Greatsword, Park Polybio, and the other one was Blood Eye, Bae Kyung. They chose this dungeon to occupy instead of the other dungeons under the White Tiger's control. This means they already knew about the rumors of the White Tiger's research. Kang Shin-hyuk looked defiant. Anyway, it looks like we have a lot to talk about. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw his mace into the air and began to spin it rapidly. The bald man calculated, fighting them now is impossible, so one person will call for reinforcements while the others buy time. Then, the 2 sides charged at each other. Polybio, with the face of a murderer, declared, "The fun is just getting started." The other bald guy was running for his life to call for reinforcements, but Kang Shin-hyuk sent his mace chasing after him to block his path. Where do you think you're going? He turned back just in time to nearly get his face smashed in. Luckily, he managed to block it with his sword at the last second, but the force of the throw was so powerful it shattered the blade. Kang Shin-hyuk swung his mace at the bald man again. Oh, you missed? Why don't you try blocking this one too? It seemed the bald man could no longer resist. And just like that, the mace swung and sliced his head clean off. Jiang Xinhe let out a triumphant roar, looking just like a maniac high on drugs. Ha ha ha, so weak. Is that all you've got? His teammate, Pak Paripio, was speechless. Be careful, you bastard. What the hell are you doing? Just killing a guide like that. With a gruesome, blood-stained face, he turned and answered, So what? Isn't there still another one over there? Now, even the teammates were starting to argue. Paripio turned and cursed at him. Damn it, you're just trying to piss me off, aren't you? While those 2 were arguing, Baekukyung quietly walked over to Chang-seon's position. Gu Hebanon was already in a defensive stance. What do you people think you're doing? Baekukyung gathered all his courage and declared, Honestly, we didn't want it to be like this. But what's done is done. You'll have to die for us. With an unchanging expression, Chang-seon replied, I don't think I will. This resilience from Chang-seon drove Baekukyung mad. Chang-seon pointed a single finger to the sky. One sleeve was torn, but his aura remained unparalleled. He declared with a single sentence, "I think this will all be over if you can dodge that." The faces of the others turned to a state of confusion and anxiety. This gesture summoned the spirit boss monster. At this rate, I think they've already had a few kids. I wonder how the female will react after learning her mate has been killed. Want to find out? As expected, the spirit fell into a mad rage. It rained down fire and lightning upon the land. A storm was ravaging and destroying the entire area. It flew around erratically, frantically searching for the one who killed its mate. Damn it! What the hell is this? Meteor Mace threw his Meteor Mace first and destroyed the scroll. Everyone gathered together to fight the spirit. An entire region of land exploded, leaving only the sound of arguments. Shinhe, dodge it. You stupid fool, what are you doing? Chang-seon stood watching and said to Gu Hebenun, "For animals, it's most optimal for the female to watch over the young while the male hunts for prey. And of course, the female will also rush out to attack if her mate is in danger." Gu Hebenun's eyes lit up as he looked at Chang-seon. Just who in the world is he? While the others were chaotically fighting the spirit, Chang-seon planned to go collect more spirit golden eyes. Gu Hebenun was worried, as Chang-seon's body was currently heavily injured. Even so, Chang-seon still appeared resilient. "I'm much better now. Basically, my health has recovered, but it's still dangerous." Gu Hebenun was determined to stop Chang-seon, not wanting to let him overwork himself. Chang-seon told him not to worry. Chang-seon looked at the jar of spirit golden eyes in his hand and said he had a way. Then, he swallowed a golden eye. As he ate, he wondered if he really needed to eat it after having absorbed the spirit's fire. But back then, the second elder had said that using the eye as an ingredient would be much better. To be safe, instead of just adding another element, swallowing the eye could continue to change its very foundation. Oh, and one more thing. If you swallow that eye, you might even become a spirit yourself. Chang-seon's body began to transform, and surging magical power enveloped him. His handsome face was gone, replaced by black, soot-like marks that covered his features. At the same time, the system began to flash with a frenzy of notifications. The destruction element and the spirit element have been added to the Bagua flame. The properties of the flame are changing. All elements are merging to form a transformation. The destruction element has been formed. The Bagua flame has transformed into the eternal Bagua flame. You have become a spirit. Strength increased by 2, dexterity increased by 4. You have mastered the spirit state. You have learned how to use the spirit and the eternal flame. You have learned fire demon. You have learned shadow demon. You have learned to befriend fire. You can use level 1 of the eternal flame. I swear, being the system for this guy, the notifications alone are enough to make it lag out. At this point, Chang-seon had transformed into a spirit, and the poor forest once again had to endure a wildfire. Chang-seon grew a pair of purple wings on his back, confidently soaring through the sky like a bird. His face now looked like a newly awakened demon. Chang-seon charged straight toward the female spirit, to the utter astonishment of Gyang Shinhe and Peripio. The system announced that the skill Black Mountain God's Claw had been activated. Deep purple lightning and a dazzling golden light clashed violently, kicking up a sky full of dust and smoke. Chang-seon appeared with an aura that looked like he was about to eat someone. Gyang Shinhe was now flattened on the ground, the fangs of the evil dragon firmly embedded in his neck. Gyang Shinhe begged Chang-seon to just send him to hell already, because slowly dying like this was exhausting as hell. Chang-seon agreed to his request. A level 1 eternal flame was enough to turn his entire body to ash. Have a safe trip, and let's never meet again. It was just Shinhe's bad luck to run into Chang-seon in this life. Chang-seon glanced at the female spirit that he had incinerated with his flames, and with that, +1 spirit golden eye. The system announced, "You have absorbed the spirit golden eye. Your magic has increased. The Bagua furnace of annihilation flame will be leveled up by 1. Soul and annihilation flame will be strengthened. Soul Devourer will be strengthened. The first form of annihilation flame will be leveled up by 1. When used with suspicion, you may have stronger control. Current magic points, 287. Come to think of it, I've gained 66 magic power this time. Maybe because this is the second time, but I'm starting to realize there's a limit." The system continued its notifications. Achievement unlocked. Hunter of the legendary pair. Effects: magic +10, willpower +15. Vessel of the spirit. By becoming a spirit, a combination of fire and soul, you can use the abilities of a spirit as you wish. You can cover the world with the flames of death and dominate the sky. Because you have absorbed 2 golden eyes, you are a calamity that can create forest fires and droughts wherever you set foot with the powerful flames you possess. Title type effect: Calamity of Annihilation Flame. You have obtained the title Vessel of the Spirit. The properties of the spirit will be strengthened. Dungeon ranking has been updated. Chang-seon smirked. It must be chaotic down there now. Not just 1, but 2 spirits, considered the rulers of the Black-Red Mountain area, were defeated in succession. You said you wanted to be reincarnated, right? Chang-seon looked over at Baekukyung, who was lying there on the brink of death. He pleaded with Chang-seon for mercy. They say dying in a fire is the most painful thing in this world. Baekhyun was terrified. Chang-seon smiled demonically. If you want me to finish you, tell me everything you know. This whole affair. Watching from a distance, all Gu Hebanon could see was Chang-seon as a ball of fire, as if he had brought the very core of the sun with him. So, you're saying that White Tiger destroyed your rule in the Black-Red Mountain area or something to open it up? Is that right? Chang-seon was focused on his investigation. Baekhyun confirmed that what he had just said was true. Chang-seon frowned. So the White Tiger Guild started growing 13 or 14 years ago, huh? Anon's 7 secret scriptures consist of those 7 scrolls. The White Tiger Guild excavated those sacred relics 20 years ago in an unnamed dungeon. What they found were 3 of those 7 scriptures. Even so, they possessed immense power and could bring about considerable results. The White Tiger Guild's master, Holy Sword Master Musung, is one of the strongest swordsmen in the world, but his followers weren't particularly outstanding. However, due to their explosive growth rate, they gained an exceptional reputation. Not long ago, they became a world-renowned guild. So what is all this about? Chang-seon was determined to squeeze every last drop of information out of Gukyung. Gukyung didn't know that much either. Chang-seon told him to just explain it simply. Gukyung tried to bargain and plead with Chang-seon, but he coldly said, "Whether or not I grant your request is my business. Speak." The flames made the dying Gukyung suffer even more, forcing him to agree to all of Chang-seon's demands. Each scroll of Anon's 7 secret scriptures has different content. Each one teaches how to summon the power of a different ancient constellation that has been forgotten by this era. Ancient constellations? Chang-seon paid close attention to the forgotten stars Gukyung mentioned. When light was created at the beginning of the universe, there weren't many constellations in the sky. They might have been as weak as the universe back then, but each constellation possessed immense holy power. As time passed, they must have found their place according to the laws of the world. The signs of their existence were recorded upon the universe and the world. They are referred to as the Forgotten Stars. It's possible to borrow their power? Has the puppet ruler been hiding this all along? Chang-seon was very concerned about this. Gukyung continued, looking like he was on his last breath. But of the 3 scrolls the White Tiger Guild obtained, they've decoded 2. I heard the most important scroll still remains. Chang-seon immediately thought of Peter's key. It seemed that was the scripture that needed to be decoded. Then why did you come here? I don't think you came here just for terrorism or revenge. It was to find the illusion pearl. Is that it? Chang-seon sensed something suspicious in the deep-seated grudge he could feel. What they obtained from the first scripture was a method to create an invincible warrior. The first of the 7 scriptures was written about a person who loses their soul after being possessed by starlight. A person who loses their soul loses their sense of self, but because that void is filled by starlight, they become a powerful warrior. They are reborn as loyal holy knights who obey the star's command. The ingredients needed to create these warriors are wildflowers from the Sion flower bed, like crying flowers and laughing flowers. With those, you can create the illusion pearl. Chang-seon guessed there was a reason they built a training center in a place like this. The Black-Red Mountain Zone has a terrain similar to the Sion flower bed. Besides, it's perfect for testing new recruits and selecting those with the potential to become powerful warriors. And if they say the people who disappeared here were simply victims of accidents after disobeying their instructors and leaving the safe zone, then that's that. And the one overseeing and managing all these projects must be the White Tiger's vice commander, the executive director. But with Besla's tomb suddenly disappearing and Peter's key vanishing without a trace, things took a turn for the worse for them. Chang-seon smirked sinisterly. And you thought you could expose the White Tiger Guild's true face with that illusion pearl? You'd need more evidence than that. That's right, now that Chang-seon had most of the secrets, this guy probably didn't know much more. So Chang-seon granted his wish, sending him on his way with a single slash. Then he turned his attention to the bald guy over there and wondered, so, what if we just dig it up? The location of the research center, where they create the illusion pearl and mass-produce powerful warriors. Chang-seon turned to pressure the bald guy. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, right? The bald guy remained defiant. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of our patron god? You really think that patron god is on your side? The bald guy was about to argue back when a notification appeared before his eyes. The great tiger spirit body, drowned in hardship, has lost interest in the believer who failed to consider all things. The bald guy froze, stunned. Chang-seon looked up at the sunlit sky and smirked. Your patron god wants a stronger, more resilient believer, not a half-dead wretch like you. The system notified Chang-seon. The great tiger spirit body, drowned in hardship, laughs loudly while observing you. In a flash, Chang-seon turned and stripped Gu Heben's clothes. He hugged his bare, muscular body, panicked, and asked Chang-seon, "What are you doing?" "Sit cross-legged," Chang-seon commanded coldly. "You're doing it right now?" "Yes. I'm going to treat you right now." Gu Heben's eyes widened, and he sat down with Chang-seon. Stabilizing the excess energy of a demon-born will take quite some time. It's also easy to get distracted. Even though it might only take about 1 or 2 hours in the real world, to you, it will feel like tens of hours or even an entire month, Chang-seon explained. Stabilizing that frantic energy will be exhausting, but it will end eventually, so don't give up. If you think about quitting for even a second, you'll start to suffer from chi deviation and become either a monster or a demon. Gu Hebben certainly knew his place at all. Then it's fine. Chang-seon warned him again. If I see even the slightest sign of that happening, I won't hesitate to dispose of you. Allowing a defective product to roam free would surely lead to a terrible disaster. Gu Hebben understood this well, so he cheerfully told Chang-seon not to worry. Chang-seon was taken aback. He now understood that even though Gu Hebben was a bit reckless, he always possessed a very strong will. Then, let's begin. Chang-seon rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm covered in strange ancient characters. A system notification appeared. The flames of the unifying apocalypse fire are surrounding your body. The demon-born was being enveloped in flames. Gu Heben's entire face contorted in pain, but he still had to remind himself not to lose himself, not to give up. He was being burned by raging purple flames, but in his mind's eye, he was in a place where snow was falling. For a moment, he didn't know where he was. Then he saw someone who looked exactly like his past self. He had thought that if he had to stay here, he'd rather just suffer chi deviation and get it over with. Watching that person fall face first into the snow, a man with a goatee ran over and carried him away. Gu Hebben realized he was inside his own mind, in his subconscious world. He didn't want to remember that time. Gu Heben's eyes filled with sorrow as the scene shifted to his childhood, where he was scorned by everyone. Throw that monster into the orphanage. Where did you pick up a monster like that? Baek Ga-eun had to rummage through trash cans for food, fighting with stray cats. Then, while he was sleeping on the side of the road covered in a cardboard box, a bunch of kids came and beat him, chasing him away. He couldn't help but think that if he hadn't been saved, if he had died, then he wouldn't have to endure these horrible memories, right? Just then, a strange voice rang out. So, you're here. Baek Ga-eun looked at the dark shadow and said, I was looking for you. It's too cold here. Come with me. You must leave this place before the winter gets even colder. The words sounded sweet to Baek Ga-eun's ears. He didn't want to be lonely anymore, so he decided to go with the shadow. The shadow of Wu Ga-eun said, Take my hand. At that critical moment, the phrase don't lose yourself woke Ga-eun up. He remembered that he couldn't give up, so he quickly pulled his hand back. The shadow asked in confusion, What's wrong? Ga-eun didn't answer it and bolted away. He had found his purpose in life. This is not where I belong. Outside, Chang-seon was already holding the fang of an evil dragon, ready to strike. The system announced, The sacred body of the hawk cat, Divine Twilight, smiles lightly at your kind heart. Kind heart, my ass. It's just that you knew Leo-eun had already passed the critical moment. Masong is truly steadfast. It's admirable. He was starting to fall into a state of chi deviation, but managed to pull through. Even if I used the entire ghost flask, I'm not sure I could win. Well, his father is the successor, so it's obvious. In that case, this guy must be recovering his strength right now. The system continued its report. The ancient invisibility rune has been activated. The low-level rune engraving has reached its maximum level. A higher-level skill will be created. The intermediate-level rune engraving skill has been created. Everything within the designated area will vanish without a trace from the eyes of outsiders. Chang-seon decided it was time to visit the Phantom Pearl Research Center. But before that, Chang-seon activated the Beast Sense skill to deal with this useless witness first. A flash of blue light zipped by, sending leaves flying everywhere. The stalker was using 200% of his ability, running and leaping to shorten the travel time. He was certain he had to bring the truth back to the director, while Chang-seon was still focused on Gu Heben's group. However, how could his speed possibly match Chang-seon's? Although it took him a moment to give chase, he zipped over and was already above the guy in an instant. The stalker looked up in alarm, and Chang-seon glared down in fury. Then, with a loud crash, a dazzling yellow lightning bolt struck the ground. The old director's man was knocked flat on the ground. He gritted his teeth and glared at Chang-seon. He smirked. Just as the man was about to draw his sword, Chang-seon stabbed him near the heart. Chang-seon pinned the stalker against a tree, and seeing that his opponent wasn't suffering enough, he even laughed in his face. Hello, we meet again. What are you going to do? I was originally going to finish you off immediately, but I've changed my mind. I don't want the director to suspect me. The stalker was surprised by Chang-seon's cunning. What was even more surprising was that Chang-seon pulled out the Phantom Pearl to show it off to him. I have a very convenient method, so there's no need to take the long way around. Despite the man's protests, Chang-seon shoved the pearl straight into his mouth. The system displayed a notification. Player Song Yu-zoon has swallowed the Phantom Pearl. His consciousness has been paralyzed. His ego has ceased. He has been hypnotized. Song Yu-zon collapsed to his knees. Chang-seon coldly ordered, Stand up. Yu-zon immediately stood up like a puppet. Chang-seon looked at his expression, guessing that he had lost his soul and was in a mindless state. How interesting. Now then, sit down, roll over, bark, kill yourself. Chang-seon issued a series of commands, and Yuzun followed every single one. Just as he was about to self-destruct, Chang-seon told him to stop. He looked at this stalker and marveled, they really made something like this, huh? They originally intended to use this on the lowest level creatures, so how much more powerful will the other ones be? Chang-seon then gave him a pivotal mission. Tell the director that there is nothing unusual about me. Act normally, as if nothing happened. Understand? Understood. The gods witnessing this spectacular scene began to stir. The serpent god who coils around the world is giggling with delight at your dark plan. The great tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, watches you, intrigued by your objective. Chang-seon ordered Yuzun to hurry and carry out his mission. He even thanked Chang-seon, but just as the guy was about to leave, he called him back. Do you have any further requests, sir? That technique you're using, can I learn it? Chang-seon thought this looked more useful than he had imagined. If he had it, fighting Gu Heben would be much easier. Yuzun began to explain. It's called the Flying Tiger Follows the Wind. You can use the wind from lightness skills, thievery, or disguise, and since it is an upgraded version of the tiger's pace, you can use it as well, sir. Sir Chang-seon, all right, teach me, but I don't have a skill book, so it will take quite a long time, sir. I'll find a way to learn it myself. Chang-seon was very serious. Yuzun began to demonstrate the skill for Chang-seon. Immediately, he was able to perform the skill himself. Yuzun was startled. How are you able to? Chang-seon didn't pay much attention and just asked him to do it again several times. The system announced, you have learned a new skill using Tiger's Pace as a base. The skill, Flying Tiger Follows the Wind, has been created. Flying Tiger Follows the Wind, the base skill of the great tiger god overwhelmed by hardship. A technique that uses the tiger's pace as its foundation. With your courage, you will be able to achieve fluid movements as if you were a flying tiger riding the wind. When a tiger flies, the wind follows it. Skill level 1. Type, active effect. Lightness skill, linked skill. Chang-seon performed the skill and asked Yuzun, so, like this? Yuzun was dumbfounded. How? It took me years to learn, but you were able to do it after watching just a few times. Yuzun bowed his head. You truly are an incredible person, sir. There you go again. That's enough. Go back. Yes, sir. After speaking, Yuzun vanished. He's gone. Meanwhile, Chang-seon received a flood of notifications. You have learned lightness skill. Your skill level has increased. Your skill level has increased. You have learned thievery. You have learned stealth. The great tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, is smiling. Chang-seon took a running start and leaped, soaring higher than the mountaintop, causing the god of the hunt season to cheer. The god of the hunt season says that your movements are absolutely perfect for hunting, so she is looking for something to give you. Chang-seon used the Flying Tiger Follows the Wind skill to leap into the middle of the forest. If he remembered correctly, each pair of ghosts lays 1 egg per century, and it didn't take long for Chang-seon to find the ghost's nest. If you couldn't find a magnificent nest like this with a glowing egg inside, you must have a problem with your eyes. The system displayed information on the ghost egg. Once every century, a pair of ghosts lays 1 egg. It seems more time is needed for the egg to hatch. Type, egg, model. Incubating a demonic beast can enhance skills or provide materials for creating items. This huge egg, it would probably take a whole month to eat. Phantoms have 3 forms, but they are actually a complex of souls. Therefore, they are spirit creatures without a physical body. Because their ancestors took the form of birds, they continue to follow that example. But in reality, they can change depending on their habitat. What's more, I can steer their condition in a positive direction and raise their intelligence above the norm. The power balance of this egg, its nascent stage, and its health are all ideal. Becoming a spirit bird is the best path for it. After calculating the best way to absorb every last drop of its power, Chang-seon opened his mouth and swallowed the massive egg whole. The gods began to stir again. The great tiger god, drowned in hardship, is interested in how you will incubate the egg. The great tiger god, drowned in hardship, advises that instead of a weak form like a bird, it should take the form of a rare beast, like a tiger. At that moment, the egg had completely entered Chang-seon's body. The god of the hunt begins to jump up and down, making an announcement. The god of the hunt disagrees with the advice of the great tiger god, drowned in hardship. The god of the hunt advises that a falcon or a hunting dog would be most advantageous for hunting. The god of the hunt says she thinks a young falcon or a hellhound would be best. Thank you for your advice. So noisy. That's the most sensible thing I've heard so far, Chang-seon thought. But how could the great tiger god possibly back down? The great tiger god, drowned in hardship, laughs loudly, saying that those things would be swallowed in a single gulp. The god of the hunt glares and asks if he's looking down on her friend. The great tiger god, drowned in hardship, growls back at her and asks if glaring is all she knows how to do. The god of the hunt begins to rummage for an arrow. Man, these two are such a headache. After a bit of bickering, the relationship between the two gods had hit rock bottom. Chang-seon paid them little mind, only hoping the egg would absorb the flame within him and grow. And now, his next destination was that research center. No sooner said than done, Chang-seon shot off as if propelled by a motor. The research center was located halfway up a mountain. Things inside don't seem very calm, and the CEO, he just said to wait and that it would be resolved soon. Damn it. The fat professor slammed his fist on the table, grinding his teeth in anger. From the phantom pearls used to create holy warriors to the starlight equation, he developed it all, along with the level 3 basic skill, a series of holy weapons and artifacts, and all the power that came with them. All the achievements he'd made in this white tiger state, and now the higher-ups were sending someone to supervise him. Could it be? Do they know I pocketed a few things? It was that damn director who made me do it from the start. How the hell is it that every time I call that old geezer, the only answer I get is, wait. Professor Mach couldn't help but go insane. What the hell do you think I've done for you? They said the supervisory team is arriving today. If that's the case, then I don't mind giving them a grand welcome. Destroy all documents that could harm us. Quickly. And then, the directive from the third in command will arrive soon. Project Judo, the project the director personally requested and is overseeing. That alone is enough to make everyone suspicious. For someone like me, the association is a dangerous place. I need to reach the white tiger level as soon as possible. That way, maybe 5-star sword will be safe. He sighed, suddenly feeling much more relieved. They're a huge family-run conglomerate, so I'll be able to live a life of luxury. This calculation made him snicker to himself. I'll need to have at least a few aces up my sleeve. But what about Gu Heben? Whatever, I'm also curious about that guy, Chang-seon. Who knows where those guys disappeared to? I wish I could find them and pull them over to my side. He looked at the person inside the giant test tube and clicked his tongue. Well, this one's not half bad. The fat professor then remembered to ask if the people he'd sent to find the phantom pearls had returned yet. The lab hasn't received any response from them, so the professor urged them to hurry up before they all go down. Meanwhile, Chang-seon was moving at a wind-tearing speed. The two gods were still trying their best to argue. The great tiger god, drowned in hardship, believes that you are like him and smiles. The god of the hunt tells him to stop talking nonsense because your courage is much more like hers. The great tiger god, drowned in hardship, says, dream on. The god of the hunt says that he should shut his mouth because the stench is unbearable. The two of them glare at each other. Just as the war between the gods shifted from a verbal battle to a staring contest, Chang-seon arrived at the entrance of the lab. Chang-seon activated the thief's prowess skill, silencing all sound. A swirling torrent of magical power surrounded him. Chang-seon immediately shot straight into the research center. He flashed by like a gust of wind, leaving the two guards effectively blind. The more perceptive one asked his partner if he saw something flash by. The other was less sharp, so of course he didn't see anything. So that guy quickly concluded he must have imagined it. The chubby one even complained, "Hey, you're giving me the creeps, so cut it out. What would you even do if something actually showed up?" Good point. This job in the investigation department is going to drive me crazy. While they were consoling each other, Chang-seon was hard at work. The 12th trap has been activated. The beastly senses skill has identified the direction from which the trap was activated. The trap has failed to identify you. The Serpent Man skill has been activated and is rapidly sweeping over other traps near you. The Flying Tiger Riding the Wind skill is being used. Your skill level has increased. The 27th trap has been activated. You have successfully passed through the trap without being detected. The serpent god who coils around the world cannot hide his admiration for your abilities. If not for the system notifications, all anyone would have seen was a flash of lightning passing by. Chang-seon looked from side to side, seeing everyone in a panicked rush, and wondered what the hell had happened. He enhanced his hearing with beastly senses to catch all the surrounding sounds. The people in the lab were in a total panic because of a red alert flashing on the walls. Damn it, why did they have to show up when we're so busy? Hurry up, or we're all dead. We can't go from being the experimenters to the experiments. Bring that here, get rid of that. Where the hell is that bastard who went to catch the phantoms? I'm swamped here. Chang-seon frowned. Weren't they supposed to have brought back the phantom pearls already? Forget it. What can you expect from that bunch? This is bad. The phantom bodies have been discovered. Who the hell dealt with that wraith? Is that even possible? How the hell would I know if it's possible or not? Damn it. I think there was a report about some guys from a high-ranking guild being spotted in the training area. What the hell happened there? We have to clean everything up before the investigation team arrives. Hearing this, Chang-seon found what he was looking for, the Illusion Pearl production facility. Without a moment's hesitation, Chang-seon leaped into the room just before it closed. It hasn't fully materialized, but the system is already sending alerts. The smell of poison is incredibly strong here. The poison of the wailing flower is spreading throughout this room. The laughing flower will make you convulse. The guards are still busy moving things while the system continues to send out a series of warnings. The King of Tigers is staring at you. The immunity effect to 10 types of poison has been activated, resisting the influence of all poisons. The bald guard is rushing his colleague to move it through, and the door has been sealed shut. Chang-seon is blocked outside. The door is locked. ID verification required. Please scan your ID or enter the password to open the door. Holy crap, how do I open this thing? Should I just break it? No, I can't act recklessly. A password? A password? Could it be Peter's key? Chang-seon felt the thing he was wearing around his neck reacting, but he couldn't take it off because the puppet ruler was staring at him. Chang-seon boldly placed his hand on the control panel on the door. And then, something surprising happened. Master's ID has been confirmed. Chang-seon was completely stunned himself. The electromagnetic lock has been released. The door is opening. Holy shit, this is incredible! What kind of amazing thing is this key? Just what kind of power does it have to do something like this? Not only Chang-seon, but the gods were also intrigued by this strange event. The imprisoned and submerged Great Tiger God felt a bit embarrassed by the suddenly opened lock. The imprisoned and submerged Great Tiger God asks if you have a talent for lockpicking. The Great Serpent God who coils around the world clicks his tongue at the imprisoned and submerged Great Tiger God, as if he were an ignorant fool. The Great Serpent God who coils around the world says that it's only natural, as humans are creatures assembled from red-bellied snakes. The imprisoned and submerged Great Tiger God nods and says, that makes sense. The imprisoned and submerged Great Tiger God laughs at your courage and talent. The imprisoned and submerged Great Tiger God desires you even more. Inside, Chang-seon was cursing that puppet ruler to hell and back. He didn't think the guy realized he used Peter's key. But what the hell was he talking about? Red-bellied snakes. Chang-seon didn't want to hear anything about that snake. By now, Chang-seon was standing completely inside the room that served as the Illusion Pearl production facility. The first thing that hit his eyes were people trapped in giant test tubes. The King of Tigers flies into a rage. Chang-seon is thinking about the warrior who turned into a holy soldier. The great serpent god who coils around the world laughs loudly upon seeing the other god's fangs and claws being revealed. Chang-seon truly found the sight before him utterly disgusting. The sunset-tearing hawk cat god reveals her disgust at the scene. The sunset-tearing hawk cat god looks at the imprisoned and submerged great tiger god. The imprisoned and submerged great tiger god laughs, asking her why she's looking at him like that. The sunset-tearing hawk cat god gets angry and says she is simply following justice. Just then, a hidden quest appears. Hidden quest. The Hawk Cat's plea has been created. The Hawk Cat's plea. Type, hidden. Description. The sunset-tearing Hawk Cat God is extremely furious at the evil and darkness that the imprisoned and submerged Great Tiger God has inflicted upon humans. She also feels pity for the humans who had to die because of this. Therefore, the sunset-tearing Hawk Cat God is pleading with you to bring them peace so they can rest. Restrictions. Quest giver, time. Completion conditions. Eliminate all holy soldiers. Completely destroy the Illusion Pearl production facility that created the holy soldiers. Reward. A blessing from the sunset-tearing hawk cat god, depending on your results. Chang-seon's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, you're playing for keeps, huh, lady? So, it's finally come to this. Who would have thought she'd go this far just to give me a quest? A blessing based on my results means I could even receive power from her. The imprisoned and submerged Great Tiger God is extremely curious about your answer. Chang-seon is considering his options. Accepting this means the puppet ruler will turn his back on me, but if I refuse this opportunity, Minerva will do the same. Damn, what a hellish situation. The sunset-tearing hawk cat god is staring at you. Chang-seon grimaced, about to press the decline button, but at the decisive moment, his clever brain sparked a few good ideas. There is something I wish to ask the imprisoned and submerged Great Tiger God. The imprisoned and submerged Great Tiger God has accepted. He says he will gladly answer any of your questions. I think you already know why I'm here. The imprisoned and submerged Great Tiger God says he knows and asks you to get straight to the point. Chang-seon is thinking about how to make both of them go along with his wishes. After all, they both need yours, truly. I have to take everything I can, bleed them dry, to get stronger and stronger. I'm thinking of stealing everything here. Even if it's something I can't have, I don't intend to let anyone else have it. What do you think of my choice? The imprisoned and submerged Great Tiger? He really is a villain reborn. If he's second best at being evil, no one would dare claim to be the best. Chang-seon was confident that he had gathered enough of the puppet ruler's interest. Now, he was a prime candidate for the position of disciple. He won't give up on someone like me so easily. The imprisoned and submerged Great Tiger God laughs at your change in attitude. The imprisoned and submerged Great Tiger God says he enjoys your personality, and that anyone who dares to deceive you is nothing but a fool. The imprisoned and submerged Great Tiger God promises that he will not place any restrictions on your ambition. Hidden quest. The Tiger's Plunder has been created. The Tiger's Plunder. Type, hidden. Description. The imprisoned and submerged Great Tiger God wants to invest heavily in the development of the next disciple candidate. In other words, you. However, he warns you that you will be punished if you do not meet his expectations. Conditions. Quest assigned to, time limit, blank. Completion conditions. Slaughter anything within your sight. Be careful not to leak any information about this mission. Penalty. Divine punishment. Reward. Obtain authority through what you have learned. Receive a blessing from the imprisoned and submerged Great Tiger God depending on your performance. Son of a bitch, this is awesome. Both these gods are going all out, and the only one who benefits is me. So, what kind of price does Lady Minerva think is worthy? The cat-hawk god who rends the sunset rejoices and says she wants you to do it. Oh, hell, is this bastard pretending he knows everything? Fine then. With the stars aligned like this, why wouldn't I snatch up both of these sweet deals? System notification. You have accepted the hidden quest, the Cat-Hawk's Plea. The hidden quests, the Cat-Hawk's Plea and the Tiger's Plunder have been combined. Your range of action has been expanded. Chang-seon felt that he had wasted more than enough time. Next, he activated his plunder skill, preparing to make a clean sweep of this place. Just as he was about to start, some guards closed in on him. Without a word, Chang-seon instantly activated the 8 trigrams Annihilation Furnace Fire. A blazing, terrifying purple flame erupted. The title Nether Ghost's Phantom has been applied. A pair of Nether Ghost wings sprouted from Chang-seon's back. The guards were completely stunned. What the hell is that? Why is there Nether Ghost fire here? How is this possible? Chang-seon smiled dangerously. The system announced that a firestorm had engulfed the area. Before the 2 guards could utter another word, they were sent straight to the underworld for a cup of tea with King Yama. And it didn't stop there. The terrifying flames caused the research center to explode violently. Everyone inside panicked and started shouting, "Fire! There's a fire! It's coming from the central facility! Hurry!" With a massive boom, another shocking explosion erupted. The other guards watched in horror as the flames became unstoppable. To their credit, they came up with a rescue plan pretty quickly. Don't get any closer. Use ice magic from a distance. The only problem was, they were willing, but not able. The ice shield they had just conjured was incinerated into steam in less than 3 seconds, leaving only the screams of those who got hit. For some reason, the fat professor was outside the research center, watching his second home get burned to the ground bit by bit. He muttered, "This is even worse than being supervised at work." "What's going on?" He panicked. "What is the security team doing? Are they trying to destroy the research materials?" Another massive explosion with terrifying destructive power completely tore the research center apart, brick by brick, throwing the professor's chubby frame to the ground from the horrifying pressure. "Director, are you all right?" His subordinate was also stunned by the situation. The portly director clutched his head, gritted his teeth, and asked, "How many people do we have left?" The subordinate was still fumbling for words when the director roared, "Spit it out." By now, the research center had been almost completely reduced to ashes. The people inside were still alive, but a notification suddenly appeared before their eyes. "You have been afflicted by fire poison." The half-dead guards froze, completely stuck. Warning: fire poison has spread throughout the surrounding area. You should evacuate the area as quickly as possible. Just then, one of the men was engulfed in the purple flames and began screaming desperately for help. Poison bullets carrying hellfire rained down, leaving no one with any chance of escape. At that moment, the fat professor charged straight at Chang-seon. Chang-seon blocked the fat man's sword with the evil dragon's fang, even complimenting him. "Not bad, you've got some skills. Who are you? Did the higher-up send you? How can you use the eternal nether fire?" Chang-seon revealed his handsome face, causing the fat professor to cry out in alarm. Lee Chang-seon. What? Lee Chang-seon. The portly director was completely shocked to see this young man here at this time. What the hell is going on? He's supposed to be miles away from here. Does this mean I'll have to work with someone like him? Suddenly this feels fun. With him, I could create a guild that's just as strong as White Tiger within a year. Seeing Chang-seon's arrogant demeanor, he swung his sword as a show of force. "Where do you think you're going?" The attack stopped Chang-seon in his tracks. The system informed him that the wind-following Flying Tiger skill had been forcibly cancelled, and the Plunder skill had also failed. Chang-seon dodged the director's attack, so the wall behind him suffered a terrible fate instead. "I was trying to let it go, but you just had to start something, didn't you? You got a death wish, old man?" The director charged forward to attack again, and Chang-seon frowned. This old man is tougher than he looks. The sclera of one of his eyes is white while the iris is black. How bizarre. This proves he's a saint soldier. The two clashed, sending sparks flying. It's not just enlisted soldiers, but even managers can become saint soldiers. If so, could the other leaders at White Tiger be the same? But actually, this is for the best. Chang-seon saw this as a God-sent opportunity to find out what exactly a saint soldier is. The system chimed in with a notification. "Your integrated magic circuit is beginning to spin violently. The eternal nether fire intensifies. You have added 30 points to strength, increasing it from 111 to 141. Strength, 141 plus 55. You have added 30 points to dexterity, increasing it from 101 to 131. With that, Chang-seon immediately pressed the attack against the director. The eternal nether fire forced him to retreat quite a distance. The director also felt that something was off about this rookie. It was strange for a newcomer to be this powerful. But then again, he wasn't a pushover either. Your opponent's sword has devoured the nether energy. The man laughed heartily. The heavens are on my side. System notification. Tiger's demise is growing oppressive. Proceed with caution. Chang-seon's face grew serious as the exhilarated fat man unleashed a flurry of vicious sword strikes, each one incredibly powerful. This terrifying magical energy felt like a tiger chasing its prey. This was the king, the tiger's scourge. So, Chang-seon decided to bolt. Of the 36 stratagems, the best is to run. Seeing this, the guards who had just gotten their asses kicked took the opportunity to give chase, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. You bastard, I'll kill you! We're here to help you, Director. They're all Saint soldiers now. Chang-seon swung his sword. This time, he would choose blood poison and create an eternal fire wall. A swirling vortex of deep purple fire surged upwards, but the Saint soldier guards easily pierced through the firewall. The wall was quickly shattered, and Chang-seon now faced being mobbed. Shit, this is bad. I need to flash in, break their formation, and pick them off one by one. It's my only shot. Even at a critical moment like this, the damn system wouldn't shut up. You are in the midst of battle. Indomitable will has been activated, and the power of your mental waves has been reinforced. Calm mind has taken effect. You can now observe the situation objectively. I thought this would be a piece of cake, but it's turning out to be a huge pain. Chang-seon calmly watched the men with drawn blades closing in on him. The leader shouted, "Got you now, you little rat!" Chang-seon narrowed his eyes. Such nerve. Only the portly director realized they hadn't actually managed to corner Chang-seon at all. He could see that the bastard had deliberately lured them here to avoid having to face everyone at once. He roared, "Damn it, you idiots!" A series of sharp sword slashes landed consecutively on the bald man, splattering blood onto the director's face. Expressionless, Chang-seon made short work of the entire foolish squad. The 100% bullseye power narration system has been activated. The god of the hunt has allowed you to use a portion of their power. Those punks who were talking so big earlier are now losing their heads like flies. While Chang-seon was busy dealing with the minions, the director rushed in to grab him by the collar, laughing gleefully. "I finally caught you, Lee Chang-seon. My level and overall stats are way beyond yours, so just give up." He seemed confident, but he had seriously underestimated the person in front of him. "You think you can do whatever you want now that you've caught me? What do you mean by that?" A stream of blue energy wrapped around Chang-seon's arm. System notification. The fish gut sword has appeared. From Chang-seon's palm, the tip of a sword slowly emerged. The fang of the evil dragon also reacted violently. A dual sword resonance is occurring. The fang of the evil dragon has awakened. If the holy blacksmith Uji became world-renowned for creating a few masterpieces, then the demon blacksmith Toti created countless masterpieces to solidify his position for all eternity. Even among gods and constellations, the two of them were known as polar opposites. It was difficult to say which of them was better, because they both specialized in different things, and even the eras and places they lived in were different. This also prevented them from ever confronting one another. But right here, right now, the chance to see who is superior has arrived. The fish gut sword, stained with the blood of tens of thousands of living beings, was shining brilliantly. Meanwhile, the fang of the evil dragon had also begun to show its true worth. The system announced, "You have fulfilled the necessary conditions. The fang of the evil dragon is glowing. The lock has been released. The fang of the evil dragon has begun to show its true worth." The fat director was sent flying like a balloon by the power of the two swords. He saw the blade extending. The fang of the evil dragon had grown into a vampire's fang. The sword discharged violently, crackling purple lightning. The fang of the evil dragon convulsed a few times before completing its evolution. The system displayed its information for Chang-seon. Type: Divine Blade and Longsword. Attack power: immeasurable. Effects: unstoppable bleeding, demonic greed. Other effects: unidentifiable. Because you have met the necessary conditions, you can use the blade's hidden abilities. Because you have not met all the necessary conditions, other functions cannot be used. In his hands, Chang-seon held two hot items that discharged a terrifying, deep purple lightning. The two swords were resonating. Chang-seon let them get acquainted with each other. Skill: Swordmaster is being activated. Chang-seon exhaled sharply, narrowing his eyes to pinpoint his unfortunate target. The two swords continuously discharged lightning. They were really something else. Swordmaster, a skill that can only be used by a master of swordsmanship who has achieved unity with their blade. It allows you to use any sword in the world you desire. Those who wish to walk the path of the sword must pass through the final forest at the end of that road. Skill level: 1. Type: Active. Effect: Ownership of 10,000 swords. You have achieved the famous sword's accomplishment. Reward: Intelligence +5, Swordmaster skill leveled up. The gods were once again in an uproar. The god of the hunt looks at you in astonishment, surprised you could unlock their sacred artifact. The world serpent god's eyes widen as they look at you in surprise. Your actions were beyond their predictions. The griffin god who tears the sunset demands you use the demon blacksmith toadie's weapon for the sake of fairness. The god who pursues the abyss is intrigued by your two swords. The great tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, praises you for forging a new fang. The fat ass stood there, frozen solid, watching Chang-seon's transformation. His animal instincts, a gift from his patron god, were screaming at him to get away, or else he'd meet his maker. Meanwhile, Chang-seon was enthusiastically showing off his swordplay to intimidate his opponent. Then, while the fatso was still reeling, he flew forward to launch a counterattack. The fat man used his whole body to block the attack, his face contorting in pain. He was engulfed in fierce flames and set ablaze. The fish gut sword in hand flashed. Chang-seon could feel it crying. It was saying that wasn't enough. But the fang of the evil dragon reacted explosively. It was telling him to see what it could do. Finding this interesting, Chang-seon swung his arm and slashed. A savage flame shot towards the fat man, determined to rip him to shreds. The fat man's sword was shattered into pieces. He kept telling himself that if he wanted to live, he had to get out of here right now. The system announced, "The fish gut sword is showing off its brilliant blade. The fang of the evil dragon is baring its fangs menacingly." Caught between the two competitive swords, Chang-seon felt helpless. The two of them were way too bloodthirsty. While Chang-seon was preoccupied with his two new toys, the fat geezer made a dash for it. As if Chang-seon would let the guy who tried to turn him into a holy weapon get away that easily. Since both of them were raring for a fight, Chang-seon decided to let them show off at the same time. Skill. Black Mountain God's Claw has been activated. Chang-seon finished his slash. The fat geezer had already reached the door, but he still got hit by that atomic bomb of an attack. The purple flames burned as if they'd been dredged up from the depths of hell. The fat geezer was burned beyond recognition, but as long as he was breathing, it wasn't over. Despair was spreading, disappointment growing. He muttered that he didn't want to die here, but whether he could survive this ordeal remained to be seen. Negativity filled the room. The annihilation flame was absorbing everything and burning even stronger. Chang-seon then saw something that looked like regret in the man. So, where did he think he was going to crawl to with a body like that? Come to think of it, besides that one demon, no one had ever pushed him this far. For now, he wouldn't finish him off just yet. He decided to follow him and see if anything interesting would happen. The fat director struggled to crawl. No matter what, I have to. But damn it, before he could find out what was going on, the system made an announcement. Player Ja-sang has died. He collapsed right before the exit, just a hair's breadth from making it through. Chang-seon retracted the fishgut sword, and the fang of the evil dragon was sealed once more. Chang-seon was filled with regret. All the guy had to do was raise his hand to open the door. Unbelievable. And yet he kicked the bucket right at the doorstep. The system continued its report. The door has been securely locked. Please enter the required fingerprint and password to unlock. Chang-seon raised his hand again, still uncertain if it would work, but the result was the same as before. Master ID has been confirmed. Chang-seon guessed that the main function of Peter's key was to lock and unlock machines and open doors. The system announced, "The incarnation of the tiger caught in tribulation is staring at you, as if asking how you managed to find your way here." The door opened. Inside was a magnificent machine, and lying on it was a person with all sorts of wires attached to their body, plugged haphazardly into their smooth skin. Chang-seon gathered his strength and leaped across, looking at the girl lying on the machine and wondering what her name was. Suddenly, he remembered a familiar face. It was that kid, Fan Kwang, whom he'd met outside. Shin Un-so? I think that was it, right? Was she turned into a sacred weapon? The system kept sending alerts. You have detected an anomaly. The disaster of the tiger is on high alert. This girl is no sacred weapon. She's something far more intense, more fundamental. Something that contained a magical beast, a monster, a goblin, and a ghost, all in one. So that's it. The thing the executive director tried to hide. It seems the sacred weapons were just a stepping stone to completing this. Judo, wasn't it? The leader of the goblins was named Judo, right? The system reports, "You are observing her condition more closely, using the skill beast's senses. The disaster of the tiger is in effect, currently 41% complete. After all this time, it's only at 41%? Just around the middle? That number is too low to consider her a sacred weapon or judo. However, her physical body is quite resilient. So comparing her to a normal person would be somewhat ridiculous. Even her muscle fibers are significantly more durable, and even in her current state, she would devour most players alive. Fortunately, the hypnosis and brainwashing process hasn't begun yet. The constellation, tiger trapped in tribulation, watches you. It is curious about what you will do now. The constellation, owl piercing the twilight, requests that you treat the poor girl before you." Chang-seon didn't hesitate, swinging his hand decisively. "You have removed the glass tube. The judofication has been forcibly halted. All the tangled wires around her body were instantly ripped out. The disaster of the tiger has begun to rage, for its supply has been cut off. The constellation, tiger trapped in tribulation, is very surprised by your decision. The constellation, owl piercing the twilight, nods, making it clear that it trusts you. It orders you to hurry, take her to a safe location, and perform first aid. Chang-seon opened his mouth to breathe fire, unleashing the annihilation fire of the 8 trigrams to begin its destruction. You have eliminated the toxic elements. You have eliminated the foreign objects. The disaster of the tiger strongly resists the annihilation fire. It tries to resist. Its resistance has been crushed. It tries to challenge you. Its challenge has been destroyed. She was quickly treated and is now recovering. Her wounds are gradually healing. All external stimuli have been cut off. The first form of the annihilation fire and the disaster of the tiger are clashing violently. 2 streams of energy, one purple and one green, are fiercely opposing each other. Neither is willing to back down. I need to eliminate the disaster of the tiger and destroy all the harmful elements of the judofication, leaving only the beneficial ones behind. However, just like with Begun, no matter what happens, Shin Unseo's life must be guaranteed. All he can do now is wait. The constellation, tiger trapped in tribulation, wonders where your ambition to seize everything has gone. Chang-seon, his pride wounded, glared at him. The constellation, tiger trapped in tribulation, mocks you for choosing to save the child instead of using her. In that case, he's gravely mistaken. Chang-seon smiled slyly. I never said I wouldn't use her. The constellation, tiger trapped in tribulation, tilted its head, not understanding what you meant. Chang-seon once again stirred up a tempestuous amount of mana. The Soul Reaping Authority has been activated, and all the life ashes you have collected in the last 24 hours will be absorbed. Everyone who had fallen at Chang-seon's hands turned into a stream of life force for him to devour completely. You have absorbed all the life ashes. Your strength has increased by 0.01. Your agility has increased by 0.02. While mixed in with the ashes, the disaster of the tiger escaped your absorption attempt. This attempt has been replaced by the power of your authority, forcing a merger. You have succeeded. You have purified the disaster of the tiger after merging it, and have successfully incorporated it as material for the annihilation fire. Your magic power has increased by 0.02. Magic power capacity is at 325 out of 600. The constellation, tiger trapped in tribulation, is laughing uncontrollably. Chang-seon thought that the puppet ruler was a real bastard. Does he really laugh like a madman at things like this? Is this guy actually insane? But now that I think about it, I remember talking about how the White Tiger Squad's investigation department swept this place, and if they really did investigate, then the investigation department must be under the authority of the executive director's rival, Director Kagun Hee. Because Director Kagun sensed something was off and decided to sweep this place. I wonder if that cunning executive director would really just sit still. My proposal to close the dungeon was only backed by a flimsy mana document. So what if the executive director is planning to eliminate his political rivals or something here? And what if that's why that bastard, the puppet ruler, is laughing like a maniac in this situation? Lost in thought, Chang-seon almost got hit. Damn it, this is not the time to lose focus. Chang-seon holds Unseo in his arms as the purple and green energies collide with extreme force. The skill, Flying Tiger Riding the Wind, has been activated, and all of your strength is being used to escape this place. A purple light shoots upward. Outside, the security team watched as the research center was about to be blown to smithereens, but they didn't see anyone run out. Didn't they say the investigation team had entered the dungeon? Shouldn't the manager get out of there quickly? Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. Before they could realize what was happening, the earth shattered. A blinding golden light prevented them from figuring out what was going on. Meanwhile, Chang-seon had already made a clean getaway with Unseo. The entire research center was leveled in an instant. And from a perfect vantage point to witness the whole scene, the third member of the White Tiger Guild, the Fang of the White Tiger Kagan Hee, grimaced and remarked, "What a mess." Behind the man, several flashes of light shot over. "Did you find anything?" "Yes, sir. It seems there were several explosions in the basement." "Explosions?" "Yes, sir. We detected traces of an evil spirit's breath, a disaster, a forest of fire demons, a lightning ring, and many other similar things. It seems to have been staged. The source of the explosion was likely Jigwee's fire goo." "It's related to Jigwee, too?" He hadn't expected such a seemingly trivial matter to have so many connections. "They probably waited for me to enter the research institute before blowing this place up." "Why did the explosion happen ahead of schedule? Was it a mistake or some other incident?" "Both are possible, but how could an old fox like the director make such a careless mistake? Then perhaps an unexpected element appeared that he couldn't handle. What could it be?" "All of you, continue the investigation. You might find something else." The soldiers didn't dare disobey He. Before leaving, the man thought of the little rats who had leaked unnecessary information. He had barely said a word, yet Liu Xiao's group was startled, then bowed deeply in unison. "We will handle it immediately, sir." Satisfied, Yoi flung his coat and turned on his heel to leave. A system notification appeared behind him. Do you want to log out? Nice suggestion. But no. Man, this guy pulls no punches. In the midst of the chaos, Trong Seo Ho found this mess rather amusing. Yi felt that there was no other way. I'll have to deal with that director myself. Because this is the word of a god. Chang-seon was one step away from wreaking havoc in the heavens. Gu Heben had just woken up. The first thing he saw was Chang-seon's smile and the girl sleeping soundly in his arms. It made Bell, still dazed, speak without thinking. Is that your wife, sir? He immediately got a mirror thrown right at his forehead. I have no idea where he even got a mirror to throw. Luckily, no one was killed. Otherwise, he would have become the textbook example of bad luck, getting a new lease on life, only to be sent straight to his next one by his own savior. Chang-seon glared at him. The fact you can still spout nonsense means you're fine. Go look at your own face in the mirror. Hearing that, Goon quickly grabbed a mirror to check himself out. Seeing his flawless, bright, and smooth face, Goon was so shocked he froze. Chang-seon didn't hesitate to give him a compliment. Good job. Gun was so happy he shed tears, and just then Unseo groggily woke up. Miss Unseo, are you awake? Unseo was stunned for half a second before gracefully leaping to the ground, much to the confusion of the two men. But she made them even more stunned when she flopped right onto the floor. It's like a dream. Even after coming all this way, I'm still just as hopeless, huh? Chang-seon and Gun looked at each other. This girl is a lost cause. Did you save me? Was I really trapped? I didn't drool or talk nonsense in my sleep, did I? Did I? Seeing how silly she was, Chang-seon thought it was a good thing she didn't remember anything. That in itself was a stroke of luck. So Chang-seon said, no, you didn't. Really. Seriously. In his entire life, he'd never had such a pointless conversation. But anyway, it was because she needed to calm down a bit. Yunseo let out a sigh so heavy it could collapse a lung. She exclaimed, that's such a relief. Seeing this, Chang-seon immediately stood up and said, it seems your body has recovered. You should leave this place quickly. Your safety isn't guaranteed here. Hearing this, Unseo frowned and turned to ask him, what's your blood type? Chang-seon replied, B. Birthday's on the 30th. Favorite food? Kimchi stew. Why do you ask? Wait a minute. Something strange. I still remember that day. 2 years ago, on the 23rd, after the 3-2 victory between France and San Francisco, you said the first thing you wanted to eat when you returned home was kimbap. Yunseo's face darkened as she asked him, is that correct? There was no doubt about it. But the person in question was grimacing because he couldn't remember the story this girl just told. And yet, right after, she delivered another critical blow. How can Lee Chang-seon be so kind? You're a complete bastard. Who are you? You're an imposter, aren't you? Damn, that's a wild conclusion to jump to. If I'd known, I wouldn't have saved her and saved myself the trouble. But seeing Chang-seon's expression of utter disgust, Unseo seemed to have found her true self again. Looks like it really is you. Since when did your taste change to kimchi stew? Gun couldn't help but ask Unseo why she wasn't suspicious anymore. She casually replied, it's because of his attitude. Lee Chang-seon's face darkened upon hearing that. It's true that everything in this world has a natural enemy, and he had just brought his own back from the underworld. Unseo, completely oblivious, continued to explain nonchalantly. You can tell just by looking at his face that he's annoyed and regrets not leaving me there. That girl really hit the nail on the head, leaving Chang-seon to just grimace. To top it off, she even declared with certainty, that's the Lee Chang-seon I know. She skipped ahead of the two men and asked, so, where are we going now? This way? Lee Chang-seon looked at the girl and gave a warm smile. The system chimed in with a series of notifications. You have completed the hidden quest. You have obtained the items you selected. You have received 32 illusion orbs. You have received the Divine Flask of Wisdom. The constellation Hawk-Cat Tearing the Twilight will reward you. The constellation Ferocious Tiger in the Riot will reward you. The constellation Hawk-Cat Tearing the Twilight highly praises your achievement and is racking its brain for a reward. The constellation Ferocious Tiger in the Riot praises you and is contemplating what kind of fangs to equip you with. The constellation A Good Season for a Hunt boasts that it will take them a long time to find a gift as good as hers. You all talk so much that Chang-seon had to cry out in annoyance. Just give me whatever you're going to give me. Stop talking already. While Unseo was content to be with her idol, her comrades were worried sick looking for the lost child. But before they could find her, they were surrounded by another group for daring to enter their hunting grounds. If you take another step, we will attack. Please let me pass. Please. I'm Duhan, the guild's representative, said bluntly. Sorry. It's not that we don't understand your situation, but it's very dangerous beyond this point. He smiled, a smile that hid many dangers. We'll look for your siblings too, so please go back. Duhan was trying to hide his inner frustration at seeing some random kid show up and make him work overtime. He grimaced at the memory of the name Lee Chang-seon. Just a moment ago, when he checked, he had seen him at rank 2. Meanwhile, He was at rank 121. The more time passed, the harder it would be to catch up. He wanted to close the gap as quickly as possible, and a kid like this was just an obstacle. The little brother tried to plead, "Just for a little while is fine. Please." Imduhan turned away. "I'm sorry." In his heart, he found the little brother incredibly annoying. He didn't understand the law of the jungle between players, acting like moths drawn to a flame, no different from stupid pigs. He was still thinking that the little brother had thrown all caution to the wind and charged through. Imduhan clicked his tongue, his face scrunched up in annoyance. Recklessly entering someone else's hunting ground is against the rules. The system announced, "The tiger's aura is sufficient." Turning back, Imduhan's face contorted as he drew his sword with a sharp sound and chased after the boy. The younger brother hesitated, but Imduhan was absolutely enraged. "You're in my way!" He swung his sword to strike the boy. At that very moment, Yunseo descended from the sky, roaring, "Get away from my brother! You half-eaten squid-faced bastard!" She landed firmly in a crab-like stance, the force of her landing so powerful it sent Imduhan staggering backward with ease. The younger brother called out in astonishment, "Sis? Who gave you permission to lay a hand on my little brother, you punk? Damn! His sister has a foul mouth." The little brother couldn't even stop her in time. "What did you say?" Imduhan and his comrades' faces darkened and contorted, yet Yunseo remained unfazed. "You laid a hand on my brother first, didn't you?" Yunseo smirked mockingly. "I said you look like a half-eaten squid. What, got a problem?" I think I figured it out now. You look more like a dried-up sea anemone, not even close. But wait a minute. That would be too insulting to sea anemones, wouldn't it? Truly, there is no limit to how shameless one can be. Duhan was so intensely body-shamed that he was writhing, sweating buckets, and gritting his teeth as he said, "That's an insult to our entire team." Shin Eonseo tied up her hair and declared sternly, "Nonsense. You were the one who laid a hand on my brother first, so what? A threat to show off my power. Is that what I should say?" The three members of Imduhan's team charged forward aggressively with their swords, ready to gang up on her. "I'll make you shut that mouth of yours." Eon So was pissed off too, ganging up on a single girl like this. How were they any different from a bunch of cowards? But it was fine. Right now, I was more than enough to take them all on. The aura of the tiger was erupting fiercely, emitting a dazzling golden light. Gun and Chang-seon stood not far away. Gun thought they should help, but Chang-seon said, "Just stand and watch." Eon Seo's tiger aura has already surpassed Yudo's rage and is now approaching the tiger's calamity. It might feel strange to her now, but soon it'll be as familiar as the back of her hand, because it was hers from the very beginning. Chang-seon smiled smugly. "If I keep watching her, I might figure out what Yudo is and whether it has any side effects." While Chang-seon was scheming, a strange object appeared. Imduhan's team, who had been charging with all their might, were stunned when their swords shattered. A demon-faced shield was what had done that to their weapons, and it was called a tower shield. Riding the wave of victory, Eonseo let out a loud shout and charged forward, determined to flatten these guys. "You are supported by the Tiger God. Your strength is increased, your speed continues to increase." The tower shield glided forward as smoothly as if it were on ice, smashing the face of anyone who dared to be insolent. The shield bash skill had been activated. Imduhan's two brothers were sent flying before they could even react. One guy took the opportunity to circle behind her, planning a sneak attack. Hasn't this bitch ever heard that a big mouth will be the death of you? It would be a disservice to her years of admiring a villain like Chang-seon if Eonseo didn't react to his provocation. The calamity of the tiger has been activated. She swung once, and the guy in red was instantly knocked back, his jaw dislocated. An iron bar stood upright in front of the group, as if guarding them. It was the handle of an extra-large battle axe. Eonseo held the shield in one hand and the axe in the other. Aside from her slightly shabby clothes, she looked exactly like a female general about to reap the heads of some big-mouthed guys with pea-sized abilities. Imduhan froze, his eyes filled with utter confusion. Eonseo put on a provocative expression and said, "My memory's a little bad. Why don't you say that again, huh, you bastard?" After she said that, who would dare to make a peep? Getting hit by that axe or that shield didn't seem like a great idea. The Hawk Eagle god that rends the sunset shows its support for the just player, Shin Eonseo. At this point, only God could stop Shin Eonseo, but Imduhan still refused to accept the fact that he was getting his world rocked by a girl with a much lower level than him. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, as if an army had just swept through, Liu Unun realized there was no need for him to waste his energy interfering. Chang-seon smiled in satisfaction. "This power is exactly the same as the one I felt when she first woke up. Even though she suddenly gained an extraordinary power, she didn't lose her composure at all back then. That's why Shin Eonseo's strengths are her cool head and her resilience. Most importantly, she has superhuman strength and sharp senses that can tame the Yudo flame. Is her talent gradually blossoming? Or should I say her potential is being awakened? She's slowly becoming a complete version of herself." And that was without even using half of Yudo's power. If she could use its full power, it would be even more impressive. But wait a minute. Isn't Director O the only one who possesses this blade? I don't know what he's plotting, but it's definitely not something simple. Chang-seon felt it was time to carefully examine the things he found at the shrine. At that moment, Eon-so landed a punch right between Im Du-han's eyes, causing him to completely log out of the fight. Her younger brother stared blankly at his valiant sister. What in the world happened to you? It's a long story. Just then, Chang-seon and Gun walked over, making the younger brother even more astonished. That's Lee Chang-seon, and why do you look so stern meeting my brother? Shin Eon-seo beamed. It's okay. He's the one who saved me. That bastard Lee Chang-seon saved you? Hey now, why are you talking about him like that? The boy even judged Gun, saying he didn't look like a coach and wondering why he was here. What are you planning to do? What am I planning? We're in a dungeon. What else is there to do? Chang-seon gave them a meaningful look. The two men were stunned. Only Eon-seo looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Eon-seo's friend's face twisted. Don't you know that the Black-Red Mountain Range isn't just vast? Each area also has different obstacles. That's why the White Tiger Guild gave up on clearing this place and just uses it as a training ground. Besides, we only have 100 days in here. The gods were also in an uproar. The fierce Tiger Santa is wondering if that can possibly be true. The god of the hunt believes you will solve it in a flash. The serpent that coils around the earth clicked its tongue, mocking those people for their naivety. Don't I know how cunning you are? Leo Unun asked Chang-seon how long he planned to take, but Chang-seon didn't understand what he meant. Clearing a dungeon takes a lot of effort, so we need time to prepare. Prepare for what? Chang-seon, exuding an eternal flame, stated bluntly, "One day will be enough." Phantom wings sprouted from his back, exciting the other three. This guy is always so damn fast. They didn't know that in the distance, someone was fuming Im Du-han, beaten to a pulp but still unyielding. He glared with one eye swollen shut and the other barely open. She dared to oppose me? How could she do that? Did she use some kind of trick? No, she might even be a half-demon. If she wasn't, there's no way I would have lost to her so easily. Even someone like Lee Chang-seon would be helpless against me. Then he comforted himself. Whatever. That little bitch is a half-demon. He smirked slyly. I will make sure you people can never hold your heads high again. Usually, people who talk big never accomplish anything worthwhile. Just then, a few of his underlings called out to him. Being interrupted during his pity party made Du-han a little annoyed. He glanced to the side. His 3 beaten-up lackeys still couldn't get up. God, how am I supposed to explain this? Even if my opponent was a half-demon, I can't tarnish my reputation as team captain. Should I just get rid of them all to shut them up? Or should I make up a story about being ambushed, then form a team to hunt down that half-demon? Du-han held his forehead and smiled wickedly. A trainee, through his relentless efforts, eliminated a half-demon that had infiltrated the training area. Sounds cool, doesn't it? Holy crap. Is he so delusional he's writing his own newspaper headlines now? Eon-so's punches must have been all to the face, because his mind had gone haywire as he continued his fantasy. Lee Chang-seon must be a half-demon too. Otherwise, there's no way I could have lost like this. After I'm done with Eon-seo, you're next, Lee Chang-seon. So he cheerfully turned to answer his teammates. I'm over here. But at the same time, the system announced the completion of the dungeon exploration mission, and that the final rankings would be reorganized. Im Du-han froze solid. The dungeon rankings. First place, Lee Chang-seon, 830,320 points. Second place, Monarch, 390,000 points. Rewards will be distributed based on rank. Im Du-han couldn't understand what was happening, and neither could the people in the control room. It all happened too fast, too dangerously. It's already cleared? Are you serious? What the hell is this? What happened to the guy who was following Lee Chang-seon? The dungeon is now closed. Following the system's cold announcement, a golden door opened immediately. The system warned of tremors and began a countdown from 10 for the gate's closure. Lee Chang-seon and Gu Heben, who were on the ground, didn't sit still, but each took control of a high point. Chang-seon's face was ice cold as he listened to the system relay the god's words. The forsaken fierce tiger is thrilled by this chaos. The other players were completely frozen as the system counted down. A man with a lion's mane of hair was also monitoring the situation through a live monitor. As the countdown finished, a blinding light enveloped everything. The dungeon is now officially closed. Congratulations. The observer, with his scraggly beard and hair, had a sorrowful look on his face. The moment the gate closed, news sites exploded with reports of its conquest by Chang-seon, with all sorts of headlines that were too sensational not to click. Netizens jumped into the comments section with great enthusiasm. In short, the internet was beyond chaotic, and the center of it all was now making a chillingly calm remark with a cold expression. Isn't this enough? His teammates, who were all too familiar with his sharp tongue, didn't react. The White Tiger's security team, encountering this for the first time, was quite surprised and offended. You think we're joking? If you dare to challenge us? Before the three guards could continue their posturing, a bandaged hand punched them straight in the face. The leader was sent flying straight into a wall. Lee Chang-seon looked over with a slight smile and saw a familiar face, Seo Dong-gun. The great tiger's killing intent erupted fiercely. Dong-gun roared. Who the hell do you think you're yelling at? Are you looking for a beating? The guy who just got hit, despite his bleeding nose, immediately got up to argue back. Team 2's leader, Dong-gun, got right in his face and asked, "Is there no other way to address me?" "Yeah. You want another fist in your mouth, don't you?" That guy hastily corrected himself. "Why have you come all this way?" "Team leader, sir, to catch that brat. But sir, we haven't completed our investigation yet." "By investigation, you mean interrogation. Anyway, I'm still going to find him, that's all." Dong-gun gathered his energy and continued to ask, "What? Any objections?" The great tiger's killing intent flared powerfully. The guard fell silent, kneeling on the ground as obedient as a puppy. Dong-gun casually led his men away. "I'll take that as a no. You all, follow me." Chang-seon didn't particularly like this guy, but he went along. Shin Un-so had been staring at him with eyes full of worship from the very beginning. The other two guys were helpless. Un-seo winked at her friend. "Isn't our OP so cool?" "Yeah," he admitted, though it seemed like he didn't want to admit it. "I thought he was just bluffing when he said he'd conquer it in a day. But after seeing it, even though I was just following behind Lee Chang-seon, I never thought he'd actually do it in just half a day." Brilliantly surpassing the KPI, Dong-gun turned back to say to the three people behind Chang-seon, "You three, follow my instructions for a bit. Lee Chang-seon, he's watching us." After arranging things for the other three, Dong-gun and Chang-seon went off on their own. Dong-gun looked at Chang-seon with a fawning expression. "I assume they are the team members you've gathered for training. You could put it that way." Lee Chang-seon was too lazy to even give a proper answer. "I can see that to start a team is to gather those who walk alone. With a team leader at the center, it always begins like that." "Right, I agree. Anyway, where are we going?" Chang-seon realized this wasn't the way to Director O's office, and he didn't think Director O had a room here anyway. "Ah, did I not tell you? To the meeting room. The chairman said he wants to hear a few things from you." Lee Chang-seon was quite surprised to hear this. The chairman, you mean Cheon-jo Hong? But before he could meet him, he ran into Director O at the door of the meeting room. Director O greeted him first. "So you're here. You look much better than last time," the system announced. "The eyes of the fierce tiger are upon you." Lee Chang-seon stared right back. He was pretty sure the man had a lot of questions. The dungeon closing not long after the research facility was blown up. Although the director was fine, he must have received a report from Dong-gun, and he was pretty sure the man suspected him, because conquering a dungeon in just one day was complete nonsense. "Thank you. It's all thanks to the executive director," Chang-seon replied politely. "No, it was all due to your abilities. Anyway, thanks to you, things have gotten quite busy around here, you know? Is that old man subtly blaming me for his overtime?" "Oh my, you asked because you don't know. It's not just busy. The team leaders from the Divine Raid are fighting amongst themselves, saying they're going to make you join them." He let out a loud laugh. "Things are even more chaotic when it comes to what to do with the rewards you received from conquering the dungeon and other things. Perhaps because the rumor has spread to the higher-ups, we've also received some calls from the upper echelon members. Anyway, have you changed your mind?" The system prompted again. "The hunter god's sense reports that he is messing around, despite knowing his position." Chang-seon gave a slight smile and replied, "That's what I wanted to ask you. If I can't get the god position I proposed, I might just throw my resignation letter back at you. All right, if you're a man, you have to handle this properly. I'm just one part of it, but the entire company has no intention of letting you leave so easily. Look, didn't the chairman himself request to see you in person? Despite his guild, he's usually only interested in international affairs. So then, why don't we go say hello to him?" Director O extended a hand towards Chang-seon. And so, the two of them took the elevator to meet the chairman. As the door opened, Chang-seon immediately activated his Serpent's Eye skill to observe the whole scene. Void Monarch says he was taught to be a devout apostle, but his power and talent should be lower than a guardian's. The Beast Sense skill has warned that you are in danger. Chang-seon felt this was the first time he'd met someone truly dangerous since he returned. "You have arrived at the Azora Flower Garden. Dangers aside, this place is beautiful. It would be more fitting as a photo spot for checking in than a meeting room." Before Chang-seon's eyes was a magical path leading to a house under an ancient tree. Director O explained to him that the meeting room where the chairman was located was connected through another dungeon. He used magic to move the gate over to this side. The tiger god's sense warns of a dangerous situation. The heretic god has taken some interest in the human, who dared to cross his domain. So, this is his territory. The god of the hunt's sense is telling me that the air in this dungeon feels unpleasant. Guildmaster Mun-seon was already sitting on the roof, waiting for his arrival. "You have a perfectly good house. So what the hell are you doing on the roof, old man? Trying to look intimidating or something?" "As you commanded. I have brought Lee Chang-seon. Chang-seon's bangs covered one eye, and his visible eye looked up, devoid of emotion. The old man with the shaggy hair and beard looked down. So, you're the child they call the Tyrant. Lee Chang-seon was surprised that he knew this. It seems our gods have taken an interest in you lately. The system alerted Chang-seon again. The divine sense of the falcon that rends the sunset advised him to be cautious as the situation grows more serious. Chang-seon could also sense a warning from the person in front of him. His mood quickly soured. Mun-seon activated his mana, and the system continued to issue warnings. The Great Tiger's killing intent is threatening you. Chang-seon's expression darkened to its limit, clearly showing his displeasure with the other man. The beast's sensory skill has deemed the current situation extremely dangerous. From the beginning, I planned to attract as much attention as possible from the gods and constellations. I already expected to face a ton of danger from their children because of their blessings. A god could also use any means necessary to possess me. This is something I also experienced with Taurus in Arcadia. Chang-seon bowed his head. I am Lee Chang-seon. At first, Mun-seon was surprised by Chang-seon's action. Then he became impressed. Not bad. To be able to meet a sword master of the 9th generation. I am truly overwhelmed by this honor, Lee Chang-seon said solemnly. The honor is all mine. Mun-seon repeated his words. Yes, just a few months ago, I thought I would never be able to come here. Chang-seon was certain the old man before him couldn't possibly know about his experience in the underworld. So, he probably just saw him as a useless cripple. But the elders always said not to bow so low when warning a rookie. This must have struck his ego. So what will you do now, Mun-seon? Will you retract your threat, or will you make a move? He's a player who has surpassed level 90. If I face him here, I probably can't defeat him. But the gods and constellations interested in me will surely support me. And even if they do nothing, I'm sure I can still find a way to escape. So now, he was very curious to see what the old man would do. Mun-seon dashed past Chang-seon like the wind and whispered in his ear, I understand. Seriously? That's it? Chang-seon's face twisted as if he'd just been punched. Mun-seon continued, Our god told me to give you a gift, but I've already given it to Sihan, so try to get it from him on your way out. After saying that, he opened an exit for Chang-seon. He was still stunned by the situation. What the hell? Isn't he going to warn me? Does Mun-seon not care at all that he was abandoned by the puppet ruler? He must believe the bond between them is so strong that even my interference can't shake it. Chang-seon narrowed his eyes, guessing. Could it be the 7 secret scriptures of Anubis? The sight of Mun-seon's back, seemingly without a single shred of regret, only fueled his suspicion. Chang-seon couldn't help but think that whether it was holy artifacts or Judas, Mun-seon had created something and expanded his guild, so the puppet ruler might have given him a holy elixir or something. That means the serpent's eye skill has been activated. The serpent god who coils around the world is intrigued by your thoughts and grants you his power. Your skill has leveled up. Player Mun-seon's information has appeared. He possesses the aptitude of the Tiger King's aura. Mun-seon glanced back at Chang-seon. Seeing that the old man was far beyond even Judas, he said, If I were you, I wouldn't carry on like this. Chang-seon was once again shocked. Huh? What's he trying to say? Why did he just leave after saying that? Is this a generation gap? My apologies, Chang-seon said with a bow. The door quickly closed. Chang-seon was sent straight back to where he first entered. Chang-seon winced as he guessed. Not just Judas. He must be at least 2 or more levels above him. Even so, he only sends holy artifacts to those under him. That means he intends to monopolize that power. The puppet ruler must have just wanted to see my reaction, and Mun-seon was just playing along with him. All of them are just a bunch of scheming old geezers. It seems the puppet ruler saw a sword of resentment in Mun-seon, an extremely sharp sword. It's the search for something even greater. But what is it? After returning from the conference room, Chang-seon continued on with Director Seo and Gun. Director Seo smiled. Our guild master is quite a difficult person, isn't he? Chang-seon wasn't really listening to his small talk and was just lost in his own thoughts. The boss of the White Tiger Research Facility is nothing compared to Mun-seon. He must have seen through Executive Director Seo's little tricks. Yes, it feels like he exists in a different world. It does, doesn't it? Even now, I still don't understand what he's thinking. Gun chimed in with a disgruntled tone. I'm begging you. The next time you go to the conference hall, don't call me. Every time I go, I get a chill down my spine. It's so damn annoying. More importantly, what's my gift? The system popped up again, relaying the words of the gods. The god of the hunt proudly says that no matter the gift, it cannot compare to the benefits he has given you. The falcon that rends the sunset listens in silence. Director Seo grinned from ear to ear, holding up 2 fingers. Ah, that. He gave me 2 choices. One is a suit of armor, and the other is a library. They've opened up rank 2. Gun jumped up. Rank 2? And both of them? Why didn't you give one to me? Especially the armor. Director Seo ignored the agitated man and looked at Chang-seon. It seems you've already figured it out, haven't you? No, I was quite surprised. Such a quick tongue. Who would believe that looking at your face? I completed the quest and the dungeon raid that Sager the Fierce Tiger gave me, so I was quite surprised that he gave me something. There, I get it. So, have you decided? I want to learn more new skills. I heard there are many records in rank 2 that I haven't read yet. Hearing that, Gun immediately shouted, "Excellent! Chang-seon just wanted to get to rank 2 to find the grave robbery skill." Director Seo's eyes crinkled into a smile. "All right, I thought you'd say that. Now that I think about it, I haven't let you choose a patron yet, have I?" "What?" Gun completely freaked out, while the person in question, Chang-seon, maintained a deadpan expression. "What was that?" "Hyung-nim, don't joke like that. There's no player who hasn't chosen a patron. How could someone without a patron god make it this far? Never seen one before, right? I'm just that special." Gun Wuchi was still shouting. "Say something, will you?" "Hyung-nim, no. Jun Munim is being senile again. Why aren't you two saying anything? We're busy having a staring contest. No way, right? How is this possible? Their expressions haven't changed? Could what he said be true?" With the most bewildered look on his face, Gun spoke weakly. "Impossible." He glanced at Chang-seon. "How can he be that strong without a patron? Then if he has a sponsor, just how much more destructive will he become? Even the word genius doesn't fit him anymore." But just then, Gun looked at Taeseon with extreme concern. He was about to say something, but Taeseon cut him off. "It seems the fallen tiger wants me. Isn't it obvious? It's not just me. What god wouldn't want you? Many constellations have asked me to become their apostle. Are you trying to convince me to do something I've already quit doing?" Chang-seon smiled smugly. Director Jung's face hardened. "Don't you realize how unconvincing that sounds? I mean, if my reward is to become an apostle, I'll hand you my resignation from the guild right now. Even in my current situation, I'm already receiving plenty of special privileges," Chang-seon said arrogantly. Director Jung leaned in, marveling at how strange this young man was. It wasn't just him, the gods were screaming too. The tiger god of misfortune grimaces and swears along with you. The god of the hunt angrily asks him why he's copying him. The falcon that rips the twilight glares at the tiger god of misfortune with annoyance. The tiger god of misfortune backs away and pouts. Director Jung, as if resigned to his fate, said, "You young people are always so ambitious, but do you know that one day, that very ambition will be your downfall?" He looked at him with displeasure. "Can't be helped. The talented have the right to speak their mind." Chang-seon calmly looked back at him with an emotionless gaze. Director Jung had no other choice but to sigh. "Yoo-jun is in the first floor waiting lobby. Let me show you the way." "Thank you. However, remember that our god is not as tolerant as you think. If he can't have you, he'll make sure no one else can either." He walked ahead. From behind, Wu patted his shoulder again. "You must have a lot on your mind right now, but try to think positively. If you stay, there are still more games than you can imagine." After saying that, he also bolted after Director Jung. Chang-seon frowned as he watched them go. The only thought in his head was, what a bunch of nuisances. Yoo-jun took over guiding Chang-seon. "From the second floor onwards, we'll be using partitioned chambers to ensure security, so you can only enter and exit with a registered key. So, which types of chambers can I use with this key? It'll be a pain if there's a limit." Yoo-jun shook his head. "I don't know either, sir. What the hell? What kind of guide is this? You have 6 hours to use the chambers. I'll see you later, sir." As soon as Chang-seon stepped inside, he immediately received a few words from the old tiger. "The tiger god of misfortune says that these are the true treasures that drive him wild. The tiger god of misfortune is trying to convince you that if you become his apostle, everything here will be yours. There are a lot of rooms. Above them were the names Raging Tiger, White Tiger, One-Eyed Tiger, Silver Tiger, Split Tiger, Black Tiger, and the Nightmare Eater. They all originate from the tiger. The reward from the Plunder of the Tiger quest has been awarded. Before you are 9 paths. Each path offers a different way to become a mighty tiger. Choose the path you desire. Based on your choice, the key to your true nature will also be changed. However, at the suggestion of the tiger god of misfortune, if you become his apostle, you will receive them all." Chang-seon just found this whole thing ridiculously absurd. What a joke. Even if I don't do it now, I was planning to steal everything here one day anyway. So, Chang-seon chose a door that made the gods buzz with discussion. The tiger god of misfortune doesn't understand your choice and shakes his head. The serpent that coils around the world shakes his head and says he'll never understand with that blockhead of his. The tiger god of misfortune is enraged. The tiger god of misfortune says it's not too late and asks if you want to choose another path. You have chosen the one-eyed tiger. Hell no. I could spend a lifetime rejecting him. There. Simple as that. The one-eyed tiger is a tiger blind in one eye. Although its observational skills are weaker than other two-eyed tigers, its will is stronger than any other. The cruel and ferocious nature of a killer who knows no concept of defense. The puppet ruler's reaction was expected. He only chooses those like himself, so he chose the youngest of the 9 brothers. The door opened, and a terrifying surge of demonic energy rushed out. Chang-seon was certain this would be fine with Spectre, Fire of Annihilation, and the Black Mountain Divine Dynasty. He really wanted to open the remaining paths with Peter's key, but no matter how easy the puppet ruler seemed to fool, he would never agree to it. Before the door closed, Chang-seon resolved to steal everything from him in a way he could never imagine. You have entered the room of the one-eyed tiger. Meanwhile, someone was getting worked up because their idol hadn't returned. Shin Un-so spun around like a ballerina, constantly muttering, "What's happening? Why is he like this? Did something happen to him?" "Calm down, sis. He'll walk out of there in one piece. Just sit down." For crying out loud, you think a tyrant logs out of this world that easily? He's not a tyrant, Un-seo snapped. His name is Baek-seon Gaon. No, it's Seon. Gun. Why don't you try to be a little more like your appa? Shin Un-so wore a dazed, infatuated expression, like a sister under a spell, cooing, "Oh, my prince." This nearly made her little brother vomit blood. Truly the image of a fangirl. To an outsider, she looked completely unhinged. He glanced over at Gun, who seemed calm and unbothered, but was also secretly sizing things up. Despite the chaos outside, it was far too quiet inside. Was that person really the Gun from back then? Could that face really become so handsome one day? But what happened? What is Lee Chang-seon's true identity? Is there something going on between Gun and him? The little brother thought discreetly. There's something I've missed. For better or for worse, I need to know. In truth, he was acting like this so he could protect that thing his love-struck sister over there, praying for her appa's safe return. So embarrassing, sis. Stop being so dramatic. Just then, a notification board appeared beside him. The serpent that coils around the world says you are too noisy. The serpent that coils around the world says that if you don't know your place and keep quiet, you will never get the information you want. The younger brother thought in shock. Could he be mistaking me for Lee Chang-seon? The serpent that coils around the world chuckled and said, "That's not it." He was even more surprised that the god could read his thoughts. The serpent that coils around the world says it's written all over your face. Model. The serpent god who coils the world cheerfully says that your habit of being suspicious of your surroundings is very much like him. The serpent god who coils the world says he has an offer for you and asks what you think of it. The serpent god who coils the world says that depending on the situation, he can make you his priest. Well, what a fantastic offer. Jiwoo was so shocked by such an unexpected windfall that he froze on the spot. Just then, someone called out to them, Mr. Jiwoo and Miss Eon-seo. Looking over, he saw a young man with a terrible haircut grinning from ear to ear. "You two made it." "That's great." Jiwoo immediately recognized this guy as the one who had been arrogant and ignored him in the dungeon. He was one of the people who had ignored Shin Eon-seo's plea for help to find the missing child. And now he dares to smile as if nothing ever happened? This is completely unacceptable. And yet, Shin ran towards them with tears welling in her sparkling eyes. "Appa!" The guy with the bad haircut saw this and, getting the wrong idea, blushed and called back, "Huh?" But before he could be moved for more than 2 seconds, Shin breezed past him as if he were thin air. The young man turned his head in confusion, while Jiwoo covered his mouth to stop himself from bursting out laughing. "Lee Tae-seon." "Yeah, that's me. What do you want?" Eon-seo was stopped as he grabbed her by the wrist. She turned her head, clearly annoyed. "What do you think you're doing?" The other young man's face darkened, and he scowled, gritting his teeth. "You were never like that with me." Having just walked into this baffling soap opera, Tae-seon frowned. The guy became even more agitated, his eyes filled with malice as he growled through clenched teeth. "You never cared how I felt, and now. Is this the reason you disappeared? A new guy? Oh dear, you really love blaming other people, don't you?" Tsk. Looking at his face, distorted with jealousy, Shin Eon-seo wondered if she should just bury this guy alive. But with a glance at Tae-seon standing there, she instantly changed her tune. With a shake of her head, tears started streaming down her cheeks as she called out, "Appa!" Lee Tae-seon stood still as a statue, just watching. Seeing this, the other guy grew furious. "What do you think staring at me is going to accomplish?" In a flash, Shin Eon-seo was too stunned to even react. Lee Tae-seon had already grabbed the young man by the neck, effortlessly lifting him off the ground with just one hand. Even at death's door, the young man tried to act tough. "Ugh, let me go. Do you even know who I am?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was very wrong. Tae-seon's eye was glowing with an unnatural light. The one-eyed tiger materialized from his body. The guy felt as if he were being dangled from a tiger's claws. "One eye of the tyrant tiger is staring at you." The system warned him. The tyrant tiger possesses murderous intent and cruelty. These are the tiger's only 2 traits. It can instill the fear of death into those within the range of its single eye. The special skill, overflowing with murderous intent, instills fear. You have been afflicted with fear. You have been afflicted with panic. You have been afflicted with shock. Emergency. You are in a state of severe shock. Your mental state may be damaged beyond repair. It is strongly recommended that you leave the area. A stream of yellow liquid gushed from between his legs. Jiwoo cried out in disgust. Everyone else quickly backed away from the filth. He had literally pissed his pants in fear. Tae-seon, completely unfazed, released his grip, letting the young man and his disgusting puddle fall to the floor. He glanced over and said, "Let's go." "Okay, Appa." Seo was completely blinded by love. The young man, practically catatonic, was just left there. The others didn't know what to do with him either. "Appa, do you want to get something to eat?" Shin Eon-seo asked Taeson carefully. "Want to eat something?" "Ah, yes. Now that your training is done, let's go eat. Not today, maybe some other time." Shin Eon-seo's face fell. "Huh? Why not?" "Look ahead." There was a crowd of reporters with countless cameras and flashing lights pointed right at their faces. "Mr. Lee Tae-seon, what are your thoughts on conquering an uncleared dungeon in record time? The White Tiger Guild announced that they have wonderful plans for you. Have you discussed this with the guild yet?" Taeson said to Eon-seo, "There are too many eyes on us right now." Eon-seo was just now remembering that Taeson had always been like this. Wherever the team went, they were mobbed by people. They asked endless questions, one after another. Lee Tae-seon maintained his ice-cold expression and his motto of keeping his mouth shut. Shin Eon-seo seemed to be the most excited one, walking with an arrogant stride. When they ran into Taeseon's fan club, she gritted her teeth and shot them a nasty glare. Taeseon just wondered to himself what the hell these lunatics were doing here. "Get in. You mean this limousine? This is my personal car. Manager Yu let me use it. It even comes with a private driver. In a word, fancy." "So, what were you trying to say earlier?" Jiwoo let out a surprised and confused, "Huh? When we were leaving the lobby, it looked like you wanted to tell me something. Was I mistaken? You noticed? You were so restless. It would have been strange if I hadn't." Jiwoo let out a sigh. "Do you happen to know about the godly sense, the serpent that embraces the world?" Instantly, a certain god was startled. The serpent god who embraces the world is startled to hear its name mentioned. The serpent god who embraces the world thrashes its tail, protesting this person's inability to keep a secret. Taeson was at a loss with these childish beings. "I know of it. It's one of the godly senses that I'm interested in. That godly sense spoke to me and told me to watch your every move and report back on anything interesting I discovered. The serpent god who embraces the world laments that it's all over. Is that so?" Jiwoo confessed awkwardly. "Yes. I was told to place special emphasis on reporting in detail about anything that could be a secret." He was too busy looking away to notice a dark presence staring at him with a furious gaze. "Hey, why are you only telling us this now?" Eon-seo grabbed her little brother's cheek and stretched it like taffy. "I didn't get the message that long ago. Even so, you should have said something the moment you received it." "Ow! My ear! You're gonna rip my ear off. They're so annoying." Taeson was filled with regret. He thought he was just saving one loud person, but he didn't realize it was a package deal. This was unbearable. "You're not angry?" Jiwoo's eyes widened in surprise. "Angry? Why would I be?" "Well, to be honest, I felt very conflicted about it." "So, did you discover anything?" "Nothing at all." "Then it's fine. You haven't caused me any harm, so there's no reason to apologize." Jiwoo was stunned. This man, he's on a completely different level of power than the rest of us. The serpent god who embraces the world says there's nothing interesting here and buries its face in its coils. Resting his chin on his hand, Taeson asked him what the divine sense had granted him. The divine sense of the serpent that embraces the world glanced up, and Jiwoo said that it had promised to teach him black magic. Taeson was quite surprised. Black magic? Jiwoo said it was more suitable for him than anything else. "Follow me." "Huh? It told you to follow me and report back on anything interesting, right? Well, go ahead." Chang-seon was so magnanimous that it drew a strong reaction. The divine sense of the serpent that embraces the world shot up. It blinked in confusion. Jingu still hadn't processed the turn of events. The black magic that the serpent that embraces the world knows is one of the greatest secret arts, known as the art of Ouroboros. It's incredibly difficult just to learn the basics, let alone master the entire thing. The fact that the divine sense offered to teach you means it rates your talent quite highly, Chang-seon explained to a bewildered-looking Jingu. It must have seen something inside of you. The divine sense of the serpent that embraces the world was so shocked its jaw dropped, wondering how he could possibly know that. The divine sense of the serpent that embraces the world grumbled and told him not to get too smug. It stressed that if all the people who wished for its tutelage were to line up, they would circle the world countless times. Jingu was still wondering if he really had any talent. Chang-seon encouraged him, "So just do what the divine sense tells you to." The car stopped, and the siblings Yoon-seo and Go-eun got out. He told his hardcore fan sister, "From today on, I'm becoming his fan." Yoon-seo laughed out loud with pride. "It's about time you realized how amazing he is. If you want to know anything about him, just ask me." "Haha, do you really think I'm going to go as crazy for him as you are?" Of course, Yoon-seo didn't let that comment slide. "Ow, my leg! My leg!" Meanwhile, the serpent was interrogating Chang-seon. The divine sense of the serpent that embraces the world was asking how he could have accessed such information. "Just as you have your secrets, I'll keep mine." The divine sense of the serpent that embraces the world angrily whipped its tail on the ground, grumbling that it couldn't understand what was going on in his head. Chang-seon laughed. thinking to himself, I once wanted to learn the art of Ouroboros, but rune magic was too difficult, so I gave up. If Jingu can teach me the technique, that would be incredibly useful. No wonder he's openly letting a paparazzo follow him around. Do you live in Noryangjin? Yes, I do. Chang-seon could tell Gowen was lying with just one glance. He hurriedly corrected himself. No, it's small, but I'm living in a Goshuan. I'm asking you nicely, so you'd better answer me honestly. No, I'll follow you, and if I find out you're lying, I'll send your head flying. Chang-seon's sharp tone made Go-eun wilt. You don't have a home, do you? No. Where did you live before? I needed a weapon, so I used up my security deposit. Chang-seon frowned. Sukjo, you idiot. Do you even know your son is living like this? In any case, I have to help him fully understand these familiars. So, he offered, for now, just stay at my place. Jeon-gun was frozen in shock when he was handed some clothes. Before going home to his mother, Lee Chang-seon had changed out of his work attire so she wouldn't find out he had been in a massive brawl. His mother, Seo Juha, was startled to see him, since Chang-seon had told her he'd be away for over 3 months. The training ended sooner than I expected. Mom, if I'd known you were coming, I would have made more food. It's okay, Mom. I can just order takeout. What do you mean order takeout? You just got home after so long. Let me cook for you. Ah, Mom, there's something. What is it? What are you still doing out there? Come on in. Who's that, dear? He's a friend of mine. Jeon-gun. It was Jeon-gun's first time entering a wealthy person's home, so he was a little awkward. I'm sorry for the intrusion. Seeing her son bring a friend home for the first time, Juha was incredibly hospitable, telling him to make himself at home. As he walked through, Jeon-gun was in awe. I never imagined a house could be this big, and it has a view of the Han River. This is unreal, as expected of Chang-seon. On the other side of the room, a large-screen TV was broadcasting the news. The tyrant, Lee Chang-seon, and his party have just cleared a dungeon that no one has ever dared to attempt until now. Foreign news agencies were also flocking to report on the event. Hearing this made Jeon-gun feel a little awkward. Looking over at the sofa, he saw Chang-seon's famous artist sister lounging around, munching on snacks. Her hair was a mess, some of it short, some long, some tied up and some let down. She was startled to see 2 guys, one familiar, one not, walk in and asked who Jeon-gun was. Chang-seon just pointed. His sister glanced at the TV, and as if she'd been caught, she quickly tried to cover her tracks. I just happened to land on this channel. Then she abruptly switched it off. The sister grumbled about being bothered, stood up, and went to her room. Juha called after her. You were watching TV, why are you going back to your room? Dinner is almost ready. I don't want any. Juha frowned. This girl is acting up again. I have no idea who she takes after. She may act like that, but she worries about you a lot. Just a few days ago, she was even watching a video of your placement test on YouTube. What are you talking about? You know I can't stand her, right? And so, a fierce war of words erupted between mother and son. Chang-seon told Jeon-gun to follow him to check out the room first. Wow, is this your room, sir? Call me Hyung. Do you want to make me feel old enough for the grave by calling me sir? Just call me Hyung. Ah, so this is your room, Hyung? Yeah, it's amazing. It's bigger than my entire house. Chang-seon thought to himself, if his uncle heard this, he'd probably accuse me of messing up the family dynamics. Because, technically, he should be calling him uncle. As Jeon-gun toured Lee Chang-seon's room, he exclaimed in wonder at every turn. Is this your first time seeing things like this? Where would I get the money for any of this? You even have Danko Tamkeep? That's the limited edition. Go ahead, you can play it. For real? But that wasn't even the best part. The greatest pleasure was the huge bathroom and the hot water. Jeon-gun felt keenly that he and Chang-seon lived in 2 completely different worlds. At dinner, she said, I just cooked something simple, so please don't judge. You call this simple, ma'am? I hope it's to your liking. It's absolutely delicious. Juha beamed at the compliment. Jeon-gun was so happy he could cry. I've never eaten anything this delicious in my entire life. You should open a restaurant. He shoveled the food into his mouth like a starving man. Seeing this, Juha sent a pointed look. This young man is so well-spoken, isn't he? If only someone else could learn a thing or two. Under her expectant gaze, her own son managed to squeeze out 2 words. It's good. Chang-seon's mother looked disappointed and turned her sparkling eyes to Jeon-gun. You see? Who could possibly feel like cooking for a face like that? Your name is Jeon-gun, right? Yes, ma'am. How would you like to be my son? You'd make a much better youngest child in this family than that other boy. Juha got so excited that she took Jeon-gun by surprise. Seeing his bewilderment, she quickly said she was just joking and asked if he wanted more soup. A scene like this made Jeon-gun suddenly recall the laughter from his memories, his mother's laughter. After dinner, the 2 young men went to bed. Chang-seon lay on the bed while Jeon-gun made a nest on the floor. Without even looking, Chang-seon knew that Jeon-gun couldn't sleep. He said to him, if you're uncomfortable, just tell me. No, not at all. The floor is very warm, and the blanket is so soft. I'm very comfortable. Then why can't you sleep? Well, it seems like you've got something on your mind. Is it that obvious? Only a fool wouldn't see it. Is something wrong with you? No. It's just, I'm wondering if I even have the right to live so comfortably right now. Who gives you that right? Jian started to get up, about to answer, but Chang-seon continued speaking. No one. That's something you decide for yourself, just as I decide for myself. If you look down on yourself, your own value will decrease. If you value yourself more, things will be different. Gun freezes. You're the one who decides what you want to do. No one else has the right to decide for you. I understand. Chang-seon felt the kid reminded him of his old self. Back then, I was just a demon fighting endlessly. I never once realized my own worth. It wasn't until I hit rock bottom and lost everything that I realized I had been making a mistake all along. I don't want you to make the same mistakes I did. Thank you, sir. Suddenly, Chang-seon felt that these were words his old man should have been the one to say. I wonder what corner that old sausage has disappeared into. Even the gods are moved by this bond between uncle and nephew. The god of the hunt is moved to tears. The owl that rends the twilight looks at you with eyes brimming with emotion. This morning is weird, isn't it, Mom? What's weird? That leopard. How can you talk about your little brother like that? Mom, don't interrupt me. Let me finish. Don't you think he's been acting strange lately? Chang-seon's older sister suddenly switched careers to become a detective, leaving Mother Duha struggling to keep up. After he got involved in the Ramsol case, he's like a completely different person. He quit drinking and is less hot-tempered. Even when I deliberately try to get on his nerves, he just ignores me. Duha holds her head, wondering what on earth her eldest daughter is saying. In short, he's just weird, like he suddenly aged several years overnight. He talks less, thinks more, and has gotten noticeably better, though his face is still as annoying as ever. But the strangest thing is, have you noticed, Mom? Duha looks on with a bewildered expression. Mom, you don't know? That kid has never had any friends. Duha freezes, then her expression shifts to someone ready to throw hands. But her sister, oblivious, just keeps talking cheerfully, and suddenly he brings home a friend who's also pretty handsome. Who gave you permission to talk about your brother like that? Ouch! Mom, that hurts. Stop hitting me. Even after getting hit like that, she still had more to say. Duha puts her hands on her hips. What kind of nonsense are you going to spout now? Oh, for real, it's not like that. His friend, his face and body are totally my type. Later, can you ask if he has a girlfriend? If he can hang out with that kid, his personality must be pretty okay. Of course, she earned a few more smacks from Duha for that last comment. Just then, the two young men came downstairs. While their mom was talking to them, the sister quickly ran her hands through her hair to fix herself up. Chang-seon said, "We're going to train now. We'll eat out, so you can go ahead and eat first, Mom." His gaze lingered for about 5 seconds. Don't overdo it. Mom's telling you to be careful, little brother. The sister, having finished her makeover, chimed in. Chang-seon's face fell as he sighed and said he'd be back later. Gelgun bowed his head. We'll be going now, ma'am. Once outside, he finally asked Chang-seon where they were going, to get a new weapon. A new weapon? Are you planning to use that raggedy thing forever? But I don't have any money. Chang-seon glared at him. Have you already forgotten what I told you yesterday? Right. That I have to decide my own worth. A weapon is also very important. It protects your body and defeats monsters. If you're holding a weapon that doesn't suit you, you can't unleash your full power. Chang-seon began his lecture. And not just weapons, but armor, charms, and magic stones too. So don't say anything. Just follow me. I'll get you fully equipped. After that, I'm going to test your skills, so get ready. Gelgun felt like he'd just stumbled upon a sugar daddy, and that his life's worries were over. The first turning point was after I recovered my mana, and this opportunity could very well become the second. And this person was present at both turning points. What is it, you little brat? You want me to make another weapon? Do you think I'm your all-purpose employee or something? You think weapons are easy to forge? 100 million won has been added to your account from Lee Chang-seon's W bank account. No, the issue here isn't the money, it's the work. 100 million won has been added to your account from Lee Chang-seon's W bank account. Holy crap, what a sugar daddy. Rich people don't talk much. 2 flicks of the wrist and 200 mil are gone. I'm still not doing it, you bastard. Compared to his beggar-like appearance before, Uji had now completely transformed with the more gold the better and fashion defies the weather style. After the 2 transfers, he was slapping his own forehead and cursing. Gun was just dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? 100 million? Twice. He tearfully gave Chang-seon a thumbs up. So cool, man. This also proves that a problem that can't be solved with money can be solved with a lot of money, and this philosophy is always successful with a money lover like Uji. I told you to call me boss. Chang-seon winced at Uji's cursing. Yes, you damn boss. You think you're so great because you have money. Right. So what do you want me to make, boss? A spear. If you're going to ask me to make one like yours, I'll split your head open and use it as fuel for the forge. You talk big, but can you even do it? It doesn't have to be like that. Just a normal spear will do. Length and weight. About 3 meters long and heavy. Who the hell can understand what you mean by that? Don't you have an example? Gelgun, take out your spear. Yuji held the spear and wondered, what is with this weight? He walked over and felt Gun's arm. You're mainly left-handed, aren't you? Instead of using it conventionally, you use it for direct, non-rotating thrusts and stabs. Uji analyzed as he kneaded Gun's muscles. Using centrifugal force and rotation to increase your attack power wouldn't be slow either. Are you conscious of your speed when using such a heavy weapon? Gelgun thought that all the blacksmiths he'd met before were very arrogant, but this person was different. Uji even noticed that the young man used his leg strength too. Gelgun acknowledged that this was truly the master blacksmith Chang-seon had chosen. No wonder his weapon was so amazing. What grade do you want it to be? At least on par with black iron or ice iron that's been refined at least 100 times. What? Are you trying to start a war or something? Something like that. 15 days. 10. Are you insane? That's the minimum time I need after ordering the materials and ingots. If I forge continuously without a break, I'll be crippled. No, you won't. Damn it. Remember, 10 days at least. I know you. Uji's anger filled the screen. Why didn't you just agree to that from the start? Even after entering the training room, Gelgun was still on cloud 9 about getting his own weapon. What are you thinking about? Chang-seon's question snapped Gun out of his daydream. Ah, it's nothing. I'm just a little nervous. Don't be too nervous, or you won't be able to train properly. Yes, sir. The god of the hunt is excitedly watching your spear. The god, the owl that rends the twilight, is reorganizing the reward information. The god, the roaring tiger, says that if it's not a life or death battle, it's no fun, and temporarily looks away. Well, Lee Chang-seon isn't going to tell him to brace himself. Anyway, how much of your willpower can you use? Jian hesitates a little. Lee Chang-seon immediately guessed that it doesn't work very well. I think that might be the problem, Jian asks in surprise. You know the reason? The god, the serpent that coils around the world, is wondering what this cunning old man is planning to do. Your demonic energy shouldn't be used like normal mana. A demon human is supposed to be a child born between a sorcerer and a demon, right? So, you could be called half human, half demon. It means you possess both demonic and evil energy, but the problem is, you're not a demon human anymore. It's not good if your power just moves around freely against your will. Just then, the lights flicked on, and the glare was quite harsh. You just need a different method for circulating your demonic energy than the one you used before. Of course, that means you'll have to change everything, from the way you breathe to your smallest habits. So Lee Chang-seon thought that what Jian possessed now was shadow energy. I need to transform that into a unique power or special ability for him. If I can do that, it'll be like turning him into a person with a whole different kind of potential. From now on, you must become my shadow. What kind of weird request is that? But in the past, Lee Chang-seon had also received a similar offer. Shadow? What do you mean? You already know that I have no fixed form, don't you? Yes, otherwise you wouldn't be here. That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't even exist as a normal spirit, because my existence has nearly approached that of a god. No god or constellation can sense me, but you are different. So what? In order to retain a physical body, I have merged with your shadow, and I treat it as a part of my own. Your shadow is now the part of my body that exists in this world. I need to hide and stay concealed. I can't let outsiders or the gods find out. So you're saying you're using me? I wouldn't put it that way, but it's something like that. You will also benefit from me. At that moment, Jian was asking Lee Chang-seon what he needed to do. Not only was he confused, but the serpent god who coils around the world says he doesn't understand what you intend to do. The serpent god who coils around the world is interested to see what new knowledge you will show him. First, you need to learn how to control the shadow energy you possess. Lee Chang-seon instructed Jian with a serious tone. Like I said, controlling shadow energy is different from controlling other energies, so you need to create a path for the shadow energy to flow naturally. Jian didn't understand what Lee Chang-seon meant by a path. A shadow. Try to pour all of your fear into my shadow. Use your will to pull my shadow towards you. Lee Chang-seon explained, but Jian still didn't really get it, his face scrunching up like a monkey's butt. Don't try to force it, coax it, and let it come to you. Jian's brow furrowed. Lee Chang-seon's shadow seemed to move. At first, it just stirred slightly, then it rose up with a roar. Jian was startled by its powerful movement. Grab it, Lee Chang-seon commanded loudly. Focus! Jian furrowed his brow again, watching the shadow rush towards him. The shadow lunged at him. Don't let the shadow swallow you. Overcome it at all costs. System alert. The shadows are in turmoil. Shadow energy is being depleted. Jian winced from the effects, gritting his teeth but not crying out. Shadow energy is in disarray. Stamina is being absorbed. This is so hard. Jian was suffering, but the shadow complained. I don't like it. To think that the first shadow I have to capture is this one. Oh, well, I have to help now. The shadows that had been wrapping around Jian's body, as if about to swallow him whole, suddenly pulled away, gathering into a vortex. The shadows are merging into one. You have successfully captured it. The system's announcement made him happier than if his own father had come back from the dead. The shadow spoke. You must strive, for you have chosen to merge with us. You must take responsibility for the hardships and dangers that will come in the future. Jian's eyes widened as he reached out for the black vortex. The vortex transformed into a face that leaned in close to him and asked, "Understand?" Jian said, "Don't worry." Their eyes met, and the pitch-black shadow shot straight into Jian's body. You have acquired the skill, Shadow Puppet Creation. Analyzing the captured shadow based on shadow energy. You have obtained temporary characteristics. You have obtained temporary skills. You have obtained temporary abilities. Much hidden information remains. Analysis is only 71.5% complete. Characteristic: Shadow Dance Puppetry has been acquired. The conclusion was clear. Jian couldn't understand. Nickname: Yuan's Vessel. Cannot be understood. Protector class, Guardian of the Ancient Temple, level 28. Jian was quite surprised by his new interface. The system continued to announce more information. The unique details simulated from player Lee Chang-seon are of poor quality. Gather as much information as possible from player Lee Chang-seon to improve your simulation. Lee Chang-seon explained to him that shadow energy was an energy used to simulate things. Therefore, there needs to be something for it to copy. So that's why you told me to take your shadow, right? And the more you understand it, the stronger your shadow energy will become. So from now on, let's see what you can copy. Jian nodded as if he understood. Lee Chang-seon immediately began twirling the spear in his hand with the skill of Sun Wukong. The spear slashed through the air, swoosh, 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 radiating a heavy aura with each strike, forcing Jian to gasp in admiration. The god of the hunt is intrigued by your new form of martial arts. The hawk-cat god who rends the twilight praises your comrades' admiration for you. The fallen tiger god wants to see if you have mastered their sacred technique. Lee Chang-seon finished a technique places, few basic moves, glared at the gods, and then landed. He executed 2 incredibly powerful moves. The fallen tiger god is pleased to see your achievement. Meanwhile, Jian was receiving a ton of notifications. Cannot comprehend, cannot analyze. The level difference with the owner is too great. Oh my god, does he really want me to copy that? Before Jian could even start crying, Lee Chang-seon urged him on. What are you doing? Pick up the spear. Jian struggled just to lift the spear, his face twisting in exertion. The fallen tiger god feels it's a pity. It would have been even better if you had infused more internal energy into it. Lee Chang-seon smirked at Jian. Now, begin. The fallen tiger god tilts his head in confusion, saying something is strange. One-eyed tiger. The fallen tiger god freezes. The tiger roared with immense power. The system helps translate this part. The one-eyed tiger state has become the berserk tiger. The berserk tiger roared. The berserk tiger erupted with terrifying power. Lee Chang-seon smirked triumphantly amidst the screams of a certain god. The fallen tiger god screamed, "What the hell did you do in the library?" Surprised, old man? White Tiger Guild, main headquarters, 7th floor, management council room. I want us to discuss the flag bearer for this round. The attendees hadn't expected things to get worse, especially at such a critical, boiling point moment. They couldn't just ignore this, but they also had no idea what Director O was thinking. It would have been less troublesome if the training was at least halfway done. We need to come up with a new training method. Everyone looks grim, and they're all extremely wary of each other. Director O glanced over at Director Kagun. Director Kagun's unusual silence was unsettling. Kim Yeon-sung broke the ice. Why don't we combine them this time and give them a more premium look? Director O's face grew stern. What do you mean by combine? How? I recently heard that the Future Strategy Room has found the Phantom's whereabouts. What? You mean, why don't we let the flag bearers capture the Phantom? Fortunately, the flag bearers in this round have nearly completed all their basic training. What better way is there to supplement combat experience than through actual combat? And what if those barbarians among them speak up? Because only the High Executive Council knows about the relationship. The trainees just need to handle the trivial matters. And above all, who would believe such evil creatures? The ones who committed such brutal, unforgivable sins before gods and men. Director O tapped the table hesitantly, then turned to call Captain Park. What do you think of Director Kim's proposal? I think it's quite reasonable. What about the possibility that it could end up causing us more damage in the end? Captain Park smiled arrogantly. If they can't even handle this, how can they call themselves tigers? Very well, proceed as Director Kim suggests. Replace the remaining training exercises with a large-scale military operation. Scores and positions will be evaluated based on the trainees' achievements. Furthermore, Lee Chang-seon, who has completed all the challenges, will be separated from the other trainees and transferred to the Future Strategy Room. This stunned everyone present. Director Kagun also smiled faintly. So that's how you'll reveal yourself? Class dismissed. Director O asked Director Kim to stay behind for a little chat to improve collegial relations. I trust you don't have any foolish plans. Of course not, sir. Can I trust you? Yes. You can absolutely trust me. I am not the type to value my subordinates, because I only see them as tools to be used and discarded. But this time, I have found a sword to my liking. If the blade were to be destroyed or shattered, wouldn't that make me sad? These words scared the hell out of Kim Eon-seung, who prostrated himself on the ground. The sword that you intend to use. I will most certainly do everything in my power to keep the blade safe. I will destroy any and all obstacles. Please do not doubt my loyalty. Please trust me. I beg you. Director O just glanced at him without another word. Director Kim Eon-seung's office. Kim Eon-seung returned with a bloody, bruised forehead, making his son scream in fear. This guy looks familiar. Director Kim said to his son, "Son, you must deal with him, no matter the cost." But why do I have to? At first, you only said I had to make him pay for mocking me, but I've changed my mind. You must deal with him at all costs. He is the bastard who will constantly get in your way and overshadow you. Director Kim was seething with resentment. I'm not telling you to handle him just because he laughed at you, but to prevent future trouble, because he will definitely become a thorn in your side. Yes, I understand. The young man gritted his teeth. That's right, a real man has to be tough. After I take care of Lee Chang-seon, I'll deal with that bitch too. An idea struck him. Dad, do you know anyone else who was humiliated by that guy? There is? Yes, it's that barbarian Iman who started that weird team, Sir Lim or something. While the father and son were plotting, on the other side, Lee Chang-seon was still swirling with golden magical energy to demonstrate for Gon. The constellation Cornered Tiger is silently observing you. The constellation Cornered Tiger intimidatingly asks what you have done. Berserker Tiger is filled with the two attributes of courage and violence. Nothing can face the furious roar of a mighty tiger that shakes mountains and hills. Classification: Attribute. Effect: Veteran Warrior enhances super strength. Plains Tiger is filled with the two attributes of cruelty and ferocity. A target it has set its sights on cannot survive. Classification: Attribute. Effect: Tyrannical Bite, oppression by violence. Tiger is filled with the two attributes of benevolence and agility. It quickly assesses its surroundings thanks to its special intelligence for hunting. Classification: Attribute. Effect: Enhanced wisdom, quick thinking. The constellation World-Devouring Serpent says, "You should have thought about this before giving it one." The constellation Cornered Tiger asks, "What the hell are you talking about?" The constellation World-Devouring Serpent says that if it receives just one, it will forcibly take all the rest. The constellation Cornered Tiger's face hardens with displeasure. The constellation World-Devouring Serpent says that you should just give up, because getting involved with him has already made you a failure. The constellation Cathawk that tears the sunset nods in agreement. The constellation Great Demon God who pursues hell agrees. The constellation The Season for Hunting says that you seem to be referring to someone, but he can't think of who. He has a headache. The constellation Cornered Tiger scowls even more, completely infuriated. Chang-seon was really tired of these godlike beings acting like a bunch of fools, but they weren't wrong. The constellation Cornered Tiger likes you even more and will always support you. At this rate, that old man won't be letting me go anytime soon. Gun is training his arm muscles. The system reports that player Gun is the incarnation of your mighty tiger. The struggling knight appears, putting the other gods on alert. It seems Gun is doing better than expected. Should I have this checked at the White Tiger Research Institute? You have taken out the unnamed scroll. Unnamed scroll. An unnamed scroll made from human skin, extremely dangerous as it contains countless unidentified curses. It is tightly sealed and needs to be unsealed. Classification: Scroll. Effect: Unknown. This scroll is made from human skin? Using the skill Beast's Senses, you have analyzed the unnamed scroll in detail. From where people unearthed the diagram, I'm sure it's related to Anne's 7 secret scriptures. If I can read the contents, I'll be able to learn a lot more. Sensing a terrifying power from the Tiger King's calamity, countless black smokes with golden eyes pour out. Chang-seon didn't expect this thing to also contain the hidden Tiger King's calamity. The constellation Cornered Tiger watches with delight and wonders how you will deal with the threat of the Tiger King. The thing in Chang-seon's hand was actually the real deal, not a replica. What the hell did Director O do with this thing? The Tiger King's threat is roaring, longing to devour you. The tiger's roar is baring its ferocious fangs. The Chaos Tiger wants to devour you. Chang-seon knew he had to do something, and his mind immediately jumped to the golden key. The constellation Cornered Tiger is carefully observing your actions. Shit, that's no good. This old man doesn't want to be discovered by an evil god just yet. Despite that, the key was still taken out. The constellation Cornered Tiger is very excited by the appearance of the golden key. The constellation Cornered Tiger laughs and says, "I knew I'd get it one way or another." Peter's key has found a keyhole on the unnamed scroll, breaking the sealing system. The unnamed scroll floats up, and a brilliant light shines throughout the space. The Tiger King's threat has ceased. The secret contents of the scroll have been revealed. The characters are writhing as if trying to escape. You have obtained the fourth scripture and 7 secret scriptures. Jian called out to Chang-seon. Brother, are you all right? Chang-seon held up his hand, signaling him to stop. Jian understood it was a warning sign to back away, and he obediently did so. The fourth scroll of An's 7 curses. It now symbolizes the power of forgotten stars. One must be careful not to be overwhelmed by it. This item holds many mysteries and functions, but they can only be identified when placed with the other scrolls. Classification, scroll, relic, effect, contains wisdom. Other effects are unidentified. Chang-seon thought, I can't believe this is the fourth scroll. I already got the other 3 from the White Tiger Guild. Perhaps. I now understand what I've been missing. Director O must have found the fourth scroll and hidden it away. Is this how people were able to dig up artifacts? So, how am I supposed to explain all of this? I faced the Tiger King's threat because of this thing. Its contents must be incredibly special. The evil god won't reveal them to me willingly, but I can't keep something this dangerous for long. The great demonic being who pursues hell is very interested in your item. The great demonic being who pursues hell is awaiting your answer. An answer? You mean that offer from the tutorial round? The great demonic being who pursues hell says it will trade the promised gift for this scroll if you are not interested in it. At that moment, a beam of light shone down on Chang-seon. System. With the influence of the tiger's eye, you are now able to comprehend the sentences in the scroll. The being, Desert Tiger, screams that this is absurd. The being, Cathawk that rends the sunset, pants heavily, observing you with even greater interest. The being, Underworld Serpent that swallows the world, wishes to see the scroll's contents through your eyes. It is waiting in great anticipation. The contents are as follows. My children, you who were led here by the moonlight. Those of you who wish to be reborn with my power, and those of you who desire to follow me, listen well. I am a being most distant, yet also most near, and I shall guide your path. The being, Underworld Serpent that swallows the world, says it cannot see the contents and is furiously slamming its tail on the ground. Doesn't it just look like a tadpole thrashing about? Chang-seon couldn't fully understand the text, as the beginning portion seemed to be missing. But it was enough to guess. Hidden condition, decipher the characters, complete. Hidden condition, research the information, complete. A new trial has been generated to uncover the remaining hidden information. A hidden path in the moonlight. Classification, hidden. Description. You have successfully deciphered one of the mysteries of An's 7 secret scriptures after overcoming many trials and tribulations. Therefore, you now possess the majority of knowledge regarding the tiger's calamity and have proven yourself to have an indomitable will and an extraordinary physique. However, the mysteries of the 7 secret scriptures are far deeper and more unfathomable than what you know. Travel and gather the power, knowledge, and starlight from the 7 secret scriptures. You have met all the conditions to become the master of all the secrets it has to offer. Condition. Successfully decipher An's 7 secret scriptures. Failure. The corruption of your mind will lead to your demise. Success. The light from the forgotten stars will guide your way. Do you wish to proceed with the hidden quest? Yes, no. Chang-seon furrowed his brow deep in thought. He recalled Moon-seong and that brief moment their lives had crossed. He guessed, this must be the power that Jeon Jun-ho possessed. I have to clear this trial to obtain a power greater than the Eternal Warrior or the Demonic Way. Starlight. Or the forgotten stars mentioned in An's 7 secret scriptures. Director O only used this on a superficial level. The being, Desert Tiger, is watching your choice. Chang-seon thought that the evil god was a real bastard. He only gave me the scroll because he knew it would be useless if Director O kept it. Jian, don't interfere with what's about to happen to me, and don't let anyone else enter this room. All right, brother, what are you planning to do? You've got this, right? Yes, I'll do it. Jian thought that Chang-seon was a mysterious person. I'm sure he has secrets that I'll never be able to understand. I bet this is one of them. As his shadow, I must obey him without question. Chang-seon smiled, reassured, then turned to accept the trial. You will be transported to the next trial to begin the quest. The threat of the Tiger King roared once more, the roar of a tiger, baring its fangs and claws. The Chaos Tiger has been formed. The being, Cathawk that rends the sunset, wishes you a successful victory and bestows upon you a reward it has always carried. Indomitable will and composure have become one, making you more resilient. Chang-seon endured the sensation of something seeping into his body. I'm off then. I'll be back later. Authority has been established. Chang-seon was completely pulled into the demonic vortex. You have entered the current trial, the invincible demon's lair. A teardrop falls upon a sheet of music. It keeps falling, drop by drop, splashing onto Chang-seon's face and forcing him to open his eyes. His gaze is lifeless, and twisting blue veins appear on his face. A voice whispered in his ear, if only I could go back just one more time. It was as if he was traveling into his own past. At that moment, the radiant light suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a golden rift, filled with countless grotesque eyes, sending everyone fleeing in panic. That light thrust me into a random war, and to survive, I fought. No, in truth, I fought only for the sake of continuing the fight, and before I knew it, I had defeated too many gods and celestial beings. People called me the god of war, or the hateful god, because I ended anything that displeased me. Until one day, a day of pouring rain, with a pile of cold corpses at my feet. Because I fought only for that ideal, my comrades had all abandoned me. Even the one I loved, Lee Taka, sacrificed her own life to protect me. Lee Chang-seon knelt before the girl with seaweed-green hair, who had long since drawn her last breath. His tears fell, and the massacre began. I carried that fury with me and waged war against the 12 zodiacs. And what was the result? That I alone would be infected by this wretched poison? From Lee Chang-seon's sockets, streams of venom-blue tears flowed, running all over his body. If only I could go back to how things were before. If only I could turn back time to before that damned light appeared. I would have prepared, and I would have given you bastards the most miserable death possible. Lee Chang-seon's eyes snapped open. Dungeon quest initiated. Quest theme, survival and conquest. You have been cursed by the Tiger King's calamity. Every 24 hours, the curse will transport you to the Underworld, the Tiger's demon guiding lair. The Tiger's demon guiding lair is a labyrinth composed of 9 floors. The demon guides there utterly despise humans. They can do whatever it takes to deal with them and turn them into their allies. The number of guide demons is infinite. To escape the curse, you must conquer all 9 floors. Lee Chang-seon scoffed. May you be safe and sound. The first mission begins. Current location, Sector 1, Floor 1. Survive for the next 6 hours. The countdown has begun. Lee Chang-seon was thinking about how the curse activates once every 24 hours. The Tiger King's calamity is a remnant of the original master of this energy flow. In other words, it's starlight. It mesmerizes ghosts and then sucks out their souls. If caught by the Tiger King's calamity, the soul turns into a guide demon, while the body is poisoned and becomes a daka or a goblin. Ah, this is similar to John Chan-ho's power. So this is how he obtained it. The holy body of the Tiger of Painful Sands is very curious how you'll escape this dungeon. Go ahead and be smug, you old geezer. Although I'm quite exhausted from the hours-long battles that repeat every day, I still have some interesting things Minerva gave me. As Lee Chang-seon was lost in thought, a zombie-like hand appeared behind him, and an unidentifiable creature cackled. Human, a human. The holy body of the fox hunt says it looks ugly, it stinks, and advises you to deal with it as quickly as possible. Lee Chang-seon looked at it and smirked. Just one? He closed his eyes and thought of the power Minerva had given him first. Kalokagatia. Truth, beauty, and goodness do not exist separately. When all 3 are harmoniously balanced, you will be able to use the Great Divinity. Skill level 1. Type, authority, blessing, amnesty. Effects: mental immunity, indomitability, resilience, overcoming hardship. Clairvoyance or the goddess's blade aren't bad, but it doesn't feel like enough. If the fight drags on, it'll be hard to focus as my body will grow heavy from exhaustion. But with Kalokagatia, that won't be a problem. The holy body of the twilight-tearing hawkcat is praying for you due to the difficulties you are about to face. That's nice of you, but it seems rather insignificant. Lee Chang-seon opened his eyes, wondering, should I give it a try? The monster opened its mouth and charged. Human, you look delicious. I'll eat you alive. It swung a large pig sticker in its hand, speaking as if catching its prey was a piece of cake. Lee Chang-seon's expression didn't change as he blocked the swift strike with the evil dragon's fang. The monster praised, not bad, but you'll still end up in my stomach. My toxins will slowly seep in and destroy your body. Your body will grow heavy and soon begin to rot. The two clashed fiercely and continuously. While fighting hand-to-hand with Lee Chang-seon, the monster kept rambling, and you will become a guide demon, just like me. Oh God, as ugly as you? Shut up. I'm drop-dead gorgeous. If someone like me turned into you, all the girls would cry. Lee Chang-seon said nothing, merely blocking the blow coldly. The monster roared again. Experience it for yourself, human. A flash of light streaked by like lightning. The guide demon never expected its arm to be severed so easily by Lee Chang-seon. It thought Lee Chang-seon should have been just like it, but how could this be? While the monster was pondering, Lee Chang-seon didn't waste a single moment and continuously beat the crap out of this guide demon. The immunity effect to 10 types of poison has purified all toxins. Lee Chang-seon stepped on the monster's chest to drive his weapon straight through its neck. How? The guide demon wondered. Are the others like you? What? How disappointing. After the insult, Lee Chang-seon decisively pulled out his sword, sending the guide demon straight to the gates of hell. System notification. Low-rank demon has been eliminated. You have absorbed the Tiger King's calamity from the demon's body. Your body has transformed. Lee Chang-seon knew this would happen. The current transformation is incomplete. Kill more demons to absorb more of the Tiger King's calamity. Lee Chang-seon thought, if I'm defeated by the Tiger King's calamity, I'll turn into a daka or a goblin. But if I win and take ownership, I'll ascend to another level, just like John Chan Ho. I can't let it end like this. If the Tiger King's calamity is just a type of demonic energy, then I need to adapt to it as much as possible. System warning. The Oneness Apocalypse fire effect has awakened. At that moment, Lee Chang-seon was breathing out purple smoke, with one eye glowing and the other dull. The flame is merging with the Tiger King's calamity. The Tiger King's calamity is being purified. The Tiger King's calamity is resisting fiercely. The Oneness Apocalypse fire effect is burning more intensely. The flame erupted violently, the purple light almost completely swallowed by the red. The Tiger King's calamity could not resist the flame and began to dissolve. Purification and transformation successful. A new monarch has been formed. Achievement unlocked. The monarch has devoured the Tiger King's calamity. Reward: Intelligence +5. Willpower +3. The holy body of the Tiger of Painful Sands has had its eyes opened by this unbelievable situation. The holy body of the Fox Hunt says it doesn't know what's happening and is staring wide-eyed. The holy body of the world encircling serpent is watching intently and says that the light from the forgotten constellation has become a new star. You have successfully absorbed the pure new monarch. Lee Chang-seon's head turned into fire, with flames raging around him. Lee Chang-seon grinned sinisterly. Now this is an unexpected change, isn't it? At the same time, the system announced that the forgotten star has been found. The Fei Wei is a phantom race that devours the souls of tigers. It is related to the Void Kingdom, which means Lee Chang-seon has automatically become its enemy. The system informed him. Current location is Sector 12, Floor 1. The time displayed below indicates the remaining duration to complete the first mission, 8 minutes and 42 seconds. Lee Chang-seon, like a true flame, set fire to everywhere he went, making the monsters in this dungeon scream in agony. Who is that bastard? Stop him. Lee Chang-seon found this rather amusing. At that moment, another guide demon was being incinerated by the flames. Its underling demons screamed in terror. Ma's master has been defeated. The moment they finished their sentence, they were incinerated by the apocalyptic flames. The constellations are very pleased with this scene. The holy body of the proper hunting season is very happy and satisfied with your actions. The holy body of the Tiger of Painful Sands is carefully observing your every sharp move. The Raging Tiger condition has been activated. The Raging Tiger is roaring. The escaped tiger furiously charges out. Achievement unlocked. Ghoul Devourer. Reward: +5 strength points. Wise man of the Fei Wei. You have entered the second floor. By setting fire to everywhere he set foot, Lee Chang-seon blazed his way straight to the second floor. Greeting Lee Chang-seon here was an entire horde of guide demons. Normally, people who come here would be afraid of them. But right now, Lee Chang-seon was the one instilling fear here. The system even reported that fear was spreading. The enemy has been afflicted with the Chaos's status. The demon guides commented, "A monster. That thing isn't human." Lee Chang-seon slowly advanced on the demons. The system announced, "Your allotted time has expired. Day 1 evaluation, SSS. A reward will be granted based on the evaluation. Returning to reality." Lee Chang-seon was instantly transported back. Jian called out worriedly, "Hyung?" Lee Chang-seon was surprised that 6 hours had already passed. He was having so much fun in there that he completely lost track of time. He turned to the younger man and asked, "How long was I like that out here?" "Huh? What do you mean? Didn't you tell me not to let anyone in or touch you?" Right after you said that, you suddenly changed a bit. Did I say that just now?" Lee Chang-seon felt as if time had barely moved at all while he was inside the dungeon. This could be incredibly useful if he learned how to use it wisely. For instance, he could take a short break to de-stress in the middle of a chaotic battle, or take shelter and heal his wounds after receiving a critical hit. I wonder what the remaining 6 cursed scrolls will be. Will I need to conquer more ghouls, or will it be a completely different type of quest? Jun-chul has already obtained 3 of On's cursed scrolls, and there are still 3 more left to be found. Obtaining those 3 cursed scrolls must be my top priority. Perhaps the people at the Summit Guild might have some information about their whereabouts. If only I knew where to find those scrolls. Just as Lee Chang-seon thought that, he got a call from Director Oh. He was surprised by the call. In Nanhyeon-dong, Director Oh, dressed in a surprisingly flashy style, was sitting at a bar and waving him over. "Ah, you're here. Over here." Chang-seon told Jian to wait by the door for a minute and that he'd be right back. He obediently followed the order. Seeing him, Director Oh asked Chang-seon, "Who is that?" As Lee Chang-seon pulled out a chair and sat down, he explained that it was Jian, the person who had joined him for the last training session. "Can he be trusted?" "I trust him with my honor." "So you've already started building your team?" "I believe the more people we have, the better." Director O glanced at him and gave a sly grin. "You're not wrong, but what we need, more than personnel, are good items. Items that can prove useful at a moment's notice." He pushed a pile of papers in front of Chang-seon. "Let's set that aside for now. As I mentioned, I've placed you under my direct authority." Looking at the personnel transfer form from Director O, Lee Chang-seon asked him what he wanted him to do. Director O didn't beat around the bush. "A new intern is joining tomorrow. and the official announcement will be made then. Unlike you, this new recruit is green, so they'll require proper preparation. The newcomers will be following our main forces during this operation. We've already located them. All that's left is to deal with them. Lee Chang-seon froze. A sly smirk crept across his face as he realized things were going exactly as he'd hoped. And if I'm lucky, I might be able to get more information on On's 7 curses. Isn't this going to be extremely dangerous for the new recruits? Most of the subjugation squad will be participating in this mission, and both the association and other guilds have agreed to lend their support. The rookies will just be handling the leftovers in the rear, so it'll be a good opportunity for them to get some experience. But you, unlike them, will be part of the high-ranking officer unit in the vanguard. Lee Chang-seon got it. So that's the real point of all this. Director O continued. Of course, there will be plenty of other seasoned veterans in that squad. The board of directors had some reservations, but I pushed hard for you. Why should we treat you like a rookie when you've already proven your abilities? I've also included information about their hideout in those documents. We'll be heading out in 5 days. Get all your preparations done within that time. I'll give you more details once we're on site. With that, Director O put on his coat and hat, getting ready to leave. Lee Chang-seon said, I'd like to ask for a favor. Speak. Afterwards, Lee Chang-seon took Jian to a street food stall. Upon seeing them, people on the street started to whisper amongst themselves. Isn't that the tyrant? Can't be. Why would the tyrant be eating a hot dog here of all places? So what? Is there a rule that tyrants can't eat street food? Jian sighed about how tense the atmosphere was back there, while Lee Chang-seon read the file Director O had given him on the Hill of the Vicious Snowmen. While eating, he said to Jian, We shouldn't linger here for too long. We've still got a long road ahead of us. Yes, sir. Jian suddenly spoke so loudly that he startled the people around them. 4 days before the operation, Lee Chang-seon once again became a walking inferno inside the one-eyed tiger's dungeon. The demon guides shrieked, a monster. It's that human again. Hurry up and close the gate. Are our scouts even doing their jobs? 3 days before the operation, another demon guide commander fell. 2 days before the operation, Lee Chang-seon continued his relentless slaughter of the demon guides. 1 day before the operation, Lee Chang-seon stood atop a demon guide's corpse, surveying the area. The system announced, Time remaining in this dungeon, 19 minutes and 45 seconds. Lee Chang-seon's eyes narrowed as he asked, Is there no one else here? He fiercely drew his bow, adding, I'm not talking about small fry like you. I mean a real ghoul. The arrow shot forth, flying straight towards a castle in the far distance. The arrow shot straight into the castle doors, and the system announced, Skill, explosive light break has been activated. The arrow detonated. As the dust settled, it revealed an old man addressed as, Your Majesty. The king's face was grazed by a small cut from the arrow. The king chuckled. So, he's discovered my location, has he? Interesting. Very interesting indeed. The king emanated a venomous green aura and commanded, Bring me my weapon and armor. Yes, Your Majesty. The king of the demon guides then ordered his underlings to fall back, intending to deal with Lee Chang-seon personally. Speaking of the king of the demon guides, he was a descendant of the Frey family, a great clan from the Arcadia region, but that was all in the past. Now, he was deposed, nothing more than the bloody murderer born from the curse of On's 7 curses. Even though his body had been ruined, his hatred remained undiminished. He will rule the entire den of ghouls and return. Then he will gather all the remaining essences of the temple and ascend to godhood once again. He had also heard that Lee Chang-seon was the bastard who interfered with such a grand plan. But now that they've met, he wants to ask clearly, What is your name? For the first time in hundreds of years, he felt the blood coursing through him boil not the blood of a strategist, but the blood of a warrior. His state somewhat terrified the other lesser guide demons. The demon king laughed loudly. Is that so? You are Lee Chang-seon? His eyes flashed with a deadly purple light. My name is Jin, descendant of Freyja, from the bloodline of a renowned family in the demon world. I am the one who trampled over other demons to advance, and I will become king of the den of ghouls after I finish you. Jin leaped from the floor to the roof with his enormous blade, shouting, Barbarian! After that cry, a mass of yellow energy flared to life. Its stream surged. His Majesty is joining the battle. Riding a guide demon, Jin is personally leading the charge. But his guide demon subjects beneath his feet screamed continuously as their very souls were released. Everyone, run! Jin and his demon shot forward, leaving a streak of light like a comet, and appeared before Lee Chang-seon in a single flash. System alert. The second-floor boss, the blood-colored Slaughter King, has appeared. Lee Chang-seon and Jin locked eyes for a split second. The blood-colored Slaughter King was the first to attack, quickly swinging his arm. He shot down a blinding beam of light, and Lee Chang-seon thrust his long spear right into its center. The two powerful energies collided violently. The battle was intense enough to rouse the sleeping constellations to watch. The sacred body of the cornered tiger is thrilled by this fiery battle. The sacred body of the prime hunting season is screaming for you to defeat the arrogant demon. A green tornado was sweeping everything up, opening a wide maw, ready to swallow Lee Chang-seon whole. But he was up against a daredevil who charged straight into the center. Lee Chang-seon activated the single eye of the Sundering Tiger to survey the area. He found Jin hidden within the storm. Jin, for his part, was intrigued that Lee Chang-seon could block his blade even after he had infused it with demonic soul energy. Hearing this, Lee Chang-seon just scoffed. The divine title Sundering Tiger transformed into Frenzied Tiger, and the great flames blazed up again. Lee Chang-seon's face distorted beyond recognition as the Frenzied Tiger charged. His state startled even the blood-colored Slaughter King. Are you a warrior? No. A gladiator? No. That's not it. You're a fighting soul, a ghost obsessed with combat. Yes, that's it. A little late to realize that now, isn't it, oh soul of hundreds of years? This time, Lee Chang-seon was the one who charged straight at Jin, creating an explosion of cosmic proportions. The mob of lesser demons witnessing this earth-shattering battle chattered amongst themselves. How can he possibly possess power equal to his majesty's? How can a human be this strong? Lee Chang-seon waved his hand, and threads of light spread out like a spider's web, shooting towards the blood-colored Slaughter King. One touch from those threads of light meant death. Jin hastily raised a shield of earth and rock, trying to slip through the sharp net Lee Chang-seon had woven. His special mount seized the opportunity to open its mouth, as if asking Chang-seon for a piece of his thigh. Lee Chang-seon shifted, his spear dancing like a sword, facing Jin's huge blade and his mount's extra large beak. Lee Chang-seon coldly made a single thrust. The lightning net skill was unleashed. The monster shrieked in pain. Jin leaped from his mount, channeling all his force into the huge blade in his hands and bringing it down decisively, aiming straight for Lee Chang-seon's neck. The skill Beastly Instincts has warned you of extreme danger. Lee Chang-seon gritted his teeth. He knew he had to block it, but he also recognized the immense danger. The skill, Flying Tiger Riding the Wind, has been activated, and the body weight reduction technique has been released. And just like that, Lee Chang-seon shot away. Jin's powerful blow struck the pile of earth and rock instead. Our protagonist, meanwhile, had landed safely on a mountain ledge. Jin smirked. Too bad, I almost had you. Just at this critical moment, the system chimed in again. Your stamina has dropped below 15%. We recommend that you rest and recover. Lee Chang-seon was surprised. He hadn't expected his physical condition to decline so rapidly. Not to mention, he only had 3 minutes and 28 seconds left here. He now felt as if he were facing a stone wall. Lee Chang-seon wondered what he should do. He wasn't confident he could take down the blood-colored Slaughter King right away, but he didn't want to stop the fight either. This is too exciting. Lee Chang-seon wanted to fight to the very end. The sword in his hand began to tremble. It seemed to be provoked by the situation, as if it was goading him into using it. Lee Chang-seon stopped hesitating and spun his sword. The blood-colored Slaughter King scoffed. And what do you think you're doing? Just something fun. As he spoke, Chang-seon cut his own hand with his sword. Blood spurted out. A flash of light emanated from the wound, and immediately after, a giant, sword-shaped soul began to glow as the sword itself trembled violently. Lee Chang-seon seemed to be merging with the sword spirit. Go on, cry, whimper! Lee Chang-seon brought the two swords together. Twin blades appeared, resonating as the frenzied tiger bared its fangs and claws. Jin also broke into a wide grin. You said you'd do something fun, and you've certainly made things more exciting. System alert. Fangs of the Evil Dragon and Lee Trang are resonating. Fangs of the Frenzied Tiger has been activated. Fangs of the Evil Dragon has evolved dramatically. With the added buff effect from the resonance of the two heavy weapons, Lee Chang-seon charged at the blood-colored Slaughter King triumphantly. A smile spread across his face, and Jin's as well. The two battle-hungry warriors, each with an unshakable belief in their own victory, charged at one another. After the first clash, Lee Chang-seon quickly switched states. The Frenzied Tiger state transformed into Wild Tiger. He unleashed Wild Tiger's shred on his opponent. Lee Chang-seon quickly forced Jin back, following up with an explosive slash. In his element, Lee Chang-seon's Wild Tiger state transformed into Half-Eyed Tiger. Unleashing Poison Fang of the Half-Eyed Tiger, Lee Chang-seon and Jin now stood back to back. He deftly spun his blade for a clean slash. Jin's mount rushed out to take the blow for him. Savage, Jin called out, but the mount didn't listen, charging straight into the path of Lee Chang-seon's slash. Of course, its fate was sealed. The system announced, "You have defeated the named monster, Savage." Along with the mount's tragic cry came the mechanical voice of a notification. "You have obtained Savage's ribs ×3. You have obtained the kidney of the blood-colored Slaughter King. You've acquired Phi Nugi's assets, but that alone isn't enough to end this." Lee Chang-seon frowned, thinking, I thought he'd be weaker if I killed his pet first, but it seems I was wrong. That so-called blood-red Slaughter King grew grim after witnessing his mount get slaughtered. A mass of green energy swirled violently around him. One of his eyes lit up like a car's headlight. Lee Chang-seon was startled. The system issued a critical warning that the opponent was unleashing a powerful attack. Jin leaped up like a high jumper. Lee Chang-seon wondered if all the attacks this guy had thrown so far weren't strong enough, since the system had to issue a warning now. Jin gritted his teeth and glared, and Lee Chang-seon looked back at him seriously. The two colossal streams of energy had another unfriendly exchange. Jin ground his teeth, forcing his huge blade down. Lee Chang-seon ground his teeth, thrusting his two swords up. The impact was so powerful, it struck a bolt of lightning. The energy blasted downward, tearing through the earth and leveling the landscape. Blood began to spurt out. Jin's pupils constricted. Lee Chang-seon was also hit so hard he was knocked out of his beast form. Jin leaned heroically on his greatsword as the system notified Lee Chang-seon. You have been critically injured. Your health is below 5%. Please leave the designated area immediately to rest. You have 0 seconds left. Time's up. Day 1 evaluation. SSS. You will receive a predetermined reward based on your evaluation. You are now returning to the real world. When Lee Chang-seon opened his eyes, he was immediately met with Gu Heben's horrified face. Chang-seon, why is there blood? Let's go to the hospital, hurry! A streak of blood ran from his shoulder all the way down to his waist. Chang-seon stood still as a statue, but his hands trembled as he took a wide-area healing potion from the system. It's fine, this is all I need. Let me help you, Gu Heben said anxiously, immediately grabbing the potion and splashing it all over Lee Chang-seon's wound. The potion's potent effect caused him considerable pain, but he gritted his teeth and made no sound. Phew, that was close, the system announced. Your health has been restored to over 50%. Your condition is improving significantly. Seeing that he had stabilized, Gu Heben asked what had happened, but Chang-seon brushed it off, saying everything was fine. He frowned, thinking that while the fight with the Crimson Gatekeeper King looked like an even match, he had been completely defeated. If the second-floor boss is already this strong, how much harder will the higher floors be? I have to get the reinforced bones or Huyen Y to make up for the power gap. Forget Huyen Y, I can't find the unicorn tribe right now. So that leaves the reinforced bones, huh? If I use reinforced bones to create the Vajra body, the problem is I'd have to fight the Crimson Gatekeeper King for 24 hours straight. What should I do? Come to think of it, isn't Jetty's permit for a snow region too? I have to seize this chance. While he was plotting, a chime rang, killing his mood. It was a text from Director O, scheduling a meeting at 7 a.m. tomorrow at the usual place. He said he'd found what Chang-seon needed. Lee Chang-seon decided to focus on this first and think about his plan while waiting. Another message arrived from the compliant blacksmith. He informed him that he had finished forging the weapon Chang-seon had requested. As soon as he stepped out the door, Chang-seon bumped into the reporter who had been standing there since the afternoon. He still wanted an interview, but Lee Chang-seon's fiery glare shut him up right after his introduction. He was already in a bad mood, and now someone had to come and provoke him. He said, "Is this my weapon?" It was a huge, glistening spearhead, so polished you could see your reflection in it. Gu Heben's whole face lit up as he looked at the spearhead. So beautiful. My weapon. As soon as Lee Chang-seon arrived, he started bickering with Uji again. Didn't you say you needed 2 weeks? How could you be this fast? It wasn't too complicated. All I had to do was forge it from a pre-made mold. Gu Heben was imagining how satisfying it would feel to take a swing with it. Lee Chang-seon, however, was finding fault. Why didn't you engrave some patterns on it? It looks too plain. Uji replied, I don't like doing that. Lee Chang-seon didn't bother arguing and transferred another 100 million to Uji. Is that enough? It is. Come get it tomorrow morning. Lee Chang-seon glanced at Uji. You have something you want to say to me, don't you? Your weapon. Boss. Lee Chang-seon reminded him of the proper title. What a stubborn man. My apologies. That was disrespectful of me. Regarding our noble and extraordinary boss's weapon, isn't that still a month away? It's 2 months. Don't try to be clever. Uji threw a fit as Lee Chang-seon kept pressuring him on the deadline. Yeah, what about it? We might have to extend the deadline. I've run out of materials. Materials? You mean cold steel? Yes, I've searched everywhere but can't find a single bit, and not just any old cold steel will do. The weapon you're requesting requires a type of steel mixed with ice crystals, and it must be at least several decades old. Boss, you also want it to withstand extreme heat without changing its shape, right? So that's a problem. You need all the cold steel fragments to create a single shield. On top of that, the few domestic supply sources have been cut off. Because of the high floors? Yes. You said you were heading to Jetty's Gate, Lee Chang-seon replied. I'm going to try, both for the cold steel and to see if I can find the base materials for the reinforced bones. Uji then said that someone was very eager to meet him. My name is Choi Hung-in. I've heard a lot about you. This man was a representative of the Fortune Trading Company. But when he saw the calluses on the man's hands, Chang-seon immediately guessed he was also a blacksmith. Lee Chang-seon crossed his legs and looked him over. Fortune is a multi-industry trading company. What's your relation to Choi Byung? Ah, I'm Choi Byung's cousin. Lee Chang-seon remembered that Choi Byung had only wanted to suggest a good supplier, but it seemed this man held a higher position than he'd thought. Just how much influence could he have over such a precious material? I see. I heard you wanted to see me. What's this about? I want to hire you. Lee Chang-seon scoffed. So, you want something from Jetty's gate? Is that it? Choi Hung-in remained as composed as when he first walked in, as sharp as expected. Allow me to explain in more detail. Mr. Chung-seon, do you know why the remnants of the high floors chose Jetty's gate as their hideout? There's something there called the Breath of the Ice Emperor. This is the first I'm hearing of it. Lee Chang-seon's expression turned serious, as Choi Hung-in explained. It's the highest-grade ice crystal currently known. Its other name is the Eternal Ice Crystal. Lee Chang-seon's eyes lit up when he heard that. His reaction seemed strange to Choi Hung-in, who asked him what was wrong. Lee Chang-seon immediately and vehemently denied that anything was wrong, but internally, he had already realized the situation. Lee Chang-seon recalled a conversation with the Nameless Ones from his past. Reinforced bones. Have you ever heard of them? I've heard of them, but legendary skeletons like the Supreme Body or Dragon Body are said to be possessed by the martial gods. They are their very foundation. The two essential base materials for creating reinforced bones are the heart of a flame wing and the ice-forged seal. I heard someone already taught you how to create fire, right? In that case, you'll need to get an imprint to protect your body from being ravaged by the flames. First, find the Eternal Ice Crystal. It's a crystal that has been absorbing pure moonlight for who knows how long, making it a perfect match for the imprint. This was the very reason Lee Chang-seon had come to the dungeon in America. He frowned, putting on a dramatic show. I don't know what an eternal ice crystal is, but it sounds like a very important ingredient. Hyung-do said, they say it can raise an ice mage's level by dozens, so are the high-ranking remnants targeting it? Yes, they think it can reinforce their power, which is currently on the brink of collapse. So, you want me to seize it? That's right. In an uncleared dungeon, avoiding the eyes of the high rankers, and probably the guild's eyes as well, right? You wouldn't want to share such a delicious prize with anyone else, would you? Of course, I know it's difficult for you to trust me right away. I'll do it. Lee Chang-seon agreed so abruptly that it startled Hung Jin, who immediately switched to asking about the price. I don't need money. Instead, I have a request. Later that afternoon, as Hung Jin left the building, he saw Uji picking his teeth while petting his dog, which was contentedly gnawing on a bone with its eyes half closed. Uji chuckled. Your brother's a bit of a cheapskate, isn't he? It's because I don't want to owe that guy anything. What do you mean? After closing yourself off for so long, you're really going to refuse a new friend? What are you talking about? New friend, my ass. Everything went smoothly, and he seemed pretty laid back. It's just an exchange of benefits, that's all. The moment Hung Jin finished speaking, his face contorted. The scent of troll fragment, moonlit love record, dewdrop of the flower god, he had no idea what Chang-seon would use these materials for. Not to mention, he was also interested in the whereabouts of items related to the 9 great swords. How does Mr. Bong know someone like that? Can he really pull it off? Conquest Day. Any news from Team 1? The long-haired woman asked, her hands on her hips. The guy with the top knot answered, no. That woman frowned and said, then we'll consider it a failure. It seems we have no other choice but to start the evaluation now. Why don't you two have a cup of coffee before you go? A tall guy with 2 tufts of hair smiled warmly, offering 2 hot coffees, an Americano with a double shot of espresso and 2 pumps of hazelnut syrup for Agent Cha, and a hot caramel macchiato for Agent Jin, right? Agent Cha remarked that he had a pretty good memory. Agent Jin happily thanked him. The man who brought the coffee asked, looks like things aren't going smoothly? Agent Cha said, we're facing more resistance than we anticipated. However, it might be because the dungeon's difficulty is quite high. Besides, why don't I see that niece of yours who's always with you? Ah, Heben? Ha, for crying out loud. The man teared up at the mention of his niece. That kid heard someone say the White Tiger Guild had arrived, so she went after them, to meet her benefactor. That's what she said. The girl is running like an athlete, rushing toward the call of her benefactor. The other man looked over helplessly. The devil's call. There they are. Agent Cha looked over as well. A group of people in uniform, all from the White Tiger Guild, was led by Lee Chang-seon, with Gu Heben undoubtedly following behind. As if Lee Chang-seon's scowling face wasn't enough, shouting echoed from a distance. Lee Chang-seon focused. If you dare embarrass me and the director, I won't let you get away with it. The man heedlessly poking the fierce tiger was none other than Shim Jung-ho, head of the guild's future strategy department. The lackeys behind him immediately started sucking up. Go get him, department head! Teach that rookie some manners! Don't pick on a rookie like that, you'll scare him off. He'll probably run off pissing his pants. While those childish old men joked around, Lee Chang-seon didn't deign to reply, merely offering a silent smile, like an immortal watching mortals squabble. They say silence is the ultimate expression of contempt. This bunch of clueless sycophants, however, could still see the disdain practically overflowing from Lee Chang-seon's face. They immediately started yelling, you dare to smile? Don't you get what's happening? You delusional idiot. The guy with hair like a scouring pad rushed forward, grabbed Chang-seon's collar, and snarled, Lee Chang-seon's eyes grew cold as he told him to let go. But did that guy have any idea who he was messing with? He yelled at the top of his lungs, "I don't fucking feel like it. What are you gonna do about it?" Lee Chang-seon narrowed his eyes. Shim Jung-ho knew this was the sign of a wild beast about to attack and immediately told the guy to let go. "Move fast and you'll live. Too slow and even I can't fucking save your sorry ass." But it was too late. The thug, relying on his boss's presence, was sent spinning like a pinwheel by Lee Chang-seon's invisible energy. Screaming wouldn't change a thing. At the same time, other players were being blown away. This goddamn monster. There really was a monster tearing up the ground, along with the people standing on it. A golden light flashed by, and the monster recognized the form of a fierce tiger. Perhaps the White Tiger Guild has arrived, and the one who had come was Baek Seon-jeon. He was ecstatic, shouting as he fought. "Ahaha, Sigma, I've always wanted a proper fight with you, though I never thought it would turn out like this." Sigma gritted his teeth and cursed silently, wondering why this madman was here instead of the other team captains. Just then, another mysterious person appeared and remarked upon arrival. "So, there are already this many victims?" This person was the Black Sword, Oh Do-gyeon. "You really can't be left to your own devices, can you?" Sigma didn't seem to have the energy to pay Oh Do-gyeon any mind, busy as he was with Baek Seon-jeon's attacks. But he still had a mouth to talk. "White Tiger and the 5-star sword. I guess this old man has become quite famous, hasn't he? Since the nation's most promising talents have given me such a warm welcome, shall we see how the talents of my own juniors fare?" He suddenly launched himself upward, heading somewhere unknown. However, Lee Chang-seon was also dashing off somewhere. "Bro, but that's not the right way." Lee Chang-seon used the skills Flying Tiger Rides the Wind and Light Body Technique, while simultaneously activating his Area Scan Ocular skill to quickly survey his surroundings. "Yeah? What do you mean?" Sigma is just a distraction. The real deal is right here. Lee Chang-seon didn't hesitate to jump straight down from a high floor. By now, Sigma was standing among the rookies. Baek Seon-jeon frowned and urged, "Hey, old man, just give up already." Oh Do-jeon found it strange that this Sigma guy seemed calmer than usual. Sigma grinned from ear to ear. "It is not yet time for me to cordially invite you to taste the hell that we have been through." Oh Do-jeon was startled. The system announced, "Trap activated. Rewind a few minutes." Just as Shim Jong-ho was screaming for his underling to get the hell away from Lee Chang-seon, it was too late. The bird-brained fool was already on the ground in shock. The whole thing took less than a few seconds, but it was enough to make the players there gape in awe at the sheer power of the main character's aura. That curly-haired guy, still not scared, charged in again. "You bastard, who do you think I, Kang-chan the Stormfist, am?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Fierce Tiger's half-gaze state has been activated. The shining Tiger King appearing above Lee Chang-seon's head, along with his tiger-like face, was enough to terrify anyone. A swift attack from the fierce Tiger's half-gaze shot out. Kang-chan's fist collided violently with Lee Chang-seon's 5 fingertips. The sound of breaking bones echoed as Kang-chan's hand was twisted out of shape. He opened his mouth and let out a blood-curdling scream. Lee Chang-seon was about to land another blow to finish him off, but was stopped by Shim Jong-ho. "That's enough," Lee Chang-seon said coldly. "He was the one who threatened me first. Even so, he's still your senior." The senior, after taking the hit, lay unconscious on a stretcher being carried away by medics. Lee Chang-seon didn't say anything more and turned to leave, throwing in a sarcastic comment. "It seems the future strategy department values seniority more than actual skill." The fallen fierce tiger god laughed, finding the situation hilarious. Witnessing this scene, Baek Seon-gyeon laughed as if he'd struck gold. "I'm sure that kid is the same type of person as me. He's a madman, just like I am." The man next to him chuckled. "That's not it. You've seen it with your own eyes and you still don't get it? What do you mean? Are you saying that whole attitude was calculated?" "Yes. Among all the players, many still doubted his abilities, and taking down Kang-chan has brought him quite a bit of attention." "Ah, so there are a lot of bastards waiting for him to fail miserably, and because he was annoyed by it, he decided to just beat up Kwogen right then and there?" Seo Donggun just cackled. "Well now, what a sharp deduction, and what a fierce personality. He really is a lot like me." The guy with the thick glasses was speechless. Just then, the precious granddaughter of the 5-star Sword Guild came looking for Chang-seon. "Do you still remember me? Gu Heben, the Cathawk sacred body, tears through the night. All things will meet again if fate has ordained it." Looking down with satisfaction, Gu Heben smiled until her eyes crinkled. "I still remember you." "Oh, that's a relief. I was worried you wouldn't recognize me after I became a player. The only reason I didn't recognize you right away is because your image has changed." Lee Chang-seon thought to himself that he had hoped she would live a normal life and not become a player. Just then, a young man in dark glasses from the 5-star Sword Guild came to call for Heben. "My lady, the department head needs you for an urgent matter." Heben turned around curtly and asked the man, "Why?" Then she turned back to Chang-seon, her eyes crinkling into a smile again. "I'm sorry, something has come up with the guild. So, I'll see you later. Lee Chang-seon watched the two of them leave, thinking that the surname of that five-star group was Gu, if he recalled correctly. The young man in sunglasses told Hebben that it seemed the Summit Guild's executive secretary had been found nearby, so they needed to track him now. Lee Chang-seon glanced after the two, thinking that having the surname Gu didn't really matter. What was important was that she seemed to be doing well. So he gave a small smile and prepared to act. Jaelun immediately transformed, hiding in Lee Chang-seon's shadow. Meanwhile, a group of people was rushing somewhere in a hurry. We found Sigma. Why is that bastard standing here instead of going into the dungeon? There you are. Kwogan Sigma, also known as the executive assistant of the Summit Guild, was sitting leisurely, enjoying the view. He had received orders to draw as much attention from the outside as possible. Down on the street, more and more players were swarming toward him. The sorrowful sacred soul body looked toward his disciple with a pitying gaze. Kwogan smiled faintly. Oh my god, please do not feel too sad. All of this is my choice, so please, just watch over me. The sorrowful sacred soul body nodded without a word. Kwogan smiled as if that was all the satisfaction he needed. A nimble young man took the lead, launching himself up to fight Sigma. Before he could even get there, Kwogan jumped down, landing a steel fist on the reckless upstart. The blow was so powerful that it affected all the players below. As soon as Kwogan landed, he began to tear through everything around him. Seo Dong-gun arrived on the scene in a flash, immediately exchanging dozens of blows with Sigma Kwogan. Ozun-gun also appeared. Seeing two of the nation's young talents arrive to give him their special attention, Kwogan stopped clashing with Seo Dong-gun. At the same time, Lee Chang-seon was heading in a different direction toward the real target. Meanwhile, Kwogan was standing in the middle of a street, surrounded by players. Seo Dong-gun impatiently urged the old demon to just give up already. But Ozun-gun found this guy to be unusually calm. Kwogan bared his teeth in a grin. It is not yet time for me to graciously invite you all to taste the hell that we have endured. The trap has been activated. A blood-red whirlwind rises. The spiral body disguise skill has been triggered, and the illusionary labyrinth sigil trap engulfs your body. Agent Tra touched the ground, trembling, and said to Agent Zin with a pained expression, "It's a trap. They've lured us into their trap." Over here, amidst streams of blood-red energy and magic circles, a demonic creature appeared. The whites of Seo Dong-gun's eyes had turned red, as had his pupils. "Captain, whatever you do, don't get swallowed by the phantom!" Captain, he can't hear me and isn't responding." The phantom continuously mumbled some incantation, and negative thoughts began to surface in Seo Dong-gun's mind. "If only you hadn't been born, you bastard. You killed your own mother. Die, you scourge." Blood trickled from the corners of Seo Dong-gun's eyes as his mouth stretched wide, mumbling, "Mom." At that moment, Lee Chang-seon was standing on the rooftop of a tall building. The Kalokagathia authority is taking effect, and mind exemption has been activated. The serpent's eye skill has been used to reveal the hidden path. Lee Chang-seon frowned as he looked at the street below. "We wanted to live, too. But because of you, we had to die. I hate you. I hate you. Hebben, I hate you." Even Hebben, the girl our hero dotes on, couldn't escape being surrounded by the negative phantoms. The girl stood frozen, unresponsive. As they surrounded her, the phantoms continuing their wails. "Why do you get to live while we had to die? Come with us." Just then, a hand shattered the illusionary scenery and reached in. The phantoms tormenting Hebben also crumbled and vanished. The girl turned, her eyes welling with tears. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Lee Chang-seon appeared like a god. Chang-seon. Chang-seon glanced over and gave a command. "Capture them. Winter." Gu Hebben, who had turned into a shadow, immediately received the order and transformed, darting away. Hebben stared, wide-eyed, as Gu Hebben dove straight down from the top of the building. The one directing the phantoms to haunt the players was quickly surrounded by Gu Hebben. System notification. The skill Shadowbind has been activated. Target has been captured. Gu Hebben tied up the person and brought them before Lee Chang-seon in an instant. Even after being caught, the man wasn't afraid and yelled loudly to gain the upper hand. "I don't know how you found me, but do you really think I'll tell you everything?" Lee Chang-seon asked him back, his expression unchanged. "Is that so?" The guy was determined to keep his mouth shut, shouting that he'd rather die than reveal anything. Lee Chang-seon transformed into a fierce tiger, smiling sinisterly. "Let's see just how tight-lipped you are." System notification. The killing intent from the tiger's bloodlust skill increases the target's fear. Under the terrifying pressure, the demonic man panted heavily, sweat pouring off him like rain as blood splattered out. System notification. You have destroyed the first illusion. Find the remaining illusions and destroy them. 1 out of 9. Chang-seon remarked that they had a lot of illusions, and it must have taken quite an effort to set all this up. The system once again relayed a message from the constellations. The constellation, Tiger of Chaoses, laughs wickedly and says he thought you already had another plan in mind. Lee Chang-seon just smiled smugly. "So, where is the eternal ice crystal?" I'm lucky I found its location beforehand, otherwise I probably would have had to go into the dungeon to find it. The system again helped relay messages from the constellations. The constellation, demonic serpent of the world, shakes its head vigorously and says that a cunning man like Lee Chang-seon is truly one of a kind. The constellation, a good season for a hunt, excitedly watches you let loose. Lee Chang-seon ignored them and turned to ask Hebben if she wanted to come with him. He felt less anxious with the little girl by his side. Hebben agreed to go with him, unafraid of being sold off. Myo Aeung watched the two of them intently, full of pride. Hyen looked at Chang-seon with sparkling eyes. Chang-seon is so amazing. He isn't affected by those illusions at all, is he? I wonder when I'll become as strong and tough as him. Chang-seon asked her why she thought that. Why she assumed he wasn't affected at all while he was still surrounded by ghosts that relentlessly cursed him. In that moment, Lee Chang-seon saw a long-haired man holding a spear. He looked back at him, affectionately. Well done. I am very proud of you, my son. You've grown up. I can finally rest in peace. The system warned that the absolute authority was trembling for an unknown reason. Warning, for some unknown reason. Your mental state is wavering. It is recommended that you calm down and maintain your composure. Lee Chang-seon calmed down and maintained his composure by smiling warmly. The moment his old man finished speaking, the illusion exploded with a bang, and the system reported that the absolute authority had returned to its original state. Chang-seon turned to the two siblings and told them it was time to go. Gu, Hebanun, and Gin were still gaping with their jaws on the floor when they saw Chang-seon smile. An ice-cold face that could smile was enough to shock any normal person. Elsewhere, the members of the 5-Star Sword Guild were frantically searching for Hyen. The agent with the two-toned hair grimaced, praying the kid was all right. If I could send him a message, I'd tell him his sister is busy chasing after a boy. He didn't have much time to worry, because Captain Seo Dong-gun was right behind him, staring at him with bizarrely glowing eyes. Seo Dong-gun quickly pounced on Woo Jung-gun like a tiger on its prey. A terrifying punch from Seo Dong-gun crashed into the ground as Agent Gu managed to dodge in time. Seo Dong-gun had been mutated by the ghosts. Woo Jung-gun tried to snap him out of it. Captain Seo, calm down. I don't know what you've been through to get to this point, but a captain like you shouldn't be trapped in an illusion like this. While Woo Jung-gun tried to de-escalate, the two continued to fight fiercely. As they say, when two dogs fight for a bone, a third one runs away with it. And on the roof of the building, we have one very cool, red-haired fisherman. Sigma Kawatage watched the two powerful captains from two different guilds fight each other, smiling with delight. He cursed them as fools in his mind, thinking that all he had to do was lure them into killing each other and wait for the opportunity to eliminate the sole survivor to complete his mission perfectly. I'm so curious to see which one of them will win. Down below, Woo Jung was still trying to reason with him. If you don't stop, I won't hold back either. Why does the nameless giant rise? Woo Jung-gun gathered his energy and shouted, I'm not sure I can beat you in one blow, because you're quite strong. Gra! Seo Dong-gun roared in response. Woo Jung-gun frowned and gritted his teeth, and then blood splattered everywhere. Seo Dong-gun had been skewered right through the chest. Seeing this, Kawadoji's eyes lit up. This battle of snipe and clam had reached its end. He immediately jumped down to claim his prize. The two who were fighting immediately turned to him. You've finally fallen into our trap, you filthy old rat, Kawadoge froze. Where is this? Who am I? The truth was, while he had a trap, Woo Jung-gun and Seo Dong-gun were also working together to lure him into their net. Seo Dong-gun snapped out of his ghost state as quickly as a magic trick, complaining as he scrambled up the wall. Ah, damn it, my chest hurts like hell. How could you stab so deep? If I didn't stab deep, how would he fall for the trap? I'm going to beat your ass for putting me through this pain, and I won't tolerate your insults a second time. Sigma was hit with a barrage of attacks and had to bend over, using his steel arms to block the blows. However, in the end, he was still cornered and breathless. Kawadoge had no choice but to unleash his ultimate move. Just then, the system announced some shocking news. All illusions had been eliminated. What? Kawadoge felt like he'd just been struck by lightning, not listening to a system notification. But the system continued. The inner circle of the illusionary maze has been destroyed. The fog is gradually clearing. Woo Jung-gun wondered, how is that possible? Seo Dong-gun was also surprised. What? Wasn't it you guys? How would I know? I only know one thing for sure. Nothing can hold us back anymore. I agree with that, you insolent little brats. Kawadoge was truly enraged. He unleashed a bloody red energy, roaring. I will teach you the reason I am revered as the Crimson King of Slaughter. Kawadoge threw out vortexes of energy. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seon was standing atop the rubble, gazing into the distance where a mountain was smoking. At that moment, Seo Dong-gun was also standing amidst the wreckage, screaming, Where are you, Kawadoge, you filthy old rat? He must be around here somewhere. We have to find him. In a dark place, Kawadoge was dragging himself across a black water surface, blood trailing behind him. Why does the morning ghost look at you so sadly? If you wish to atone for your mother's sins, don't even dream of surviving. Why does the mourning ghost mournfully say they will witness the final moment of your life? Kawadoge said dejectedly, just as you said, I never expected to make it back alive. I will burn the last embers of my existence to help you achieve your wish. You have fallen into a mysterious trap. The sudden system announcement startled Kawadoge. One of his steel arms had been severed. He roared in anger. Who are you? Show yourself! A confident smile peeked from behind a wall, and Sigma was stunned to see it. Lee Chang-seon appeared, wearing a mask with a grotesque smile. Have you seen this mask before? You? Kawadoge trembled and then burst out laughing. Haha, I see now. So you were the one who started this battle. Lee Chang-seon calmly stood with his arms crossed, watching him speculate. That mask must have been inspired by an old man with a bright smile and splayed teeth. My guild's reconnaissance team. You had them all playing right in the palm of your hand. Sigma angrily recalled how the young man in the mask had slaughtered his comrades, speaking through clenched teeth. Even the reason I'm in this state. Kawadoge realized everything and flew into a rage. So, you're the culprit behind this whole mess we're in. The system informed him. The ancient language of the maze carved around this area is being activated. Kawadoge was still on the verge of exploding. A little brat who hasn't even reached level 40 dares to set a trap for someone like me, who's at level 70. Lee Chang-seon maintained the same dangerously fragrant smile. You're too arrogant. Kawadoge was absolutely furious. I'll tear you to pieces! He created a whirlwind and charged straight at Lee Chang-seon with it. Model. Chang-seon wasn't flustered in the slightest. He even let out a smirk to express just how tense this was. Kawadogan couldn't believe this young man could still laugh. Could it be, he can read my movements? Even so, I've already thrown the punch. Pulling back now would only hurt me, so I have to follow through. But Dagon's steel fist was no match for the fangs of the evil dragon in Lee Chang-seon's hand. Kawadogan couldn't believe his jade shatter gauntlet could be pierced, especially since it was a divine artifact. He tried to force the punch down, but ended up hitting the pool of black water at his feet. The water splashed everywhere, while Lee Chang-seon had already stepped aside to transform. The title Incarnation of the UIN concept was used to ignite the firestorm. Kawadogan was stunned, wondering what this endless source of energy was. After successfully transforming, Lee Chang-seon immediately pressed his attack on Kawadogan, forcing him back again and again, so much so that he began to question his own existence. He was supposed to be a high-rank A-class fighter, yet he was being pushed back like this. Only now did he realize the young man before him wasn't some kid, but a monster. If he didn't kill this young man right now, he would become a source of disaster for his nephew. So, he launched an even more ferocious counterattack. Too bad he hit nothing but air again. After throwing the punch, Kawadogan realized he'd lost his target, having no idea where that bastard had teleported. Right behind you, old man! Like a ghost, Lee Chang-seon approached Kawadogan from behind, without him even noticing, silently plunging two blades into the back of his neck. Kawadogan cried out in agony as blood splattered and a massive surge of energy pushed Lee Chang-seon away. In his final struggle, Kawadogan was reminded of a monster that brought a similar feeling of despair. Before Kawadogan could finish his sentence, Lee Chang-seon destroyed his limbs, leaving him to collapse in the shallow stream of water flowing on the ground. Lee Chang-seon couldn't help but smile, seeing how much he had changed. He could now overwhelmingly defeat someone on the verge of becoming a high ranker, and this was just the power of one of Anne's 7 sacred tomes. What's more, Chang-seon hadn't even fully deciphered it yet, and he'd already attained such strength. I absolutely cannot let it fall into the hands of that puppet ruler. The system relays a message from the constellations. The twilight-tearing hawk-cat god praises your achievement and says that the wicked must be dealt with. Kawadogan was now on his last breath. He begged Chang-seon to hurry up and send him to meet his ancestors. But he said not yet, as there was still some information he needed to pry from him. You think I'm going to tell you anything? Not after you destroyed the lives of my children in a single day. A scumbag like you who exploits others for personal gain is now rambling on about honor? How ridiculous. He chuckled. No matter what you say, you won't get a single piece of information from me. I know. That's why I'll ask someone else. Lee Chang-seon took the button-like object attached to Dagon's dark fur coat, and he immediately screamed, No! Looking closely, the button-like object was actually a mini-speaker. Vice Guild Master. You're not him. Who are you? You want to save Kawadogan, don't you? The person on the other end was stunned. Then she heard Kawadogan's voice. Yuzin, just ignore him and hang up. Kawadogan couldn't say another word after Lee Chang-seon stomped on his face. He warned, I'm the one asking the questions here. If you want to save him, focus and answer me. Anne's 7 sacred tomes. You know of them, don't you? Are you a member of the White Tiger clan? No, White Tiger wouldn't ask something like that. Answer me. Lee Chang-seon cut her right off. I'm a busy man. I don't have time to argue. I have friends waiting for me. The 5th sacred tome. It seems you know where it is. Spit it out. Yuzin breathed a sigh of relief. Asterisk. This fool. Does he really think those words can threaten me? If he wants information from me, he won't kill him so easily. Asterisk. With that thought, she confidently replied in a cold tone, "Go ahead and kill him." All right then. Chang-seon's quick agreement startled her. "What? I'll do as you say. Let's end this here." Yuzhen's face twisted with anger. "Why, you?" In truth, Lee Chang-seon was only doing it to provoke her. He couldn't believe she wouldn't come rushing here after being provoked this much. However, this also came with its own set of problems, so he needed to set up a little battlefield to welcome the enemy. Soul Collector ability has been activated. Successfully absorbed the ashes of player Kawadagon. The level of Soul Collector has increased due to absorbing the ashes of a target with a large level difference. You have successfully absorbed the Jade Shatterfist skill from player Kawadogon. The consecutive notifications left Lee Chang-seon stunned. What? Soul Collector has. What? My brain can't even process this. Did the proficiency improve because I used it constantly in the Demon Fox's cave? I was just in need of a combat skill that doesn't require a weapon, so this is great news. The Wailing Soul God looks down on you for taking the gift she bestowed upon her apostle. Lee Chang-seon didn't understand what Lamastu's problem was. Oh, so Kawadagon was Lamastu's apostle. In my fight against the 12 Zodiacs, she wasn't on their side, so I don't want to make a bad impression on her. I'll apologize to her personally later. With that thought, Lee Chang-seon decisively spread his wings and flew from the scene. Meanwhile, in a dark valley, the Wailing Soul God screamed in agony over the loss of her apostle. Lightning struck the ground as an indescribable creature shrieked atop a mountain peak. At the same time, hordes of players had gathered on the main road. "Senior, there are people coming down. The traps those bastards set. I heard Lee Chang-seon got rid of them." "That's amazing. He's a real monster, isn't he? He actually captured and executed all those psycho bastards, and even found and rescued the survivors." Apparently, Gwanggun and his niece were part of it too. When asked how he did all that, he just said he got lucky. It's incredible. People have started calling him a tyrant, you know? Walking through a shower of whispers, Seon maintained his expressionless face and cold demeanor. While the crowd was in chaos, Agent Cha took the opportunity to sneak a peek at the handsome guy. But just then, the nasty Sim Joho jumped out to mock Lee Chang-seon. "Don't get so arrogant just because the executive director thinks highly of you." Lee Chang-seon was fed up with this guy who seemed to have nothing better to do than constantly pick on him. Since the guy was behind him, he couldn't see the deep-seated disgust on Lee Chang-seon's face and continued to bark his nonsense. "This is a battlefield, a place where people blindly swing their weapons. It wouldn't be surprising if you suddenly lost your head. Thanks for the advice. Now, allow me to respond. Stop your pointless rambling. Couldn't you also lose your head if someone swung their weapon around?" "What? Son of a bitch!" Sim Joho gritted his teeth and cursed Chung-seon for being an arrogant bastard. Just then, a young man with spiky hair came looking for him. "I want to say a few things about Lee Chang-seon. This was a matter of great interest to Section Chief Sim at a certain winter fortress." "Why did he have to die like that?" Yujin wondered, sitting with his legs crossed. He left as suddenly as he had arrived. A purple flame with a golden core suddenly appeared beside Yujin. "The Wailing Spirit God asks if you wish to possess power. The Wailing Spirit God says it will give you a chance if you truly desire it." Yujin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile and said something. An answer that made even the constellations take notice. The god of the sky hidden in the aurora shows interest in their devotee's decision. The Wailing Spirit God ignores your guardian star. Lightning strikes down as purple energy surrounds Yujin. The Wailing Spirit God wishes to bestow a gift. Yujin's eyes have transformed into the eyes of a monster. Arriving at the winter fortress, the system announces that you have entered the Yeti's pinnacle dungeon. The dungeon quest will now begin. Quest theme: Conquest. In the middle of an endless plain of white snow, there exists a castle called the Winter Palace. Seize the castle and become the master of winter. The snow plains are constantly beset by blizzards, with glaciers flowing throughout the land. The Yetis, who call this place home, have evolved into excellent hunters. Be careful of their ambushes. Good luck. The players trudging through the blizzard complained endlessly about the cold. The snow was so thick they could barely see anything around them. Despite this, everyone's spirits were high, mainly because they were competing with the famous guilds leading the charge up ahead. "Let's go and tear that delusional Donggun to shreds." Agent Cha glanced at these players, thinking to herself that if they kept being so reckless, the chances of falling into an enemy trap were very high. Things were getting more complicated, and she wasn't sure if she could help them complete this raid anymore. But as she looked over at Lee Chang-seon nearby, she wondered if he could show them another miracle this time. Lee Chang-seon looked back at Agent Cha, his expression unflustered. The loudmouth captain, Seo Dong-gun, came over and clapped him on the shoulder. "Heh. Looks like the witch has her eye on you. See?" Lee Chang-seon just felt like a walking nuisance had suddenly attached itself to him. Captain Seo continued excitedly. "If we're talking about the Black Gold Witch, she's had plenty of men, both at home and abroad, chasing after her. Of course, most of those guys got shot down when they tried to hit on her. As far as I know, you're the first person she's ever shown interest in first. The Black Gold Witch, Cha Yuryeon. She's considered one of the most brilliant magical minds in the world. Her pistol is loaded with magical bullets. Each shot can turn the area in front of her into a wasteland. With such rare and outstanding talent, she is expected to soon become an A-rank master. She's also a living symbol, representing the association, so even the masters of the largest guilds can't ignore her, because she can exert direct pressure on the leadership of the Korean Association. Lee Chang-seon just felt that everything was within his grasp. His eye for talent was still working well, top quality, but of course, it wasn't for finding romantic partners. Chang-seon took a running leap and said, "The CEO has given me my orders, so from now on, I'll be acting on my own." Seo Dong-gun wanted to stop him, but Chang-seon had already soared high into the air, activating the skill Flying Tiger Follows the Wind. Seo Dong-gun couldn't help but marvel. Damn, this kid is fast. He stroked his chin. Pulling stunts like this just makes me want you more. Looks like I'll have to recruit you before Si-hwan makes his move. Winter Palace. In a cave where ice pillars grew erratically, a voice roared, "Hurry up, you filthy yetis! Stop dawdling! If you can't find the eternal ice crystal, don't even think about freeing your king." These yetis resembled monkeys, but their fur was pure white and their skin was pitch black. An armored yeti standing on high ground looked down at a train loaded with red orbs and thought, "These guys have so many ignition stones. Are they planning to blow this whole place up or something?" A group of yetis moved away. "Chieftain, did you only come here to witness the suffering of the yeti tribe? Shouldn't you be seizing the throne and saving our people?" The chieftain whistled a signal and said, "There is only one king, and I am merely his vassal. Therefore, there is only one thing a subordinate must do, and that is to pray for His Majesty, the king's safe return." With that, the Yeti chieftain mounted his beast and declared in a loud voice, "Just as those humans dared to profane our king, we will also annihilate their allied forces." The Yeti chieftain aggressively joins the battle. The system says, "The ancient guiding rune is reacting." Lee Chang-seon uses the communication device between Kawadagon and Zhang Yujin as bait for his tracking scent skill. The gods chattered excitedly. The god of the hunting season licks their lips, saying that the hunt will be easier with that tool. The world-wrapping serpent god is astonished, stating that you must be very knowledgeable about ancient runes to use them in this way. As Lee Chang-seon flew, following the trail, he thought, the operators from the summit must have taken the king hostage in the Winter Palace. Since the Yetis are extremely loyal to their king, they'll have no choice but to follow the summit's orders. The eternal ice crystal is in the center of the underground mine beneath the palace. Plus, I've got Yetis and the summit blocking my way. I'll have to deal with all of them within 3 hours. I should pick up the pace. Just as he was about to speed up, a horde of Yetis jumped out from both sides of the cliff, intent on not letting him leave here alive. Since he was in a hurry, Lee Chang-seon swung his sword, unleashing a firestorm that incinerated the horde of Yetis. But then, Chang-seon suddenly stopped. "Why don't you show yourself?" The informant for Sim Jong-ho, hiding behind a rock, was shocked to have been discovered. Just then, a masked man appeared behind him. The man demanded a higher fee, claiming Chang-seon was much stronger than described. The other man readily agreed, as long as they could take care of Lee Chang-seon without leaving a trace. The masked man had his team appear and firmly asserted, "There's no one the Black Hand Squad can't assassinate. Just sit back and wait." The informant was certain Im Do-han would fulfill his duty. Besides, if they were bloodthirsty maniacs like the Blood Wolf Squad, they could be trusted. Section Chief Sim Jong-ho had even given him an interesting toy as a troop of assassins charged toward Chang-seon. Skill. Beastly Senses quickly locates hidden enemies by honing your senses. The scan results show about 13 assassins, with over 50 more waiting behind them. Did they really pour all their resources into catching me? It's quite impressive, isn't it? Lee Chang-seon called for Gun, telling him to find them. Just as Gun left, 2 assassins appeared behind Chang-seon and greeted him. "I'll see you off. It'll be quick and painless. Go ahead and try." Chang-seon wasn't afraid to clash with them, but the problem was he didn't have time to linger. The wind-following Flying Tiger skill has been activated, concealing your presence. The trap activation mechanism has been triggered, initiating the explosion. As soon as the system finished speaking, explosions erupted from all directions, followed by desperate screams. The assassins who arrived later, unaware of the situation, jeered, "Are you guys putting on a comedy show? You can't even handle one guy?" The moment that prideful man finished his sentence, an avalanche crashed down on them. Not a single one survived. "You have successfully defeated all enemies. Gun." Lee Chang-seon called for his friend again. Meanwhile, the gods were in an uproar. The god of the hunt says that your battles are always a dazzling party, never boring to watch. The god of primordial chaos says that trick was even worse than the demon king's and shakes his head in disgust. The star tiger god chuckles at the idiots who were buried alive. Gun flew back to Chang-seon's side. He had brought the mastermind of this assassination attempt with him. The 2 captured men were sweating bullets, begging, "Please, I'll do anything you ask." They started turning on each other, voluntarily confessing each other's evil deeds. Before Lee Chang-seon could even say a word, the man with the center-parted long hair screamed, "This bastard's father is Director Kim Jong-seung. He's the reason all those assassins were able to enter the dungeon. And the head of the future strategy department, Shim Jung-ho, was even plotting something and gave this guy a strange flute. A flute? As soon as Chang-seon held it, information appeared. Parasite flute, a flute capable of controlling a specific type of parasite through special sound waves. Its effect is controlling parasites to cause neurological disorders. Lee Chang-seon looked down on the tattletale with contempt. You were planning to use the parasite inside me to force me to commit suicide? That, Lee Chang-seon smirked. I already knew the White Tiger was creating more minions in the hospital by mixing parasites into their food, but I've already burned them all anyway. The two men's faces went pale as they looked at each other, shocked that Chang-seon knew everything. Blood splattered. Kim Jong-sung and Shim Jong-ho, was it? Those annoying bastards dare to threaten me? After finishing them off, Chang-seon hurriedly flew away. He had already wasted too much time here. The wind-following flying tiger skill has been activated, activating light body technique. Back at the Winter Palace, the god of wailing souls warns that an enemy is approaching. Dong Yu-jin, now completely corrupted, stood behind the door with a demonic smile. At that moment, Lee Chang-seon was still gliding like a bird over the snowy mountains. With no one else blocking his way this time, he flew straight to the Winter Palace in one go. The system popped up again. You have arrived at the Winter Palace. The Hungry Ghost's curse will be activated in 40 minutes. Only 40 minutes left. Lee Chang-seon told himself he had to find the Eternal Ice Crystal quickly. While Chang-seon was already here, the other players were still marching through the blizzard. Seeing this, an impatient god began to give a hint through the system. The serpent god who encircles the world asks why you aren't using magic when you have it, and proceeds to criticize the members of his clan. Only then did the group remember they had magic. Magic was activated, alleviating the cold. The players quickly became much warmer. The serpent god who encircles the world let out a sigh. The players then wondered how they could manage when even the artifacts weren't working. This was the reason why the 5-star sword hadn't been able to do anything yet. The boy looked over at a girl carrying heavy gear, standing proudly in the wind, and wondered, doesn't Yunseo feel cold at all? I can't even keep up with her anymore. And where's Chang-seon? He recalled Chang-seon once saying, if it's you and Yunseo, you'll be fine. Don't worry too much. He immediately cheered himself on, thinking that he would do just fine. Just then, Yunseo suddenly raised her demon face shield, standing defiantly on the mountaintop. Seo Dong-gun saw this from his side, and he called out Unseo's name, displeased. Yes, it looks like that's it. I suspected something when it got so quiet. Everyone, we're being ambushed. Get ready. A black-haired man standing on the peak shouted, all Yetis are subordinates of the summit. Let's join the Myung clan and avenge our comrades. Cha Ga-eun reminded him, don't separate from the group. Before she could finish, the system's voice interrupted her. The effect of the magical power has spread and is suppressing the battlefield. The curse of chaos has been activated. Cha Ga-eun frowned and warned, they're coming from above. The great winter general has appeared. The loud-mouthed guy immediately charged forward first. So you're the foolish leader I've heard about? It's too late to stop me. The Yeti chieftain, carrying a huge sword, leaped from his mount and brought it down in a powerful strike. The guy quickly parried the blow, boasting, I will defeat you. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, the sword in his hand shattered. To his own astonishment, the Yeti chieftain's eye gleamed, and a flash of light split the man in two before he could even process his own death. The system announced coldly, player Sun Jin has died. Seizing the opportunity, someone launched a surprise attack on the Yeti chieftain. Cha Ga-eun had finally fired, a single shot that was able to push back the Yeti chieftain. The situation became incredibly tense. An energy emanated from behind a stone pillar, carved with the image of a king. Meanwhile, Chang-seon had entered the Winter Palace. You have entered the Winter Palace. The serpent god who encircles the world gazes with sparkling eyes at the exquisite sculptures. The owl god who rends the twilight lets out a bitter smile. Lee Chang-seon looked around and assessed. The Yetis once built an outstanding civilization with their superior intellect, but the gods and constellations exploited and even stripped them of their power. This dungeon is a fragment of a world facing its end. The reason the Hill of the Immortal Yetis is filled with lizards and skeletons in the real world is because of what happened after they met their end. The gods and constellations deemed them worthless. You could say they were unlucky, but now they are just soulless husks. He began to venture deeper into the castle. According to the map he obtained, after killing the fanatics, there should be a storeroom beneath these stairs. When he reached the end of the path, what Chang-seon saw were Yetis being enslaved by a group of villains. Hurry up! Finish the mining! While your general is holding those guys back, move it carefully. Do you all want to die? Lee Chang-seon pressed against the wall, observing. He guessed that the red gems the snowmen were transporting were the breath of ice. Chang-seon grimaced and gritted his teeth as he saw these people trying to obtain the eternal ice crystals by mining them. Chang-seon immediately swung his arm, unleashing a great flame. Down below, the miners were still screaming, urging the snowmen on. If you want to save your king, hurry up! The snowmen also gritted their teeth in anger. I'll deal with all these humans one day. Just then, a vortex of fire appeared in the sky. What the hell is that? Lee Chang-seon appeared in his spectral form. At the same time, in the palace's grand hall, Sao Duin also sensed him. That bastard is here. She immediately erupted with dark energy. The wailing soul god ensures that with the power you have received, you can have your revenge. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seon had gone on a rampage. You have successfully defeated a large number of demon folk. Your achievement has been recorded, and your alignment has partially shifted towards good. The current ratio is 45 good, 55 evil. You have discovered the 100-year-old cold storage. You have discovered the Ice King's breath. Lee Chang-seon was stunned and scratched his face. He hadn't expected this at all. There were 8 eternal ice crystals. The sheer number of crystals caused a commotion among the gods. The god of the hunt is surprised by these pure crystals. The serpent god who coils around the world asks, "Do you wish to offer one as a tribute?" The fallen tiger god says, "It is only natural to offer this item to the king who blessed you." The owl god who rends the twilight coughs a few times and says these ice crystals look quite alluring. The great demon who pursues hell is staring curiously. Lee Chang-seon thought to himself that he had absolutely no intention of giving them up because he believed they could be ingredients for crafting a divine artifact. Lee Chang-seon suddenly realized why those people clung to the 5-star sword, no matter how weak they were, and why the summit desired it so much. Touching the block of ice, Lee Chang-seon thought to himself, "This coldness is from the eternal ice crystal. It's a bone-chilling cold. If it weren't for Jui's world-ending flame, this would have been much more difficult." The gods stirred once again. The god of the hunt is winking. The serpent god who coils around the world is drooling over the power of the world-ending flame. The owl god who rends the twilight watches with an expectant gaze. The system suddenly warns, a powerful frost poison is invading your body. Even as ice nearly covered his face, Lee Chang-seon was still grinning widely. System notification, Ice King's breath, a relic left behind by the Ice King, ancestor of the snowmen, for his descendants. It constantly emits a cold aura and a blue light. If a weak person holds it, they will be frozen instantly, so be careful when handling it. Type, treasure, material, effect, increases cold energy, permanent freeze. The Ice King's breath is resisting fiercely. A huge explosion shattered the ice, and Lee Chang-seon emerged, engulfed in flames, completely unharmed. The first form of the world-ending flame is executing suppression. The conflict between the Ice King's breath and the first form of the world-ending flame has become extremely fierce. Lee Chang-seon heard a strange voice. "Who are you? Who are you? Why do you hold my relic when you are not my descendant? Shut up." Lee Chang-seon gritted his teeth and roared back, the firestorm overwhelming the will to resist. The Ice King's breath's resistance has failed. You have obtained 8 pieces of the Ice King's breath. Lee Chang-seon sighed. Good. Lee Chang-seon glanced sideways with his unusual eye. I think there's about 10 minutes left. At that moment, the newly risen demoness, Sao Duin, was flying over. She too was astonished by the scene before her. The phantom has arrived as well. Did Chang-seon see me? But the system had something even more surprising to say. The boss monster, the Ice King, has invited you to an unknown space. Do you accept the invitation? Chang-seon was startled. The Ice King? Chang-seon could even hear the Ice King's voice directly through telepathy. I was wondering who had obtained the Ice King's breath, but I never expected it to be a human instead of one of my own kind. There is no need to be tense, human. I am just an old man with one foot in the grave. This will only take a moment of your time. Looking at you, it seems you still have a long journey ahead of you. Chang-seon could sense that this Ice King held no hostile intent, so he made his decision. You have accepted the invitation. A bold move opens a portal to another dimension. You have entered the Ice King's sanctum. So, you have accepted this old man's invitation. You must be a virtuous person. As soon as Chang-seon stepped inside, the Ice King immediately commented on his character. The system introduced him as the boss monster, Ice King, level 90. But even the system was not certain about this information. Damn, it's hard to believe this decrepit old man is over level 90. The gods were also in an uproar. The serpent god, who encompasses the heavens, snorted and said that Ice Ball was just spouting nonsense. The owl god who rends the twilight nodded and said the Ice King was telling the truth. The fallen tiger god angrily demanded that you be called a virtuous tiger instead of a virtuous person. The Ice King marveled again at how strongly the gods were reacting. It seems that even at the end of my life, my judgment of character hasn't failed me, has it? Ha ha ha. You can see them? If you mean the messages from the great rulers of heaven, then yes. Although I cannot see the important messages. Chang-seon had already guessed that the Ice King's stats were extremely high, ever since he used telepathy to send him the invitation. But how could someone like that be defeated by an illusion? It's hard to understand. You're deceiving your own people. So that is how you see it? You don't look like you're drowning in a painful illusion. The Ice King chuckled at Chang-seon's assessment. Fortunately, I still look fine from the outside. However, I'm afraid you are mistaken. A person of your caliber hasn't realized it yet, realized what this place is. Hearing this, Chang-seon was startled. The skill Beast's Sense is enhancing your perception. Chang-seon immediately saw that this was an illusory world. The Ice King did not hesitate to confirm that this was indeed an illusory world. Even if, by the grace of heaven, his consciousness was preserved in his final moments, it didn't change the fact that he had been defeated by a woman known as Illusion. And because of that, my subjects are now suffering. Chang-seon thought to himself. She must be very cunning to have chosen to strike when the Ice King was already at death's door. He asked coldly, "So, what is the reason you invited me here? Honestly, in your eyes, I must seem like nothing but an enemy. Those poor children who worship an old man like me. Can you save them?" The Ice King stood up, releasing a bit of magic. It's truly sad to see them running around frantically, trying to save this old, diseased body. Simply because I am their king, help them. Of course you will not go unrewarded. The Emperor's treasury has appeared. The Ice King presented it. These are the treasures we have accumulated over 13 generations. From my ancestor, the master of the ice crystal you took, to my own time, I will give them all to you. The sheer amount of treasure was enough to dazzle even the gods. The god of the hunting season cried out upon seeing the rich collection. The serpent god who coils around the world said in amazement, "For a mere mortal, this hoard of treasure isn't bad." But Lee Chang-seon flatly refused, shocking the Ice King so much that he nearly shed a layer of skin. He bowed his head. Is it because we are but fragments of a broken world, just shadows abandoned by souls that no longer exist in this realm? The treasury door began to close. Lee Chang-seon was cold. So, you were aware of that? It would be stranger if you didn't know. This is an irrational world. There's nothing inside it but us. Lee Chang-seon was a bit surprised by this case. Monsters in dungeons are unable to realize that they are fake, no matter how intelligent they are. Even if they learn the truth, the system would interfere with their consciousness to stabilize the dungeon. A dungeon is a remnant of a world that has met its end and no longer exists. The creatures here are merely remnants of the beings who lived at that time. For that reason, the dungeon must be eliminated at all costs. There's no telling when it might explode due to instability, and the seeds of its end could escape into the outside world like a poison. Lee Chang-seon thought to himself, the Ice King's case is truly sad, but the Yeti's peak must be closed. If I save the Yetis, I won't be able to close the dungeon. The Ice King spoke in a weary tone. It's truly a tragedy. I am certain that I am breathing, thinking, and at this very moment, speaking with you. It all feels so real, but to think it's all fake. He screamed in agony. The one who was called the true Ice King is gone, and the only thing left is his remnant. Then, who am I? Who is standing right here? Lee Chang-seon decided to turn a blind eye. I don't know what you're talking about. You are the Ice King. How am I the Ice King? The real Ice King has vanished. No, he was the Ice King, but now you are the Ice King too. You said it yourself. You have been breathing, thinking, and speaking to me from that position. So, you are the Ice King. If not you, then who else could it be? The Ice King was stunned. Even the gods couldn't keep up with the situation anymore. The god of the hunting season felt dizzy from these paradoxical words. The serpent god who coils around the world nodded at his profound reasoning. The Ice King deflated. Because I exist here, you call me the Ice King. Ho ho, it seems I was overthinking things, to have reached such a simple conclusion after all this time. I thought my mind had been peacefully cultivated, but it seems I still have a long way to go. May I ask another question? I'll decide after I hear it. I want to use my own choice to close this broken world, not based on a mission assigned by the system according to its rules. Can you help me? As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Chang-seon acted instantly. His movement was so fast that the fangs of the evil dragon hadn't even drawn blood yet. I can at least help with that much. Just as I thought, inviting you here was a wise decision. He returned to his throne and slumped down, offering his thanks to Lee Chang-seon. The system immediately announced, the Ice King's chamber is closing. You have defeated the boss monster, the Ice King. You have received a large amount of experience points to level up. The hawk cat god who tears the dusk consoles you. Your vessel is lost in thought. Lee Chang-seon remained standing there. Meanwhile, outside, everything was in chaos. The boss monster, the Ice King, was dead. All the Yetis were freed from the binding of the Ice King's command. The Yeti tribe had lost its ruler. They were all now in a state of confusion. Seo Yujin, who was flying towards them, also received the notification. She ground her teeth in fury, despite having the pledge of companionship from the god of wailing souls. It's that bastard. It has to be him. As soon as the Ice King croaked, the group of miners was immediately throttled by the Yetis. You said our emperor would live as long as we listened to you, bastards. A one-eyed Yeti furiously smashed the face of the man in his grasp and demanded. So why were the other Yetis also frantically beating people? The witch Seo Yujin flew in, immediately unleashing billowing streams of purple energy upon arrival. Serenade of Hellfire. The purple energy exploded everywhere, and the Yetis screamed continuously. It's so hot, the system reported. The god of wailing souls who accompanies you is gaining momentum. Yujin grew even more frantic. Aha, all of you just die, you damned monsters. Let's take care of that bitch first. That's right. She's the one who brought our emperor to this state. Just as they finished speaking, the ice wall behind them glowed with a golden light and cracked open. Lee Chang-seon, wearing his mask again, appeared before the crowd. The deep purple hellfire continued to burn the Yetis. So hot. So hot! Lee Chang-seon ignored everything else and charged straight at Seo Yujin. The witch grinned from ear to ear. You've finally shown yourself. Ha-ho mask. Two streams of energy, one purple and one orange, collided like two opposing missiles, and a white light shone everywhere. The Yetis screamed in chaos. How dare you show yourself before me? I will definitely take your life. Lee Chang-seon also smiled, but it was a smile reeking of danger. You've finally come, have you? Lee Chang-seon grabbed her chicken leg thin wrist. Got you. Got what? You think you can get away unscathed after messing with us? Just watch and you'll understand. Behind Lee Chang-seon, a blue shadow appeared. Seo Yujin was stunned as she received system notifications. 24 hours have passed. The curse of the lair of the anguished demon tiger has begun. She glanced around as the system continued. You have entered the lair of the anguished demon tiger. The 7th day's quest has begun. Survive for 24 hours from this moment. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds, 72 milliseconds. Above her was the blood-red Slaughter King, Jin, from the training dungeon where Lee Chang-seon nearly died. Jin didn't care who had arrived. He swung his massive sword and slashed at Seo Yujin while she was still stunned and bewildered. The gleaming shadow of the sword carried one of her arms away with it. Seo Yujin screamed her lungs out. Back at the Yeti's peak, the Snow Clan chief was in the middle of a fight when he suddenly stopped, his face grim and seething. Our emperor is dead. A young man charged forward. Senior, get back. Cha Gia-on's face paled as she told him not to go, but it was too late. The show-off young man was sent by the Snow Clan chief to accompany the Ice King in death. Before he died, the young man tried to look at Cha Gia-on one last time. Senior! Cha Gia-on was so shocked she screamed. The Snow Clan chief sheathed his sword, slinging it over his shoulder and looking on coldly. This all started because of you humans, the ones who dared to trespass on our territory. He gritted his teeth. And so, I will tear your emperor to pieces and devour him. The other snowmen had mounted their flying beasts, dropping orbs that were the breath of Ni, causing them to explode thunderously like bombs. Cha Gia-on shouted in anger, "That's the breath of Ni!" Spread out. A flash of lightning crossed her eyes. The system announced that the protection of the Twilight-tearing hawk god now accompanies you. The protection of the god of primordial war now accompanies you. The protection of the insane inspirer god now accompanies you. The protection of the volcanic blacksmith god now accompanies you. Cha Gia-on didn't hesitate to raise her gun and fire straight at the Snow Clan chief's head. However, her ground-leveling shot could only push the Snow Clan chief back. Taking advantage of the massive explosion caused by the magic bullet, Cha Gia-on grabbed the unconscious young man who had been stabbed. Just hold on a little longer. The Snow Clan chief ground his teeth. You are the most troublesome human I have ever met, he roared, so I will end you with my own hands. Meanwhile, in the Hotha dungeon, Boss Jin was surrounded by black orbs emanating a purple flame. An atomic bomb probably wouldn't be much more than this. Under that rain of bombs, even a veteran general like Jin couldn't avoid getting hit. However, he was barely scratched. He landed lightly on a rock, outcropping, and drew his sword. I thought he must have been hiding something, letting a stranger appear in the middle of a battle like this. But it seems he brought someone quite useful. A magical arm had grown from Sao Duin to hold her scepter, and her entire body was wreathed in flame. She grimaced. Quite useful? I'll make sure you can never open that arrogant mouth of yours again, she screamed and charged at Jin, beginning a fiery battle. Sparks of light exploded from east to west. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seon sat leisurely on the side, a mere spectator. The invisible ancient language has been activated. Lee Chang-seon mused, I was worried things would get out of hand if they joined forces, but they're not that type of people. Just as expected. Lee Chang-seon pulled out an eternal ice crystal and continued, but I never thought Lamastu would give her the Hellfire's opus. In any case, I've bought myself some time. It should be enough for me to complete the bone strengthening. Lee Chang-seon opened his mouth wide and ate the ice crystal raw. Lee Chang-seon has swallowed the eternal ice crystal. The system immediately announced, you have absorbed the Ice King's breath. The frost covering your body has been afflicted with ice poison. The effects of the world-ending fire style and immunity to 10 poisons have been activated. The ice poison has been cured. Your magic is conflicting. A new magic attribute has been expanded. It is conflicting with your existing magic. The detoxification process has failed. The conflict is growing stronger. The goddess of the hunt says worriedly that you are in a dangerous situation. The world-encircling serpent god says that even with a good reason, what you're doing is insane. Your stamina is rapidly decreasing. Lee Chang-seon gritted his teeth enduring the battle between ice and fire within his body. He recalled a past conversation with a group of unidentified men. "I just have to swallow it? What kind of item is this?" Lee Chang-seon questioned the man, stunned. The old man, his face hidden by a thick beard and hair, answered him, "It is the thing you are aiming for, a great conflict. Tell me more. If it's nonsense, you can deal with it yourself." "Do you remember the foundation of bone strengthening that I taught you? The fire heart graft and the ice brilliance must draw the fire you possess closer to your heart. I believe using your heart as the center to recreate the mana furnace is not a bad idea, but if I do that, my heart will burn to a crisp. That is why you need to find a contact point to cool the heart." A contact point? The more Lee Chang-seon listened, the more confused he became. Can't this old man just say it all at once? Always waiting for me to ask. That's right, a contact point where opposing elements can harmonize without too much conflict. What are the properties of the world-ending fire? Fire and darkness. And what about the eternal ice crystal? Ice and darkness. I see. Because the eternal ice crystal is created from the essence of the moon seeping into permafrost, it possesses the combined properties of ice and darkness. Correct. They both share the property of darkness. And since you have been acknowledged by the King of Hell, your ability to control the dark element is far greater than that of other beings or constellations. Back in the present, Lee Chang-seon was still gritting his teeth, straining with every fiber of his being to endure the strengthening. The system continuously announced that the core of the mana furnace has been restructured within your heart. Ice attribute magic is seeping into your bones, reinforcing them. The structure has been refined. The notification text turned red. Your physical body will become as hard as ice, while your heart will beat as fiercely as fire. The potential of your physical body is being raised to its absolute limit. Do you know what's even scarier than that? Because you have restructured your body, it will now manifest a talent you never had before. Lee Chang-seon awoke from his trance. A vortex of fire and ice swirled and then exploded like a firework. Because you have restructured everything, including your senses, abilities, perception, thoughts, composition, and even your very personality. And because you now carry both the ice and fire elements, their properties will not lean toward either side. You have turned yourself into a vessel, capable of containing anything. The notification returned to its usual blue. You have completed the fire, heart, and ice brilliance. You have obtained a new trait, strengthened bones. Strengthened bones, a state where you contain the fire spirit within your heart and the ice spirit throughout your body. The advantage is that these two attributes merge to create immense immunity and strength, preventing exhaustion. Self-healing and never tiring. Cardiovascular endurance is a special feature of this trait. Classification, trait, effects, fire heart, ice brilliance. The red notification appeared again. Once again, the gods and constellations feel like they're going to lose their minds. Then the notification turned red again. The goddess of the hunt is extremely pleased, saying this is a talent worthy of being her disciple. The world-encircling serpent god shakes his head, saying that he isn't even surprised anymore. The feline god who rends the sunset sends you their congratulations and is considering a suitable gift for you. The fallen tiger god is pleased that his family member has grown stronger. Many gods watching you are showing intense emotions. Some constellations observing you are getting excited. Although Lee Chang-seon's clothes were tattered and scorched, these status messages made him so smug that he grinned from ear to ear. The Gemini god shows interest on one of their faces. Lee Chang-seon suddenly remembered the names Castor and Pollux. He really wanted to know which of them it was. Just then, a slight tremor caught Lee Chang-seon's attention. A giant eye appeared in the middle of a black hole. The great demon god, Hell's Pursuer, is showing its excitement by erupting flames from its eye. The great demon god, Hell's Pursuer, is trying to reach you with its demonic hand. Lee Chang-seon stomped hard, shattering the glass and jumping out. The great demon god, Hell's Pursuer, is trying to capture you and bring you to its domain. Huh? What the hell is this? Lee Chang-seon landed in an indeterminate, pitch-black space. Where is this place? Lee Chang-seon glared and asked. The skill, Serpent's Eye, has been activated and is scanning the area. For an unknown reason, the skill has ceased to function. The skill, Beastly Senses, has been activated and is attempting to restore your senses. For an unknown reason, the skill has ceased to function. The authority, Kylos Kagathos, has been activated and is helping you maintain your sanity. Is this really a god's domain? Why have you summoned me here? A faint gaze is watching you. Between the giant rift, only an eye and a few teeth are visible. Lee Chang-seon felt his form flicker. The system issued a red alert. The authority, Kylos Kagathos, is trembling. That eye was scrutinizing Lee Chang-seon like a demon-revealing mirror. Who are you? Lee Chang-seon felt as if he were hypnotized, already asking himself who he was in his mind. The partially revealed face continued to interrogate him. What are you to the abyss? Lee Chang-seon repeated the question in his heart. The abyss. Just then, a yellow bolt of lightning slashed across the sky. The feline god who rends the sunset had descended upon the god's domain. The yellow lightning struck the ground directly, its light blindingly bright. By the time Lee Chang-seon opened his eyes, he saw a tall, beautiful goddess with red hair, dressed in warrior's armor, standing before him. Minerva. Lee Chang-seon was still stunned as the goddess spoke. Human, this is not a place for one who walks the path of a hero. Go back. The goddess snapped her fingers, and Lee Chang-seon was immediately ejected from this space. The last image that entered his eyes was of the feline god who rends the sunset, charging towards the rift, hiding that demonic face. Minerva, do not interfere, Constellation Kangbai. This is a violation of the pact. That person has nothing to do with what you are pursuing. With those words, everything became a blur, leaving only the system notifications. For an unknown reason, the connection to Kangbai's space has been severed, restoring lost data. The player system has been reconnected. Lee Chang-seon returned to the fallen tiger god's dungeon, still dazed and confused about what the hell had just happened. The gods erupted in an uproar. The god of the hunt is reacting violently and asking if you are injured anywhere. The serpent god who encircles the world asks how you were able to overcome the law of causality. The fallen tiger god opens his eyes, furious at having almost lost his human champion. Lee Chang-seon's face contorted as he hissed through his clenched teeth. How disgusting. The system announced that the title, Vessel of Phantoms, has been activated. Lee Chang-seon thought furiously, feeling ashamed. So what if I've completed my bone reinforcement? I still couldn't resist Mephostophles at all. I'm too weak. I need to recover my former strength. No, I have to become even stronger than before. First, I need to devour everything here. With that thought, Lee Chang-seon quickly took flight, activating Serpent's Eye to search for prey. Meanwhile, Sao Yujin and Jin were still locked in an endless battle. Lee Chang-seon was also thinking about them. The blood-colored Killing King is a martial artist, while Sao Yujin is a mage. It seems she's at a disadvantage in this fight, and I can't let her die here. I still need her to ask about the 7 secret scriptures of Anubis. Time remaining in this dungeon, 19 hours, 36 minutes, and 59 seconds. Yujin was constantly being pushed back, cursing non-stop. The Wailing Soul God urges you on, asking why you can't do a single thing even with her power. The Wailing Soul God wants to know if you truly carry the bloodline of her disciple. Yujin was so angry she could have shattered her teeth, silently telling herself she had to quickly defeat Jin and capture that Haho mask guy. But Jin always seemed to read her moves and counterattack relentlessly. It was truly as if he were a player trying to defeat a boss monster. Just then, Jin suddenly dashed behind Yujin. What an interesting fight. My thanks to you. As a reward, I will take your life and make you my new vassal. Jin mercilessly struck the girl with a single blow. Yujin only had time to scream as she was sent flying in an arc. She crashed straight into a cliff wall, sending up a cloud of dust. Hit by a devastating blow, she coughed up blood, her entire body seemingly powerless. She reached out, trying to use her magic, but it dissipated like a fragile wisp of smoke. The Wailing Soul God shot to her feet and screamed, "No!" Yujin trembled as she saw death approaching. At that very moment, a vortex of fire blocked Jin's path. "You!" Lee Chang-seon appeared in front of Yujin and smirked. "She's mine." Lee Chang-seon and the blood-colored Killing King clashed, sending sparks of terrifying energy flying. Jin grew more excited as he realized Lee Chang-seon had gotten stronger. Lee Chang-seon didn't mind being a little smug with him. "I haven't just gotten stronger." Lee Chang-seon executed a few moves to push back the blood-colored Killing King. "What have you done?" "Who knows?" he answered playfully. "It seems you went outside, didn't you? Do you know about the structure of the Ghoul's Cave? Because I, too, was once afflicted by this place's curse, just like you. But even if you manage to get outside, you can only leave for a single day. Not everyone can get stronger as fast as you have. In that case," his smile grew even more demonic, "I must make you my vassal, no matter the cost." After speaking, he immediately lunged forward to trade blows with Lee Chang-seon. The two engaged in an extremely intense martial arts exchange that caused the ground in the Ghoul's Cave to crack. Jin laughed with delight while his followers grew very worried for him. He never expected to feel so exhilarated in this godforsaken Ghoul's Cave, making him nostalgically recall his time as a human. "Back when I was Jin, the successor of the Freya clan, I never thought I could relive my days as a warrior. Interesting. Very interesting. But more than interesting, it was unfortunate, as he had used most of his energy fighting Yujin and was now a bit tired. What trick are you planning to pull this time?" "I may be tired, but I've still got plenty of energy to mock you, old man." Since that was the case, Lee Chang-seon didn't mind showing him his flames. Streams of fire and dark energy formed into roaring monsters. The skill, Black Mountain God's First Claw, had been unleashed. Lee Chang-seon flicked his hand, and the dark claw descended upon the blood-red Slaughter King. He tried to defend himself, but it was futile. The claw still wounded him, making him scream. Lee Chang-seon coldly swiped a second time, like a furious wife who'd caught her husband cheating, slapping him senseless and clawing him to shreds. The terrifying purple energy eclipsed Jin. He gritted his teeth, trying to resist, but was ultimately swallowed by the purple light. Jin lay flat on the ground, blood splattered everywhere. As he weakly asked what Lee Chang-seon's technique was, he answered nonchalantly, "Suffering Claw," which made the man burst into laughter. "Claw, you say? Ah, how fitting." And then he finally vanished. Lee Chang-seon immediately waved his hand to collect the spoils of war. "You have received a large amount of the Phi Nugi's attributes. You have successfully absorbed all of the Phi Nugi's attributes. You have perfected the Phi Nugi and can now choose a candidate to become a Phi Nugi. The candidate you select will become your vassal." Lee Chang-seon was quite surprised that he could choose his own vassal, so that means I can create a loyal slave. This battle was a massive score. The system displayed information about the Feingui. Feingui, a legendary divine beast with the ability to absorb the natural disasters of the Tiger King. It is known to possess a treacherous nature, fond of challenging its master, but becomes extremely loyal once subjugated. Lee Chang-seon grinned gleefully, thinking, I can even turn it into a clan member? This means I have the chance to get a reliable servant. If I want to climb to a higher position, I really do need an organization, like the 12 Zodiacs or the Puppet Rulers. And if that organization expands, and its members are gods or constellations, it will naturally become a faction of its own. I think it's because the Phi Nagi attributes I've absorbed have reached their absolute limit that it has gained a spirit. What should I do? Lee Chang-seon racked his brain. I have to make it submit completely, give it no reason to rebel, and keep feeding it XP. This isn't something I can just do casually. Since I haven't chosen a sacred body yet, I can't even level up any faster. And then there's Gone. No. Chang-seon suddenly recalled the scene from before, when he stood atop a pile of corpses. Among those bodies was the girl Chang-seon loved. He had broken down when he saw her corpse. I know all too well that fighting alone is impossible. There's no need to even think about it. I choose the Blood-Red Slaughter King as my Feingui. The Feingui's form rapidly transformed, revealing the Blood-Red Slaughter King in his human form, Jin. I never thought I would awaken in this form again. You intend to make me one of your clan members? In his human form, the Blood-Red Slaughter King looked like a prince, unbelievably handsome. But Lee Chang-seon didn't care about his looks. He only saw an extremely powerful being. Shouldn't I? The rules say otherwise. This is the demon's den. Winner takes all. You beat me, so go ahead and take me in. That's all there is to it. But whether I accept you as my master is another matter. Chang-seon knew full well this guy had no intention of submitting. You want to rest? Dream on, buddy, Lee Chang-seon thought coldly. I will get you out of here. Don't you want to go home? Jin was taken aback by this offer. What do you mean? Lee Chang-seon's eyes suddenly blazed with fire. I'm not going to spout nonsense like, be loyal to me or anything like that. Just follow me. Not right now, but at some point, I will take you home. I swear it on these flames. Jin sighed. Why should I trust you? Isn't it more beneficial to trust me? At least it's better than being dragged along by force. And you'll have a much easier time if you have something to look forward to. What? Jin put a hand to his forehead and burst out laughing. Haha, what a complete madman. I'm sure it's much more pleasant outside than being stuck in here. But be warned, I'm not the obedient type, and I hate being controlled. I look forward to seeing it. The more I learn about you, the stranger you are. That's what makes you interesting. Jin finally knelt on one knee. Oh, master, you who have promised me freedom, please grant me a new title so that I may serve you. Jin Freya, Lee Chang-seon said immediately. That single sentence was enough to startle Jin. He remembered how he had once introduced himself as Jin, the successor to the glorious Freya, the tyrant bloodline. A light glowed beneath his feet. Jin remarked, Perhaps I really have met an extraordinary master. The system announced that the clan member induction process was complete. The Fiengi's name is Jin Freya. This clan member will become your guardian. Having just signed on with the new boss, Jin was already raring to go. Master, what task do you have for me? Lee Chang-seon tossed Jin a spear, telling him to go wipe out the lesser demons. Don't come back until it's done. Jin accepted the order, a sudden thrill running through him. 1 second he was their king, the next his new master was giving him the grand duty of destroying his own subjects. It was insane, so exciting, and it suited him perfectly. Besides, doing this now would also be a good way to check his current condition. The system immediately spoke up. Jin Freya is currently a level 1 Phi Ningui. Upon reaching level 10, he can change his class. The lesser demons trembled. There wasn't a hint of pity in Jin Freya's eyes, only killing intent. He leaped from the cliff, diving down with a crazed smile on his face. Clan member Jin Freya has activated basic Freya spearmanship. The lesser demons could do nothing but scream in panic and fear. Our king. Why? The king's gone mad since he was revived. With the matter here settled, Lee Chang-seon immediately turned to the heavily injured An. He was eager to find more information about An's sacred book of 7 mysteries. The system helped the god of wailing spirits relay a message to Lee Chang-seon. A few words. The sacred body, wailing spirit, is seething with resentment for you. The sacred body, wailing spirit, curses you. Lee Chang-seon's face darkened as he saw her starting to act up again. The sacred body, wailing spirit, swears it will take revenge on you. The sacred body, wailing spirit, threatens you, saying it will choose a new apostle to destroy you. The sacred body, wailing spirit, is biting its nails while glaring at you. The sacred body, a good season for a hunt, loudly tells her to shut up because she's too noisy. The sacred body, serpent that coils around the world, calls her petty. Lee Chang-seon felt that this entire assembly of gods was equally foolish. He was starting to get annoyed. Herod, are you there? There was no reply. Lee Chang-seon continued, answer me. You're watching me anyway. The sacred body, a good season for a hunt, asserted that the rabbit spirit was not here. Herod, if you don't show up, I'm not trading anything. A spatial gate immediately appeared, and a voice was heard before anyone was seen. Hey now, I told you last time, a dungeon manager can't interfere directly. That's against the rules. The door opened further, and Herod's pudgy face appeared. My superiors keep nagging me, but I don't gain anything from getting involved with you, Mr. Lee Chang-seon. His fat body finally squeezed through, appearing in his entirety. The pressure's been so much that I've been stress-eating and gained weight. The constellation of the ideal hunting season was startled by his appearance. The constellation, the serpent that coils around the world, asks if you are a god. The constellation of the wailing specter glares and growls at you. I want to block those notifications. Lee Chang-seon demanded, a request that shook Herod. What? He never imagined a mere mortal would dare to do such a thing to the god's notifications. It was absolute madness. Lee Chang-seon continued, I don't want to see them. If necessary, I can compensate you with my accumulated points. Herod was dumbstruck upon hearing this, and the system displayed a whole slew of new statuses from the gods. The god of the hunting season was rolling on the floor laughing. The serpent god, who encompasses the world, slapped the floor with its tail and said, everyone, come see the foolish god being mocked by a mortal. The god of the cornered fierce tiger laughed gleefully. Lee Chang-seon was getting extremely impatient. What is it? Can't you do it? Is it impossible? Then what are you standing there stunned for? Hurry up and block them. Herod's face contorted in anger as if it were being torn, and he cursed inwardly while breaking out in a cold sweat. Ugh, this crazy bastard. Does he have a death wish? Should I just lie and tell him it's against the rules and can't be done? But no, if this gets exposed in a later investigation, I'll be severely punished for sure. My god, just then, a new notification appeared in the system. The great demonic god, pursuer of hell, focused his previously vacant gaze and looked down. Both Chang-seon and Herod were taken aback by this status. Chang-seon grew wary, wondering what he intended to do, as the system continued to report the events. The god of the wailing specter grew tense before the powerful will of the purest evil. The great demonic god, pursuer of hell, looked away with an indifferent gaze. The god of the wailing specter quickly gathered its power to resist. The great demonic god, pursuer of hell, extended a hand in the direction he was looking. A clap of thunder roared, and the god of the hunting season was stunned into silence by the strange sight. The serpent god who encompasses the world remained silent. The god of the cornered fierce tiger was speechless. Chang-seon and Herod were also silent as the thunder vanished. The system reported again, the great demonic god, pursuer of hell, gently dusted off his hands and looked down upon the lower realm once more. The great demonic god, pursuer of hell, says, you can continue what you were doing now that I've eliminated that nuisance. How strange. That really gave me a fright. Herod let out a long sigh and flew up. Seriously, not a single day is peaceful when I'm with you. Mr. Lee Chang-seon. Anyway, it seems the problem has been solved, so I'll be leaving now. The owl god who tears the twilight finally processed what had just happened and let out a sigh. One face of the Gemini constellation showed immense interest in this matter. Din also sent a word of praise to Chang-seon. My lord, what you've done is truly beyond my expectations. Chang-seon then looked over at Sejin, who had now gone completely insane, only capable of making incoherent noises. Lee Chang-seon happily approached. It seems I won't need to go out of my way to find a way to torture her. After the storm, there was calm. Finally, a sharp glint of a sword flashed, followed by a spray of blood. After finishing his work, Lee Chang-seon turned away, reflecting on how much he had gained from this battle. But the most important thing was the location of the 5th volume of the 7 secret sacred tomes of Anubis. Who would have thought they'd use this to trade with the White Fox Guild? If they hadn't run into me, they probably would have succeeded. At that moment, the system also announced that the follower Jin Freya had successfully conquered the entire 2nd floor. Lee Chang-seon's clone, sitting leisurely and sipping a drink, said, I'm done here. I may have trained this thing, but I didn't expect it to be this weak. His current level is 4, Din added. No wonder he was stationed there for so long. Turns out he was trying to conquer the 2nd floor with this piece of trash. Lee Chang-seon praised him. You finished faster than I thought. Of course I did. Hee hee. If you're done over there, come over here. My lord, I have something to show you. I know. Let me finish up and I'll be right there. The soul absorption authority has been activated. You have successfully obtained the ashes of the player Jujin. You have discovered that the Hellfire Authority Chica has lost its owner. You have successfully buried the last remaining fragment of the authority with purgatorial flames, thereby enhancing the level of the unified Hellfire effect. Achievement gained, Mighty Demon devours the Firefly Flame. Fire attribute effect +20. Title, Incarnation of the Mighty Demon. The evolved form of the Mighty Demon, the Legion of Flame and Soul, has devoured the Firefly Flame rumored to flow through hell. Category, Title, Effect, Firefly Flame, Incarnation. Chang-seon checked his status window again. Lee Chang-seon, God name, Twilight of the Gods. Title, Incarnation of the Mighty Demon, unusable. Faction, Underworld. Guardian constellation, none. Class, Master of Ancient Glyphs. Level, 41. Well then, let's go. Lee Chang-seon spread his wings and jet blasted towards Din, revving so hard he almost overshot. But luckily, his devoted servant saw his master and called out. Lee Chang-seon immediately landed. Finally here. What is that thing? This gluttonous savage you gave me is quite special. Let me just show you. It'll be easier to understand than if I explain it. Jin Freya waved his hand. Awaken. The demon cobra was resurrected. Chang-seon wondered how he suddenly managed to do that. Din replied with a laugh. I didn't know either. At that moment, I just thought it might work, so I gave it a try, and it actually did. It's as if I'm their demon king, too. The summoning method is the same. Explain in more detail. You must already know that all the demon cobras here are fools who were mesmerized by the starlight, right? Humans who can enter the demon cobra's den become minions of the demon that killed them, and those demons absorb the life force of these humans to level up. So you're saying this gluttonous savage works the same way? That's right, but of course, its effectiveness has been greatly reduced compared to when I was a demon cobra, and the gluttonous savage's power is also limited. Limited? Yes. Although I can resurrect dead souls and turn them into puppets like this, the skill fails if I try to make them move. The resurrected demon cobras lose their abilities and will disappear. They'll fall right away and won't last long at all. To resurrect one demon cobra, I need to absorb the energy of hundreds of others, like these things, for example. The system provided Chang-seon with information on these new monsters. Bo, the natural enemy of the tiger species. It is said its body is impervious to blades and cannot be harmed by any sharp object. Benbucks, a natural enemy of the tiger species, is introverted and moves slowly like a dung beetle, but in return, it possesses formidable strength. A natural enemy of tigers, capable of flexible, supple movements, almost as if it were boneless. The gods were once again in an uproar. The god of the hunt advises you that it is better to have no subordinates than to accept useless ones. The world-coiling serpent god enthusiastically flies over to study these new corpse forms and their characteristics. The horned owl god who rips the dusk advises you not to worry at all, because your subordinates will be just like you. Lee Chang-seon found it damn annoying that these demon cobras had leveled up from prey to predator. He wondered if these things could be classified this way. Chang-seon asked Jin again if they were useful. Jin said they were skilled enough not to drag the two of them down. All right then. Jin gave the order with excitement. All of you, get up. We're going to attack the third floor. The master will be watching you, so all of you must give it your absolute best. If you can't prove your usefulness, you understand what your future will be, don't you? Two of the three obeyed, but one of them answered in English. Understood. Are you in a beauty pageant or something, speaking English? Anyway, shall we begin? You have entered the third floor's domain. You have entered the third floor. You have passed Sector 1. You have captured Sector 2. Zingia has announced that it will capture Sector 6. A low-level ghoul has successfully planted a flag at the end of Sector 9. You have received 125 XP. You have received 281 XP. With these gods of war in his hands, Lee Chang-seon swiftly laid waste to the third floor. Chang-seon put his hands on his hips and mused. Even though capturing these barracks seems like low-level stuff, making him a clan member seems worth it. His skills aren't bad. You said this was the place of the Green Slaughter King or something, right? That's right. It's actually the gate to the third floor. There are no low-level ghouls there now, but it's full of red demons, so defeating him will be difficult. But you can still drive them into that place? That's the difference in our abilities. But I can agree that those bastards are quite useful, huh? Chang-seon was also getting a taste of what it felt like to lead an army of conquest. It really is much easier with more people. At that moment, the time remaining in this space was 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 49 seconds. Chang-seon frowned, thinking that if that guy really was a Frey, then he'd hit the jackpot. If it's the Frey family of Acadia, the famous family rumored to have holy blood in their veins, because they excel in martial arts, swordsmanship, and even strategy, the entire empire is wary of the Frey family. If he truly is a Frey descendant, he would be the perfect heir. So why is he in a ghoul's den? Perhaps he meddled with the sacred grimoire, hoping to win against the other descendants. I was even wondering how I'd protect the soul soldiers when I run into Mong. With Jin here, I don't need to worry anymore. Chang-seon pulled out another eternal ice crystal. After this is over, they'll probably still be useful, and you'd better finish getting ready. Is that an ice crystal? You know what it is? I thought there wouldn't be any in the ghoul's den. You probably don't know, sir, but my family is quite famous in Acadia. Of course, I've seen all sorts of treasures. The god of the hunt clicks his tongue upon seeing the ice crystal. Jin exclaimed, "That's the most beautiful ice crystal I've ever seen. Where did you get it, sir? I can even sense holy power from it. I doubt you could buy this even with a lot of money." The sacred serpent body that coils around the world says that he wants to study the object left behind by his ancestor with sparkling eyes. Lee Chang-seon didn't hesitate to offer the eternal ice crystal. "Then take it. I assume you know how to take care of it, right?" Jin was so stunned he froze, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! I've never seen such a ridiculous master. Are you just going to hand over such a prize to me? Then just call me crazy." Changzon even considered giving Jin a bone enhancement, but JQ wasn't here, so he dropped the idea. He was certain that the Frey family's genetic methods would also be very effective. Jin also didn't hesitate to accept this great gift. "I thought I told you it would be very difficult for me to acknowledge you as my master. Me calling you master doesn't mean anything, and yet you give me something so precious. I have no intention of being betrayed by my own clan member like a fool. So you're still going to give it to me? What, you don't want it?" "Of course I want it. I'm just astonished because you're much crazier than I thought." Jin Frey has absorbed the Ice King's breath. Cold energy is flooding his body. The cold energy and shadow have combined. He has been granted the ice element. The sacred body of Pisces shows interest in this event with sparkling eyes. Completely absorbed. Achievement unlocked. Bois swallows a stone. Effect: Ice element plus 15. Clan member bond plus 10. Jin Fry has evolved into an ice corpse. The clan member has created a new skill, Blizzard. The clan member has created a new skill, Absolute Zero Frozen Ground. Jin, now in a new outfit, smiled brightly. How refreshing. Now, Frey has activated the Absolute Zero Frozen Ground skill. He swung his sword, unleashing a slash of ice that plowed a straight path to the fortress ahead. All creatures in the way were buried in ice. "The Green Slaughter King must be pissing his pants right now." Jin laughed triumphantly. A system notification announced. Time remaining is 22 minutes and 13 seconds. At this moment, the Green Slaughter King wasn't pissing himself, but he had collapsed onto the dirt floor. "Red Slaughter King, why have you become that human's puppet?" "You're right, I don't know why, but I'm sure of one thing. You can't give me the answer either." The Green Slaughter King tried to save himself, but the Red Slaughter King gave him no such chance. Jin Frey decisively finished off the Green Slaughter King and held up the head. He probably wanted to spout some nonsense about conquering the third floor together or something. The robotic system voice rang out again. "You have successfully captured Sector 10. You have defeated one of the 4 lords ruling the third floor." Instead of Z-Gang, the name of the player Lee Chang-seon is spreading throughout the ghoul's den. "Your reputation has increased by 15. You have received 1,000 karma. Many lords in the ghoul's den have begun to observe you." Jin suddenly started crying while his master got to sit back and reap the rewards, while he'd been working his back off. But his mission wasn't over yet. He still had to keep fighting. At this point, Lee Chang-seon's time here was up. Day 7 evaluation. Excellent. You will receive a reward based on your evaluation upon returning to reality. An excellent evaluation? Your reward is the ability to sense the wealth of the fierce dragon. Desperate calls rang out. "Sir, wake up!" The moment I opened my eyes, I saw that hateful bunch of gold diggers. Seeing him wake up, they started screaming, asking where their commander was. Lee Chang-seon coldly called for Jin. He appeared instantly. "Is there something you require of me?" "Deal with them." "With pleasure." Humans and Yetis fought until their flesh and blood mingled. Only Lee Chang-seon and Jin Fry remained unscathed. "You have successfully and completely conquered the Winter Palace." Lee Chang-seon glanced over and said to Jin, "I need to go to a place I've been to before." "You have entered the annex of the Winter Palace. Here lies the Winter King, dead on his throne, his body left to rot. The power of Soul Harvest has been activated. Purgatory flames begin to incinerate the Winter King's corpse. As the purple flames flare up, you absorb the remaining ashes." Lee Chang-seon suddenly felt a sense of sympathy for the Winter King. Recalling when he fell to Acadia, Chang-seon was certain he was not a fake. While cremating the Winter King, Lee Chang-seon spots something that looks like a letter. Outside, the Yeti chieftain is still fighting with all his might. The monster known as the Winter King's general used the skill Ice Field. Player Cha Ga-eon activated the combination skill Divine Mirror. The two colossal energies collided and exploded like an atomic bomb. The Snow General looked at Cha Ga-eon behind him and remarked, "You are strong, human. All this time, I have eliminated every intruder because they were too weak. But I acknowledge your strength. Outsider, what is your rank? Are you a king?" Cha Ga-eon was shocked. This monster could distinguish between the inside and the outside of the dungeon? Cha Ga-eon panicked. "King? What are you talking about? Die!" she screamed, firing a lightning bullet and quickly retreating. The Snow General dodged the dangerous bullet, muttering as he flew higher. "So you are not a king? Even one as strong as you cannot become a king? I simply cannot comprehend the creatures known as humans. If you are not a king, then you are not worthy of trading blows with me. Just as you murdered our king, we must take the life of your king to restore balance." I will take the lives of every last bastard here, and all of humanity, he roared. No, I will escape this place and kill every single human on the outside until the day your king appears. A system message appeared. The emergency quest Kingslayer has been generated. Kingslayer, classification, emergency. Description, the Winter King's general. The ruler of the Yeti Summit, in the Winter King's domain, has sworn upon the honor of the late Winter King that he will not end his rampage until the human king is dead. With this vow, the Winter King's authority, King's command, has become General's command, and now belongs to the General. The General's rage has begun to spill out of this area, and it is now affecting the real world outside this dungeon. From this moment on, you must stop all Yetis, including the Winter King's General. Failure to do so will result in a terrible catastrophe in the real world. Conditions for completion. 1. Punish the Winter King's General. 2. Annihilate all Yetis. Penalty for failure. Dungeon explosion. Success reward. 1 closed dungeon and the great sword of the Winter King's General. Cha-ga-eon couldn't believe her eyes. What? Just then, a man rushed forward. Agent Cha, we have to defeat it at all costs. We can't let it escape. Our biggest problem, you say? Then it's mine by default. Let's finish this quickly. And here we are, unable to even beat a mini-boss. How embarrassing, with 3 Punisher team captains present. What are you two doing? I'm the one who's going to take that thing's head. You two can go find another target. You sure talk a lot for a guy who just got stabbed. Huh? Whoa! The bickering young men were suddenly swept up by a current of energy. Cha-ga-eon said, I can't maintain this levitation magic for long. I'll cover you all with magic bullets, so please, feel free to take that thing's head. We'll leave the one up top to you. I'll handle things on the ground. Perfect Curve began to draw numerous arcs. Swordsman Wu Younggan looked at the horde of Yetis below and exclaimed, They're charging relentlessly, and their numbers just keep growing. They needed to do something. Just as he thought that, a Yeti attacked him from behind. Just when he thought he was a goner, his precious niece dashed in. Player Gu Hebin unleashed the skill, Storm Run. The daggers of the war god accelerated, carrying overwhelming power in their strike. The Yeti was torn to shreds by Gu Hebin. She usually seems so goofy and clueless, but when someone messes with her uncle, she really shows what she's made of. The lightning imbued in the twin blades of the thunder god began to rain down. Hebin turned and snapped at her daughtery old uncle. Uncle, focus! How have you even survived this long in the harsh life of a player, being so spaced out all the time? Wu Younggan cried a river of tears. Hebin, you're so much stronger than me now. Just those 2 daggers and the artifacts must be worth over 100 billion. But father gave them all to you. Just as I thought, he loves his granddaughter more than his son. This old uncle is getting really jealous of those items, you know? After her impressive display, Hebin received a divine message. The god of the hunt praises you, saying you have an outstanding talent for hunting. The god of the hunt turns and wonders why he did not recognize such a talent sooner. The god of the hunt whispers that she would improve greatly if she received his teachings on the art of the dagger. The god of the hunt asks if she wants to learn immediately. An opportunity this good doesn't come often. The god of the hunt praises you, saying you have an outstanding talent for hunting. Hebin wondered, which god is this? Could it be someone Uncle knows well? Hebin recalled the time Lee Chang-seon single-handedly rampaged through a forest of zombies. Wanting to be like him, she immediately spun around and leaped, unleashing a crackle of lightning. The god of the hunt is dumbfounded by your amazing jumping ability. Wherever Hebin landed, she slaughtered Yetis. The god of the hunt continues to express amazement at her perfect dagger skills, while also worrying that Hebin might make a mistake. Hebin then threw in a few kicks, dazzling the god of the hunt. The god of the hunt's eyes sparkle at your skillful kicks. Hebin couldn't help but chuckle at this god, who reacted to everything she did. This god was so adorable, it reminded Hebin of certain people. Whoa, Hebin, did you really knit this scarf yourself? It's amazing. I want one too. How come you only lent one to S? That's discrimination. Snap out of it. Hebin, it was my birthday the other day. You should give me a scarf too, right? Remembering them brought tears to her eyes. She really missed her friends. Thunder and lightning raged around Hebin. A roaring thunderstorm surged forward. Hebin charged ahead, at the center of the storm. Wherever the lightning struck, monsters convulsed and fell. Due to the electric shock, a large number of snowmen and snow wyverns have lost their ability to fight. The snow wyverns are no longer able to fly and are falling to the ground due to the intense storm. Player Gwabin is entering a berserk state. The god of the hunt cries out in joy. The snowman general hastily commands, You fools, deal with that human first. System warning. The monster known as the Winter King's General has recognized the presence of Player Gwabin. Player Gwabin has been designated as the enemy of the snowmen, and all attacks will now be focused on this player. Nee's breath rained down right on Heben's position. Just in the nick of time, some guy opened a magic book like a student cramming for an exam to save his brother. Player Shin Gil has activated the Ouroboros' formula composition skill, creating a temporary shield. Despite learning it on the fly, Shin Gil's shield is holding up. Ni's breath was blocked, exploding outside the shield. The world serpent god wags its tail loudly and says it might find some useful talents among its followers. Shin Jim-gu turned and called out to her to charge forward with the shield immediately. All right, leave it to me. The demon face shield was pushed forward. Player Shin Un activated the siege tower skill, but the shield suddenly stopped, leaving both Un and Shin Jim-gu frozen in confusion. You do not have enough strength. You do not have enough energy. Shin Jim-gu screamed in confusion. Hey, what are you doing? The shield isn't even getting bigger. How are we supposed to deal with those bastards like this? It's because I haven't eaten and have used up too much energy. A god smiled and cast a spell. The owl god who tears the sunset is impressed by your determination and has blessed you. Your lack of strength and energy has been replenished. Shin Un-se quickly received the god's buff. The Zindan effect has been applied. She beamed, saying, "Thank you, God." Then she enthusiastically enlarged the demon face shield, preparing to plow a path and flatten the snowmen. Here I come. The siege tower skill has been unleashed. The snowmen were like ants before the might of the power-buffed demon face shield, falling and screaming in agony. Lady Jim-gu turned to snap the dazed Hebben out of it. She immediately came to her senses, gathered her lightning, and fired it like a cannon. The slaughter began. The snowman general gritted his teeth. These idiots. What? Jun-gun reached out, about to grab the snowman general's head, but his mouth was faster than his actions. Where do you think you're looking? The snowman general snapped irritably. If you're not the king, don't bother me. With that, he dodged Jun-gun's claws. The Winter King's general has appeared. Shin Jim-gu panicked when she heard this announcement. Player Shin Jim-gu has activated the Serpent's Curse skill. The Chaos Curse is targeting the Winter King's general and the general's Snow Wyvern. The skill has been nullified. The Blindness Curse has been cast. The skill has been nullified. Shin Jim-gu was quickly sent flying by the Snow General. Hebben immediately turned back but was still hit by one of his attacks. Hebben coughed up blood as she was knocked far away. Before she could even recover, the Snow General was on her. You bastard. Hebben thought of Chang-seon again. She really wanted to be like him. Am I good enough like this? Tears welled up in her eyes. Hebben just wanted to save everyone, just like Chang-seon. Of course you are. That was the answer for Hebben. A halo appeared in the sky, and a golden beam of light shot down to the earth. The unlucky mountain peak that was struck by the light immediately exploded. System announcement. Player Lee Chang-seon is entering the battlefield. Voices of confusion echoed everywhere, wondering where the fire was coming from. The flames blazed intensely. Lee Chang-seon emerged from the fire, standing right in front of Hebben, who was deeply moved. Un's father, watching from a distance, was also emotional. Who are you? Who do you think I am? The Snow General was enraged by Lee Chang-seon's attitude. You're him? The bastard who murdered our king! His scream echoed throughout the mountain range. The players present could only gape in astonishment as they took in this information. The Snow General snarled, "Let me ask you this, human. Are you the king of humans? King. That's right. If you murdered our king, then I must end the king of humans. But if our king was killed by the leader of the humans, then his majesty's death would not be meaningless. So answer me, are you the king of humans?" Lee Chang-seon showed an expression of utter disdain for the Snow General's philosophy. A king? What king? I don't think we humans need something so childish. That makes you no different from the rest. Now die. The great general of the Ice King unleashed his tundra skill. Lee Chang-seon coldly raised his sword to block the attack. The fierce tiger state is taking effect. The fierce tiger soul slash erupted, and the two energy streams clashed violently. The players were in awe, witnessing Lee Chang-seon's monstrous power, which could rival that of the Iron Witch. The Ice King's general struggled to block Lee Chang-seon's attacks. The players cheered him on enthusiastically. The Snow General thought to himself, this human is strong. He changed tactics to take advantage of the air. His Snow Wyvern immediately flew in to save its master. While Chang-seon dodged its bite, the Snow General leaped onto the Snow Wyvern's back and flew away. The other players quickly shouted advice. He's using the Snow Wyvern again? Tyrant, don't lose to him. Lee Chang-seon frowned and called for Gun, who immediately launched forward. Player Jun-gun unleashed the Dark Footprint skill and charged in to attack. Jun-gun immediately drew blood from the insolent Snow Wyvern that dared to bite Chang-seon. The Snow General was furious as another snowman flew in to help. It pulled the Snow General onto its back and flew upward. The other snowman was wary of Chang-seon, but the Snow General reassured it that he had the advantage in the air. Just as he finished speaking, a mocking voice came from behind. When are you going to stop relying on that stupid Snow Wyvern trick? He never expected Lee Chang-seon to have wings. He zipped through the air, easily outpacing those beasts. The Snow General was so surprised he stammered. Lee Chang-seon wasted no time, immediately unleashing a firestorm to wreak havoc on the snowy peak. The The fierce tiger state has transformed into Aura Tiger. The lightning fang Aura Tiger has been unleashed, its light illuminating the entire sky. Look over there, something's falling. The sky seemed to crack open as beams of light shone down. Lee Chang-seon rode on the snow general's chest, descending as if he were snowboarding, crashing straight down to the ground with a massive thud. The snow general grimaced. I can't die like this. I must avenge the king. Why are you guys so obsessed with the word king? Because the only way for me to become king is to avenge our king, which means I must kill your king. Model. I thought he was on his deathbed, but that old monkey still managed to scream. Only then can I seize the throne. A king is one who can give his people a prosperous life. To lead my subjects, I must become king. So that's why the Ice King left it behind. What are you saying? This is the will left behind by the Ice King. Lee Chang-seon threw the paper down to the Snow General, in which it said that the Ice King entrusts the snowmen to you, because his fate has run its course and he will be leaving this world, and also mentioned that you have full authority to lead your own subordinates. System notification. The Ice King's monster general has become the new dungeon boss, following the last wish of the late Ice King. The Ice King's general has become the Ice King. Ha ha ha, my foolish father. He shed tears. What's the point of just leaving those few words behind? We're just fakes. We don't even truly exist. But whether we exist or not, it doesn't matter anymore. Lee Chang-seon decisively sent him to the afterlife to be with his father. All that screaming was giving me a headache. The monster boss, the Ice King, has been defeated. You have completed the hidden quest, the Ice King's final plea, and received the rewards, the Ice King's fortune, and the Ice King's will. You have completed the hidden quest, Kingslayer, and received the reward, the great sword of the Ice King's general. The dungeon lockdown has begun. The Crimson Hell has finally closed. The events of this battle were being closely monitored by a mysterious person, Lee Chang-seon. Did you say that man dared to refuse the goddess's blessing? Yes, that is correct. Let's go to Korea. I must witness this with my own eyes. If he truly is incompetent and disrespectful to the goddess, I will punish him myself. The observer laughed without a hint of goodwill. Upon his return, Lee Chang-seon had a rare moment of leisure, standing with his hands in his pockets, watching the city lights come on. Just as he was enjoying the peace, someone came to make a ruckus. Thanks for calling us over. Shin Un-so and Shin Jin-gyu were arguing loudly. Are you crazy? What if some crazed fans hear you shouting so loud and barge in? Asterisk, tsk, asterisk. What crazed fan could compare to you? Asterisk, asterisk. Furious, Shin Un-so grabbed her little brother's collar and asked, You want to get punched? Ignoring her brother, Un-so immediately turned to smile at Lee Chang-seon. Thank you for inviting us. I remember during the Las Vegas tournament 4 years ago, this was the only thing you ate, so I brought some for you. She held up the fruit box, showing it off to her idol. Inside, Un-so was silently screaming, Oh my god, this is insane. I can't take it. Our appa changed his hairstyle. Not wanting to disappoint Un-so for her thoughtful preparation, Lee Chang-seon turned and gave a devilishly charming smile. Thank you. Shin Un-so immediately felt like a successful fan. Oh my god, he just thanked me. I can die with no regrets now. Annoyed, Shin Jin-gyu had to expose her. Hey, don't be fooled. She begged and pleaded to get that gift from the fan club. For his honesty, Shin-gyu was rewarded with a knee straight to his face from his sister. That's what you get for being a snitch. Heh. The Shin siblings were so noisy that Chang-seon's attention was drawn to the girl standing quietly behind them. It was Hebben. Noticing him looking at her, she stammered, Hello. In her casual clothes, Hebben looked very cute and adorable. Chang-seon smiled at her gently. Come on in. Sorry about the mess. There's really nothing here, so it's a bit empty. A lavish meal was served. The 4 freeloaders were digging in enthusiastically, while Lee Chang-seon remained on the balcony with a few cans of beer. Hebben, this is for you. It's a pretty neat item. Jin-gyu handed Hebben a coin-like object that had someone's grumpy face on it. He explained enthusiastically, Normally, you only get this after becoming an official member, but since you're a special case, I'll give it to you now. Once you use this to verify your identity, you can watch all the tournament videos, including the behind-the-scenes clips where our boy is cursing up a storm. Hebben happily accepted the gift. Thank you, Jin-gyu. What Jin-gyu said not only intrigued Hebben, but also made the god of the hunt curious enough to look at the badge. Jin-gyu saw her smile. He shyly turned his face away, thinking to himself, Wow, she's actually really pretty. Now this is what you call a healing beauty. He couldn't help but be curious. How did Miss Hebben become a fan of Appa, especially since he's famous for being an asshole? I don't really think of myself as his fan, Hebben replied immediately. If anything, I just admire him as a student would. Hebben said this while looking at the man standing alone on the balcony. I also want to become a warm person like him. Although Lee Chang-seon was physically outside, he was listening in. Hearing what Hebben said, he smiled to himself, thinking that this kid wasn't half bad. The gods also had various reactions during this calm and quiet moment. The demon god pursuing hell silently observed the peaceful scene. The fallen tiger god complained that he was not pleased. Chang-seon thought to himself, "It seems this is making the gods angry." Chang-seon smiled and asked, "Are you bored, my lord?" The system immediately relayed the answer. "The fallen tiger god scolds you for spouting nonsense. If I misspoke, my lord, then I apologize. Please forgive my disrespect. The fallen tiger god firmly declares that he will not forgive you if you cross the line again." Out loud, Chang-seon said, "Thank you, fallen tiger god," but inwardly, he was cursing. What the hell is this damn idiot on about? The fallen tiger god begins to tell a story about a fool just like you from a place he once lived. Lee Chang-seon was very curious about what he was trying to say. The fallen tiger god adds that this fool knew no fear and was always defiant, doing whatever he wanted. The fallen tiger god says that the man was quickly exiled for those actions. The fallen tiger god says that, but because of that, he was a respectable fool. Lee Chang-seon was startled. "Isn't this story about me?" The fallen tiger god recalls the first time he met that fool on the plains of Acadia. Lee Chang-seon was startled. "The first time I met the tiger god wasn't through astrology or horoscopes, but if it was in Acadia, then it must have been him." At that time, the fallen tiger god, who had the face of a half-man, half-white tiger, aggressively asked him, "Are you that crazy god of war who grabbed Antares by the throat?" "What do I have to do to become as strong as you?" Lee Chang-seon coldly replied. "Shut up, you piece of trash." The fallen tiger god pulled his hood over his eyes, gave a sinister smile, and turned to leave. And then, the pillars in the sky transformed. Lee Chang-seon was imprisoned, and the tiger god laughed gleefully. He remembered clearly that when the Zodiac Master tried to eliminate him, that guy was the leading puppet ruler. The fallen tiger god wants to warn you. The fallen tiger god says that in the heavens, even the eternally bright stars will eventually fall. Chang-seon wondered if he had been the target all along. The fallen tiger god says that he will always support you and will not let that happen. The fallen tiger god advises you not to let others pressure you if that were to happen. The fallen tiger god says that the loneliest star is the brightest. Chang-seon replied, "I understand." But he was actually thinking, "It's not like there's anyone around to drag you down, is there? Shining by being all alone? What nonsense." Chang-seon also wondered why this god would suddenly bring up the twilight of the gods now. To conclude, the fallen tiger god said that Chang-seon was smart, so he would understand his meaning. Lee Chang-seon thought the chances of that old bastard knowing his true identity were very slim. Thanatos' security system couldn't be that bad. "I don't know if this is really just a coincidence." The fallen tiger god asked about his plan. Right now, Lee Chang-seon couldn't be sure about the puppet ruler, so he would save it for another time. Chang-seon replied to the fallen tiger god. 1 month. The fallen tiger god shook his head, not understanding what he meant. "In 1 month, I will become a virtuoso." The fallen tiger god doubted the feasibility of this plan. The fallen tiger god said he wouldn't forgive him if he pushed himself too hard and got hurt. Lee Chang-seon, however, not only found becoming a virtuoso feasible, but far too easy. He told the fallen tiger god, "I know it's difficult to become a virtuoso with my power alone, so I plan to obtain the 5 holy scriptures. Once I have that sacred power, don't you think becoming a virtuoso will be a piece of cake?" That female messenger for the fallen tiger god relayed his words. "He doesn't know if you can endure another curse." Chang-seon thought he was just worrying over nothing, so he reassured him that this was just a case of short-term pain for long-term gain. The fallen tiger god no longer hesitated and agreed with Chang-seon's thinking. A 2-colored light of red and blue, crackling with lightning, descended. The system announced that the fallen tiger god praised his courage and granted him another privilege. Meanwhile, in a luxury car speeding down the road, old man Woo Young-goon was crying a river. "My Heben, she's gone off with Lee Chang-seon, and she even called me annoying." The fallen tiger god was so exasperated that he had to appear and advise the old man that a child's independence often comes very suddenly. After obtaining the eternal ice crystal, the next thing Chang-seon did was visit the Choibong clan and deliver the goods to Choi Hong Inn as promised. The Nameless Spear and the Spear of Gungnir can be enhanced with this, so remake them. Choi Bi-young immediately screamed his head off. "Why are you making me start from scratch when I've already pulled 3 all-nighters?" Lee Chang-seon calmly took out 100 million won and then asked, "How about now?" As expected from someone with money, Lee Chang-seon then opened the king's treasury. The system displayed a list of items. The list included 32 blocks of 10,000-year-old cold iron and 126 blocks of 1,000-year-old cold iron, and 61 ores of black iron. The sheer quantity of items made some gods uneasy. The god of the world encircling serpent remarked that it was extraordinary that these monsters could collect such treasures over so many generations. The fallen tiger god licked his lips while drooling. Lee Chang-seon asked his lucky blacksmith, "This should be enough material, right?" Choi Bi-young exclaimed in admiration. "You've done something incredible." He couldn't help but think, this isn't just ordinary cold iron, it's 10,000-year-old and 1,000-year-old cold iron. Just a fingernail-sized piece of 10,000-year-old cold iron is enough to forge a powerful weapon. He suddenly beamed, thinking, with this much, I can craft so many more weapons. I want to create a masterpiece that no one can ever match. So Choi Bi-young immediately said to Lee Chang-seon, "You magnificent bastard. I'll do it." Lee Chang-seon reminded him, "That's boss to you. Yes, you magnificent bastard of a boss." 5 days later, the announcement of Lee Chang-seon's appointment as the captain of the Future Strategy Division was posted publicly. CEO, Captain Lee Chang-seon has arrived. "Oh, you're here?" Lee Chang-seon appeared with a handsome new haircut. Seeing him, Shim Jung-ho gnashed his teeth, recalling how Lee Chang-seon had mocked him for being a drama queen. As soon as Chang-seon arrived, the CEO dismissed Shim Jung-ho. "Manager Sim, you may leave now. Make sure there are no mistakes on your business trip." "Yes, CEO." He didn't want to stay here anyway, so he left immediately. Of course, he still hadn't accepted Lee Chang-seon's authority and felt like one unlucky thing after another was piling up on him. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seon got a spot on the business trip to the States and the Council of Elders. It's hard to understand their plans for the upcoming monsters. Shim Jung-ho clenched his jaw so hard it nearly broke, thinking, "One day, that bastard is going to eat me alive. I'd better go see Director Lee first." Inside, Lee Chang-seon was showing the CEO the eternal ice crystal. Oh ho, it's even more radiant than I imagined. The fallen tiger god drooled at the aura of the ice monarch. Since even the constellations covet this item, there's no need to appraise its value. Well done. But don't you have any questions? Like how to use the ice crystal, for example. I figured you knew how to utilize it, and if necessary, you would pass that information on to me. You really are exceptionally smart. The CEO looked at him with a very stern gaze. So, are you now curious about the secret I'm hiding? System notification. The fallen tiger god silently watches you. Lee Chang-seon told the CEO directly that he was curious. The CEO clapped his hands in delight. "Then let me show you. You have entered the player's illusory domain." The fallen tiger god stared at his kinsman's territory with a sinister smile. The griffin god who rends the twilight frowned and said he would probably have to witness something unpleasant again. Chang-seon also thought, "I can't believe he could create an illusory domain so easily." As expected of the only archmage in the White Tiger Guild. But when did so many of them appear? The Tiger King's calamity was raging violently. Chang-seon estimated the newly arrived squad had about 400 to 500 members, and he could also sense the presence of the fourth holy scripture. Could it be that he had the Silver Lake research facility destroyed because he finished deciphering the scripture? The CEO laughed heartily. "How does it feel, witnessing my army for the first time? They're magnificent." Siwon unleashed his energy with a loud laugh. "Haha, I knew it. You're the same kind of person as me. Do you know what our guild's worldwide rank is? I think it's somewhere in the top 20. Chang-seon was silently sizing up this old fox. Until now, he had perfectly concealed his identity from outsiders, but now he was no longer hiding the fact that he was a demonkin. Revealing his true form like this meant that he had decided to trust him. Siwon said, "Rank 27, with no S-ranker to lead the charge and no moves made to exert influence on the world. That's the reason they put us at that rank. What do you think about that? There are 4 ranks. At the top is King, second is Duke, third is High Ranker, and last is Ranker. The White Tiger Guild has enough power that Acadia can't just ignore us. Museong is currently at the Duke rank, but his power has long since reached the King rank. Obviously, they should have ranked us higher." Chang-seon said, "I disagree, even though I have no experience working with any other guilds." Director, "Oh, think so too. You're right, it's ridiculous. But when you think about it, we're still ranked 27th, even though we're just laying low. What do you think would happen if we decided to rise up? You can see I have no intention of restricting our guild to just within Korea. I want to take this guild higher and further, and I want every branch and blade of grass to tremble at a single one of our shouts." Such a grand ideal made the god, Saker the ferocious tiger, burst into crazed laughter. Our patron constellation shares that very same desire. Soon, all will bow at our feet. Chang-seon frowned. "Are you planning to take us out into the world? Don't you think the world will condemn you for becoming a demon and walking a wicked path? In the face of absolute power, such things are meaningless. Since I have shown you all of my secrets, it is now time for you to show me yours." Chang-seon took out a dream jewel. He knew exactly what it was, but still asked, "Is this what will turn me into one of them? This witch's creation will turn you into an even greater warrior." Every director and team leader has gone through this process. System displays item information. Orb of the Lost Dream, an enhanced form of the dream jewel. An orb created by mixing the flowers of death and destruction with other substances. It reeks of those who have fallen to the ferocious tiger calamity. An impure, yet effective, orb. Director O smirked. "I guarantee you'll become stronger than any of them. Take it." Chang-seon stared at the vile object, wondering what to do. The demons at his feet were screaming. A new form of the dream jewel. If I examine it closely, maybe I can figure out the secret of the ferocious tiger calamity. Just then, Jin spoke up. "Hey master, why don't you give that to me?" Chang-seon looked at the orb, hesitating. "What should I do?" My hellfire chi should be able to eliminate all the toxins. In theory, I could then absorb the pure energy, but the ferocious tiger plague is hidden within this dream orb. If I could just observe it a little more closely, I might have figured out the secret behind it. But just then, Jinwoo asked him to give him the orb. Give this all-powerful thing to times, you asterisk? I'm thinking of recruiting more followers. Besides, I'm curious about its refinement level. Were you thinking of strengthening your gluttonous baboon summoning skill by purifying it? How could I possibly transfer it to you? Fufu, just eat it, master. Don't purify it just yet. I'll take care of the rest. Without a second's hesitation, Chang-seon popped the orb into his mouth. You have consumed the dream orb. The ferocious tiger plague is spreading through your body. The effect, immunity to myriad poisons, has been activated to eliminate the foreign substance in your body. You have deactivated the effect. Follower Jinwoo wishes to claim the ferocious tiger plague. Follower Jinwoo has neutralized and absorbed the ferocious tiger plague. He smiled at Chang-seon. I've absorbed it. I'll report the results to you later. Next time you get something like this, don't hesitate to tell me. Just then, Director O closed the illusion space. The old man turned to him and asked, So? How was it? Amazing. Oh, Siwang roared with laughter. Ha ha. Almost everyone else panics because that power is so hard to absorb, but it went so smoothly for you, didn't it? Can I get another one of those? He was already angling for more loot. The god, Saker, the ferocious tiger, gave a mysterious smirk. Of course, every time you accomplish something, I shall reward you with an orb. The American corporation will be declaring war soon. In 1 month, our White Tiger Guild will join them as an ally and conquer the world. Genix is a major guild in the U.S., led by the Gold King, one of the 10 kings who top the global player rankings. They cultivate players, lead dungeon conquests, and also research and develop weapons and artifacts. Chang-seon wondered if this was a war for supremacy. If so, who were they challenging? What's my mission? Take your fame and influence to America. You mean you want me to handle public relations so the White Tiger Guild gets the spotlight during this war? Chang-seon smirked to himself. The more, the better. The more attention I get, the higher my position in the White Tiger Guild will become. The rise of the White Tiger Guild will be easier if I can take care of this. If I want to win it all, I have to play it slow and anticipate the next move. Chang-seon said to him, Before that, I request your permission to go to the windswept stone desert in Nice, France. I'll conquer it and then complete the Apocalypse City in Chicago. Imagine if I become a ranker right after that. Wouldn't that be explosive news? Director O's mouth split into a wide grin. Haha, you mean those incomplete dungeons? So, you're planning to become a superstar, huh? If that's what you want, then go right ahead. But since you don't know what dangers you'll face, I'll send someone to assist you. A message arrives from the guild's patron god. The god, Saker the ferocious tiger, is greatly pleased by the omen of impending hardship. Elsewhere, Shin Jin-gu had also become a member of the Future Strategy Department. He reported for duty with a twisted smile. I'm now an employee of the Future Strategy Department. As the door opened, he saw 2 familiar faces. Get a move on, you lazy bones. Shin Unseo and Bai were sparring intensely. Jin-gu just stared, dumbfounded. You guys started training the second you officially became a team? So you're here? Yes, sir. Captain, what's that weapon? Chang-seon glanced at him. When it's just the 2 of us, you can call me whatever you like. It's something I recently acquired. I brought it to test out during our training. Does it look strange? No, that's not it. Chang-seon treated training like a fashion show, but somehow, it didn't look out of place on him. Shin Unseo was watching with hearts in her eyes. She sighed. It's true that the man makes the clothes. He really does look good in anything. Shin Jin-gu looked at the 2 tall, handsome guys in front of him and wondered, was this team recruited based on looks? Then he thought, well, I'm here. So probably not. Chang-seon turned to them and said, Today, we're here to test Team L's coordination. Therefore, we'll begin a live combat drill now. The managing director just assigned us an unexpected mission. A production guild affiliated with ours had one of their mines collapse while they were mining for magic stones. The system displays a mission information window. Rescue the miners. Classification: normal. About 1 hour ago, a mine mysteriously collapsed inside the Azure Jade Island dungeon. As a result, over 20 miners are trapped inside, and with all communications cut off, there's no way to determine their condition. Find the cause of the mine collapse and rescue all miners within the time limit. Time limit: 5 hours. Mission status: accepted. Reward: plus 100 reputation and some mana stones. Once everyone has finished reading, we will depart immediately. Lee Chang-seon herds his troops into the dungeon raid, as if he's herding chickens into a pot of herbal stew. Incheon International Airport, arrivals gate number 2. Cha Ga-eon and another guild member are there to pick someone up. A tall, muscular foreigner appears, his hair as shaggy as a lion's mane. Cha Ga-eon greets him immediately. Welcome, Mr. Luke Lang of the Illuminati Guild. I've been assigned to assist you during your time in Korea. Oh, you speak German? He grinned from ear to ear. To think, the Iron Saintess, who received a blessing from our guardian star, guided me here. This trip to Korea is already off to a great start. Haha. In that case, please let me meet the tyrant. Chaga Eon furrowed her brow and gritted her teeth, cursing his damn guild for being full of lunatics, as if dealing with Lee Chang-seon wasn't weird enough. And on top of that, the White Tiger Guild has cut off all contact with Lee Chang-seon. She really didn't know what to do, so she had no choice but to say, arranging a meeting with him right now is quite difficult. Hearing this, the young man with Cha Ga-eon chimed in. Senior, I think he just mentioned the tyrant. The tyrant is on the rescue team for the mine collapse in Hwacheon. Seeing things weren't going her way, Cha Ga-eon cursed inwardly. This tactless idiot is a lost cause. She quickly invited the foreign gentleman to follow her. She told herself she shouldn't treat a VIP guest poorly over personal matters. But whenever she saw Lee Chang-seon, she could feel a sense of danger from him, as if she would be the one to lose her life. Meanwhile, in Hwacheon, Gangwon province, they stood before a wall with rather gruesome markings. Lee Chang-seon asked how many people were buried down there. Someone answered, 24. A staff member looked visibly annoyed. Director, you can be so cruel sometimes. They're all just newbies. What can they possibly do? I guess that guy is supposed to be a ranker. Can you believe it? It's all just media nonsense. Lee Chang-seon paid them no mind and walked straight into the dungeon. You have entered the Azure Jade Island dungeon. The two people with Lee Chang-seon were excited as soon as they passed through the gate. The sea is so beautiful. Chang-seon reminded them not to let their guard down because they didn't know what might happen. After warning them, Chang-seon turned and called to Jingu. He immediately understood and threw up an orb of lightning. Player Shin Jingu has activated the skill Tearing Serpent to create a light orb overhead. Got it, Seo. I just have to stand like this, right? Just as the girl charged forward with her shield, an arrow suddenly flew out and lodged itself right in the middle of Jingu's head, causing Eun-seo to lose focus. Lee Chang-seon hurriedly warned her. What are you doing? Snap out of it. They both looked towards the bushes from where the arrow had been fired. A shower of arrows rained down from the bushes. Shin Eun-seo immediately rushed forward with her shield to block. Player Shin Eun-seo has activated the skill Amplifying Shield. The arrow struck the demon-faced shield and shattered. At that moment, Jingu's light orb suddenly flew over and unleashed a thunderclap that echoed across the sky. Screams of pain rang out through the forest. Just then, Jingu pulled the arrow out of his head without a scratch. A system message relayed. The world-encircling serpent god clicks its tongue at the party member's clumsiness. Jingu replied, that's what the patron god said. I knew the magic core would protect me anyway. The world-encircling serpent god glares and asks why you are only admitting your mistake now. He laughed smugly. It's not what you think, my lord. He. It's even better than that. He. And then he started to imitate Shin Eun-seo's earlier actions. And of course, he succeeded in provoking the lioness hidden within his sister's form. Lee Chang-seon ignored them and said, movement. Beom immediately charged in that direction. There was a stir in the forest, and Beom emerged, carrying a creature. Shin Eun-seo and Shin Jingu stood frozen as they watched. Beom threw the creature it had caught at Chang-seon's feet. I thought we might need to investigate, so I captured it. Shin Eun-seo and Shin Jingu looked at the creature and said in unison, is that a spirit? The god of the proper hunting season shakes its head, not understanding why a spirit would appear here. But Chang-seon didn't think so. Because looking at its eyes, you could tell it wasn't an ordinary spirit. It was a gray spirit. The Shin siblings had no idea what a gray spirit was. Gray spirits may have the appearance of spirits, but they don't belong to the spirit race. They're more like nuisances created by a monster called a parasite to drain the energy of other creatures. A parasite? Then what drew them here? To give birth to gray spirits, the parasite must be in its mature stage. Could it really find enough food in a small dungeon like this? The world-encircling serpent god narrows its eyes, stating that the appearance of a gray spirit is an exceptionally rare phenomenon. Chang-seon observed that the waters surrounding the island had no monsters, and there was even a monostone mine. That's why people came here so often. A parasite couldn't possibly have developed without being detected. Chang-seon had a hunch, but that would only be possible if She Times had a hand in it, unless she wanted to help destroy that world and create this dungeon. This is a possibility, but something's still off. Chang-seon immediately proposed a new plan. From now on, we're retreating from this place. What? Eun-seo was shocked. But we still don't know if the people trapped inside are alive or dead. Jingu was also skeptical of this strategy. The appearance of the gray spirit has warned us that a parasite has taken over this island. Confronting their entire force now would endanger others. Chang-seon tried to log out, but the system kept sending warnings. You cannot log out. You cannot log out. Lee Chang-seon stared at the notification, stunned, but the system had more to say. All connections to the outside world have been restricted for unknown reasons. Please log out after completing the dungeon mission. Commencing dungeon mission. Initiating dungeon mission. Search topic. We wish you luck. Jinga was also surprised. Lee Chang-seon was so shocked he froze, his face completely blank. Finally, he decided to revert to the original plan. In the dense forest, Biom used its tiger-like frenzy state. Frenzied Tiger's pit escape has been activated. With a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, Lee Chang-seon slaughtered the gray spirits. After the battle, Chang-seon found it even stranger, because gray spirits are products of a parasite, so they shouldn't bleed. But with these things, it feels like I'm cutting down actual living creatures. Their flesh, muscle, bone, and their blue blood drains out bit by bit. What's more, they're incredibly cunning, but they hold a fragment of divinity. There's only one parasite like that, the Divine Tree. And there's only one god who can plant the Divine Tree, the goddess of destruction and death, who was once Lee Chang-seon's comrade. She is Kali. So why are there traces of her here? Looking at the gray spirits fallen all over the ground, Lee Chang-seon's frown deepened with worry for his old friend. Kali, what happened to you? Inside a cave of jagged rocks, cries for help echoed all around. Soon, people rushed in. The White Tiger Guild is here. Rest easy. We're here to help. The others continued to scream, "Ah, we're saved! We're alive! Please, help us! Please, get these rocks off! I'm dying!" You're about to kick the bucket, yet you're screaming louder than a megaphone. Something's not right. Lee Chang-seon immediately raised his hand, signaling the team to halt, then called out to Jim Giyu. Hearing his name, Jim Giyu knew exactly what to do. Player Shin Jim Giyu has activated the skill, Mystic Lightning. As light filled the cave, it revealed there were no people, only zombies. System. This area has been corrupted by nameless zombies. Lee Chang-seon frowned. It's a trap. Good thing I put the brakes on, or we would have charged headfirst into this horde of man-eating monsters. But still, you can see that the tree's roots have burrowed deep inside the buried people, and they must lead somewhere. But before we can find out where, the horde of zombies is coming for us. Lee Chang-seon thought that Jay could easily incinerate this horde with his flames, but he couldn't do that while there might still be survivors. Winter, create an entrance. Shadows shot out from behind him, forming a hole. Chang-seon immediately leaped in and was stunned by the sight inside the cavern. It was a grotesque tree with jagged, ghost-like roots, the personified form of a mature parasite with its own sentient roots, also known as the Goblin Root. System, you have found the boss, Goblin Root. Chang-seon realized the crown it was wearing was very similar to the one Kali used. System, the constellation, Star-Fanged Tiger, is observing the dungeon with great interest. Player Lee Chang-seon has drawn an unidentified spear. Wielding a spear in each hand, Chang-seon advanced. He wondered, could it be that the divine tree Kali was cultivating went astray and ended up here? It might be a wild guess, but seeing the interest from that puppet monarch up there, it's highly likely. With Susis and now Kali, it's hard to believe this is a coincidence. Something sinister is happening here. System. The boss raid has begun. The Goblin Root extended its long, sharp roots to scratch Lee Chang-seon's face. Son of a bitch. This is the only face I have to impress the ladies. What will I do if you scratch it up? Chang-seon swung his spear to parry the Goblin Root's attack, determined to protect his handsome face. The Goblin Root had no other weapon besides its masterfully controlled roots, which it whipped about relentlessly, striking at random. As Lee Chang-seon exchanged blows with it, he could feel Kali's power within the monster. This made him ponder even more, especially since that crown wasn't just similar in appearance, he could also feel its divine power. It's definitely a replica of the goddess's crown. At the very least, it must be treasure grade, if not a holy relic. That means this thing must be at least a bishop or a priest of Kali's. System Message, the constellation, Star-Fanged Tiger, is watching these events with extreme interest. An incarnation of the Gemini constellation greatly anticipates the new events that will unfold around you. The reactions of the gods made Chang-seon even more thoughtful. Not just the puppet monarch, but now Gemini is watching too. These guys wouldn't be this interested over a simple fight with a strong opponent. Chang-seon was sure there was something going on between Susis, Kali, and those gods that he didn't know about. But for now, the problem at hand was the Goblin Root. It was ordering its minions to swarm Lee Chang-seon. To find out what this thing was, Chang-seon had to defeat it at all costs. He swung his spear, his body twisting to unleash a firestorm. In the 5 elements, wood fuels fire. Wood has no resistance to flames. The system chimed in. Fire dance is raging, empowered by the title Jay's Retainer. Flames literally erupted above Lee Chang-seon's head. Behind him was Shin Seo-jung, her demon-faced shield like a hot iron. Any zombie that dared approach got ironed flat. She also let out an intimidating roar. You're all dead. Meanwhile, Jim Giyu used his mystic lightning to blast the zombies into actual corpses. B-Gun wasn't idle either. He used tidal wave illusion to drown dozens of zombies at once. Whoa, he's no ordinary player, Jim Giyu exclaimed, watching the large-scale slaughter. After finishing off the entire group, B-Gun glanced around coldly and said, if anyone else wants some, step up now. But then, Someone hiding behind him launched a sneak attack. B-Gun was slightly surprised, but he didn't let the ambush succeed. And the attacker was actually a proper survivor. Who are you? I am First Lieutenant Park Huel, a B-rank player and a soldier in the Awakened Forces under the Military Defense Support Command. I was captured here while trying to rescue the people buried here on orders from the Association. That answers your question. Now it's my turn. Are you human? B-Gun removed some of his gear to reveal his face. I'm B-Gun, a member of the L-Team from the White Tiger Guild. Hearing this, Park Huel grew excited. L-Team? Isn't that the team led by Lee Chang-seon? Does that mean he's here too? The injured are in desperate need of first aid. B-Gun told him that their commander was not with them at the moment. Just then, the ground began to shake violently. Jim Giyu relayed a message from the commander to the members. He says to move on ahead, and that the tiger python will be here soon, so be careful. B-Gun recognized that it was Jim Giyu, but he didn't trust him. Why should I believe a word you say? Oh, would you look at that? So you knew my exact location, huh? And here I thought you were just a dog begging for its master's praise. If you don't want to believe me, then don't. Jim Giyu smirked. Damn it, what an arrogant prick. B-Gun wanted to call out to him, but he had already vanished. B-Gun wondered, if what he said was true, what would Commander Chang-seon do in this situation? Finally, B-Gun turned and called out to First Lieutenant Park. Where are all the survivors? The mechanical voice of the system rang out. The title Jay's Retainer has been activated, creating fire dance. Following that was Lee Chang-seon's enraged roar. I'll burn it all to ash. The firestorm surged directly towards the goblin root, incinerating it. What happens when fire meets kindling? What else could it do but burn? The flames were so massive they pierced through the earth and shot into the sky. Inside, the Mandragora root was using all its energy to create a defensive barrier to avoid being burned alive. After repelling Lee Chang-seon's intense flames, the Mandragora root flew into a rage, screaming loudly as it summoned a horde of zombies to surround Lee Chang-seon. He frowned and shouted for Frigg to appear, fully armed with sword and armor. As soon as he arrived, he began brandishing his sword. Asterisk, sob, asterisk, I've been waiting for you to call me. Wherever Frigg swung his blade, the zombies fell like leaves. Lee Chang-seon left the area to him and pursued the Mandragora root, whose body was now ragged and charred from the fire. The Mandragora root thrashed about when it saw Lee Chang-seon chasing it. Watching it take off at a breakneck speed, Lee Chang-seon wondered if this thing got stronger the more it was hit. With his weapon already in hand, Lee Chang-seon went in for a stab. The Mandragora root manifested a bundle of roots, weaving them together into a shield to block Chang-seon's attack. This monster was giving Lee Chang-seon a headache, but he quickly switched his spearhead to a blade, Fauchard mode. The Fauchard is a Western polearm used for slashing. The moment he switched weapons, Lee Chang-seon immediately cleaved the monster clean in two. However, what was cut off here just grew back somewhere else, so it wasn't a huge deal. The monster even grabbed Lee Chang-seon with absolute ease. Furthermore, Lee Chang-seon realized that not only was its regeneration faster, but the regenerated parts were also tougher, just like Kali. Instead of practical combat skills, she was always a cut above him when it came to traditional martial arts. It's probably because this thing is Kali's priest that it has the upper hand against me in terms of fighting technique. And since it kept getting stronger through regeneration, the physical gap between Chang-seon and it was shrinking. He began to wonder, have I only made it this far because my element is stronger than most of my opponents? Lee Chang-seon began unleashing his flames again. I'm not sure if I can destroy it, but it's incredibly difficult to suppress it now. I'll have to overwhelm it somehow. But at this rate, no matter what it does, I won't be able to keep up anymore. As he unleashed his flames, Lee Chang-seon recalled his encounter with Kali on the snowy mountain. It really is hard to catch up to her using pure martial arts alone. Lee Chang-seon's face twisted up. Just now, it felt like your power exploded. What was that? Can I use it too? That is my trump card. It's simple enough to tell you, but listen closely. You may only use it when you are in true peril. You should know that among all those who have witnessed it, you are the only one who has survived. Ending his flashback, Lee Chang-seon puffed out his chest and took a deep breath, channeling the flames to gather before his nose. The system notified him, you have discovered a hidden fragment. Breath of Himavat. A special breathing technique for ascetics of the Himavat snowy mountains, the holy land ruled by the goddess of destruction and death. Created to compensate for oxygen deficiency, it is extremely useful for amplifying energy. However, if not performed correctly, it will place a great burden on the body. Classification, state, temporary skill, effect. Awakens latent power, increases vitality. A single breath is enough to awaken latent power and draw out even greater reserves. So Lee Chang-seon was now using his entire face to breathe. The special thing about it was that even if the puppet ruler or Gemini were watching him, they wouldn't be able to recognize it, because Kali had said that everyone who had ever witnessed it was already dead. Lee Chang-seon would instantly and swiftly overwhelm that monster in a brief moment, then unleash his full power to annihilate it. With that, Lee Chang-seon tried to inhale everything he possibly could, then exhaled an incredibly hot breath. Used breath of Himavat. Your latent abilities have been awakened. The mechanical system announced, you have entered a berserk state. You have entered a state of mental disorder. You have entered an excited state, activating your hidden power and significantly increasing all stats for 5 minutes. Veins started popping on Lee Chang-seon's face. The system said, Knight's ideation skill has been activated. You can now use the magic seething within you. Lee Chang-seon immediately brandished his spear. These 5 minutes were truly the time limit for him to use all of his latent power. But in Chang-seon's current state, it wasn't certain he could withstand it. Within that time frame, even 5 seconds would be pushing it. Therefore, he had to end this within the time he could endure. As sharp rays of light pierced through the mandragora root's body, the monster let out a horrific scream. Only 1 second of Lee Chang-seon's endurance time had passed, but it felt like an hour. Chang-seon was determined to press his advantage and finish off this monster before it could heal. The skill Serpent's Eye is focusing on the target's movements. Another second passed. The skill Black Claw of the Mountain King has been detonated. Another second went by. By now, the mandragora root's body was being torn into large chunks. The skill Black Double Claw of the Mountain King rages violently. With only 1 final second remaining, Lee Chang-seon unleashed a massive fire tornado. The fire tornado engulfed the mandragora root, incinerating it. The raging flames nearly erased the mandragora root from existence. At the same moment, Lee Chang-seon's peak power state ended. The system announced the completion of the feat Incarnation of Destruction. Reward, Strength +5. The skill Black Claw of the Mountain King has leveled up. You have successfully subjugated the boss Mandragora Root. The constellation, A Good Season for a Hunt, widens their eyes upon witnessing the magnificent skill you displayed. Lee Chang-seon was panting heavily. The breath of Himavat's state has been forcibly terminated, and all stats will be restored. You have used 45% of your stamina. You have used 61% of your mana. You have entered a fatigued state. You have entered an anemic state. The constellation the Serpent that coils the world says that awakening someone's latent power can often cripple them. But this method seems less risky, and they are curious about its mechanism. The mandragora root lay dying and shriveled, its parts so badly burned by the great fire that it would be difficult for them to grow back. Lee Chang-seon looked at its condition. He honestly never thought he would use the skill Kali taught him to fight her own priest like this. The gods were still buzzing about the performance he just put on. The constellation the Owl that rends the twilight is worried about your fatigue. One of the faces of the constellation Gemini enjoyed watching your powerful display. The constellation the Roaring Tiger laughed and said, You truly are one of her people, considering how easily you subjugated such an opponent. The constellation the Great Demon that chases hell shows curiosity about how you plan to deal with the opponent you have subjugated. Lee Chang-seon frowned. It was true that he had subjugated it, but now he needed to find out what had happened to Kali. Meanwhile, Gemini and the Void King were watching closely. He couldn't afford to be careless while interrogating the wild elf. But as he got closer, its 2 eyes suddenly flashed like lasers. Chang-seon was shocked. Asterisk. What's wrong with this thing all of a sudden? Asterisk roots sprouted from the wild elf's head as it let out a long, horrifying laugh. Chang-seon was stunned. Asterisk. This thing. What's happening to it? Asterisk. The wild elf used its last breath to speak its final words. You disgusting gods, your filthy, disgusting game won't last much longer. Just you wait. Our god of death will be resurrected once more and will wipe out all of you insects. And the end you all fear, along with the twilight of darkness, will soon be upon you. System alert. Skill. Beast Sense has detected danger. Skill Serpent's Eye advises you to flee. The wild elf monster is dead. But how the hell did a tree just sprout up like this? Lee Chang-seon flew far away from the tree. The system continued to report, the wild elf has sacrificed its divinity and extracted its magic to fortify the parasitic tree. According to the rules, the parasitic tree will now evolve into a new form. Lee Chang-seon hurried away, but he couldn't help but look back at that rainbow-colored tree. The sacred tree outside the quarry. The scene was descending into chaos. Nothing new. I'm gonna suffocate here. Why aren't they here anymore? Don't you think something happened inside? Are you kidding? What are you talking about? Stop with the nonsense. You want us all to die? That's not what I meant. Oh, look, the gate just exploded in a massive blaze of fire, Jin Gang hurriedly called the association. The dungeon's been breached, but before he could finish, a car screeched to a halt nearby. Cha-Ga-eun arrived with a foreign guest and 2 others to see what was happening. My God. Even with the dungeon changing, there are developments that the Hunter Association's Management Bureau never anticipated, the foreign man exclaimed in his native tongue. Judging by the magic wavelength radiating from it, this dungeon must be 4-star or higher. Am I right? The woman in the purple dress immediately translated. He's asking if it's a 4-star dungeon or higher. Cha-Ga-eun's subordinate immediately replied, No, that dungeon looked like it was only 1 star. The man smirked, thinking to himself, Asterisk, 1 star? If that's true, does that mean a double dungeon has opened up here? A lot must have happened inside. Asterisk. Inside, the system delivered a notification. One of the faces of the constellation Gemini tells you to stop leisurely enjoying the view of this mortal world and hide its manifestation. The constellation Star Tiger grins while watching a star, saying that this slow creature seems to have taken an interest in you as well. Large-scale energy consumption is occurring in various areas of the dungeon. Desertification is in progress. Chang-seon thought anxiously, wondering if Byun and the other members of the expedition team had evacuated safely. The gods continued to make their attitudes known. The constellation Star Tiger is amused by the resistance of the mortal, who is now just a lingering shadow. One of the faces of the constellation Gemini observes everything coldly. Chang-seon recalled the wild elf's words. A fallen god would be reborn, bringing the end times and the apocalypse. In other words, Kali had died, and it was all because of Gemini. And now, Kali again. What on earth happened after I received the divine punishment? Is what they're all suffering through my fault? The newly grown, galaxy-colored tree was shining endlessly. A new boss monster, the parasitic sacred tree, has been born. The boss monster, the parasitic sacred tree, finds the energy from the dungeon insufficient to satisfy it. It is exploring the surrounding area to find a new energy source. It has discovered a new host. Earth exists outside the dungeon. The parasitic sacred tree is extending its roots toward Earth. The dungeon is gradually cracking. Quests are being replaced. Mission: log the tree. The parasitic sacred tree, which restarted Lamthoch Island in an unusual way, is now rampantly destroying the island's ecosystem and beaches. Once this place is completely destroyed, it plans to invade the lands beyond. Chop down the tree. If you fail, the dungeon will be breached, and the parasitic tree's roots will engulf the earth. At that moment, Lee Chang-seon thought, asterisk, so what if this is all my fault? I will bring back Kali's priest, asterisk. Hearing this thought, Din appeared, laughing mockingly. What an interesting thought. You, my master, want to bring back someone who was once the high priest of the goddess of destruction and death to join your household? If you let that parasitic tree's roots reach Earth, it's all over. I have to destroy the parasitic tree and restore the wild elf. Chang-seon's reaction even made the gods comment. One of the faces of the constellation Gemini is surprised by this human's unbelievable stubbornness, Chang-seon continued. Perhaps the parasitic tree is aiming for the sky, where the stars and gods reside. Go and find it. Now. Din laughed in disbelief. Huh? You mean the wild elf? That's ridiculous. Chang-seon's face darkened as he glared at him. This is an order. Go find it. Din gritted his teeth, thinking, asterisk. An order? He dares to order me? A Din Furia? But somehow, his words carry a weight that I have to obey. Asterisk. Din could only submit. Fine, as you wish. And with that, he was gone. Chang-seon then thought that he had somewhere else he needed to go first. He drew his white submarine bow and took aim. The serpent's eye skill had already marked the target. The arrow, glowing with a golden light as it left the bow, flew toward the parasitic tree and caused a massive explosion. Bullseye has been activated. The arrow has hit the marked target. The skills Light Burst and Lightning Net have created a chain reaction, causing a large-scale fire explosion. An achievement has been earned. Chain Explosion Reward, Fire Element plus 15, Explosion plus 10, Advanced Archery Skill. The parasitic tree caught the flame and went up like a giant torch. Chang-seon watched it. Asterisk. After being hit by this fire, the parasitic sacred tree should stop growing for a while. Asterisk. The gods began to chatter excitedly. The constellation, the season for hunting, rubs its nose, boasting about how wonderful the power she bestowed is. She adds that the explosion was a true masterpiece. The constellation World-Encircling Serpent asks why that display is being credited to their bestowed power, asserting that it was the boy's own talent that produced this result. The constellation The Season for Hunting jumps up, asking what nonsense he's spouting. The constellation World-Encircling Serpent praises himself. Without the ability to mark a target, it's all meaningless. The constellation The Season for Hunting brandishes an arrow, angrily asking if the World-Encircling Serpent wants to challenge her power. The constellation World-Encircling Serpent chuckles and says, if you've got the guts, then bring it on. Lee Chang-seon listened to them bickering, his face blank. Asterisk, how can gods be so childish? Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, this is so embarrassing to listen to. Asterisk, just as he was cringing, the monstrous tree acted up again. The boss monster, the parasitic sacred tree, has suddenly entered a berserk state. Seeing this, Lee Chang-seon quickly fired another arrow. You have destroyed a portion of the parasitic sacred tree with just 2 arrows. You have received a large amount of experience points. The advanced archery skill has evolved into Master of the Bow. Lee Chang-seon was being whipped up and down by the parasitic tree's rubbery branches. Remembering the skill Soaring Tiger on the Wind, you can leap through the air. One of the faces of the Gemini constellation is very pleased with you for pursuing the faithless one who dared to aim his weapon at a god. The constellation Tiger on the Prowl smiles with satisfaction, watching this interesting scene with amusement. Lee Chang-seon shot straight up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Flying like this was even more intense than a jet fighter. You have entered the Sacred Tree's crater. This thing was only just born, yet its reach is already quite wide. What's even more surprising is that Lee Chang-seon could see someone inside that large crater. At the very top, formed by several roots, was a bizarrely shaped creature. A winged demon was perched on the head of a spirit root like a bird, a whip in its hand, its face fierce with a sinister smile. He laughed loudly. Haha, I didn't expect this place to welcome a new guest. The system flared with warnings. Gemini's divinity illuminated the entire sky. The beast's intuition skill was frantically warning of danger. That guy looked up and sneered. The guardian god is speaking. You should show some respect upon meeting me, but I'm feeling generous, so I'll forgive you. Lee Chang-seon frowned, wondering if he was an apostle. That didn't seem quite right. His power is probably on par with a high priest or an archbishop. Either way, his rank must be incredibly high. That guy bared his sharp teeth, drool dripping down, and continued, I will show you the consequences of blaspheming my guardian god and grant you the honor of spreading his teachings where you live. One of the faces of the Gemini constellation smirked. A beam of light shot down, striking the one who had just uttered such nonsense, making him shriek. How does a mere soul dare to do this? You don't have a divine status, do you? You dare defy the will of the guardian god. I'll send you to reunite with that fallen god right now. System notification. Sun, High Priest of Gemini, wishes to resurrect the divinity of the fallen god. A blinding light flared, and a heart-wrenching scream echoed. Lee Chang-seon's face twisted in a grimace. This guy was truly a powerful opponent. Even at the peak of my power, I'm not sure I could win. Am I just supposed to give up? There has to be a way to defeat this harpy and get the spirit root back, right? The harpy cackled like a maniac, while Lee Chang-seon was at a dead end. Just then, Zine appeared to show him the way. There is a way. First, retrieve the magic crystal core. Lee Chang-seon felt that if there was a way, no matter how difficult, he had to risk it and try. Converging Tiger State has been applied to accelerate thought processes. The skill Beautiful Virtue has been activated to maximize all stats. Comparing your current stats with those of the two target opponents to temporarily compensate for any deficiencies. Strength has increased. Agility has increased. The harpy turned its head in shock. Breath of Himavat has been applied to unleash your potential. You have been affected by the berserk state. Lee Chang-seon's eyes glowed like headlights as he charged forward at lightning speed, leaving the harpy stunned and bewildered. The god Tiger on the Prowl observed your actions with renewed interest. One face of the Gemini god recognized your actions too late. Lee Chang-seon flew towards them, radiating killing intent with a sword in each hand. The harpy remained frozen, its head tilted as it watched. Meanwhile, Cha Geun's party and the foreigner had also entered the dungeon and received a notification about the parasitic sacred tree boss of an unknown level. The foreigner exclaimed, I can't believe that whole thing is one monster. Cha Geun gritted her teeth, thinking, this is no ordinary dungeon raid. What's more, that monster is still growing. If it gets through the gate and reaches Earth, just thinking about it is horrifying. But the real problem is how to deal with this thing. Just then, the horrifying thing in front of them suddenly erupted with a terrifying amount of energy, as if it were exploding, making the foreigner's face pale. What's suddenly happening? At that moment, Cha Geun received a notification that made her heart leap. It's him again. The foreigner's expression also changed to one of excitement. So it's the Tyrant. He took off his glasses and laughed loudly. I never thought I'd have to participate in a dungeon raid while on a business trip in Korea. But it seems if I want to get what I came for, I'll have to clear this dungeon first. A blue light shone out. System notification. Player Joachim Goof has activated the skill Werewolf Transformation. Joachim transformed into a wolf and let out a huge roar. Cha Geun deftly leaped onto his neck. The gods were also stirred. You have received the protection of the owl god who rends the twilight. You have received the protection of the war god who incites conflict. You have received the protection of the volcanic blacksmith god. You have received the protection of the one who awakens madness. Joachim couldn't help but comment, your protection is much stronger than most high priests, and I have to say, I'm surprised. Not only do you have the protection of the goddess, but also from the great gods of Olympus. Ha ha ha! Without a wasted motion, Cha Geun activated her clairvoyant eyes ability to scan the path ahead, then reported to Joachim, survivor, 32 degrees northwest. He opened his mouth to say, be careful. If you fall off, don't even think about climbing on my head again. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seon was flying through a whirlwind of purple energy. The skills Black Mountain God's first claw and second claw were merging. One of the faces of the Gemini god shrieked at its subordinate about the impending danger. Lee Chang-seon, now almost one with the stream of energy, shot straight towards the harpy perched atop the spirit root. Just a moment ago, the harpy was running its mouth about teaching Lee Chang-seon a lesson on doctrine. Well, look at it now. The bastard was frozen solid, as if mesmerized, just staring blankly as Lee Chang-seon charged straight at it. Caught completely off guard, the harpy was swallowed by Lee Chang-seon's dark energy. An intense purple light enveloped everything. System notification. Sun, High Priest of Gemini, is dead. You have defeated the boss monster, the parasitic sacred tree. You have achieved an incredible feat. You have obtained the divinity of the Gemini god. You have obtained the divinity of the fallen, nameless god. You have gained a massive amount of experience and achievement points. The Black Mountain God's Claw skill that Handu gave me has 5 claws, but with my current stats, I can only use 2. I'd thought about using these 2 moves at the same time before, but I never tried it because of the repercussions. Lee Chang-seon was in freefall. I poured everything I had into that. I even used Unleash Potential. One of the faces of the Gemini god leaped from its throne, frowning and saying, "This can't be happening." It wouldn't matter even if she were playing both sides. All Lee Chang-seon could think about was how he couldn't even begin to grasp how terrible the consequences would be. The fallen tiger god burst out laughing, saying that you've committed another insane act. The god of the hunting season watched the colorful explosion, mouth agape. The world-encircling serpent god forced a laugh. The owl god who tears the twilight is worried about your physical condition. Just then, Jin Freya returned with good news. Phew. If I'd made even one small mistake, it would have been all over. But I've got the Monocore now. Master Lee Chang-seon is still in freefall. He showed absolutely no reaction to Jin Freya's announcement, just letting himself go, adrift in the world. Calculating rewards for dungeon quest completion. Please wait a moment. Additional rewards will be given based on quest contribution. The administration is planning a new investigation into this event. Many gods are astonished. Many constellations are laughing. The dungeon is about to close. Please prepare for an impact. The system began a 10-second countdown, but Lee Chang-seon showed no sign of regaining consciousness. Just when he thought this was it, that his life was over. Surprise, surprise. A pair of hands caught Chang-seon, holding him princess style. Damn it. If he were conscious at this moment, he'd probably wish he could just pass the hell out again. Through his blurry vision, Lee Chang-seon could only make out the faint silhouette of someone with long hair speaking, a fallen one who has lost his wings. I didn't expect to find this interesting. In the end, Lee Chang-seon lost consciousness completely before he could get a clear look at who it was. He was now resting in a warm, comfortable bed, his mind still vaguely recalling that face. The warmth and the scent of pine reminded him of the sharp smell of mint, a harsh voice yet filled with concern. Lee Chang-seon slowly opened his eyes, reached out his hand and thought, why does this longing feel so familiar? Lee Chang-seon's hand nearly smacked Baek-jeon right in his bare face. Luckily, he saw the hand reaching out and caught it. Hyung? Are you awake? Lee Chang-seon's face immediately twisted into an expression of disgust. Hey, Hyung, why are you giving your little bro that look? Having fought so fiercely and recklessly, our god of war here earned himself a little vacation in the hospital. As soon as Chang-seon woke up, Baek-jeon recounted everything that happened in the dungeon. Lieutenant Park Hyung? That's right. You know him, right? Chang-seon thought to himself. Asterisk. Isn't that the second lieutenant I met during the tutorial? Asterisk. Looks like he got promoted recently, huh? Baek-jeon continued. At the time, the parasitic sacred tree was getting stronger and stronger. We were almost completely entangled by its vines. Then, suddenly, in the middle of the crisis, we were saved by a massive wolf, along with Agent Cha Ye-eun. Hearing the name of his dream girl, Lee Chang-seon shot up like a spring. Whoa, Hyung, don't stand up so suddenly. Seeing Lee Chang-seon lose his composure, the gods became even more agitated than when he was victorious. The constellation of the proper hunting season leaps from its seat, pleased that you've noticed. The constellation of the world-encircling serpent retorts that it was also watching. The constellation of the proper hunting season ignores the other god and asks if you are all right. Lee Chang-seon ignores the hunting god and instead asks Baek-jeon, why was she there? I think she came to see you. But when it looked like the monsters were about to break out of the dungeon, she went in. She was also the one who gave you first aid when you collapsed from exhaustion. Lee Chang-seon recalled that he had been fighting high up in the air. Asterisk. She was able to sense me from there? Asterisk. To be able to sense a mana signature from such a distance. But just how high is her mastery over mana? Not only that, but Lee Chang-seon's expression grew even more grim as he recalled something from before. He had only exchanged a brief greeting with her at the Yeti Hills, but he could feel the blessings of several gods on her, which meant she was anything but simple, especially that other face hidden behind her wind mana. It felt as if something enormous was concealed behind a veil. It was moving, and Chang-seon was certain it had looked directly at him. It might be a good idea to meet with Cha Ye-eun and find out more. I should thank her too. That settles it. Besides, there are more important matters at hand. The system announces that one of the faces of the Gemini constellation is observing you intently. Lee Chang-seon was also curious how Gemini would react to losing a high-ranking clan member. Nighttime on the highway. A yellow car is speeding along. Oh, come on. If you're still able to function at this hour, why didn't you just leave the moment you saw he was awake? Cha Ye-eun's Jr. was eagerly trying to make conversation. Do you have any idea how scary it is to hear a thank you from the tyrant? Back in the day, some shows even dedicated entire segments to broadcasting his words of thanks, you know? Or were you just too embarrassed to hear it from him directly? Aha, I was right, wasn't I? Well, right? Both irritated and flustered, Cha Ye-eun stayed completely silent, feigning intense concentration on her driving. The young man took this as encouragement and kept on chattering. Well now, who would have thought the great witch Kim could be so bashful? Ugh, the price for his uncontrollable chatter was a sharp chop to the neck from Cha Ye-eun. And yet, he wasn't the only one being nosy, so were the gods. The owl god, who tears the twilight, nods and says, "To brag about a righteous act is a shameful thing." The god of war who incites conflict tilts its head and says, "I don't think that's the reason." The volcanic blacksmith says this isn't the first time its little sister has made an error in judgment. The instigator of madness nods in agreement. Ultimately, the one being beaten and crying out pitifully for mercy was still the poor junior in the passenger seat of Cha Ye-eun's car. 3 other constellations simultaneously avert their gazes. After knocking her cheeky junior unconscious, Cha Ye-eun frowned. Asterisk. Now I'm certain. Asterisk, she thought. Asterisk. He saw it. Asterisk. Just who is Lee Chang-seon? While Cha Ye-eun was lost in her thoughts, Lee Chang-seon, having just recovered, had already charged into a dungeon. The curse of the ghoul's cave has begun. Survive for the next 48 hours. Your location, 4th floor, District 32. The system starts the countdown. Jin Freya watched in concern as its master went into battle, still dressed in a hospital gown. This is pure, reckless madness. Your condition isn't good, master. Are you okay? The enemy won't go easy on me just because I'm not feeling well. What other choice do I have? Haha, now that's the attitude I like to see. So, what about the mana core? The constellation of the proper hunting season is very curious as to how you will use the mana core. Jin beamed at its master. I knew this was going to happen, so I've already made preparations. Do you have any idea how much I had to run around to get this? The constellation of the world-encircling serpent is searching its archives for a way to control its deceased clan members. Lee Chang-seon told Jin to stop beating around the bush and spit out whatever bright idea he had so he could go back and nurse his wounds. You know what? Even if I washed my eyes with holy water, I still wouldn't be able to feel a thing. The constellations began to murmur. The world-encircling serpent constellation nodded and said that was more like it. The owl that tears the twilight constellation acknowledged this in silence with a bitter smile on its lips. The fierce tiger constellation also agreed, saying that was why he was so pleased with this person. The season fit for hunting constellation grumbled that it wasn't necessarily like that. Lee Chang-seon grew annoyed listening to the notifications. Do these gods ever get tired of gossiping across continents? Just feed one of them a mana core. That's all you have to do, Jin said. Huh? That's it? I don't get it. Including myself. How did you create everyone here? Using the Tiger King's calamity. Be more specific. Give me the exact details. By purifying the starlight of a forgotten god. Ah. So that's how it is. The truth has finally hit me. It's all clicked now, folks. That's right. All the clan members in the Ghoul's Den were created from purified starlight. In other words, the Tiger King's calamity doesn't care about elements or attributes. It has no existing element, which means it's just a vessel. Lee Chang-seon smirked. In that case, how much this vessel gets filled is up to its master me to decide, right? Suddenly, Lee Chang-seon felt that entrusting this task to Jin was an absolutely brilliant decision. Even when Lee Chang-seon was the twilight of the gods, he had always been a lone wolf, without a single clan member or god as a friend, so he could never delve deep into this subject. While he was lost in thought, Jin laughed loudly and gestured. And don't worry about the vessel. The ones I make are incredibly strong. Lee Chang-seon didn't reply to him, instead thinking, on the other hand, Jin learned how to wield power from a great clan and even ruled over thousands of ghouls in this den, so he must have a lot of experience. So Lee Chang-seon decided not to overthink it and just follow Jin's method. Jab's clan member is attempting to absorb the mana core. Jab's clan member has successfully merged with the mana core. Its current divinity is being reconstructed, and all of its stats are changing, acquiring an element, acquiring a skill. A blue light radiated from within Jab. The sudden surge of energy made its jaw drop and its eyes widen. Jab was transforming dramatically before the completely unfazed Lee Chang-seon. The good master stood there nonchalantly, hands in his pockets, awaiting the final result of this power-up. Jab overdosed on the power-up, causing the system to report its transformation progress to the point of lagging. The elf characteristic is slowly awakening within Jab. The assimilation rate is incredibly high. carrying over memories and identity from his past life. A clan member with a new attribute has been born. Jab, bursting with power, suddenly charged straight at Lee Chang-seon. He could understand this action because in his past life, he was a high priest of Kali, always harboring the intent for revenge. Jin had been the same way, so this reaction was expected. Jin, are you just going to stand there and watch? Hearing his master call his name, Jin immediately grabbed the plant's head, grimacing. You dare to bite the hand that feeds you? I'll make sure you can never do that again. Come to think of it, Jab was a clan member revived by Jin. Jab's body was borrowed for rebirth and his stats were redistributed. He could probably only resist Jin to a certain extent. Jin flexed his arm muscles and forced Jab's head down without any mercy. A tragic scream echoed everywhere. A moment later, the system popped up and asked, would you like to give him a name? Yes, his name will be Elf. Lee Chang-seon answered without hesitation. Elf, who had been beaten to a pulp by Jin, knelt on the ground in fury, helpless. A name has been set for the clan member. From now on, Jab's name is Elf. The clan member will be your weapon and shield. Lee Chang-seon asked it. I hear you possess the holy power of an unknown god. Is that true? For a god to appoint you as a high priest, their authority must have been considerable. So why did you still die? I know you can speak now. You'd better give me a clear answer. Elf finally spoke. Why are you curious about that? Because I can obtain even more power. You see, I don't have a patron god yet. Huh? You don't have a patron god? After speaking, Elf thought suspiciously. Unless this is related to a constellation or astrology, I might be able to find a ray of light on this bleak path. With that thought, Elf began his story. Before the apocalypse, there was a star named the Twilight of the Gods. As soon as he heard his old title, Lee Chang-seon's expression couldn't help but tense up. He fought against many other stars, including the 12 zodiacs, and in the end, had to face divine judgment and lost his life. Most of the constellations were united in making him face judgment. Only a few opposed it. One of them was the patron god I served, the goddess of destruction and death. At that time, she called for Elf, who is now me, and said, he is surely the fool who abandoned me, yet I cannot bear to lose a friend like him. Elf, with tears streaming down his face, said, but I know what you want to say. I just can't ignore it. After all, the 12 zodiacs are still the source of this problem. Let's go. No, I can fight too. Elf tried to hold her back, but Kali remained cold. You go. I have dismissed all my priests, including you. With that, Kali walked among the shattered steps and never looked back. Elf continued his story. I don't know if it was luck, but the goddess was not alone. Lee Chang-seon's face darkened as he listened. There were still others who decided to stand with her. However, she never told me who they were, and after that, I don't know what happened to them. I only know that many stars in the galaxy were enraged, and the goddess had to make a sacrifice. Lee Chang-seon's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. The gods who protected her must have also suffered a terrible fate. Since then, I have been drifting among the fragments of the shattered world and finally awakened in this miraculous place. Lee Chang-seon's face was grim as he cursed the 12 zodiacs internally. You damn bastards. So Kali and Shock's misfortune was all your doing. No matter how strong Kali was, she couldn't fight against the 12 zodiacs and all the constellations, the rulers of heaven. I was the one who abandoned them first, and yet they still tried to save this life of mine? How ridiculous. What fools. Lee Chang-seon thought of his old friends in heaven and asked Elf, what is your purpose for being here? Revenge? Vengeance must be served, but my mission is to resurrect the goddess. You can do it. Hearing that, the little guy shrieked like a madman. It doesn't matter if I can or not, as long as I try. This is the wish and inevitable responsibility of a true saint. The kid's sudden high-pitched voice was so shrill it gave him a splitting headache. Chang-seon believed that gods also relied on a higher power and its laws. As long as the believers kept their faith, the priests could still gather holy power. Resurrection wasn't impossible. That's why the Underworld didn't kill gods or celestials, but merely sealed them away. In theory, reviving a god wasn't impossible, but the problem was, it was easier said than done. Once a divine being's name is stripped away, their holy power and authority also dissipate. He then asked Pixie about the nameless god's holy power. The more it gathered, the stronger it became, right? Pixie said resolutely, yes. My goal is to absorb holy power and reach the level of an apostle. You may not have a patron god yet, but I'm sure many celestials are interested in you, aren't they? I am not asking for your help, nor will I get in your way. I will handle my own future. Since what you need is power, I can guarantee this pact won't be a bad one. Faced with Pixie's burning determination, Chang-seon finally smiled. Excellent. Until then, I will help you. In return, you must submit to me completely. Pixie was dumbfounded. Chang-seon continued, you can't escape anyway, and without my permission, you can't do anything. So isn't it better to rely on me and seize your chance later? Pixie stared blankly. That expression was just so much like its goddess. Seeing that familiar image, The little thing's eyes welled with tears. The 26th branch of the goddess of destruction and death. It is an honor to meet my new master. And just like that, the master-servant deal with Kali's priest was sealed. After the solemn ceremony, the system announced that the disciple, Pixie, had made an oath of loyalty. The master-servant relationship with the disciple has been established. Loyalty plus 15, vassal level plus 10. You have obtained absolute command. Chang-seon wondered, did I get absolute command because Pixie swore loyalty to me while still being Jin's disciple? This is something. Pixie was forbidden from harboring any hatred or rebellious thoughts against him, but he also had a responsibility to actively fulfill its wishes. At this point, the gods began to chime in again. The god of the hunting season is delighted that you have acquired a talented disciple. The world serpent god shakes its head, unsure if this is a blessing or a curse. The owl god who rends the twilight watches you with a warm smile. The fallen tiger god scoffs at your greed. Chang-seon frowned upon seeing these status updates. He wanted to know how Gemini would react to him accepting Pixie as a disciple. A mysterious smile. Then, a system notification appeared. The god Gemini is giving you a new scenario quest. Lee Chang-seon was so surprised he exclaimed, "What?" The system then displayed the information for the third Celestial Guardian selection quest. Main scenario description. One aspect of the god Gemini has been observing you intently for the past few days. He has started to desire recruiting you. Instead of being angry that you harmed the high priest, he sent and accepted the traitor who once opposed him. This god is so magnanimous, it's suspicious. Therefore, Gemini has made you an offer. Lee Chang-seon's face grew serious as he waited to see what it was. Become Gemini's apostle. Jinfia reacted instantly. Ha! How ridiculous. If you accept this offer, you will become the greatest being on Earth, a representative of the 12 constellations, and you can obtain everything. However, one aspect of the god Gemini warns that if you dare to refuse, he will punish you for the crime of harming his high priest, as his pride cannot be defied. Accept and become an apostle. Refuse and lose your life. Gemini's declaration echoed throughout the heavens. Chang-seon began to think. The 12 constellations were celestials among celestials, leading a mighty army. Even in Acadia, they were the great celestials rumored to be nearly on par with the king. I knew they'd eventually take an interest in me, but I never expected them to offer me the position of apostle. And of course, this celestial announcement stunned many, leaving them on the edge of their seats, eager to see what would happen. If I become an apostle, I can immediately transcend the limits of humanity, and even become stronger than demigods and low-ranked gods. Chang-seon couldn't help but grin widely at this absurd offer. Player Lee, Chang-seon's name has become famous throughout the heavens. Fame has increased by 1,000. You have received 150,000 contribution points as an achievement reward. The administrator's office is screaming under the flood of inquiries from gods and celestials regarding information about Lee Chang-seon. Pixie was also flabbergasted, but it still thought to itself, my new master could become a disciple of Gemini, which means even if the goddess is revived after gathering enough holy power, she would also be a subordinate of Gemini. The other gods also grew restless. The god of the hunting season is very surprised and glares at the other stars, telling them not to eye the one I have already chosen. The world serpent god stares wide-eyed at the stars. The owl god who rends the twilight lets out a loud warning cry. The fallen tiger god raises its tail and bares its fangs. One aspect of the god Gemini ignores the protests. All channels except Gemini's have been temporarily disconnected. Lee Chang-seon cursed inwardly. This guy is completely insane. He cut off all the other channels just because he was annoyed? I thought it was the older brother, Castor, since he's been quiet lately, but it turns out to be Pollux. The hot-headed younger brother, huh? But no matter who it is, I won't be swayed. The problem is how I should respond. Wait, hold on. Pausing for about 2 seconds, Lee Chang-seon took out an item that made Pixie react strongly. I kept this because I thought it was decent, but it's probably very important to you, isn't it? System notification. Gemini's holy power reward has merged with the goddess's crown. The replica has been upgraded from a relic to a holy artifact. This is a holy artifact that possesses the holy power of 2 archenemies, Kali and Gemini. How interesting. One aspect of the god, Gemini, screams, "What do you think you're doing? Answer me now." Chang-seon's brows furrowed tightly. Gemini is the one interested in me, yet Mephostophles is the first to demand an answer. Maybe I should use it. Chang-seon smirked deviously, placed the crown on his own head, and said, "Would it be a great loss for you if you lost me, Archdemon?" One aspect of the god Gemini looks at you grimly after realizing your intention. The gloomy sanctuary has opened. The archdemon who pursues hell looks up. Chang-seon's calculation was correct. Mephostophles was famous for being detached from worldly affairs, yet for some reason, he was very curious about him. The system is broadcasting the current state of the war between the gods to claim you. The archdemon who pursues hell glances coldly at a certain constellation. One aspect of the god Gemini is shaken by the appearance of an unexpected figure. Model. Underneath his mask, Lee Chang-seon smirked to himself, seeing that Pollux couldn't act carelessly in front of Mephostophles. He was delighted that his guess was correct, that Mephostophles was a figure whom even the 12 zodiacs had to respect. The other face of the Gemini god joined the debate after realizing his other half's predicament. The brilliant light of the star illuminated the entire world. The great demon god was struggling against that light. The two sides clashed violently, darkness and light colliding with fierce intensity. The energy from the collision between the two constellations made Lee Chang-seon itch for a fight. The battle didn't stop with just two factions. The temporarily closed channels were restored. The god of the hunting season angrily aimed her arrow at a star. The god of the hunting season gritted her teeth and screamed that she would tell her mother he dared to insult her and that she would never forgive him. What the hell? Baba? A name that sparked an even more interesting idea in Lee Chang-seon's mind. That's right. Then even the primordial evil dragon Tiamat would be dragged into this. One face of the Gemini god frowned, while the other face of the Gemini god comforted him, telling him to be careful. Tiamat was preparing to challenge Taurus, the de facto leader of the 12 zodiacs. In other words, she also held a strong animosity toward Gemini. Lee Chang-seon grew excited, thinking that the world-encircling serpent god was enraged by the actions of the owl star that tears the twilight, asking if the constellation would take responsibility for the recent impudence. The god of the cornered tiger gritted his teeth, and the ancient demon gods of Ziwei Do Shu focused their attention to one side after calling for their allies. Was the azure dragon star ready? Did the vermilion bird star respond? The god of the purple forbidden enclosure narrowed his eyes, and Lee Chang-seon was ecstatic that even the purple forbidden enclosure, one of the 3 enclosures of Ziwei Do Shu, was present. The bigger the mess, the more I like it. Although Ziwei Do Shu and astrology were rivals for world domination, they wouldn't have responded so easily just because a puppet ruler called, or perhaps they thought this was a chance to eliminate the other side's generals. One face of the Gemini god's expression froze. The god of the cornered tiger smirked and warned that he would consider this an acceptance of their end if they didn't leave immediately. One face of the Gemini god flew into a rage, while the other face of the Gemini god advised him that now was not the time, and it would be better to retreat. One face of the Gemini god turned away in anger. Only then did Lee Chang-seon take off his crown. He was rather disappointed that things ended so simply. If things had gone smoothly, he could have started a war between astrology and Ziwei Do Shu. One face of the Gemini god stopped in his tracks and showed his hatred for those who had insulted him. That guy reached his hand across space-time and suddenly grabbed Lee Chang-seon's shoulder. What the hell is wrong with this guy? I thought he left. The system announced that one face of the Gemini star has touched you. His holy power spread like a fever, making you burn. Caught by surprise, Lee Chang-seon couldn't help but curse. Damn it, the holy heat is spreading. The energy pouring in was so strong it made Lee Chang-seon jolt and scream. His muscle fibers felt like they were being stretched taut, and his blood vessels throbbed violently. Lee Chang-seon knew that with his current body, there was no way he could withstand the holy power of one of the 12 zodiacs. Even immunity to all poisons and the world-ending flame were useless, while the perpetrator casually withdrew his hand, said his farewells, and left. The cornered tiger star roared, asking what the hell that was. One face of the Gemini star coldly replied that he was merely bestowing a blessing upon the mortal who possessed his holy power. Lee Chang-seon clutched his body, which was being consumed by the holy flames of Gemini's blessing, as the cold, mechanical system relayed the message. The other face of the Gemini star disappeared after saying that if he could withstand this privilege, his talent would be truly outstanding. But if not, the holy heat would melt his soul. Lee Chang-seon trembled as he clutched his burning body, while the system continued to give a live commentary on the god's statuses. The purple forbidden enclosure star disappeared after saying this was interesting, and that he would remember your name. The azure dragon star withdrew its tail. The vermilion bird star folded its wings. The great demon who chases hell looked down on you with contempt from the realm of silence. While the gods showed their indifference, Lee Chang-seon was still struggling against the holy fire. The great demon who chases hell has bestowed a new privilege upon you. A single drop of water fell upon the body about to burn to ash, seemingly reviving Lee Chang-seon. The stigma has been imprinted on you. Lee Chang-seon glanced uncomfortably at the mark engraved by the energy. The great demon god said, "This will make it easier for me to control you." After he finished speaking, the sky closed, and the gloomy sanctuary began to disappear. Din rushed forward. "My lord, are you all right?" Lee Chang-seon panted heavily, while the system once again transmitted the statuses of the gods. The star of the hunting season complained, lowering her bow and asking why the others were targeting her treasure. The world-encircling serpent advised her to calm down. The gods sighed in relief as they disappeared, and the tense atmosphere subsided. The stars watching the great demon's conversation said, "Is this still just entertainment?" Lee Chang-seon took off the crown and threw it down, thinking that the war among the cosmic gods was far beyond his imagination, and that he only kept his life thanks to the goddess's crown. The system displayed the item's information: crown of the goddess, enhanced replica. A replica of the crown passed down by the goddess of destruction and death to her branches. When wearing it, you can hear the thoughts of every blade of grass and branch, contributing to your spiritual cultivation and helping you reach the next level. It is currently combined with the holy power of Gemini, doubling its effect. It is unclear to what extent this effect can be enhanced. Type: Holy Relic. Effects: Cosmic Communication, Spiritual Cultivation, Spiritual Ascension. Lee Chang-seon handed it to the night elf, who was startled. Are you really planning to return it to me? Lee Chang-seon scoffed. It's because I have no intention of becoming a parasite, nor do I want to control any trees. You and I should just stick to what we're good at. Lee Chang-seon felt that the trouble had been worth it. In any case, he had obtained the stigma. This thing would require training, but it would be necessary to use it properly. Before he could finish his thought, the system alerted him again. The owl star that tears the twilight looks at you with a pitiful gaze. What's with this lady again? The owl star that tears the twilight doesn't know what she can do to help you. You always have to go through such hardships. The owl star that tears the twilight invites you to dinner. Lee Chang-seon was stunned. So suddenly? Jean Freya muttered in amazement. Huh? Master? The system continued to relay messages. The star of the hunting season vehemently objects. She claims you must always be careful with the quiet ones. The world-encircling serpent corrected what she said, stating that it's not being quiet, but being cunning. The star of the hunting season was on pins and needles, exclaiming that it doesn't matter right now. Why was the goddess of the hunt so restless, crying out that it wasn't important right now? Why did the world serpent, tiredly coiled around the globe, yawn and tell her to invite Jin to dinner as well? Seeing the gods chattering away, Jin joined in to tease Lee Chang-seon. You have my respect now. What are you talking about? I can't believe you received an invitation from a god of war straight out of a legend. I had no idea you were that incredible. Enough of your nonsense. Lee Chang-seon turned to the elf who was still kneeling on the ground, clutching the crown. Elfin, from now on, help Jin conquer the ranks of ghouls. After giving his instructions, Lee Chang-seon stepped towards the dimensional gate. I will return. A system notification appeared. You have accepted the invitation. Elfin beamed, telling Chang-seon to take care. Jin also added affectionately, don't forget to buy me ice cream on your way back. Lee Chang-seon shuddered, wondering where the hell this pest learned to say things like that. Lee Chang-seon stepped into the gate amidst soft, white feathers. He thought to himself, the owl god, famous for defeating the mysterious and absurd twilight, is also the one who brought enlightenment to my civilization. The goddess of war who blesses heroes and warriors living through hardship. Despite being so famous, she doesn't appear in public often, so why would she suddenly invite me to dinner? I had considered the possibility of being courted by the gods, but this is too soon. Besides, Mephostophles didn't seem to mind. But summoning a mortal to a holy sanctuary violates the law of causality, and the consequences could be severe. That alone is enough to prove how significant this approval is. In the blink of an eye, Lee Chang-seon arrived at the domain of the owl god who tears the twilight. The place made Chang-seon exclaim, I thought this place would be more luxurious or magnificent. What a surprise. Standing before a massive door, Lee Chang-seon wondered how on earth he was supposed to open it. Just then, the door opened automatically, and a giant butler holding a towel invited him in. Inside was a grand and magnificent palace. Chang-seon found the place to be both austere and liberating. Of all the sanctuaries he had ever visited, this was the absolute best. The two of them stopped at a door. The butler announced, Sir, I have brought the guest. Come in. It was only after he entered that he understood. Inside were all sorts of demons and monsters, but standing out among these oddities was the owl god who tears the twilight with her brilliant red hair. A pleasure to meet you. Chang-seon finally got to see what Minerva looked like. The goddess seemed friendly, but the others at the party were not. They were all looking at Lee Chang-seon with very strange expressions. Chang-seon was well aware of this, but he also knew they must be the heroes who had received Minerva's blessing, along with her kin. The Asura are also known as a very famous victorious army. Minerva smiled sweetly at Chang-seon. Have a seat. You should eat before the food gets cold. Chang-seon replied politely. Thank you for the invitation. Not at all. That brief exchange was enough to make the others at the party lock their gazes even more tightly onto Lee Chang-seon. He thought to himself, they're all watching me. You have to swirl the mana on a narrow surface, then release it all at once. No, if you release the mana all at once, the magic will become tainted, so you must choose a wide surface. You're wrong. This old fool. Are you trying to overuse your mana until you drop dead? Amidst the jarring arguments, Lee Chang-seon stood there frowning. The old man and the witch were still fighting fiercely. Wait a minute. What did you just say? You old fool. What nonsense are you spouting? Fool is putting it lightly. How many more times do I have to explain it for you to understand? The witch looked young, but she had a sharp tongue. It's hardly surprising, since you only ever use brute force instead of your brain. Hearing that, the old man became furious. I could send that bookworm head of yours flying with a single blow. What did you say? You want to go? Fine then, bring it on. Now the two were confronting each other directly. Lee Chang-seon stood to the side, holding a chicken leg, completely dumbfounded. As he ate, he wondered, is it really okay to just let them keep fighting like this? But his thoughts were cut short by the food he had just eaten, because it was unexpectedly delicious. System notification. You have eaten a steak blessed by the Sword Master. Strength plus 0.5. All fatigue and curses have been dispelled. The surge of energy is making your wounds heal rapidly. Health and mana have been fully restored. Lee Chang-seon was startled, thinking, a permanent stat boost? All my wounds are gone. Not just the ones I got on Green Jade Island, but also from the fight with Gemini. As expected of Minerva. She must have wanted to take care of me this way. Minerva smiled, a hint of sarcasm in her voice, and said, I was worried it wouldn't suit your taste, but it seems you like this dish, don't you? Yes, it's delicious, Lee Chang-seon replied, chewing heartily. Hey, Chief, that's not fair. I told you so many times to ask first. The old man suddenly started complaining, Minerva said with annoyance. I'm the one hosting this meeting, so ask him yourself, Batu. Batu turned to Lee Chang-seon. I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Hearing his casual tone, Batu thought, how dare this lowly mortal speak to me without any honorifics? But he decided to hear the answer first and deal with it later. How did you recognize what you possess? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about the fish gut sword, of course. Batu seemed to be losing his composure, his voice rising. Outwardly, it just looks like a bronze sword or some piece of scrap metal. But you acted as if you already knew it was the fish gut sword. How did you recognize it? Why do you ask? Batu laughed again. Because we have one just like it. Of course. Have you ever heard of the finger sword? Chang-seon frowned, wondering, why is he using we to refer to himself, the finger sword? At that moment, Chang-seon felt the fish gut sword react, which meant the old man wasn't lying. A system notification immediately appeared. You have received a new clue for Uji's secret hidden quest. The fish gut sword has just detected the energy of its sibling sword, the finger sword. Find the finger sword and claim it to discover a new secret of the fish gut sword. Lee Chang-seon had never imagined he would get caught up in a hidden quest, much less in a place like this. Seeing his silence, Minerva spoke up. You don't seem to know about the crow's nest, do you? To put it simply, the crow's nest has an armory, and its members share it, lending out weapons when needed. Rewards from dungeon raids, collected items, and other byproducts all belong to the nest as a whole. Among them, Batu made a significant contribution to finding the finger sword. Lee Chang-seon now understood the situation. So, it's not strange that Minerva possesses a great sword like the finger sword. With her status and reputation, it would be more unusual if she didn't have one. Minerva's eyes crinkled as she smiled and said, Batu had to work very hard to find the finger sword, but you found the fish gut sword with just a glance. It seems he feels he's found a rival. Batu immediately started shouting, Leader, how can you call this kid my rival? I think we should drop the subject. The more we talk, the more it proves your judgment isn't as sharp as his, don't you think? Batu then turned on Chang-seon with a fierce attitude. Yeah. So how in the world did you figure it out? Do you have some secret technique, an attribute skill, a special privilege, or some kind of talent? I just saw it. Huh? I said, I just saw it. It was a shocking answer. But in reality, Lee Chang-seon couldn't reveal that he was relying on his experience as the king of arms from the twilight of the gods. Hearing such an answer, Batu seethed and cursed. Damn it, you talented bastard. You're really an eyesore. How could that be the answer? Enough. Asking more won't get me anywhere. So let's stop here. Let me ask you. Do you remember their argument from earlier? You mean about the effectiveness of the chaos/skill, and also about how a melee player can use mana to fight against a ranged opponent? That's right, so you heard everything. Oh yeah, I should use magic to create a shield, focus on defense, and wait for an opportunity. When the enemy slips up, I just need to use chaos/ and it's over. Hearing that, the wizard yelled, That's nonsense again. Doing that will just leave you exhausted from overusing your mana. You have to narrow the area of mana release and increase the sharpness of the chaos/. You'll achieve accuracy by spinning the shape of the chaos/ into a vortex to expand its area. Lee Chang-seon listened, lost in thought. Chaos/ is a technique that accumulates magical power to deal with enemies at a certain distance. Since it's related to the talents of the tiger and the Black Claw Mountain King, I'm interested in hearing this. Minerva gently asked if she could hear his opinion on the matter. Hearing this, Batu roared. Leader, you're going to ask for the opinion of a mere mortal? Lee Chang-seon's face twisted as he thought, am I being tested? So, she's stirring up the members' competitive spirits to test my abilities. She treated me to a delicious meal, so I suppose I should return the favor. Both of you are wrong. Chang-seon said, the basic form of chaos/ lies in its aura, so you just need to adjust the aura to accurately target a ranged opponent. Batu immediately retorted, easier said than done. Minerva suggested. How about you show us? Lee Chang-seon didn't reply but immediately got serious. Dark purple magic transformed into orbs and shot out. This alone left the young wizard and Batu utterly astonished. What is that? He can materialize his aura and turn it into a sphere? You said you've only been playing for a few months? It took me 3 years to master that, and just for that they were already calling me a genius. That's incredible. Lee Chang-seon silently continued to display his skill. He tossed the aura spheres up, clenched his fist and spun around, firing all of them into the side wall, then ended the display with a finger gun gesture. Everyone present was so stunned their jaws almost hit the floor. I've never seen mana used like this. How can he shape it like that? This doesn't look like a skill either. Did he somehow isolate it from space to guarantee it only hits the target? Teleportation? A wormhole? Quantum travel? What's the principle behind it? While everyone was discussing in confusion, Minerva smiled gently. I see now why he was able to recognize the fishgut sword. Do you have any other questions? Batu, completely deflated, muttered, No, this talented little brat. This is the base's armory. Go ahead and look around. Pick whatever you like. Minerva generously led Chang-seon to the armory and let him choose freely. Is this how a rich man spends money to win over a beauty? Chang-seon wasn't about to refuse such a great offer. He wasn't a fool. Besides, Minerva really did possess many sacred artifacts. Do you see anything that interests you? I'm willing to give you a weapon from this armory if you want, the owl god offered enthusiastically. This is spider silk that I won in a bet with Arachne, and I use this shield, Aegis, to fight Medusa. Every single weapon in here is a treasure that would overwhelm anyone who laid eyes on it. It's been a long time since someone decent came in here. Don't you want me? Aegis suddenly spoke. The other items chimed in. No, take me. I will lead you down a completely new path. Take me with you, right now. Perhaps Lee Chang-seon could hear them because of the understanding he gained from his swordsmanship and spearmanship mastery, but he could also clearly perceive the emotions from the sacred artifacts. Asterisk, I am here. Asterisk. A sword radiating a strange black energy called out. The fishgut sword reacted. Asterisk, I am here. Asterisk. The sword continued to speak, its allure growing stronger. A system notification appeared. You have discovered the Vanguard Blade. The fishgut sword wants to get closer to the Vanguard Blade. The sword glowed more intensely, its voice growing angrier and more impatient. What are you doing? Get over here and pick me up. Lee Chang-seon realized that the blade carried a legend that it would turn its owner into a king. No wonder it's rumored that the 9 divine ultimates attract one another. The blade urged him. Pick me up. Hurry. Lift me. The goddess suddenly appeared behind him, shattering the eerie atmosphere. If you want it, I can give it to you. Of course, giving it to you completely for free would be a bit difficult, as the members of the family would object. But just lending it is entirely possible. Aegis, Palace, the Trident, just say the name, and I will lend you anything you desire. Any weapon here is enough to make sure no mortal can ever defeat you. Thank you, but I'm afraid I must decline your offer. Minerva was so startled her expression twisted. But why? I'm certain any of these weapons would be of great help to you. You're right, but there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, is there? Hearing this, the goddess smiled with great satisfaction, because from that moment on, she no longer expected Lee Chang-seon to be easily swayed by worldly desires. However, to be able to avoid a trap like that while playing innocent, Minerva also judged him to be an incredibly devious person. Lee Chang-seon had his own thoughts as well. Knowing the Vanguard Blade is here is very important, and as long as Minerva remains interested in me, possessing it is just a matter of time. More importantly, I have a question for you. What is it? I will try my best to answer all your curiosities. Do you know why Mephostophles is so obsessed with me? The goddess burst out laughing. To be honest, I suspected you would ask this question from the moment I invited you to this sanctuary. Or rather, the reason I invited you here is because I have something to tell you regarding that very matter. You are truly very similar to a certain person, the same person Mephostophles has been searching for a very long time. Lee Chang-seon was quite surprised and asked, Who is it? He is someone who is no stranger to death and is always playing with fire. He was so dark he seemed darker than the night itself, a natural-born fighter, made for combat. Lee Chang-seon listened, a sense of vague familiarity washing over him. Was she talking about him during his time as the Twilight of the Gods? But back then, he'd never had any dealings with Mephistophelesma. The goddess smiled gently. You truly are very similar to Abyss. And because of that, it was only a matter of time before Mephistopheles took notice of you. The Abyss she's talking about. Is it the Abyss? His name in his divine form is the great demon who pursues the Abyss. Could it be related to that Abyss? That might be why he tested him during the tutorial. So, who is that person? He is that name. The goddess couldn't say it. She tried, but it was no use. The goddess could only sigh. Just as I thought, they've blocked it. Regardless, such a person did exist. Lee Chang-seon's expression soured. He frowned, thinking, there's almost never been a case where the system intervened with such a high level of awareness. I need to acquire a massive amount of causality to find out who Minerva is talking about, or I need to find the right path to reach him first. This means his existence is so powerful that any causality related to him must cause a fluctuation. The abyss that I know of, is a fragment of the universe that existed even before time began, located at the very end of the world. How the hell could that guy be similar to me? I never thought that the things I considered useless, back when I was the twilight of the gods, would come back to bite me like this. If I recover my power with the underworld and ask the king of the underworld, perhaps I'll be able to understand some of it. Lee Chang-seon's mind was racing, but he only gave the goddess a short reply. Then things have gotten difficult. Minerva beamed and said, "You don't need to worry too much. Just continue to walk your own path steadily. I can tell you one thing for certain. You are fundamentally different from him." Lee Chang-seon heard this, but his face twisted into a deep scowl, which the goddess found strange. Is something wrong? Although his face was still scrunched up, he said, "It's nothing." Just then, a portal opened, and the butler appeared, his face pale with panic. "Oh, goddess! The enemy has appeared! There's an intruder outside!" Lee Chang-seon also became extremely vigilant. The Owl's Nest is a domain ruled by Minerva, who has close ties to Olympus. So who would dare trespass upon a forbidden sanctuary that even mortals fear to tread? Like a bolt from the blue, a strange light flashed. The system announced that as the day of arrows faded, night devoured life and slowly blanketed the sky. The stars, once hidden in darkness, began to shine. A constellation had appeared. Looking at those two figures, it's definitely Gemini. The constellation Gemini intends to descend upon the holy land of the Owl's Nest. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid in golden armor licked his lips and jumped down. It's this troublemaker again. Who knows what kind of mess he's planning to stir up this time? The benevolent gods attending Minerva's party readied their swords and shields to welcome the descending Gemini. Minerva also rushed out in a panic, only to receive a system notification. The constellation Gemini wishes to attack the sanctuary of the Owl's Nest. The invasion began. Countless sword-shaped rays of light shot down. Minerva was so furious that veins popped on her face. "How dare you?" the system narrated. The owl constellation tears through the twilight, spreading her wings. Minerva roared, "Fine, I suppose you're eager to vent. You fear Mephostophles so much that you dare trespass on my sanctuary, and now you want to steal my guest? The shield of Peleus deployed to protect the sanctuary. You dare to scorn me, Minerva, the great goddess of Olympus?" The owl constellation tears apart the dusk, and the Gemini constellation begins to vie for territory. Defense mechanism activated. Gemini's attacks rain down like bombs on Minerva's shield. Two divine powers are clashing. Butler, get everyone into position. When the shield breaks, Castor's clansmen will appear. Baraponias, provide cover for the goddess. Serena, I must take Lee Chang-seon to the mortal realm. Can we teleport? The young witch Serena replied. It seems the outside is blocked by starlight. It will take some time to reconstruct the starlight equation. If the master were here, these rats wouldn't dare act so brazenly. They've calculated everything. Castor, a dog that follows the dark star, dares to bare its fangs and claws at me? Minerva was livid. Minerva, you're picking a fight with the god of war. Castor narrowed his eyes, challenging her right back. I'm not so sure who the real follower is. After you, it'll be the dark star's turn. We are the ones who will shine in the darkness. He let out a smug laugh, swinging his fist straight down. Sleep for eternity! The ancient goddess of the Gemini constellation attacked. The attack failed, and he attacked again. He has partially succeeded in manifesting as the Punisher. The Iron God attacks. A colossal fist shatters the shield, releasing a torrent of dark energy. Gemini commanded, "Charge! Advance, my army!" Divanafara Minerva also gave an order. "My Akchutan Legion shall spare no one." The two armies charged into close combat. Just then, Gemini spotted Lee Chang-seon through a crack in the shield. Sensing that something was off, Lee Chang-seon used his beast skill to sniff his surroundings. I don't think the two from the Gemini constellation would rush into a fight unless they were certain of victory. Gemini's involvement in the incident that sparked an all-out war between Olympus and Horoscope means this isn't just about anger or retaliation. They're completely confident they'll win, and Pak is nowhere to be seen. They're called Gemini because they always fight side by side when it's something big. Minerva waved her hand, and light swirled around her. "Come to me, my child." Minerva was fully armored in an instant. Just then, a strange voice rang out. "Take me, too." Lee Chang-seon was startled. He turned his head and saw the vanguard blade in Batu's hand, emanating a dark aura. "Die!" The old man laughed sinisterly, bringing his blade straight down as dark energy crashed down like lightning. "Commander! Goddess! Get out of the way!" Minerva was caught by surprise, seemingly unable to react in time. Lee Chang-seon immediately activated his Alpha Tiger state, accelerating his thought process. This is an assassination attempt on the great goddess Minerva. With my current skills, it'll be hard to block this. I have to borrow power from an external source to redirect the force. No sooner had he thought it than he acted, dashing in front of the goddess. "Get out of the way, you brat!" Batu yelled. The The Yu Chang sword in Lee Chang-seon's hand radiated a brilliant light as he prepared to borrow power from Gemini and Mephisto. The stigma appeared. Lee Chang-seon gritted his teeth. I'll use the power of both of them to suppress it. The Yu Chang sword, shining like a star, clashed directly with that cannonball of darkness without losing ground. A single slash should be enough to release its power. Then, I'll redirect it. Energy swirled around Lee Chang-seon like a tornado. The skill, Black Mountain God's single claw, erupted. With a violent impact, Batu's assassination attempt was shattered. He was so furious his entire face contorted with rage as he spat out his name, Lee Chang-seon. Damn it, a single blow and my mana is below 30%. Just you wait. Once I get the upper hand, I'll sacrifice that old bastard alive. You are experiencing critical dizziness. Fatigue is overwhelming you. Your mana is regenerating. Lee Chang-seon thought to himself, I'm never fucking using that trick again. I'm bleeding like crazy. A great miracle has been accomplished. The mortal has awakened divine power. Reward, intelligence plus 30. Willpower plus 25. Part of the divine attribute has been unlocked. You have realized one of the ways to use divine power. You have obtained starfill. From now on, you can use a small portion of the constellation's light. You have learned deepest night. You cannot absorb primordial dark energy. The goddess angrily slammed her weapon onto the ground. What the hell do you think you're doing, Batu? The punishment of Primachos descended. Lightning struck Batu directly on the head. Gemini's face was revealed beneath the torn skin. It's the stigma. Don't tell me he used divine power to neutralize my slash. How can a mere mortal be proficient in two types of divine power? Pollux looked as if he'd found a new joy in life, laughing like a demon. A genius, are you? He shouted. Lee Chang-seon grimaced in distaste, shocked that this Pollux had disguised himself as one of Minerva's clansmen to launch a sneak attack. Not only does he hit a woman, but he uses dirty tricks to do it. That's unforgivable. The other face of the Gemini constellation gathered all his strength. Pollux grinned brightly. I thought my brother was a fool for being interested in this, but perhaps not. Taking you down with this puppet was impossible from the start anyway. Pollux let Batu's corpse fall freely to the ground. Seeing him only agitated Minerva more, but Pollux remained unafraid. He clenched his fist so tightly that blood spurted out, yet he still smiled provocatively. Target me, Lee Chang-seon. A giant hand seized Lee Chang-seon. An ogre-faced giant with a wide grin snatched him up in its palm. Damn it! Minerva didn't hesitate for a second, instantly leaping forward to rescue Lee Chang-seon. With a single slash from the goddess, the giant's arm was severed. Minerva was absolutely furious, her attacks as swift as lightning. How dare you deceive me? When did you infiltrate my ranks? The goddess charged straight at the giant, thrusting her weapon. Pollux stuck out his tongue tauntingly. Hard to say. And why should I tell you? If you won't talk, I'll pry your mouth open myself. Minerva roared, charging forward with her weapon. The giant threw a punch straight at the goddess, accompanied by Pollux's taunts. Let's see you try, if you can, insolent bastard. Minerva coldly obliterated the giant and then charged directly at Pollux to clash with him. Such a smug little punk, acting like that in front of his elders. The two of them fought fiercely, explosions rocking the surroundings. The shockwave from the blasts made Lee Chang-seon stagger. Their power is just monstrous. While Lee Chang-seon was still swaying like a tree in a storm, a magic circle appeared out of nowhere to protect him. You have received the goddess's blessing. Serena rushed over right after and asked if he was okay. I'm fine, but things got a little chaotic because of me. Serena's face twisted as she looked at the utter mess before them. Because of you? I wish. The bastards who started this are the real problem. The girl stretched and waved her hand. In any case, this is very interesting. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. System notification. Teleporting to the mortal realm. Due to the long coordinate path, it will take 5 seconds to depart the crow's nest. After the announcement, the system immediately began a 5-second countdown, but these 5 seconds were not destined to pass peacefully. Castor, the other half of Gemini outside the shield, had already seen him and immediately took action. One half of the constellation Gemini was trying to grab the player, Lee Chang-seon, reaching his hand through the hole in the shield to seize him. Of course, he wasn't about to stand still and let this annoying bastard catch him, especially when, without Mephostophles' holy mark, Chang-seon would be nothing but a pile of ashes by now. And he never expected these two lunatics would go to such lengths just to capture him. There were still 3 seconds left to get out of this place. Chang-seon gritted his teeth, forcing himself to find a way to escape before he was caught. I have to shake them off at all costs. Or maybe I should try using the Black Knight? Even if this next attack consumes all my energy, I still have the Black Knight. With that thought, the energy of the Black Knight enveloped Lee Chang-seon. Besides, he had a skill that would make even Gemini wary. With 2 seconds remaining, Lee Chang-seon activated another skill. The skill Kalokagathia has been activated, concentrating power corresponding to the Black Knight's resistance. Chang-seon remembered Minerva once saying that the person Mephostophles was looking for was very similar to him, so the Black Knight must be similar as well. The system announced the unlocking of a benefit granted by the Sacred Tiger constellation. The skill Beast senses has transformed into the power Path of the Demonic Beast. Path of the Demonic Beast, a new benefit granted by the Sacred Tiger constellation. Your senses are enhanced like those of a demonic beast, breaking all the rules of this world. You will possess a sixth sense that surpasses human perception. The stronger the sixth sense, the greater your power. Skill, level 1. Classification, power. Effect, sensory enhancement, perception unlocked. The sixth sense is unlocked, manifesting vitality. You have awakened a new effect of the Holy Mark. The Black Night has been unlocked. A fire now burns within the confines of the Black Night. An eerie blue light flashed, opening the Eye of Hell. After opening the Eye of Hell, Lee Chang-seon's body seemed to transform into a galaxy. This shocked Castor so much, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Impossible. Could it be? How could that lowly mortal open the Black Night? Pollux, watching from up close, was also terrified. What is this? The gloomy star couldn't possibly have had enough time to save him, could he? Minerva warned, "You dare let your guard down right in front of me, you pathetic wretches." The goddess showed no mercy, striking as she spoke, unleashing a demon-binding light. With one blow, a sharp, cold, golden light gently swept past, hitting Pollux right in the shoulder, making him roar. Arg, Minerva. Pollux's sword arm was swiftly severed by Minerva, and both the arm and the sword fell into Lee Chang-seon's Black Night. He didn't miss this opportunity and immediately called Elfin. Elfin's branches shot out at once to grab the sword. Lee Chang-seon grinned sinisterly. "Not only did you come to see me off personally, you even brought me a gift." Just then, the teleportation timer ran out. The preparation time had ended. Now, returning to the ghoul's cave. "I'll be sure to put the sword you gifted me to good use." "Master, you're a total badass!" Dewey and Elfin stared at the newly acquired sword, their mouths agape in admiration. Lee Chang-seon smiled, very pleased with himself. "I did it. I defeated Gemini." A system message relayed, "One half of the constellation Gemini is screaming in a frenzy." To vent the anger and humiliation suffered at the hands of a mortal, the other half of the constellation Gemini smashed everything around him. Lee Chang-seon just found them incredibly noisy. For gods, they were certainly throwing a tantrum. The system continued to relay messages mechanically. One half of the constellation Gemini warns that he will not contain his wrath against the mortal who caused this. The other half of the constellation Gemini suppresses his rage to retrieve an item he considers a holy relic. Dewey asked blankly, "You've made enemies of all 12 constellations now. Aren't you scared?" Elfin panicked upon hearing this, and the system delivered a flood of status updates. Horoscope has issued a warning command. Olympus is taking control of the situation. Horoscope and Olympus have entered a state of tension. The constellation, the owl that rips apart the twilight, wishes to punish the one who destroyed her sacred temple. A war has broken out between the owl that rips apart the twilight and Gemini. Enemies? Give me a break. What do you think they see me as? They're actually interested in me, aren't they? See, I wasn't wrong. Here they come, clamoring again. Many constellations in Horoscope are beginning to investigate the incident. The constellation Pisces is showing interest in you. The constellation Taurus finds your battle very interesting after hearing about it. A total of 26 constellations in Horoscope are astonished by what you have done. There are currently 241 constellations considering offering to become your patron god. There are currently 19 constellations inviting you to become their apostle. Dew stared at the pile of notifications, his face slack-jawed, his mouth hung open as he thought. Besides the constellations that want to protect Master, there are 19 who are inviting him to be their apostle. And that's not all. The constellation Primordial Evil Dragon has become curious after hearing the rumors. The constellation Season of the Hunt is surprised and restlessly tries to shift attention to someone else. Lee Chang-seon paid little mind to the constellations and turned to ask Elfin about the sword he just stole. "It's right here in my hand. Can't you see it? Why are you even asking?" Chang-seon smiled and praised. "You did well." Elfin thought to himself, "If I follow him, maybe I can revive the goddess." Its eyes turned into stars. Lee Chang-seon examined the sword, unaware that Elfin was silently vowing unconditional loyalty to him. After making its decision, it remained lost in thought. "I knew he was far beyond ordinary, but this is just too exceptional." Now, Elfin was both Lee Chang-seon's servant and his #1 fan. The way it looked at him increasingly resembled someone gazing upon the truth of life. Chang-seon was completely oblivious, focused only on examining the sword. "This blade feels incredible in my hand." The system displayed the item information. Jianlu Sword, one of the 9 treasured swords forged by the divine blacksmith Uyezi. Legend says the Jianlu Sword grants its wielder the aura of a king and terrifying powers of dominion. However, the conditions for it to choose a master are also extremely strict. Classification, Sacred Relic Longsword. Attack power, immeasurable. Effect, Kingmaker. Remaining authority enhancement, undetermined. Due to insufficient capability, most functions are currently locked. It seems I can't use it right away. Just as he thought. Chang-seon guessed that this sword was incredibly boisterous in Pollux's hands, but now it was perfectly calm. You have successfully completed a part of Yezi's secret hidden quest. Chang-seon ignored the system, thinking only that the sword wanted to test its new master. A weapon with a cautious personality, indeed. The system reported, you are now in possession of a total of 2 treasured swords. A part of the Yu Chang sword's hidden function has been unlocked. You have met some of the conditions for the Zhanlu sword. Yu Chang, fire, and blood. Zhanlu, undetermined. A new option has been added to the Yu Chang sword, Blood Sea Storm. Lee Chang-seon couldn't help but be impressed. Blood Sea Storm is a sword technique that uses absorbed blood to increase firepower. He thought to himself, just by getting the Zhanlu sword, I've already improved this much. I wonder how much stronger I'll get when I become its official master. I'm starting to get curious about the synergy effect of these 2 holy swords. Evil Dragon's fang suddenly started vibrating too. He knew it was feeling lonely now that he had another holy sword. But regardless, if Lee Chang-seon wanted to be acknowledged as Zhanlu's master, he would have to prove his worth. The remaining time in the Ghoul Cave was 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 29 seconds. Jin gave a brief rundown of the situation. While Lee Chang-seon was busy with Minerva, he and Elfin had already conquered the 4th floor. But starting from the 5th floor, defeating the enemies was no longer a simple task. The reason? Because from the 5th floor onwards, the territory belongs entirely to the Spirit Kin. The system announced that the party of 1 master and 2 servants was currently on the 5th floor, Area 1. After hearing Jin's report, Lee Chang-seon's expression remained cold. Spirit Kin? The Blood Fiends are evolved from demon cobras. They devour humans and use blood magic. While Blood Fiends only know how to fight, the Spirit Kin possess unique abilities ingrained in their genes. The ones we encountered on the 3rd and 4th floors were much stronger than the Blood Fiends and demon cobras. If they're breeding here, they must have adapted to survive. I see what you're getting at. From this floor on, many types of blood bodies that specialize in blood magic will appear. Blood bodies. Now that's a new one, Jin explained. The Spirit Kin gather to form a blood body. Each blood body has its own unique characteristics because they don't share the same attributes, so we have to be flexible in how we deal with them. You seem to know a lot of details. Did you try to become a Spirit Kin yourself? Lee Chang-seon read him like an open book. Jin chuckled lightly. I have to face them eventually. Why else would I be gathering forces? Do you know anything about the factions on the 5th floor? No, everything I once knew has changed. As you can see, this place is ruthless, and yet you still seem excited. Lee Chang-seon could guess that even though Jin's forces weren't what they used to be, they were still powerful. He probably thought he could succeed this time, unlike his previous confrontation with the Blood Fiend King. Seeing Jin's smug grin, Lee Chang-seon confidently laid out his strategy. Let's capture one and interrogate it. Just then, a group appeared. Jin identified them as the army of the same blood body. Their monstrous speed is infamous. The entire troop was bright red, as if they'd just been boiled, and they rode on the backs of long-horned goats. The system announced, winged cavalry has appeared. Lee Chang-seon leaped from the cliff where he stood, charging down with fierce determination. You know them so well, so their rank on this 5th floor must be high. From a base like this, it looks like we'll be able to gather quite a few clues. Chang-seon was doing this to test Jin and Elfin's skills, as well as the capabilities of the Zhanlu sword. The next day, Waf came to the hospital to visit Lee Chang-seon. He beamed when he was notified that Lee Chang-seon had agreed to meet him. I've been waiting for approval for 3 days. I wasn't sure when it would happen. Thank you. He really knew how to take advantage of the soft-hearted nurse. But, is there something you wanted to ask me? Could I have your autograph, sir? If it's not too much trouble. Waf cut her off. Of course. I couldn't possibly refuse a request from such a lovely lady. The nurse was instantly swept off her feet. What? Did I do something wrong? After they left, he turned to ask Father Gideon, don't you think your choice of words is a bit outdated? I admit, it's pretty cheesy. I was raised in a traditional family, so it's a hard habit to break. When you said that, my whole body cringed. Waf changed the subject to Lee Chang-seon. Since it had taken so long to get a meeting, he was even more hopeful that Lee Chang-seon would be the kind of person he was expecting. Didn't you already meet him in the dungeon? Don't you remember how chaotic it was? It was hard to get a good read on him. We've only seen one side of that young man. But I hope he really is like that. He's definitely a talent. Although, I could only see him from a distance, so I'm not entirely sure. But the sight of him tearing apart the parasite and the high priest of the Gemini constellation was just like a divine messenger from the old legends. And Father Yira couldn't believe such a terrifying person wasn't even a ranker yet. But it was the goddess's will, so all she could do was offer her support. As soon as he entered Lee Chang-seon's hospital room, Waf greeted him enthusiastically. At last we meet. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Kim Waf, from the Illuminati Guild. I'm Lee Chang-seon. I heard you've been waiting for me for a long time. Waf gave a polite laugh. Ha ha, not at all. You probably haven't fully recovered from your injuries, so I should be the one apologizing for dropping in so suddenly. Your English is excellent. Inwardly, he was assessing that Lee Chang-seon was exactly the type of person he'd been hoping for. The weight in his voice and his powerful gaze. This was truly a great man, one who possessed both beauty and virtue, the very values the Illuminati searched for. WF asked if Lee Chang-seon was preparing to be discharged. Lee Chang-seon said he needed to go abroad for something, and Waf smiled. You're quite busy, aren't you? Just as expected from an important member of the White Tiger Guild. Mr. Lee, allow me to get straight to the point. The goddess has given us a prophecy. She wishes for you to become the guild master of the Illuminati. Holy shit. What kind of surprise is this? Deciding the guild master just like that? 4 days later. That plane can actually fly, right? How can you be so confident? I know this is your first time going abroad. I get it. I get it. Kid Gun was so loud that even the driver winced. I don't think you understand. Slaying monsters is one thing, but how do you think cars and ships even work? Huh? But Lee Chang-seon caressed the Zhanlu sword. A system notification announced that his affinity with the Zhanlu sword had increased. Lee Chang-seon thought to himself, damn, just holding this sword is a pain in the ass. The system announced, affinity has surpassed a certain level. You can now partially connect with the thoughts of the Zhanlu sword. In the Demon Cobra's cave, this sword had proven its power as a treasured weapon, and the options to establish king and enhance authority weren't bad either. Both of them made his magic more powerful, allowing Chang-seon to defeat enemies with his spirit. The problem was, that was it. Everything indicated that he needed to form a stronger bond with it. Compared to a holy relic, it's still lacking in many ways. Perhaps because this sword is a symbol of a king, it naturally believes it deserves to be in the hands of a perfect individual. Chang-seon wondered if he should try again to see if the affinity would increase. You have infused the Zhanlu sword with mana. Mana infusion has been cancelled. The Zhanlu sword refuses to accept you as its master. Son of a bitch. For a moment, Chang-seon wanted to just destroy the damn thing, rather than have his pride provoked like this. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Because right now, Chang-seon was not yet the twilight of the gods. He needed more time to be acknowledged as the master of the Zhanlu sword. But if it's going to keep rejecting me like this, I have to consider whether it makes more sense to snap it in half or throw it back into the furnace to be reforged. The more I look at it, the more it pisses me off. But come to think of it, Minerva is truly a goddess. She could have told me to return the Zhanlu sword, but no, she just gave it away. On top of that, she even delivered an absolutely incredible prophecy. You're top tier, O goddess. Back when we met in the hospital's VIP room, Joachim spoke of the goddess's prophecy. Until now, all prophecies have been filled with metaphors and phrasing that made people speculate, so they were very difficult to interpret. But this time is different. The prophecy was aimed directly at you, Lee. Minerva said that what is already yours, you should just take. This is the only gift I can give to my friend. I will always be closest to you. Joachim smiled with a childlike innocence. That's what she said. To be in the place closest to you. Doesn't that mean the goddess wants you, Mr. Lie, to be closest to her? The only one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the goddess is the one who understands her best and can spread her words everywhere. In other words, that would be our guild master. An apostle, Mr. Lee. The goddess's will is for you to lead us, her foolish flock. Lee Chang-seon thought differently. A friend? So she considers me a friend because I interfered with Gemini, the one who defiled her sanctuary. The gods and the stars, from what I know, would never use the word friend to refer to a human. Something about it diminishing their dignity. I can see why Minerva is so loved and respected by her followers. This feeling is strange, but also very new. But it seems this guy is interpreting her words in a completely different way. Seeing the way Joachim's eyes looked at him, as if seeing his goddess made manifest, Lee Chang-seon froze awkwardly. He doesn't look like he's going to change his mind. No matter what answer I give, it'll just end with him begging while clinging to my pant leg. I really don't want to imagine a middle-aged man clinging to my pants. So Chang-seon had to create a diversion first. Before that, are you sure it's okay for you to make a decision like that? If I become the guild master, even though I've never joined your guild, won't there be fierce internal opposition? Above all, those in high positions would never let an outsider come in and take the top spot. Furthermore, the Illuminati is controlled by a council of elders without a single, distinct leader. There are surely countless benefits and powers intertwined in such an order. Chang-seon was very confident in this judgment and continued to smile. Even if a god's will descended directly, the Illuminati must have its own internal rules and structure. Isn't it obvious that I won't be welcomed? Joachim was still grinning from ear to ear. Ah, the prophecy I mentioned wasn't passed down to me. It descended directly upon the pontiff. No matter how much those wastes of space in our guild whine, they cannot deny its value. Because these are the goddess's words. No matter what they say, they won't be able to do a thing. Lee Chang-seon thought to himself that Joachim wasn't just near the leadership level in rank, but he also seemed to hold great influence within the guild. I have no plans to take over the Illuminati, but joining hands with such a powerful force isn't a bad thing. I am very satisfied with my current situation. I'm sorry, but I refuse your offer. You don't have to be so resolute. If you could just reconsider a little. It would be a lie to say I don't want to accept your offer. But that doesn't mean I want to take on a job I can't handle. Of course, I also hold the goddess's teachings in high regard, so I think it's best to achieve it naturally. Ah, and how would that be? If the goddess calls me a friend, then the Illuminati will also be my friends. So doesn't that make you my friend too? That expression showed Joachim was about to join Lee Chang-seon's hardcore fan club. In other words, I want our two teams to form an alliance. Not between the White Tiger and the Illuminati, but an alliance between my team Word and the Illuminati. As the plane landed, Lee Chang-seon's thoughts kept racing. No matter how powerful the hidden forces of the White Tiger are, it's not enough for them to completely disregard the Illuminati. I'm sure they'll be a great help when I need to secure victory within the White Tiger in the future. Chang-seon turned to call Gun, who was trailing behind him, making the boy ecstatic. Oh, right, Gun. I forgot to tell you this, but you have to take your shoes off when you get on the plane. Yes, sir. System message. The god of the hunt season's eyes widened after observing the two of you. Whoa, there's a news article about us. Huh? Where? Where? Here, right here. Hot news. The Tyrant's team Word advances to Europe. The roar of the White Tiger spreads across the European continent. Just you wait. Rocky Desert. The Tyrant is coming. A step forward in enhancing national prestige. Hey, stop clinging to me and go study it yourself. It's hot here. My phone is charging. Hand it over right now. Shin Eon-seo was thrilled after snatching the phone from her younger brother. Heh. As expected of our man, he shines no matter what he does. Heh. Why don't you shut your mouth? You're about to drool all over the place. Who cares? Even if Chang-seon was coming over from the other side? Yeah. Where? I can't believe you fell for that. You're just a crazy fangirl. Give me back my tablet. For his rotten attitude, Shin Jin-gu was immediately hit with a spine-bending kick from Shin Eon-seo. Just then, Lee Chang-seon walked over and looked at them like they were a bunch of freaks. What are you all doing here? Shin Jin-gu trembled, his head bruised and his mouth bleeding. Sir, please save me. Shin Eon-seo instantly reverted to a prim and proper lady. Oh ho ho, you've arrived? You probably haven't fully recovered yet, have you? Are you pushing yourself too hard? System message. The serpent god who encompasses the world looks at his disciple with contempt for being beaten up by his little sister. Eon-seo was raising her fist, warning her brother. If you say one more word, I'll beat you black and blue. Don't forget your seat is right next to mine. Got it? Shin Jin-gu's face twisted as he squeezed out a very forced excuse. It's strange. I've been feeling dizzy since this morning, so I was just taking a little rest. Hello. Gun finally arrived with the luggage, followed by a middle-aged man with tears streaming down his face. I'm here too. Hebben, I'm here. Whoa, the warm welcome between the girls startled the little one. Our middle-aged man just kept crying like a rainstorm. Our Hebben, I pray that you will take care of her as much as possible. I couldn't sway her will. She wanted to follow you to learn many things. Don't worry, I cherish Hebben like my own niece. Thank you. The nameless giant god shook his head and said that no one is as full of love as that man, and so everyone has gathered. Lee Chang-seon then led the group on their way. Of course, besides the admiring gazes, there were also those who were envious and competitive. I can't believe the juniors and rookies were the last to arrive. That's what I was about to say. Who else could it be but those two petty ones, Manager Sim and Kang Guan? He's still bitter about being beaten by Lee Chang-seon, so his reputation as a tyrant has gone down along with it. Now he's plotting something. Even though I was ridiculed for my carelessness before, this time will be different. Since the elders will also be accompanying us on this business trip, I will eliminate you and please the elders. However, those three vile thoughts of his were written all over his face with that hostile attitude. Finding it an eyesore, Lee Chang-seon turned to him and gave a slight, provocative smile. That guy couldn't hold it in anymore and roared, "You damn bastard." Right after he cursed, Goof appeared right behind him. Oh, so you were here? Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Kang Guan turned around, surprised to see that it was the leader of Green Wolf. Lee Chang-seon and Goof greeted each other warmly, to Kang Guan's utter bewilderment. You came back today? Haha, surprised? I just pushed back my flight so I could head home and chat with my friend. Kang Guan was confused because Goof was speaking English, so he couldn't understand everything, but he was sure he heard the word friend. So these two are friends? There were rumors that the Green Wolf leader was moving to recruit Lee Chang-seon, but he thought that was just a fake story to secretly contact other guilds. Lee Chang-seon knew someone was watching, so he said intentionally, I'd also love to go with a friend. Haha, good, very good. Don't tell me Goof really visited the headquarters back then just for Lee Chang-seon. How on earth does Chang-seon know such a high-profile figure? This made Manager Sim scowl. Even if the Green Wolf leader's rank is high, how dare he ignore me? Just then, Director O also arrived with his people. Oh, everyone's early, I see. They all had to bow their heads to him. Lee Chang-seon glanced over with a scrutinizing gaze. Are those the elders Director O mentioned? They're said to be the monsters who symbolize the White Tiger. The first-generation players who laid the foundation for the White Tiger Guild alongside the hero Heavenly Sword Moon Sung. The ferocious tiger god observed his sharpest and oldest claws. The elder with the white head bandage spoke first. Tisk, so these are the kids leading the guild nowadays? It seems they'd make excellent soldiers if they became corpses. He is the Skull Demon God, Bugang Jin. The red-haired god was the next to speak. Don't say that, Skull. They'll think you're serious. That old man is the red giant, Taehong Gak. That's enough, you two. This old man holding the watch is the War Marquis, Taehun Ryong. The god of the hunting season grimaced and asked why people who reek of such treachery were here. The heavenly serpent king god wondered why there were so many people with the talent to become apostles, yet their master didn't seem to have much faith in them. Lee Chang-seon sincerely bowed his head to them, thinking to himself, if the future strategy office is the brain and backbone of White Tiger, then the elders are its hidden claws and thorns. The rumored, extremely ferocious bunch is here too, especially the War Marquis, Taehun Ryong. Even Director O has a hard time persuading him to act. He must have asked the War Marquis for help for a chance to obtain the Sacred Book of Words from Ain's 7 secret sacred books, because he's said to be the smartest among them. The War Marquis suddenly asked about him. You must be the Lee Chang-seon that Director O mentioned. Do you know me? He even extended his hand for a handshake. Lee Chang-seon knew this old monster was the first one to cleanly wipe out thousands of people suffering from demonic energy during the Pohang explosion without even batting an eye. Chang-seon quickly shook his hand. I've only heard the rumors. It's an honor to meet you. Haha. They were probably all notorious rumors, weren't they? Doesn't that mean you've lived a resolute life? The old man suddenly let out a sinister laugh. The path you walk will be the same as mine. I hope I can become a role model for you. The diseased tiger trying to invade your body has activated the beautiful virtue skill to identify the external intrusion as a curse and establish a barrier. And just like that, it became a hidden struggle. Lee Chang-seon could feel that this diseased tiger was much stronger than Judan. While shaking hands, the War Marquis took the opportunity to transmit a pile of diseases into Lee Chang-seon. He could also sense that both a ferocious tiger and a plague existed within him. A demonic soldier. His skills are roughly on par with Gumrang, somewhere around the Lord level, a master at level 80, or perhaps even higher. He must be a demonic body of a higher class than even a Judan. The more Lee Chang-seon thought about it, the more disgusted he felt with this living ghoul. How many people had to be sacrificed to create this piece of trash? Just as I thought, I should never have let those bastards live. Director O smiled knowingly. Now that the greetings are over, I'll briefly explain the matter. At that moment, Lee Chang-seon and the War Marquis, trembling, let go of each other's hands. Taehun Ryong ground his teeth, thinking, how can this be? Is he trying to fight back against my tiger and plague? Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seon thought with a dark expression, this bastard and his worthless life. Director O then said, this business trip is to further strengthen our harmony with the European side, not just to advance our guild's position in the United States. These 3 gentlemen will be of great help in that matter. You are not to make a single mistake. Is that clear? Yes, understood. Director O laughed loudly under the resentful gaze of Manager Sim. I look forward to seeing your names on the list at our next meeting in the US. Ho 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 ho. Manager Sim was extremely bitter about being ignored by the director, and he also hadn't expected Lee Chang-seon to get promoted so quickly in just a few short months. He told himself he couldn't let this go on any longer. Manager Sim took out a letter for Kang Guan, saying, remember what I told you, and be sure to deliver this as soon as you arrive. May I be so bold as to ask what it is? This is a letter for the Illuminati. They won't welcome Lee Chang-seon either, so I'm thinking of provoking them. The other letter is for the Black Hand Squad, the king of Krunaluka. Kang Guan was stunned to hear Manager Sim mention the Assassin King. He warned him, don't make any mistakes. After you deliver that letter, burn anything they might give you immediately. He looked at Lee Chang-seon, unable to suppress his malicious thoughts. Lee Chang-seon, you took down the entire Black Spirit Squad and the disciple of the Assassin King, Hongui Nam, at the Snowman's Peak. But even you can't go up against the ultimate assassin, using a borrowed knife to kill. And even if you're lucky enough to slip from the Assassin King's grasp, you won't be getting out of here unscathed. You have no idea what I've done to climb to this position. Manager Sin's hostile attitude is exactly what Director Eom is watching for, and that fool has no idea. Director Eom was paying special attention to this. On Flight 267 from Incheon to Paris, Eom was carrying his shoes on board when a flight attendant awkwardly, but politely, reminded him, excuse me, sir, could you please put your shoes on? The man carrying his shoes jumped. What? The god of the hunt winked at him, while the mastermind behind this little prank let out a hearty laugh. Just then, he heard a voice he dreaded. Oh, so you're sitting right next to me? And here I was, worried this whole flight would be a bore. Waiyoung, in the seat next to him, let out a chuckle that made Lee Chang-seon's blood run cold. The tiger god, Seo, looked towards his apostles. But the ordeal didn't stop there. Lee Chang-seon glared at Beom from afar as if he were a traitor, thinking, did he really switch seats just because he's afraid of him? Looks like this is going to be a long flight, but I'll have to deal with them in France anyway. so I might as well use this time to figure out their strengths and weaknesses. After all, I have to find the 5th holy scripture, and they'll be monitoring me. The fact that I was able to resist the tiger and the plague so easily must have piqued his curiosity about me. With that thought, Lee Chang-seon spoke humbly to the man. I look forward to learning much from you. Ho ho ho, there's no need to put so much pressure on me. The surveillance is tighter than I thought, Lee Chang-seon mused. It looks like I'll have to play my trump card sooner than expected. But that's fine. I can accelerate its formation with fewer complications this way. First, I need to increase the number of my followers, like Aiton from the Owl's Nest. True camaraderie surpasses that of any mere subordinate. When the battle broke out, no matter how chaotic it appeared, the absolute loyalty they showed to Minerva was a sight I could have never imagined seeing, especially after living for so long as a solitary god of war and destruction. The only way to turn my followers into a legion quickly is to use the tiger spirits, provided I can resolve the problems contained within the 4th holy scripture. It's definitely possible. Of course, I'll need to get as strong as possible, at least double my current power before I can obtain the Red Thunder. To do that, I first need to learn how to properly utilize my holy sigil, Fury Vision. Or more accurately, fully utilizing the darkness, a power I never had during my time as the Twilight of the Gods. The moment I first used the darkness, I knew it was the 2nd power I was meant to obtain alongside the Red Thunder. This is a power that even the twins would fear, and this is the hidden card I've kept up my sleeve to double my power. No, to multiply it even further. Mephostophles. I need to contact him first. While Lee Chang-seon was deep in thought, a system message suddenly appeared. The curse of the Tiger Spirit's cave has begun. Survive for 72 hours, starting now. A countdown timer appeared in the system. Chansong's current location, 5th floor, Area 1. As he charged into battle with red-haired demons, Lee Chang-seon thought, I don't know who that gloomy Mephostophles is looking for, but he must be searching for something inside me in order to meet him. If I use this information correctly, I'll be able to learn how to perfectly wield the darkness. The time limit for the Tiger Spirit's cave this time is 3 days. It's getting longer each time, just as I suspected. By now, Chang-seon had regrouped with Jin. This should be enough time to strengthen my forces and contact Mephostophles again. Lee Chang-seon turned to Jin. Phew, busy as always, I see. It's fine, Master. You go on ahead, Jin smiled. I'll have something very interesting to show you when you get back. Interesting? Jin grinned widely. Do you remember that horse spirit we lifted from Huxley? I've managed to tame it. Think of all the new strategies we can use if we have cavalry on our side. Hearing that, Lee Chang-seon pictured an army of phantom cavalry and thought it was a great idea. Still, he grimaced, having to put that pleasant thought on hold to go meet that detestable prick. The system chimed in again, relaying a message from the tiger god, Sayo, warning you not to do anything foolish. Lee Chang-seon found it irritating, but many other gods were chiming in as well. The god of the hunt nods and says that just this once, you should listen to a certain god's advice. The serpent that encircles the world advises you to reconsider meeting an entity that is the very personification of evil. Despite the god's pleading, Lee Chang-seon simply smirked. So, they know I plan to meet Mephostophles and are trying their best to stop me. The cruel primordial dragon is reading the darkness and watching you with amusement. Lee Chang-seon felt a thrill of excitement, knowing this was a power that even the gods were afraid of. The god of the hunt quickly covers his mother's eyes, lest she lose her treasure. The cruel primordial dragon holds her daughter's head down with her forepaw, continuing to watch you. The god of Taurus is fuming, glaring at you for toying with their soldiers. The cruel primordial dragon roars at a certain star for being too bothersome. The god of Taurus roars back at the evil dragon, asking if she has a death wish. Lee Chang-seon thought to himself that anything capable of worrying both Tiamat and Marduk was definitely worth a try. Light enveloped his body, and an eye-shaped mark materialized. Lee Chang-seon focused his mind, activated the holy sigil, and the system conveyed a message. The tiger god, Sayo, is growing angry and demands to know why you won't listen to him. The light from the eye spiraled into a vortex, then poured out like a waterfall. You have successfully activated Fury Vision through the darkness. You have entered a state of focus. You have entered a state of meditation. You have completely mastered the meditation method of Ashtanga Yoga. You have delved deeper into the unconscious world. You have reached the state of serenity and earned 5,000 karma points. You are within a phantasm. You have successfully connected to the world of the unconscious. Right now, Lee Chang-seon was in a trance, sinking deep beneath the water's surface. He thought, this is because the darkness is also a power granted by Mephostophles. If I activate Fury Vision and the darkness within the holy sigil and peer deep into my own subconscious, I should be able to meet him. The system announced that the Yogi of Theia achievement has been acquired. Willpower reward. Title: Enlightenment of Nibija Samadhi. Willpower plus 10. Lee Chang-seon laughed, just as I expected. You couldn't lose track of me, could you? A gloomy gaze is focused on you. I have something to ask you. Please, take me as your disciple. Mephistopheles asked in return, Why should I do that? Lee Chang-seon was surprised that this god neither agreed nor denied it. He was just curious. This meant he still had a chance to persuade him. Mephostophles maintained his demonic appearance, staring intently at Lee Chang-seon. He said, I believe I have already proven my worth. Even as a mere mortal, I found the hellscape and even escaped from Gemini. You're looking for someone. I will surely be your right-hand man, great demon. After speaking, he thought to himself, even though I didn't get a system message about it, I'm sure he's keeping an eye on me. Maybe he's hunting for hell, or, as Minerva said, I look a lot like the person he's searching for. Whatever the reason, he can see into the sanctuary of Olympus. I can't let that stand, he continued speaking, but I believe mere observation isn't enough. In the future, I will become even stronger and will be in many more places. Use my eyes, just say the word, and you can take them any time. If that's the case, then become my apostle. You already know I don't want to follow anyone, so demanding, just like you were with that puppet ruler. But it's not bad. Chang-seon knew that he didn't like this, but it wouldn't cause him any harm either way. Even if he taught me how to use the Black Knight, whether I can learn it or not still depends on my own abilities. The great demon god added, but there's no need to decide in a hurry. I will test your talent first. As he finished speaking, the system displayed a notification for a new quest. Scenario quest, condition to learn the Black Knight has been created. Condition to learn the Black Knight. Classification. Scenario. Description. The great demon who pursues hell has taken an interest in you, who dared to use the stigma to manifest the Black Knight. As the one who discovered the hellscape, something other holy beings didn't even dare to do, you have successfully earned the qualification. However, you are still lacking in many aspects. Furthermore, the great demon believes that a person must have an emotional connection and unite with him to be accepted as a disciple. Lee Chang-seon thought, a master-disciple relationship, not a contract? It seems he wants something else. Did he also have a master-disciple relationship with that person? Pass all 3 tests given to you by the great demon who pursues hell. If you succeed, you will gain his trust and the affection he reserves for a disciple. Restriction. Master of the Black Knight. Time limit. Failure if conditions are not met. Success rewards. Complete ownership of the stigma. How to use the Black Knight. The title Disciple of the Great Demon. And so, Lee Chang-seon had secured the opportunity he needed. But what about trust? To him, this discipleship felt more like a transaction. But perhaps Mephostophles needed an emotional and close relationship. He still wasn't sure what the future held for him and the demon. System notification. Quest begins. Qualification Test 1. Classification Chain Quest. Description. The great demon who pursues hell has sent a messenger to deliver a message to you. Earn his recognition first. Failure. Scenario failure. Success. Proceed to the next subquest. Qualification Test 2. After reading this information, Chang-seon wondered, who is the messenger? At that moment, the system panel vanished, replaced by a giant eye peering through a crack, looking straight at him. The space around him suddenly shattered like glass, hit with great force. Get out of Palace's sanctuary! Lee Chang-seon screamed. He opened his eyes to find himself back on the plane, with his ill-tempered boss, Wu Hu Ta, still beside him. Seeing him shout, the man glanced over and sneered. Are you okay? I didn't realize you had such bad sleeping habits. Ah, yes, I'm fine. Lee Chang-seon was stunned to find himself in reality. Just a moment ago, he was clearly in the ghoul's cave. System notification. Achievement. Follower of the Great Demon has been acquired. Reward. Magic plus 15. Willpower plus 10. Your time has expired. Rank. SSS. You will receive rewards according to your rank. You have returned to reality. Lee Chang-seon was astonished. Rewards? Has it been 3 days already? Lee Chang-seon stroked his chin, thinking, even the flow of time in the sanctuary is different. How is that possible? This just goes to show how high Mephistopheles' realm is. But does this mean it'll take me a long time to get stronger? I didn't even get to take the test. The other gods began to chat again. The constellation of the hunting season jumped up and asked, are you injured? The constellation of the world encircling serpent nodded and said, seeing his dazed face, he must be fine. The constellation of the evil dragon of Genesis sighed in relief, while also expressing displeasure with the arbitrary actions of his clan members. The constellation of the evil dragon of Genesis tilted its head and wondered, has any mortal ever returned safely after being attacked by a supreme demon? The constellation Taurus looks at you scornfully because you are radiating dark energy. A few gods are astonished that you escaped Pallas's sanctuary. Some constellations ask you why you weren't trapped in Pallas's swamp. The demon world shows interest in you. Lee Chang-seon didn't expect them to be so excited. All he knew was that Mephistopheles' stigma was clearer now, and he was being watched more closely. Chang-seon thought, before, I just had to focus to be able to activate it. But now the stigma feels more like a sense. That's a lot of dark energy that's been manifested repeatedly. It's more than enough to combine with my skills to enhance them, and more than enough to make up for the 72 hours I wasted. Wu Huta looked at the young man beside him and was astonished to see a swirling ball of light appear right on his chest. "What is this?" the old man asked, but Lee Chang-seon didn't know either. He was just as surprised. System notification. A mysterious force has unlocked the inventory. Lee Chang-seon's eyes widened in surprise. What is happening? Something like an egg fell into Chang-seon's palm. The egg of Jui is hatching. Lee Chang-seon was so shocked his jaw dropped. He thought, I've been incubating this egg for so long with no reaction. Why is this happening all of a sudden? The eggshell cracked, and a tail poked out, shocking its owner even more. A tail? Isn't it a bird? But the egg of Jui is supposed to hatch a holy bird, the supreme bird of prey. It's supposed to grant courage and give buffs to its owner and allies. Lee Chang-seon was at a loss for words. Could this be the messenger? System notification. The egg of Jui, holding dark energy in its mouth, has fully hatched. The egg emitted a blinding light, and then a creature that was neither a bird nor a dragon appeared with a very goofy smile. The system introduced it as the little black fire dragon of the Black Knight. A very cool name, but its appearance was a bit dorky. It's probably because it's still young, but this appearance still made its owner's heart stop. The system added, the little black fire dragon of the Black Knight looks into the eyes of the one who awakened it. The small creature flew up to Lee Chang-seon's nose with a silly grin and chirped, "Kukru." The appearance of this tiny being sent the gods into a frenzy. The eyes of the constellation of the hunting season lit up, saying a cute little baby has been born. That so-called saint definitely needs to get his eyes checked. What part of this thing is cute? The constellation of the serpent that coils around the world began to hastily search through its ancient archives after seeing its appearance. The demoralized tiger constellation snorted, saying, in ancient times, serpents were braver and more benevolent than dragons. The little black fire dragon of the Dark Knight did a little spin to announce its presence. The creature happily danced in Lee Chang-seon's palm, making a noise that attracted the attention of others. Gu Hebini and the others were the first to rush over. Hebin exclaimed, "Oh, it's so adorable! What is that in your hand?" Lee Chang-seon gave a strained smile. "I was carrying a divine beast egg. It hatched from there." The little black fire dragon of the Dark Knight chirped and giggled foolishly as it flew around, rubbing against Lee Chang-seon's face like a playful child. Meanwhile, its owner was trying his best to hold back his extreme annoyance with this little thing. A flight attendant came over to remind him that the other passengers were being disturbed by his small creature. But when she saw the adorable creature with its innocent smile, combined with Lee Chang-seon's devilishly handsome looks, her attitude changed completely. But I'll try to convince them. By the way, if you don't mind, could I take a picture with you? Chang-seon turned his head and sighed secretly at how chaotic things had become. To make matters worse, the system chimed in with a notification. A subquest has been updated. Proof of qualification test 1. Subcategory, chain description. The messenger sent by the great demon who pursues hell has appeared. Earn its recognition. Failure will result in a failure scenario. Success will lead to the next subquest. Proof of qualification test 2. The little black fire dragon of the Dark Knight is very hungry. Find it some prey to eat. When the dragon's belly is full, the affinity between you two will increase. The more intimate you become, the more of the little black fire dragon of the Dark Knight's thoughts you will be able to read. Along with the system's reminder, the little black dragon was acting limp like a stale dumpling. Serves it right for going crazy and acting cute right after being born, completely exhausting itself. This creature had already caused several alarms in a short period of time, making Lee Chang-seon feel a bit overwhelmed, completely caught off guard. Where on earth am I supposed to find prey for this little monster on an airplane? And on top of that, not only is this thing ugly, it's also a picky eater. Seeing that it was hungry, he offered it a cookie, but the dragon shut its eyes and turned away as if it had just seen something disgusting. He tried to persuade it by saying the cookie was very expensive, but the dragon didn't even look back. She wondered if, since it was a newborn, it wanted to eat baby food. But this thing is a dragon. Can it even digest that? As she kept asking questions, the reluctant father stood there, stunned and speechless. Meanwhile, Seihi was asking a million why questions. Looking at the dragon in his hand, which looked like it was about to die, Lee Chang-seon knew it was hungry, but he had no idea what to feed it. Then the system announced that the little black fire dragon of the Dark Knight was protesting out of hunger. Chang-seon became even more flustered because he'd only ever slain dragons. He'd never raised one before. Lee Chang-seon thought frantically, aside from low-level dragons like wyverns, it's rare to find dragons in dungeons. High-level dragons like this one are even rarer, so I know nothing about them. Lee Chang-seon's face scrunched up in panic as he saw the dragon stick out its tongue, panting with difficulty. He had absolutely no idea what to do. All he knew about dragons was that they were born with extraordinary intelligence and that the 1,000-year-old green dragons were an ancient species, arguably the ancestors of the dragon race. The little black fire dragon looked similar to an ancient dragon, but its energy attribute was completely different. And now, that newborn dragon was looking at him with eyes that said, "Why aren't you feeding me? Besides, This was a dragon sent by Mephostophles, so it was bound to be different. Could it be that he knows someone with the ability to transform into a divine beast? The highest level of beast transformation skill? Lee Chang-seon thought as he ran over to Wolf, holding the dragon. Wolf said dejectedly, "Sorry, I don't know much about the dragon race either. I'll look into it when we land." Damn it, the flight is still over 8 hours long. The poor thing will be dead by then. What's the point of finding a solution later? As if things weren't chaotic enough, the system had to pile on the pressure. The little black fire dragon has entered a negative state. The little black fire dragon is suffering from malnutrition. Affinity level has begun to decrease. Warning, a continuous drop in affinity will affect the bond between you and the little black fire dragon. You are at risk of failing the subquest Proof of Qualification, Test 1. Lee Chang-seon ground his teeth, thinking that this creature was the messenger Mephostophles sent to test his dark energy. Then the answer must revolve around it, right? Just then, Wu Huta suddenly appeared behind him and pointed out that the creature seemed to be a demon dragon. Those words were a ray of light for the reluctant father. He immediately turned and asked, "A demon dragon? You know about dragons?" Wu Huta smiled faintly. "Just a little. I used to raise one a long time ago. Demon dragons are a rare species of dragon that have been corrupted by making a contract with someone related to demons, or for other reasons. Therefore, their behavior is different from that of normal dragons. When they mature, they even become hostile towards other dragons." Lee Chang-seon thought carefully. This dragon is filled with demonic energy, which means things with more demonic energy should be more suitable for it, right? If I treat the dragon as an item, what's impressive isn't the item itself, but the value or results achieved through it. And as it happens, I have just the thing. Chang-seon pulled out the sword he had unearthed from Gemini, causing the constellation of the hunting season to shout, asking what he was doing. Chang-seon brought the sword closer to the dragon, but it still turned away coldly, making the constellation of the hunting season let out a sigh of relief. The constellation of the hunting season protested against him using a treasure in such a way, saying he'd be better off just throwing it back to her. Just then, the flow-severing sword began to radiate dark energy. The dragon was immediately drawn to it and started gnawing on the blade. This gave the gods plenty to gossip about. The constellation of the hunting season shouted at you in disappointment, telling you not to do that. The constellation of the serpent that coils around the world looked at a certain someone with pity and told her that there must be a reason for everything. The reason was still unknown, but now the little dragon had bitten and shattered the precious sword, much to Lee Chang-seon's relief and Wu Huta's amazement. It seems to be to its liking. This sword looks very expensive, don't you regret it? Chang-seon had been at a loss about how to use that sword anyway, so if this dragon could eat it, he'd let it eat. As long as it increases the quest completion rate, it's fine. After devouring the entire sword, the little dragon clutched its now bulging belly and let out a loud burp. The system updated its status. The little black fire dragon of the dark night is extremely happy after a delicious meal. Its loyalty to you has increased slightly. The little black fire dragon in the dark night has considered you a friend after being fed. Would you like to give it a name? Lee Chang-seon, meanwhile, was thinking that the system hadn't registered his failure in Yu Yaja's secret hidden quest. Even though I don't know what it does, it seems I can still use the sword, despite it being digested in this dragon's stomach. Seeing him just standing there, Wu Hosa grew impatient and urged him to name the dragon already. Lee Chang-seon said nonchalantly, "Probably Young. This name made everyone present facepalm as their souls left their bodies because it was so terrible. The gods also had some thoughts. The serpent god who encircles the world covered its face with its tail, saying they were ashamed of this horrible name. The fallen tiger god quietly glanced at you, saying that no one in this world is perfect. The people at the scene still hadn't recovered from that awful name. Even the baby dragon looked disgusted. Seeing everyone's strong opposition, Lee Chang-seon changed its name to Kaza. Just then, the god of the hunt spoke up, saying she didn't understand what was wrong with the cute name from before. Shin Unseo looked at him with a look of utter confusion. Are you serious? The serpent god who encircles the world advised a certain someone not to be so quick to name her pets, as her naming sense was also terrible. The god of the hunt leaped up, declaring that no one could come up with better names than her. The serpent god who encircles the world asked what names she had in mind. The god of the hunt proudly listed the names Chirp, Mio, Quatch, and Squill. The serpent god who encircles the world sighed, saying, "That's truly an insult." The god of the hunt didn't understand what was wrong. While the gods were arguing, Shin Unseo was also yelling in Lee Chang-seon's face, "Young and Kaza? What the hell?" Lee Chang-seon, still the picture of innocence, asked her, "Is there a problem?" "A huge problem," Unseo said. "Because right now, this dragon is small and cute, so the name fits, but when it grows up, a name like that will sound childish as hell. Haven't you ever raised a dog before? What was its name?" Jonggi. Cute names like that are perfect for puppies. You named him like a member of the family. But what's the difference between Jonggi, Yongyang, and Kaza? The system helped the little dragon make its voice heard. The little black fire dragon in the dark night does not like the name you want to give it. Affinity has decreased by 15, and happiness has decreased by 20. The little black fire dragon in the dark night was openly showing its hatred for you, giving the others an opportunity to scold you more. Look, even it understands and hates the name you picked. Change it to something else, hurry. Chang-seon thought that raising this troublesome dragon was proving to be quite difficult. He stared intently at the dragon and wondered, what should I name it? I've got it. I've thought of a name, Cadmus. This time, everyone looked at him with sparkling eyes, especially the dragon who had just received a cool name. The Shin siblings were the first to express their amazement. Lee Chang-seon must have been joking earlier. The system asked again, do you want to name it Cadmus? The little black fire dragon in the dark night is satisfied with this majestic-sounding name. Affinity has been restored. Happiness has been restored. Lee Chang-seon immediately agreed. It was so hard to please this little ancestor. Why would I be stupid enough to think any harder? Cadmus has become your follower. The dragon's eyes flashed with a red, laser-like light. A conscious link has been connected. One end of the link is equipped with the sacred mark, while the other is placed at Cadmus's heart. At that moment, the pitch-black dragon had a few glowing spots and was even wearing a demonic-looking smile. Despite that, it's overwhelmingly powerful. Cadmus can now generate dark energy. You can understand a portion of Cadmus's thoughts. As affinity increases, you will be able to read more of its thoughts. The more you can read, the more dark energy you can utilize. Your follower, Cadmus, has received the skills, respiration, monosensory, and awakening of consciousness. Cadmus's heart has begun to generate dark energy. You can absorb a portion of the generated dark energy through the conscious link. The sacred mark has been established as a skill. The skill level increases according to the amount of dark energy you possess. The system is displaying information about the sacred mark skill. The sacred mark, the scar of a criminal, has received a fragment of divinity. The divinity within is an energy with an origin completely different from magic. Therefore, be aware that using it carries the risk of going berserk. But once you have it under control, you will obtain a power unimaginable to ordinary people. Currently, the sacred mark carries the celestial fire of the Gemini and the dark energy of the hell-chasing archdemon. Skill level 3. Classification. Authority. Effects. Possess divinity. Release divinity. The little dragon was now affectionately licking Lee Chang-seon's nose while he was thinking about his old man. My son. Why are you talking like that again? It doesn't suit you at all. The father froze, stiff as a board, at his disrespectful son's words. He wanted to be serious for once, but he couldn't. Lee Chang-seon said coldly, that role doesn't suit you. Then why were you hesitating for so long? As if you were the only serious one here. What do you mean by that? Sigh. Just thinking about the day we have to part makes me sad. Where are you planning to go, old man? Why don't you just live with me? It's not like I have any family here, and neither do you, right? Just stay here. We're both lonely. The father, fuming with anger, poked him in the face and scolded, seriously, every word that comes out of your mouth sounds like you're mocking me. Fine, then you say it. Don't live like I did. Lee Chang-seon's eyes widened in surprise. Although I couldn't live a life worthy of this name, I hope you will be different. Damn it. What's so important about a name, anyway? He was clueless when he said this, but he later realized that Cadmus was originally the name of a hero who fought a dragon during the Silver Age in Arcadia. He became the king of a country, beloved by the gods and constellations, and even helped them. There's a folktale that says he killed an evil dragon and buried its fangs in the ground to create the dragon's fang soldiers. But for someone like Chang-seon, who struggled just to get by, the thought of sacrificing himself for others was a luxury. He didn't think such a heroic name suited him, but a name that carried such a grand story involving dragons would be perfect for this little guy. The system reported again that he had successfully completed the side quest, Proof of Qualification Test 1. A new quest has been created, Proof of Qualification Test 2. Classification. Side, chain. Description. Regularly absorb dark energy from the emissary of the hell-chasing archdemon and strengthen your sacred mark. Use that as a basis to perfect the wall of the mind. Failure will lead to a failure scene. The chain of side quests continues with Proof of Qualification Test 3. The flight continued and landed in Paris, France, at Slywerzio Airport. Suddenly, Shin Unseo put on sunglasses, making Heben wonder why she was doing that. Unseo said it was just a survival tip, nothing special, which made Heben think it was something serious. It turned out she was just getting her look ready to get some killer photos. But this preparation was also unnecessary because as soon as the plane door opened, they were immediately blasted by the flashes of camera lenses. Lee Chang-seon was so used to this scene that he showed no particular reaction and focused on leading the group. Heben, experiencing this for the first time, stared so hard his glasses nearly fell off as he marveled in silence. The reporters wanted to ask questions, but Lee Chang-seon coldly said he had just woken up and his head was empty. Someone asked if there were any rookies in France he considered a rival. Lee Chang-seon immediately shot back a provocative reply. None. I stand above them all, so why should I care? Chang-seon's abrasive interview style left the reporters utterly stunned, but there was nothing they could do. He had a foul mouth, but no one dared to fight him, knowing they couldn't win. Even so, the reporters still had many questions. For example, about Henry Block's challenge for a solo duel, but Lee Chang-seon said it was the first time he had ever heard his name, leaving the reporters frozen in shock once again. In their minds, Henry was the strongest rookie in France, hailed as a future king. He was also the one who had conquered the Bone Dragon's domain dungeon, which no one had been able to clear for a very long time, and had obtained a skeletal drake. Lee Chang-seon grew impatient, reminding them that he didn't have time, so they shouldn't drag things out. The reporter managed to squeeze out a question about his thoughts on the proposed match. Lee Chang-seon said, I don't know who he is, but if he wants a fight, he can come at me, but that will only make him die sooner. That reporter thought the tyrant had gone mad and was trying to provoke the entire country of France. Just then, a red-haired reporter jumped in to ask about Lee Chang-seon clearing the windswept rock desert dungeon, which had long been a headache for France. So, will you be using any special method to conquer it? Well, I'm just planning on clearing it, Lee Chang-seon answered, without a second thought. He pushed up his glasses and said, That's all. I'm out of time, so the Q&A session ends here. Lee Chang-seon knew full well that even famous French rankers had repeatedly failed to clear it. It was understandable that they wanted to know how a foreigner like himself planned to clear the windswept rock desert. Very quickly, news of today's interview was all over the papers. Netizens commented enthusiastically about this interview, especially since the French rookie, Henry, had said that the tyrant was his childhood idol and that he really wanted to challenge him. This just made the online community even more frenzied. Not only that, the immortal king, Zet Valentin, said, I will try harder to earn the respect of my juniors. Wolf came forward to defend Chang-seon. I understand your concern that he has damaged the relationship between Korea and France, but the tyrant's message was simply misunderstood due to cultural differences. He is worthy of the title hero of this era and has a warmer heart than anyone. The Lee Chang-seon I know is not a tyrant, but a Roi sage. Roi sage means wise king in French. Of course, this entire interview with Wolf also made the news and infuriated many people. This crazy bastard is just pretending to be arrogant. Conquering the windswept rock desert. Nonsense. Does he think we don't know he came here to take over the Illuminati after being persuaded by Joachim? The man shouting was the Red Eagle Duke, Constantine Brüning, who opposed Joachim and led half of the elders in the Illuminati. This is a warning to me and my allies. I am the one who best understands the goddess's will, so both Joachim and Lee Chang-seon are redundant to me. Louis, are you there? Get over here immediately, Brüning said with a spiteful and malicious expression. It seems we must prepare a Kreuzzug. Kreuzzug means a crusade in German. At the same time, someone else was cursing Lee Chang-seon. Kang Gu-chan, dressed like a thief, was smiling smugly as if victory was already in his grasp. He believed that with this die already cast, he just needed to add a little more fuel to the fire, and the situation would become irreversible. The 2 letters that Section Chief Shin had given him had been placed in the mailbox, which was why he could afford to think so big. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-seon didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Cadmus was very satisfied with the king's treasure. Cadmus's eyes widened as it declared that it now had a spacious food storage. The fat dragon was biting into every single item in the king's treasure. Truly an appetite that could devour mountains. Cadmus felt extremely happy thanks to the delicious meal. Satisfaction is increasing. Intimacy has increased significantly. The ominous heart has been strengthened. Current completion progress, 6.7%. After gobbling up the entire dragon-slaying sword and taking a nap, this pig dragon was starving mad again. And this time, it was having a mukbang with the king's treasure. Cadmus cheerfully chomped on a golden helmet, making Lee Chang-seon question his own existence. Can an icy helmet even make that sound? Even so, with this dragon's mouth being both wide and like a furnace, any gold would taste like honey. In the end, all the treasure the Snow King had carefully guarded turned into a delicious meal for this costly dragon. Lee Chang-seon watched with a serious face, then suddenly realized it could now use a breath attack. And breath-related skills were a type of power that even high-level dragons could only use after they had learned to control their elements. While Lee Chang-seon was lost in thought, that dragon was about to process the whole treasure pile. Although it was slightly weaker than the breath of high-level dragons, it couldn't be underestimated because it contained a bit of dark energy, a power that could incinerate and obliterate a target, regardless of elemental differences. A dragon possessing such power. In the end, a demonic dragon is really different from a normal dragon, huh? And in such a short amount of time, it seemed to have already gotten bigger. After devouring a pile of treasure like that, would it make sense if it didn't bulk up? Or was it just eating without digesting? It had been awake for less than 24 hours. Its growth rate is truly impressive. The system reported that the dragon, had eaten the icy helmet and the sword of the frozen lands. It has absorbed 72 ice elements. It has absorbed 51 metal elements. The magic heart has been strengthened. The ominous heart has been strengthened through the heart resonance effect. Current completion progress, 7.1%. Full. Cadmus looked at Lee Chang-seon much more gently. Lee Chang-seon also found it more pleasing to look at. Even though this dorky thing was a bit of a glutton, raising it was well worth the cost. The two were still having a tender moment. Generate dark energy and heart resonance. This bargain was the absolute best. Creating dark energy, or in other words, creating divinity. If it keeps creating it like this, Lee Chang-seon will be able to use various skills just like Mephostophles. To put it simply, this is a necessary condition to become a disciple of Mephostophles. While he was lost in thought, Jin suddenly appeared, bursting with a million questions. What is this? I've never seen it before. Is it a dragon? After being stunned for 2 seconds from the surprise, Lee Chang-seon immediately asked him what was going on. Jin smiled smugly. Do you remember I told you I had something to show you when you returned, my lord? Ah, that demon horse? This soon? What do you mean, soon? Hey, master, who do you think I am? Jin was incredibly pleased with himself. Along with his words, a surge of dark energy erupted. A white horse emitting dark energy appeared. This is a level 6 skeletal death horse. A horse that looked like it had just been fished out of hell, letting out a terrifying neigh. Seeing that the horse seemed a bit too agitated, Jin got angry. Huh? What's wrong with this thing? I'll have to cancel the summon. In truth, it would be easy for Lee Chang-seon to take this horse down, but once he used that skill, this room would instantly turn into a battlefield. Just as he was trying to figure out a reasonable plan, Catmus shot out like the wind and roared with an extremely terrifying face. Seeing this, the horse cowered like a wimp, no longer daring to act tough, and stood still for Catmus to inspect. This display left both Lee Chang-seon and Jin stunned and speechless. Don't tell me that's dragon fear. It looks like just a hatchling, but it already knows how to use its abilities? Impossible. This horse is the ruling king of one of the familiar bloodlines. Although the difference between an undead and a high-ranking dragon is immense, it managed to subdue something that took me 2 whole days to even slightly tame. Jin was particularly impressed that the winged, tadpole-like creature possessed such terrifying power. Lee Chang-seon explained that it seemed to be a demon dragon. Oh, but even so, it's still incredible. Master, it seems it will be a long time before I can be on par with you. Hey Jin, among your subordinates, is there anyone good at stealth? Stealth? This is Mir Aliano. Tail her after she leaves the party later. Even if she's hiding in a crowd, you cannot let yourself be discovered. Jin took the girl's photo and asked, why? Are you planning to do something to her? You know it's not right to follow people. Where did this guy suddenly pull all these morals from? Besides, is his brain filled with nothing but romance? Lee Chang-seon irritably reminded him that he'd said enough nonsense. Just tone it down. You're being so over the top, it's embarrassing. She is the holder of the 5 holy scriptures. It's getting dark. Has the tyrant not arrived yet? Could it be that he heard Henry would be here and tucked his tail and ran? What do you think, Henry? Henry gave the 2 suck-ups a cold glance. At that very moment, Lee Chang-seon rode in on the newly tamed horse, causing a commotion throughout the entire party hall. You really know how to make a flashy entrance, don't you? Before Lee Chang-seon arrived, the people at the party were gossiping and bad-mouthing him. The surge of dark energy, along with Lee Chang-seon majestically riding the horse, threw the whole scene into chaos. Lee Chang-seon was like a king looking down from on high, his expression cold. After the confusion passed, the gossip started whispering again. Does he want to be the main character or something? What a pathetic loser, right? He's such an attention seeker. Only Mir Aliano, the holder of the 5 holy scriptures, had the sharpest eye in this whole crowd. Is that a demon horse? What species is it? I've never seen one before. The people at the party who heard her say that also began to change their tune. Meyer doesn't know? She's the most skilled necromancer among the new players. This is the first time I've seen the tyrant act as a necromancer or a tamer. The demonic aura of that horse is even stronger than a dungeon boss's. Meyer glanced over and called to Henry. The young man had just brought a wine glass to his lips, but before he could drink, he had to put it down and look over. At that moment, Catmus made another grand appearance with a brilliant aura. What is that? A dragon? The dragon circled a few more times to assert its presence. The guests exclaimed how cute it was and that they wanted one too. This was also the first time Catmus had revealed itself to mortals. After showing off, Catmus landed on Lee Chang-seon's hand, smiling to curry favor. The noisy chatter and discussions flared up again. No way. Is that also Lee Chang-seon's pet? Hasn't he already mastered summoning techniques? They also said he's a master of combat proficient with all kinds of weapons, even ignoring that demon horse. How can a warrior train a dragon? It's common knowledge that one person can't have outstanding skills in 2 different fields, especially for high-ranking players. Henry was feeling extremely annoyed. Meanwhile, Shin Un-so happily ran over to scoop up the little dragon. Katmus also very naturally flew towards her. Shin Un-seo treated Katmus as her own pet, naturally giving it the nickname Monday. Lee Chang-seon felt that this name was no damn different from the long he had come up with. While cuddling the dragon, Shin Un-seo didn't forget to be curious about the demon horse Lee Chang-seon had brought. Hearing her question, he just said it was nothing special, and with a snap of his fingers, the enormous horse vanished as if its soul had returned to dust. Shin Un-seo wore an expression as if she had just witnessed a high-level magic trick. At this time, the girl holding the 5 holy scriptures had gotten very close to Lee Chang-seon but said nothing. Lee Chang-seon immediately signaled his servant that the time had come to quickly follow her. The servant instantly flew over and merged into Meyer's shadow. The mid-tier master servant used a close-range surveillance skill to monitor Mir Aliano. On the surface, Lee Chang-seon showed no reaction, but inwardly he was marveling at how smoothly everything was going. In the ghoul's lair, Jung Yuan had revealed to him that Mir Aliano possessed the 5th holy scripture. The problem was, besides that, he had no other clues, so from now on, he would have to investigate on his own. At least now he had successfully tricked her, and this was a good start. One noteworthy point was her fiancé, Henry. That guy was always competing with him. Even in France, he himself was very competitive, so Chang-seon used the interview to provoke him into retaliating. At this point, Meyer would of course get involved too, so he really had to thank the reporters for mentioning Henry during the interview right after he got off the plane. Shin Un-seo asked Chang-seon blankly, "You're learning summoning arts too? Your horse looked like a spirit beast." Pulled from his thoughts, Chang-seon said, "I just felt that Katmus was too lonely by itself." Humph, what a lie. There's no way you'd care about such minor details. Under this girl's gaze that could seemingly read him like a book, Lee Chang-seon averted his eyes, silently thinking how she was so sharp when it came to strange things like this. Truly talented, but she always uses it in the wrong places. I already told you, I was never a warrior to begin with. My class is a mage, to be precise. I'm an ancient rune mage, Shin Un-seo shrieked. Huh? No way. How can a mage be better at fighting than a warrior? Jin had seen Lee Chang-seon use ancient runes, so he wasn't surprised. But the Shin sisters were completely floored. Heben also froze while stroking the little dragon in her hand, while the man himself grimaced, wondering what he said wrong to cause such a huge reaction. Just then, Marquis Ta Hyun-rong walked over to greet him. "Oh, you're here? It must be hard finding food for Katmus, right? Hatchlings are always hungry even right after you've fed them. It must be a real headache for you. There are so many unfamiliar faces here. Come, let me introduce them to you." Lee Chang-seon frowned, wondering who on earth this man was that he could instantly recognize Katmus as a demon dragon. Paying no mind to the young man's expression behind him, Hyun-rong earnestly began making the introductions. Chang-seon thought that even in a place like Acadia where dragons are worshipped, no one could possibly be this knowledgeable about them. The group Vu Hao Ta introduced him to greeted him warmly first. "So, you're the Tyrant. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Nicola Falk, from Revenant. I'm Griezmann Adley of Sun Sun, and I'm Ludovico from Orlando." Chang-seon knew they were all from top guilds in France, so he greeted them politely in return. These people were on par with the White Tiger Guild in Korea's 5 stars, so he couldn't be rude. Vu Hao Ta then smiled and suggested they go greet the other rookies who were also present. Chang-seon was starting to get suspicious. The man had been acting far too friendly ever since they met at the airport. It seemed like he was scheming something, but only time would tell. And then the moment came, the Tyrant shaking hands with Henry. The hostility between them was already palpable. "I've heard about you, Lee Chang-seon. I'm Henry Block. A pleasure to meet you." Lee Chang-seon stopped abruptly before he could finish his sentence. It seemed this meeting wasn't going to be a pleasant one. Vu Hao Ta was also taken aback when his voice suddenly turned cold and he fell silent. Henry smirked and said, "Meeting my childhood idol is the real honor." He was so honored, in fact, that he secretly activated a skill, and the dark energy of the Death Dragon began spreading out in all directions. Activating Curse of Violence. Activating Curse of Fear. Lee Chang-seon smirked, thinking, Asterisk, so because I said I liked him in that interview, he's trying to humiliate me now? But this is just way too obvious. Asterisk. Henry Block, wielder of the Death Dragon, also known as the Ancient Dragon. Sounds impressive, but in reality, it's just a low-tier dragon, no better than the undead types. The others watching were surprised that Henry would attempt a provocation right here and now. Lee Chang-seon just smiled knowingly. The virtuous conduct skill has been activated. Your mind is now immune, he thought to himself. Asterisk. Not bad, but that's all you've got. Asterisk. Then, a torrent of golden light laced with streaks of shadow surged toward the astonished Henry. The onlookers wondered what the difference in power truly was between these two young men, considered the rivals of the century. They soon had their answer as the light enveloped Henry. His face contorted as he gritted his teeth, wondering how things had turned out this way. He had been so confident in his title as the future king of France. A mechanical system alert rang out. The soul of the Death Dragon has been nullified. The roar of the death dragon has been nullified. He had used his full power, but against the tyrant, his technique was neutralized in an instant. The skill combination of Tiger's aura and holy armor has granted you an advantage on the battlefield. Lee Chang-seon's expression turned demonic as he asked, "My hearing is quite sharp, so I happened to overhear the conversation you had with your friends. You insulted me and my comrades, calling us trash. Care to explain yourself?" Everyone present was stunned into silence that the tyrant knew even this. Lee Chang-seon wouldn't have cared if they had only talked about him, but he would not let anyone trample on his comrades' pride, continuously sharing a portion of Katmos's power via the Heart of Fire. As dragons are sagacious creatures, they can understand the languages of all beings, including animals, plants, and even inanimate objects. You can now understand and speak all languages. Seeing the tense situation, Mr. Nicola quickly intervened. "You've misunderstood. Shut up." Chang-seon shot the old man a cold glare. "I'm asking Henry and his friends, not you. The fear of death is overwhelming. You cannot flee." Henry was so terrified he stammered, That was, answer me." "It was. You have fallen into a state of panic." Henry suddenly regained his composure, pulled his hand back, and said clearly, "It was a misunderstanding." Lee Chang-seon retracted his dark aura and smiled. "Oh, really? Lucky I misheard then." He then gave a wicked smirk. "We almost came to blows. Then let's start our greeting over. It's a pleasure to meet you. Do enjoy yourself until the party's over." And with that, the intimidating introduction finally came to an end. Henry stumbled back to the break room, seething. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Asterisk, how dare that bastard humiliate me? The next king, asterisk. I'll make you pay for this." Lee Chang-seon. His sycophants and his fiancée were right there with him. They were chattering non-stop about what had just happened, but in reality, they were using those empty words to provoke Henry, making him even angrier and more determined to teach the tyrant a lesson. After that, he decided, it would be their turn. The dungeon opens in 2 days. He didn't know what kind of trick Lee Chang-seon had used, but he was sure he wouldn't be able to pull it off once the raid began. And that's when he would make him pay for today's humiliation. Just then, his beautiful fiancée called out to him. Henry couldn't even maintain a pleasant expression for his future wife and snapped, "What is it?" "Nothing." Seeing him like that, she didn't bother asking again. Miro thought she should have been more careful. During the silent battle between the two men, a hidden spirit had been incessantly warning her, "Run, get out of here," but she had remained frozen to the spot. It took her a while to finally turn and ask why she had to, and who was speaking to her. The hidden spirit angrily demanded, "Didn't you see his eyes? He's an entity both similar to and different from me. That thing can burn even me to death. He's someone who could kill both you and me." Recalling Lee Chang-seon's savage smile, Miro tried to reassure herself that she wasn't the one who was afraid. It was just her guardian's fear, being transmitted to her through their pact. He had been reacting this way ever since he saw the blue flame in that man's eyes. To think that a divine being could be scared to death of a mere mortal. "Lee Chang-seon, just what are you?" "It's rare to see you like this, Henry," said Nicola. Henry made an excuse to his master, saying he just wasn't feeling well. Nicola patted his shoulder and said that was fine, but he reminded him not to forget that the position an orphan like him now enjoyed was all thanks to the efforts of them, the Revenants. "If you cause everything to fall apart, we'll have no choice but to take back the glory and everything you've built." Henry bit his lip and replied, "I will take that to heart, master." Soon, the day came for everyone to enter the dungeon. A system message appeared. "You have entered the dungeon. Arid, rocky desert of cold winds. Dungeon mission initiated. Objective, escape. Every few days, a train that runs through the heart of the desert will arrive at the station. Protect that train from the harsh conditions and the various monsters blocking its path forward out of this desert." Although the White Tiger clan revealed nothing about their plans to attack the barren, windswept desert dungeon, it's certain they didn't deploy them because the French government didn't want to lose face in front of other countries. The system reported again. The train is divided into 4 cars. In each car, you can find survival tools and hidden fragments as you move from the last car to the first. All participants will have access to the inventory, system window, and skill window to complete the mission. Henry had been giving Lee Chang-seon a dirty look for a while now, certain that no matter how exceptionally talented the tyrant was, there was no way he could cross this entire barren desert alone. The divine entity, Season of the Hunt, is thrilled to see you play with new prey in this harsh environment. Lee Chang-seon, on the other hand, was complaining about how hot as hell it was here, a complete contrast to that despicable snowman's life. The divine entity, the world-encircling serpent, narrowed its eyes, saying it was no wonder this place felt so familiar. Lee Chang-seon frowned. The scorching sun during the day and the bone-chilling wind at night would be a major obstacle in conquering the dungeon. According to the mission's detailed description, the train is the only way out of here. Falling behind means meeting your maker. Those French people were never serious about this dungeon. They made the excuse that it was too difficult and that all the rewards they received weren't worth the dungeon's difficulty. Lee Chang-seon once again remembered his meeting with the nameless king. He had asked, "Do you know of Ster?" Ster was a mighty giant who commanded the power of fire and volcanoes in the underworld. Lee Chang-seon had asked back, "Do you mean the ruler of Muspelheim?" And that was exactly who the king was talking about, a ruler of the fire giants. Is he dead? Yeah, been dead for ages, but the world of apocalypse that he ruled is now on Earth. Ster was the giant king who ruled the world of fire. He used that world of fire to annihilate countless universes. One day, someone discovered he was dead, and the apocalypse occurred in Muspelheim at the same time. No one knows why he kicked the bucket, but there are many rumors that it was karma for destroying all those universes. And this desert is what remains of that very world. The world-destroying flame was fanned to its fullest to claim a sacrifice, right? Then take the sword that Ster once wielded. It will be a great help. Ster was known to have a sword named Leviatine. Only the king of the fire giants could wield it. The secret to reaching Regarin, where the sword is kept, is to get on that train. First, I'll collect all the hidden fragments and obtain Leviatine. If I can use Jiggy's world-destroying flame along with that sword, I'll be able to unleash the flame's maximum power. Of course, before that, I need to find the exact location of the 5th scripture. Having to focus on this dungeon as well meant that Mireille would eventually be very far from the volunteer group. Lee Chang-seon immediately asked the spy hidden in her shadow about the current situation. The spy said that there was nothing noteworthy. He still instructed it to keep a very close watch. The dungeon conquest officially begins. They hadn't taken more than a few steps before 4 of the 5 members of Lee Chang-seon's party began to suffer from dehydration, groaning and begging to take off their armor. He reluctantly told them that even if it was grueling, it was best to keep their armor on. Just then, the system relayed a message that the authority, path of the demonic beast, was warning of danger. As soon as the words were out, a massive explosion occurred. The aftershock of the blast spread far and wide, causing the dungeon attackers to panic and fear they were being ambushed. There's no need to be afraid, because this is an ambush by the Sonaluka family. A man in a red cloak, wearing a mask with a grinning set of teeth, flew out from the flames. That boy-take guy might be the index finger among the fingers, but he's still just a finger. You want me to just follow his orders like that? He is the little finger leader of the Sonaluka family, the lesser saint Kudaguna. The orders are strict, don't you forget it, reminded the ring finger leader, member Cassio. The mission you're on to capture the child from the prophecy is way more fun than this. Besides, the boss likes him too. You're not thinking of defying a superior's decision, are you? Are you crazy? You think I want to get my head chopped off in my sleep? I don't like this, but I'm not going to cause any trouble either. Mind your own business. Let's get started. This is going to be fun. The Sonaluka Guild ambush begins now. The authority, path of the demonic beast, is warning you of danger. A mysterious ambush is underway, rapidly wiping out the number of enemies. Lee Chang-seon couldn't help but curse. Damn it, running into disaster right from the start. Anyone would be pissed. The ice cloak is resisting the hot wind. Ice cloak. The ice cloak of the Frost King, ancestor of the snowmen, custom designed by a descendant of the legendary master craftsman Yu-Jae. The cloak possesses perfect defense, is a cloak armor type, and features lightness, temperature regulation, and a magical protective barrier. Searching for party members with the skill Sharpshooter's Eye. Party member Big Gelgon has safely escaped using the skill Shadow Cloud. Party member Sinil has nullified the damage thanks to the skill Divine Shield. Party member Sinim Gu has created a magic barrier with the skill Ouroboros Texture. Party member Guebin has used the artifact Dagger of the War God to create a powerful gust of wind and safely escape Blast Radius. The divine entity, Season of the Hunt, is enraged that her darling was almost injured and is screaming to know who is behind this. The divine entity, the world-encircling serpent, frowns upon seeing its priest injured. Lee Chang-seon just let out a sigh of relief that everyone in his team was safe. Just then, his spy sent a message that the enemy was preparing to attack Mireille. It asked what it should do. At that moment, Mireille had fainted right next to a man with ripped abs. The man was looking at her with an extremely interested gaze. Lee Chang-seon was seeing red and cursed as he transformed into a bird and took flight, rocketing toward them. In his mind, he couldn't stop wondering if she had been their target from the very beginning. Lee Chang-seon was in a complete panic, telling Gogun to come with him, and then telling the spy to just stay hidden and keep updating them on their location. The authority path of the demonic beast is warning you of danger. Lee Chang-seon was also ambushed, but he reacted so quickly that he was able to defend against it. The thing that attacked him was an assassination weapon, and after the thick dust settled, a human figure slowly emerged. The person spoke. "Humph. You could still see that? It seems the rumors are true. The divine entity, Season of the Hunt, is very displeased by the appearance of this uninvited guest. I was going to dispose of you quickly and head back, but that's no longer the case. You've earned a spot in my collection. The sacred body, the serpent that encircles the world, is impressed by your ability to make enemies everywhere. More importantly, even though you're East Asian, all that matters is that you're handsome. Even our patron god is very interested in you, so let's have some fun together, shall we? The sacred body of the primordial evil dragon is looking forward to your new opponent. The sacred body of the hunting season is shocked to see a god and asks, "Mom, what are you doing here?" The sacred body of the primordial evil dragon says she just wants to watch her daughter's favorite channel for a bit. The sacred body of the hunting season jumps up and down, demanding that the god stop. Lee Chang-seon, in the middle of a tense battle, still has to waste 2 minutes feeling helpless before this childish mother-daughter pair of gods. He swung his arm, lashing out with whips of dark energy that struck the guy who dared to ambush him. Although that guy was nimble, Chang-seon's whip still managed to catch and wrap around his leg. The opponent was bound. Lee Chang-seon immediately leaped forward, preparing for a final sword strike to send him to the afterlife. Tiger Soul State is activating and Tiger Soul Fang has been unleashed. Lee Chang-seon and the ambusher clashed fiercely. After blocking one of Lee Chang-seon's attacks, the man exclaimed that he wasn't half bad, daring to scratch his precious body. A giant centipede suddenly burst from the sand below, accompanied by the ambusher's loud roar. "This won't end with you just joining my collection anymore." The sacred body of the cornered tiger shows clear hostility towards the newly appeared enemy. The sacred body of the cornered tiger warns, "How dare you lay a hand on my property?" The sacred body of the yin giant insect slyly says that he is just following the priest's orders. Chang-seon was quite surprised. The Void King was usually aggressive, but for some reason, he was especially belligerent today. But that didn't make Chang-seon lose focus on the fight before him. Even though his opponent was a woman, she was very strong, so Chang-seon struck without a hint of mercy. He also wondered if the Void King was acting so fiercely because of the yin giant insect, Jae-young, the invisible constellation. Like the Void King, he is one of the 72 terrestrial demons, but they are not on good terms. His appearance here couldn't possibly be a coincidence. The 72 terrestrial demons are members of the Ziwei Doshu heaven. Ziwei Doshu consists of 3 great stars and 28 constellations as leaders, with 36 celestial spirits and 72 terrestrial demons under their control. The sacred body of the cornered tiger is gradually showing more hostility. Even if they're not on good terms, his hostility is excessive. It's as if he's desperately trying to hide something. The assassination attempt on Mireille failed, and the kidnapping of Zaeyong. Did he come all this way for the scripture? What if the Void King kept the information about his 7 secret scriptures from Ziwei Doshu, and Zaeyong is acting to check for himself now that someone else knows? Thinking this, Lee Chang-seon suddenly had a great idea. He called for Katmos, who immediately popped up with its trademark goofy grin. "I can make the Void King fight Zaeyong, create chaos within Ziwei Doshu, and maybe I'll be able to seal one of these gods." With that in mind, Chang-seon told Katmos to cover him and activated Fireheart, sharing a portion of his magic. The clan member Katmos is casting the Blood Mist skill. Lee Chang-seon thought further. Besides, the Senaruka Guild, which serves Zaeyong as its patron god, never acts on its own initiative. So the fact that they're chasing me means someone hired them. I need to find out who that person is. At that moment, the female assassin was surrounded by Katmos's blood mist. She couldn't believe that a baby dragon, no bigger than a fist like Katmos, could cast high-level magic that only rankers or higher should be able to use. The guild must have assigned the mission without properly researching the assassination target. The blood mist has nullified the player's invisibility technique. After the invisibility technique was nullified, a whole group of people, as numerous as ants, was revealed. Blood Mist, a basic spell of the Little Black Fire Dragon of the Dark Night, summons a bloody fog around a specific area, completely isolating it from the outside, applying debuffs to enemies and buffs to allies within. Skill level 1, traits, conceals presence, obstructs vision, distinguishes friend from foe. While the assassins were still bewildered by these curse-like words, Lee Chang-seon had already charged down with his dual blades to wipe them out. A herd of demon horses appeared right behind Lee Chang-seon, along with his sinister smile. Jin also appeared, bravely commanding the war horses. "You heard your master's order. Slaughter them all." Fresh blood splattered like rain. In no time, the assassins were cut down like wheat. Jin looked smugly at Lee Chang-seon. "What do you think of my clan members? Pretty useful, wouldn't you say?" Lee Chang-seon was also quite surprised that Jin could absorb all the demonic blood of those ghouls so quickly. That speed had to be on par with the White Tiger's disciple, right? Well, it made sense, since Jin was a high-ranking being, a leader of the other Dakiibi. Jin's expression suddenly soured. "What's with that look on your face? You think I'm showing off after doing just this much? After spending all that time in the lair of the demonic Bao Cobra, this is the bare minimum I expect from you. Try harder." Jin sighed. "Hey, you know your words can still hurt me. Unsummon." Before being sent back, Jin managed to shout, "Would it kill you to praise me just once?" To Lee Chang-seon, it probably would. At that moment, the female assassin was on her last breath, begging Chang-seon to finish her off. The sacred body of the cornered tiger warns a certain god to get lost because his clan member is a useless piece of trash. The sacred body of the yin giant insect curiously looks at you, ignoring the other god's warning. The sacred body of the cornered tiger growls at the other god that if he continues to invade his territory, he will consider it a declaration of war. The sacred body of the yin giant insect chuckles and says, "Someone without a great star cannot become a clan member." The sacred body of the cornered tiger bristles its fur and raises its tail in warning. The sacred body of the yin giant insect glares back belligerently, and static noise erupts from the intense mental battle between the two gods. Lee Chang-seon smiled gleefully as he saw everything unfolding exactly as he had predicted. The members of Ziwei Doshu really haven't changed at all. They're still so selfish, thinking their priests and clerics are merely tools to gain wealth and fame. The only reason they show interest in him is because they think they can expand their guilds if they acquire him. Right now, the cornered tiger and the yin giant insect are both turning their backs on each other. This was a sign that they had fallen into his trap, and it would be even more advantageous for Chang-seon if he continued to keep the Void King, the cornered tiger, under his control. Since the Void King hasn't bothered to hide his desire for Chang-seon recently, he can use him to create a rift within Ziwei Doshu, and perhaps even destroy a constellation. Lee Chang-seon paid no more attention to those two gods and turned to collecting human ashes from the battlefield to increase his own vitality. According to that assassin, Sennaruka had two objectives. 1. To kidnap Mirai, and 2. To assassinate Chang-seon. It's clear that two different clients hired them for this. Chang-seon immediately thought of Kanggu-chan, but he was likely just a middleman. The ones behind it had to be the head of strategy, Shim Jong-ho, and director Kim Jong-sung. But surprisingly, the Illuminati wanted a piece of him too. He remembered turning down Joachim's offer. Could that be the reason they hired these assassins? This is quite a headache, but Chang-seon couldn't just let this group keep bothering him forever. He would think about this more carefully after he returned. Chang-seon flew to an oasis to rest. The members of Sennaruka had brought Mirai here. Chang-seon's goal was to rescue Mirai, so he needed to erase his presence as much as possible. Using his invisibility skill, Lee Chang-seon became like air, flying straight into the middle of the group with a bang. A vicious flame erupted as his Tiger Soul state activated, and simultaneously, the flowing Fang Tiger Soul was unleashed. With this, Lee Chang-seon launched a surprise attack, certain he would finish off the guy in front of him. But surprise! The man vanished as if it were a joke, completely catching Chang-seon off guard. An invisible hand is targeting you. A ray of light shoots straight at Chang-seon, and then a giant pillar of light descends. The sacred body of the fallen tiger is warning you of danger. The sacred body of the yin giant insect awaits your action. A girl appeared out of nowhere, striking a pose on top of a tree. Perhaps because of the hot desert weather, she was dressed as if she were going to the beach. You managed to dodge my shishlu? Chang-seon's face twisted. That was dangerously close, just like his encounter with John Chonho Monseong. The aura of someone who had reached the pinnacle of humanity. A king. The scantily clad, bronze-skinned woman looked at Chang-seon and smiled with interest. Oh? You know of me? It was only then that Henry realized his beloved fiancée had vanished into thin air, disappearing silently as if she had never been there. Meanwhile, Sinon was flattening enemies one by one with her shield bash skill. Gin was also counterattacking by summoning the war god. Wolf was furious, having figured out who had hired Sennaruka and eliminated the French volunteer medical team. He immediately entered his beast transformation state and roared. "Constantin, you've gone too far, you holy beast bastard!" Green Wolf roared in fury. "The train has arrived. All those who wish to participate in the dungeon mission, please board the train." A black train, belching smoke, chugged forward across the sand. Back to the scantily clad girl who liked to stand on palm trees. The contagious giant insect god is curious to see what you will do after becoming its disciple. "Look at that face. You've figured out who I am, haven't you, my lord? The smiling face of the demon is smiling at you. The crying face of the demon feels pity for you. The judging face of the demon is looking at you with envy." Lee Chang-seon thought to himself, "Our Lady, you who guides the dying to a peaceful end. Those demonic faces are really getting on my nerves. That skill was genuinely annoying to me even back when I was the Twilight of the Gods. But it seems she can't use that skill freely. That means I still have a chance to counterattack. Even so, can I really face her? If my divine power and stigma run out, I won't be able to activate the disguised magic within me or the dragon demon's fangs. Even if I summoned all my apostles then, I still wouldn't be able to fight her. No matter what I did, I would lose. I feel so hopeless. Against a high-ranking player, I might stand a chance, but there's no way I can beat a king. Someone like her, who has reached the very peak of human limits." As if seeing right through Chang-seon's thoughts, she sneered, "Oh my, what's this? Don't tell me you're scared. I thought I was going to have some fun with you." After weighing the pros and cons, Chang-seon decided to surrender for the time being, since bringing his apostles here would only expose his secrets to more people. I don't necessarily have to face you myself. You mean there's someone else besides you? Are they coming out now or what? You may have already noticed, but, Mireille Aliano, you possess one of the secret scriptures. What are you talking about? While the king of assassins was still reeling in confusion, Wu Hoshi burst from the void and ambushed her from behind. But living up to her title, she dodged so quickly that Wu Huxie flew straight toward Lee Chang-seon. The old man glanced at him with an amused look. I really don't get it. How did you know I was there? Wasn't it obvious? Obvious. Chang-seon widened his eyes, feigning complete innocence. You thought there would be a secret scripture wherever I went, didn't you? What? Wu Huxie scowled, then burst into loud laughter. To think you found me for such a simple reason. Very observant. The old man grinned slyly and asked what they should do now. Chang-seon told him to buy enough time for him to get Mireille back. The opponent is the king of assassins, right? You want me to stop her? You can't do it? Hey, that hurts my pride, you punk. Wu Huxie wondered if in all his years he'd ever met a kid as assertive as this one, threatening him, and even saying he wouldn't find the secret scripture if he couldn't fight the king of assassins. It feels like this little brat is messing with me, but it's not so bad, the old man laughed. All right then, fine. And he guessed that this clever bastard probably already knew about his guardian constellation. The golden-eyed, ill-tempered Buddha god opened his eyes. Wu Huxie's appearance transformed spectacularly as he flashed a wicked grin. The fallen tiger god looked at his apostle and smiled. A whirlwind of golden light shot up into the sky, carrying streaks of lightning with it. Lee Chang-seon's smile grew even more sinister. Sun Wukong, I can't believe he has a guardian constellation of that caliber. The power of gods and constellations originates from the belief of mortals. Sun Wukong is truly one of a kind. Why would such a powerful constellation serve such an empty-headed fool? But this battle is a guaranteed win. Wu Huxie rode the wind and parted the waves. No, he rode his somersault cloud, flying in a whirlwind around the king of assassins. Provoked, she shot back a few words. What is that nameless old geezer saying? In front of her was a golden mask with a chilling smile. Chang-seon was certain that Wu Huxie was stronger than a king. Light burst forth as Wu Huxie laughed loudly, mocking her for being deaf at such a young age, saying she must listen to loud music on her headphones all day. The furious king of assassins demanded to know what nonsense the old man was spouting. Seizing this opportunity, Chang-seon immediately ordered the spy he had planted to make their move. The assassin holding the hostage was instantly split in two. Master, I have successfully protected Mireille Aliano. Just as he finished speaking those words, he too was struck down unexpectedly. The long-range assassin king attacked, asking, Since when could you do that? Gun immediately flew out to catch Mireille. Player Gun has activated the Shadow Step skill. The king of assassins, tricked by Chang-seon time and again, became even more furious. The face of a demon in a blind rage. The king of assassins unleashed an attack, but Wu Hu Ta blocked it with his Ruyi Jingu Bang. He roared in anger. You psychotic old man, get lost! This only encouraged Wu Hu Ta to troll him even more. Your hearing must be going bad. Didn't you just hear that guy tell me to stop you? Let's see if you can still spout that nonsense when you're in your coffin, shall we? While the two of them were brawling fiercely, Chang-seon took Mireille and fled. Just when he thought the path was clear, he hadn't taken 3 steps before a group of assassins crawled up from beneath the sand. They summoned a pack of hellhounds that looked quite troublesome to deal with. Without a moment's delay, Bogan charged forward to the rescue. Just then, the system announced that the Desert Express train had been at the Pebble Desert station for a while. Chang-seon gritted his teeth and dashed with all his might. No one knew when the next desert train would arrive. They say Levatine is in the underground dungeon near the Seething Hell station. That's its first stop. Since he had rescued Mireille, he would be able to get the 5 sacred tomes soon. But he couldn't give up on Levatine either. Chang-seon had to get on that train. The system announced, All passengers, please board the train. The train will depart for the next station in 5 minutes. Damn it, 5 minutes. I might make it if I teleport. Sina Ruka's assassins clung to Chang-seon like leeches, making him want to slaughter them all just to get them out of his sight. But the main goal now was to board the Levatine immediately to get to that underground dungeon, so it wasn't a good time. The sacred body of the cornered tiger asked, Can't you just leave that baggage behind to avoid getting caught? The sacred body of the prime hunting season wholeheartedly agreed, saying that finally, one of the gods had said something sensible. Chang-seon thought that these beings were the same as always. They had no interest in any mortal who didn't pique their curiosity. The sacred body of the primordial evil dragon clicked its tongue at the annoying scene and demanded to see something new. The sacred body of the prime hunting season cried out, Mother, you did it again without a word of warning. The sacred body of the world-encircling serpent laughed wickedly and asked, Don't you know why she does that? The sacred body of the prime hunting season asked back, You know why? The sacred body of the world-encircling serpent suggested it might be because they were worried and afraid of the god they couldn't see these days. Chang-seon was getting angry that these deities were starting to babble uselessly again. The sacred body of the prime hunting season complained that it would rather be on the side of pure evil than the side of hypocrisy. Chang-seon felt that every one of his actions had its own purpose, but if he abandoned the girl in his arms right now, there was a high chance that the god of the twilight-tearing owl would be disappointed in him after the battle with Gemini. And he still hadn't received any benefits from her, so he had to maintain this relationship for now. But where the hell is the sacred tome? Just then, Mireille woke up, terrified to find herself in Chang-seon's arms. Seeing this, he got right down to business. Based on the situation, I'll be brief. Why exactly is Sena Ruka targeting you? I don't really know. There's no way they'd be chasing us like this for no reason. Mireille looked at him with complete confusion. Think carefully. You must have realized something. Mireille's eyes suddenly widened as she stammered. No way. Could it be? Father? 2 years ago, I followed my father, an archaeologist, into mysterious ancient ruins and found a ring. At that moment, I heard a voice, and through it, I received a patron god. After that, I, who had no talent whatsoever, mastered summoning magic for the first time in my life. The problem is, my father started to show malice towards me. He apparently considered me a thief who had stolen his precious treasure and even tried to kill me. That's when Henry saved me. Chang-seon grasped the key point here. If her own family showed her malice, then her father must have been possessed by a disaster. Can you give me that ring? If they're really after it, then we have to get rid of it to shake these people off. I can't. This is a sacred item that connects me to my patron god. If you don't, then I'll have no choice but to leave you here. Deathly Gaze has been activated. The gaze instantly made Mireille break out in a cold sweat. What will you do? Will you give me the ring? She immediately took off the ring and handed it to him. Her patron god screamed in rage from behind her. Mireille, snap out of it! Mireille, you absolutely cannot give him the ring. Too late. Chang-seon had already snatched the ring while she was still hesitating. And then, he dropped her in the middle of the desert. Chang-seon put the ring on his finger and promised to return once he had eliminated all the assassins. He called Gun over, who immediately caught Mireille. Just then, the system announced that the boarding time was over. The desert train is departing. Gun was worried about Chang-seon, but he assured him he'd catch up in no time, so there was no need to panic. Chang-seon instantly shot towards the train in a flash. The assassins immediately switched their target to him, but it was too late. The sacred body of the cornered tiger laughed manically after seeing you obtain a new sacred tome, infusing the mysterious ring with darkness. The ring has reacted to Peter's key and has been unlocked. You have obtained the 5th item of the 5 sacred tomes. Chang-seon was engulfed in a vortex of blue energy. This vortex prevented the assassins from reaching him. You have entered the instant dungeon, Stormy Hell. Chang-seon grinned with delight as a brilliant light opened up a new space. The assassins stared in confusion at the unfamiliar scenery before them. They never expected an instant dungeon to open out of thin air. This means the mystery of the child in the prophecy has been solved. But they couldn't accept this reality, as they had spent a long time analyzing the god's prophecy and determined that Mireille was the child in question. But no, even in that chaos, he charged straight in to rescue Mireille. Could Chang-seon be a secret weapon created by the White Tiger? This must be reported to the boss. At this moment, the system reported that you have discovered a forgotten star. The sacred body of the Shadow Great Worm looked at the ancient star that had lost its admiration through the eyes of its kin. The sacred body of the Shadow Great Worm said that swallowing all that stardust would make one shine like the 28 lunar mansions. Its kin are being suppressed by this terrifying energy. The sacred body of the Shadow Great Worm has taken an interest in the instant dungeon. The apocalypse wind is blowing fiercely. The sacred body of the Shadow Great Worm clicked its tongue in disappointment. Why are these people so weak? Who knows? Along with the blinding light, the master of the dungeon opened her eyes. The sacred body of the girl who hates storms has been revealed. The dungeon quest begins. Quest theme: Survival and Hunt. You are currently under the profound influence of the Tiger King's disaster curse. The curse will affect you every 72 hours and transport you to the stormy hell of another world. The stormy hell was born at the dawn of the universe, a world that still remains, filled with dangers. It was thought to have vanished through the ages. In addition, to completely remove the calamitous curse of the Fox King, you must defeat her. There are various weapons cleverly hidden throughout the dungeon. Find and combine them to hunt her down. Good luck. The official survival will now begin. Looking at the monster raging before him, Lee Chang-seon finally understood the situation. I can't believe they want me to kill a god to break the curse. This is insane, Lee Chang-seon thought, grimacing as he looked at the woman on the high peak and her surging energy. If this is just her remnant phantom force, I can't imagine how strong her original form must be. At least in the cave of the demonic Cobra Duke, I could grow stronger gradually and hold my own. But now, if I fall here, I will surely die. The sacred body of the girl who hates storms roared. Not bad. For a mortal, Even though all I have now is a mere shell of an avatar, you won't be able to last long. I can smell the dark star on you. That is the reason you are not yet dead. Lee Chang-seon silently activated his virtue skill to create a mental barrier while asking, "She knows about the dark star?" He had already figured that if she could sense the dark energy, it meant she knew about Mephostophles. Chang-seon quietly calculated the difference in power with his opponent and supplemented the missing parameters. The girl who hates storms immediately said, "Of course I know. The dark star is the absolute will of our night, a pitiful creature that has continuously sought and chased after power for an eternity." Lee Chang-seon took note of the words, "the absolute will of our night." When Gemini and Minerva clashed, he seemed to have seen some messages about day and night, but still couldn't understand it. "If I hadn't smelled that person's scent on you, I would have already destroyed you. But looking at you now, it seems you are not under that person's protection, nor do you consider them your guardian star. So, it shouldn't be a problem if I dispose of you now." The title Incarnation of the Phantom Idea has been applied to conjure a firestorm. Fire surrounded Chang-seon as he coldly called out for Rin. Rin appeared, riding a demonic steed, laughing loudly as soon as she arrived. "You're insane, Master. This time, you're planning to attack even the phantom of a constellation?" The energy radiating from her is no different from the energy of the demonic Cobra Duke. "If I absorb it, my stats will increase by several levels in an instant." The sacred body of the girl who hates storms was immediately enraged by Rin's insolent words. "You shameless thing, how dare you! Face my gale tribulation!" Katmus drooled as it discovered something delicious. Here it comes. This little dragon, still in its growth phase, is starting to get hungry again. Without waiting for Chang-seon's reaction, it opened its mouth and swallowed the gale tribulation of the girl who hates storms whole. It was as delicious as if it were just an appetizer for the little dragon's feast. The blazing heart has neutralized the gale tribulation and absorbed a large amount of magic, significantly increasing its completion level. Current completion level, 21.6%. Wow, it went up that much from just one bite. I have to thank this sacred body. The girl who hates storms stared at the burping dragon as if it were an alien. What? Katmus had already opened its mouth again, intending to give a gift in return for the delicious meal just now. This dragon may be small, but when it opens its mouth, it's a tempest. Like this time, it created a massive sphere of light that startled even Chang-seon and Rin. Then, it suddenly blew the sphere away. Follower Katmus has used the skill, Breath. The massive sphere of light crushed against the chest of the girl who hates storms, and a moment later, the pressure was so great that it tore off one of her wings. Seeing the dragon fly up to her, she became even more terrified. The system helped convey its current state. Katmus drooled as it looked at the girl who hates storms, calling her a delicacy. The gods immediately burst into chatter. The Star Tiger god's eyes widened. The god of the hunt stared with their mouth wide open. The serpent god who encompasses the world raised its guard, saying that, as expected, one should never associate with creatures born from hell. The god Turus cursed and wondered who gave such a creature to a mortal. The god of the hunt looked towards her mother and said she wanted that dragon. The primordial evil dragon god glanced at her daughter with a pitying look, saying that it was impossible because even she couldn't measure that thing's growth potential. The god of the hunt sprawled on the ground and started throwing a tantrum. The primordial evil dragon god stopped her daughter with her small claw. Katmus was sticking its long tongue out to caress the body of its delicious meal. Every lick drew blood, and every lick made the girl who hates storms scream. Lee Chang-seon was frozen as he watched the scene before him. What in the world is this? A dragon can devour a constellation? Even if she was just a phantom of her true self, not to mention the danger to himself, all of his followers could have been annihilated. And yet, it treats the spiritual pressure radiating from such a being as just a tasty meal? Is that why Katmus ate all the artifacts in the royal treasury with such excitement? After all, artifacts with great power are often tainted by the myths of gods and great heroes. Chang-seon could now understand why the gods and constellations were reacting so violently, because a predator would make beings like them, who have always lived as they pleased, wary. And while Chang-seon was thinking and calculating, Katmus was having a delicious mukbang of a sacred replica. The girl who hates storms couldn't even fight back against it. Rin said dejectedly, Master, if I've done anything wrong these past few days, please tell me. I'll fix it right away." "Why so sudden?" Chang-seon was surprised, then suddenly realized the problem and immediately changed his tone. "What's wrong? Are you afraid that Katmus is going to start drooling over you and your followers?" Chang-seon thought that it was right for her to be scared, since the demonic Cobra Duke also originates from the stars. Rin made a sour face and argued, "This is no laughing matter. I won't let myself be a follower who gets digested by a pet. Don't worry, I don't want to throw away the followers I worked so hard to make in that way." Rin sighed in relief. "That's good then." Meanwhile, the sacred body of the girl who hates storms finally reacted after being stunned. She beat her remaining wing with all her might to fly away. Katmus, in the middle of its meal, immediately shot after her, determined not to lose its delicious morsel. She frantically tried to drive it away. Stay back. Get away from me. Ugh, my body can't regenerate. Chang-seon thought grimly. Was CM this strong from the very beginning? No, that's impossible. Even with its immense potential, it's still just a newborn beast. Perhaps it's thanks to its innate advantage. CM's attribute is darkness, and darkness consumes light. The system announced that the current completion rate was 42.6%. Chang-seon hoped that the completion rate would continue to increase at this pace. CM breathed out massive streams of dark energy, which quickly caught the girl who hates storms. The darkness began to infiltrate the divine power of the girl who hates storms. No, get away from me. I have to return to Mireille. The darkness began to corrupt the divinity of the girl who hates storms. Seeing this, Jin let out a triumphant laugh. Even if she's just an illusion, I never thought the day I'd take down a god would come so soon. It won't work, Jin, Chang-seon warned him as he opened his treasury. All of his reserve weapons were brought out. Chang-seon chose the Snowfield longsword for his next move. He clicked his tongue. Using a treasure like this is a bit costly, but only something this powerful can contain the darkness. With a sword in one hand and a bow in the other, Lee Chang-seon thought he would add some of his own blood as a catalyst, using the blood manipulation technique from those monstrous old geezers to enhance the enchantment. If the Ice Emperor's treasure is imbued with blood, venom, and darkness, its power could surely rival that of a divine artifact. After adding Chang-seon's blood, the sword transformed into an arrow, thus completing the demon-breaking arrow. Without a moment's hesitation, Lee Chang-seon immediately fired it. This arrow was, of course, meant for the girl who hates storms. Chang-seon even used his perfect marksmanship authority to ensure a precise hit. And because of that arrow, the other remaining wing of the girl who hates storms was blown away. She screamed, "You! How dare you? Dare or not, would you please shut your mouth? All this screaming is giving me a headache." Elin appeared unexpectedly, using a tree branch to tightly wrap around the woman's gaping beak. "I won't let that happen," Elin said with a soft smile. Jin's entrance was no less grand. He appeared with a massive sword, creating a cut sharper than microbladed eyebrows that split the rest of the girl who hates storm's body in two. The illusion was destroyed. Lee Chang-seon immediately rushed forward, channeling dark energy into the evil dragon's fang. Chang-seon seized the opportunity and attacked even more fiercely. A brilliant light shone from the center of the shattered form. Impressive achievement gained, subjugating the starlight. Reward, sacred power, strengthening the holy concealment skill. The Dark Heart is being completed at a dizzying speed, 51.69%. The girl who hates storms is dead. Top contributor, Lee Chang-seon. You have received 50 million karma points for an unprecedented achievement. You have received the Apocalypse Wind attribute as a reward. The gods displayed a variety of expressions at this situation. The fallen tiger god gave a sinister smile. The diseased giant beetle god's eyes widened in disbelief. The number of gods and constellations interested in you has increased. There are now a total of 32 gods and constellations who want you as their apostle. You can now combine the Apocalypse Wind with Hellfire. You have obtained 2 of the 3 destructive attributes. The firepower of Hellfire has been enhanced. The attribute of the Ghostly Presence has grown stronger. The title Incarnation of the Ghostly Presence has evolved into Demon Form of the Ghostly Presence. Demon Form of the Ghostly Presence. An evolved form of the Ghostly Presence, a legion of fire and demons that has absorbed the Apocalypse Wind, the remnant left after the end of the world. When it awakens, it brings a flame of destruction and a wind of decay with the beat of its wings. You are the demonic beast that brings the calamity of Annihilation Wind. Title classification, S rank, Hellfire, Apocalypse Wind. 2 of the 3 cataclysmic attributes. Lee Chang-seon excitedly unleashed a fiery tornado. CM joyfully flew in circles along with each swirl. Chang-seon was also thrilled that all his stats had increased. The time had finally come for him to shed his mortal form and become a transcendent. You have finished reading and deciphering Anan's 5th secret scripture and have received the secret art within the scripture. You have received Starlight. New sacred power has been added to the holy concealment skill. Skill level has increased. You have glimpsed a part of a primeval secret. You have leveled up. You can now proceed with the second advancement quest upon reaching level 50. Finally, the message Chang-seon had been waiting for appeared. Your believer's level has increased, transforming them into another form. The folktale scenario quest has been generated. Condition: achieve 4 impressive achievements. Synthesize the 4 achievements following an introduction, development, climax, and conclusion structure to complete the folktale. Success: advancement. Failure: level cap increased. Lee Chang-seon promised himself that this time he would do it properly. He recalled seeing this information window when he was first reborn. Players can combine different achievements based on their actions and results after opening the system. Achievements are mainly divided into 5 types according to level. Mythical and legendary are achievements only obtainable by those who have reached the realm of gods and constellations. Fables are for demigods, those who wish to shed their mortal form and ascend to godhood. For superhumans who want to surpass human limits, there are folktales, an achievement regular players receive for outstanding performance. The system notifications weren't done yet. You have received your first impressive achievement, subjugating the starlight. The introduction to the folktale has been completed to officially begin the storyline. The world sculpture has been drafted, and a basic religion has been created. A folktale is a genre passed down orally through generations and etched into the hearts of the people. In other words, it's the starting point for creating a religion by imprinting an existence onto the world and the universe. Those who begin their folktales in this way are called heroes, and rankers are the modern version of the heroes from the folktales of old. Luckily, Chang-seon had just obtained one of the 4 achievements needed to create a folktale, and he even acquired the Apocalypse Revelation. He believed he would be able to find the 4th secret scripture soon. At this point, the dungeon was preparing to close. Back on the desert and the sandship, Gunn had managed to bring Murray aboard, panting heavily, having finally escaped the jaws of death that had been snapping at his heels. Jellin, looking one step away from death's door with a pale face, mumbled unconsciously, "I almost used all my mana just to catch up to this ship. I wonder if he's okay." Murray's expression was grim as she realized she could no longer feel her deity. Just then, Henry rushed over, calling Murray's name loudly, and grabbed Gunn, asking what he had done to her. "Who'd even want your friend's fiancé?" Gellin said coldly. "I don't know what you're talking about, but it seems you're up to no good. Your shadow guard is angry." Henry screamed like a madman. "You bastard, answer me." What were they supposed to have done? They hadn't even touched her. So how could they answer? The Shin brothers thought it was unfair. Junggu's good deed was being punished. Just then, a tall man appeared behind Junggu, startling him into making a rude remark. "Who is this old geezer?" The god of the hunting season glanced at him with a displeased look. Shin Unseo asked through gritted teeth. "Who the hell are you? You want to die?" For some reason, Henry was nowhere to be seen, and the 2 old men with him showed no interest in them. "That's what you think," the newcomer thought. He felt this was the perfect time to get revenge for the rookies who had been overwhelmed by Lee Chang-seon at the hotel party. A major conflict should be avoided. It was best to de-escalate the situation after Henry was dealt with. Wolf arrived shortly after and said, "Nicola, stop. Wolf, mind your own business." "What is it this time?" Lee Chang-seon appeared at the entrance, drawing everyone's attention. In any case, I was the one who saved her. To Shin Jung-gu and Shin Unseo, it was like seeing the radiant sun of truth pierce their hearts. Nicola froze in shock, cursing internally that he should have dealt with Chang-seon when he returned. Now that he had reached the level of a ranker, there was no way he could let him get involved. He forced a laugh. "Haha, it's just a misunderstanding." Henry, however, wasn't so perceptive and was still raging. "What did you people do to Murray?" "Explain yourselves now!" He swung his arm, ready to fight. The Death Dragon's vault opened, and a bone dragon appeared. Nicola quickly shouted, "Henry, you idiot!" But he wasn't listening to a single word anymore, focusing only on conjuring fire. A great fire blazed, taking the form of a warrior in white bone armor. "I had to tolerate your bizarre tricks, but this time, I will repay that humiliation." The Death Dragon's soul was infused with magic, increasing the power of the bone blade and bone armor. Nicola was still trying to stop him, but by then, Henry's face was right in front of Lee Chang-seon's fist. Just being at that distance, the force of the blow shattered his white bone mask. Henry hastily backed away, his heart filled with disbelief. The dragon armor was harder than diamond, yet it couldn't stop that punch. Lee Chang-seon scoffed. "I heard you called my team member trash again." Without any hesitation, Lee Chang-seon beat Henry to a pulp. Of course, the guy took every single hit and didn't even have a chance to fight back. Looking at the reality of the fight between the two, Henry's master Nicola immediately realized that the tough guy from Korea had gotten stronger. Lee Chang-seon suddenly glanced at him, as if he sensed the old man was bad-mouthing him, making Nicola jump in fright. Title: Spectre's vessel has been activated. Chang-seon pushed Henry aside and lunged toward that meddling old man, Nicola. The old man looked at him, thinking with a grim face. No, there's no way he could have gotten this strong in 3 days. He must have been hiding that high-level skill all along. Otherwise, a monster's sharp instincts wouldn't flare up like this. Is he talking about how his cloak suddenly flew off, revealing his muscular body? Nicola activated another skill, Heart of the Monster. An eye opened right in the middle of his chest. It had come to this. He would tear Chang-seon to pieces right here. Even if he was a famous rookie, he was still just a kid, and a mere team leader at that. Seeing him make a move, Lee Chang-seon didn't flinch and met the attack head-on. The old man Nicola just wanted to prove that Spectre was stronger than White Tiger to avoid future trouble, and also to humiliate that arrogant Jigo Hunyan. With immense determination, Nicola threw a punch that went straight through Lee Chang-seon. The old man suddenly froze while Chang-seon remained expressionless. The eye in the middle of his chest had been slashed to pieces, and with it, the show-off master fell to the ground in utter confusion. How? Lee Chang-seon looked down on him. Are the higher-ups of Spectre this pathetic? For Lee Chang-seon, with his serpent's eye and 100% bullseye accuracy, discovering and exploiting an opponent's weakness was a trivial matter with just those two skills. The members of Spectre were furious when they heard what Chang-seon said. However, the moment he glanced over, they all clammed up. The tiger's aura enveloped the scene. The fierce tiger growled as a great fire erupted violently. Lee Chang-seon spoke loudly. "Anyone who dares to challenge me, step forward." The Spectre members, who were seething with rage just moments ago, were now silent as the grave, every one of them staying completely quiet. At this point, Ludovico and Griezmann had appeared. Ludovico stepped in to intervene. "Mr. Lee Chang-seon, please calm down. You're Ludovico, from the Orlando family, right? I saw my teammate being threatened with my own eyes, and you're telling me to calm down? How about I beat you up first and then tell you to calm down? Would that be all right?" Lee Chang-seon asked while exuding a menacing aura and performing a few moves. Ludovico was horrified. "You're going too far! If you have an issue, take it up with me," Ludovico thought to himself. Henry and Nicola were both defeated in an instant. I'm no match for him. The French players are being overwhelmed by a Korean rookie. What a disgrace. Iron Mask Griezmann was a demi-human. He had vast combat experience. If he joins in, I might have a chance, but he's not even looking this way. He probably just wants to watch from the sidelines. Damn it, I have to surrender now and blame everything on Spectre when I get back to the guild. Ludovico bowed deeply before Chang-seon. "I apologize. As a representative of France, I sincerely apologize to you. Please, let this end here." Sweating profusely, he forced a twisted smile and thought, even Lee Chang-seon will have to stop fighting after such a sincere apology. I'll deal with the consequences later. I will definitely repay today's humiliation when I get the chance. Little did he know, he had no idea he was dealing with such a hard-ass. "End it? What right do you have to end it? I haven't even started," Chang-seon warned as he cracked his knuckles. "Grit your teeth. Mr. Lee, Chang-seon, wait. Opening your mouth like that was the wrong move." Just as the fist flew straight into his mouth, Ludovico remembered something. Chang-seon had another nickname, the Bloody Thug. Unfortunately, he realized it far too late. And so, the cargo bay was now filled with nothing but groans of pain. On another front, the sand was now indented with jagged, smoking holes. The Queen of Assassins held her head and laughed loudly. "I knew the hunt wouldn't be easy, but I never imagined it would turn out like this." The Yin Greatworm God frowned in dissatisfaction. All of the Queen of Assassins' golden masks had been shattered to pieces. The Queen of Assassins lamented, "It takes at least a year to produce a single mask, so how many did I just lose? This is the most humiliation I've felt since my battle with the Immortal King. And that Asian kid is to blame too. This must be how the target of the assassination interfered. I can't accept the target shifting to me and abandoning the assassination mission." So this time, she took out an even more grotesque mask. "You have equipped the Goblin Mask." The Queen explained that she had spent 10 years creating this personality to deal with the Immortal King, but to protect the foundation of Senezuka, she had to eliminate him first. Back on the relentlessly moving train, as Lee Chang-seon was hacking at the skull, Griezmann spoke up, offering advice. "How about using your hands?" Looking at the people beaten and strewn across the train car, he continued, "I think you've vented enough and made them pay the price. Besides, this isn't the time to cause more chaos, right?" Lee Chang-seon immediately said, "I'll cover the rear. You handle the front." Griezmann agreed instantly. "Thank you for understanding." Seeing the remaining members of Phantom who hadn't been beaten, Griezmann cut in. "What are you doing? Hurry and bandage the wounded, then move to the front car. Are you trying to get in the way?" Just then, a piercing sound rang out, causing Griezmann to curse because it had happened even sooner than he anticipated. The system announced that a swarm of hell Parodiciles had appeared. Not only were there fire wyverns, but a whole flock of fire beasts was targeting the desert train. In short, it was a pack of starving monsters looking for prey. The monsters were beginning to land, and the system requested that the players protect the train from their assault. The people on the train immediately began setting up defenses to protect it. Lee Chang-seon's face grew serious as he calculated, monsters from the sandstone desert are always starving because of the harsh environment. They must think the desert train is food, which is why they're attacking. The system warned that the monsters were going berserk, and that the total power of the surrounding monsters had increased by 10%. Lee Chang-seon understood that if they didn't die from being hunted, they would die of starvation, which was why they were so frenzied. He decided to eliminate them before they could cause too much damage. A massive bolt of lightning shot out, fire raged violently, and then, in the blink of an eye, the sky was clear again. The system announced that the monster wave had ended. A man sat slumped on the ground, crying, "I haven't even dated anyone yet, and I almost died in this place." Yi Im-gu also collapsed onto the floor and swore. The system announced, "You have successfully driven away all the monsters. You have passed the first trial. Additional rewards will be given based on contribution. The one with the highest contribution, Lee Chang-seon." While the 4 members of Team L were exhausted, Lee Chang-seon hadn't even broken a sweat. The 2 white tiger elders looked over and commented, "Ho ho ho, are you tired already from just a little jog? What's wrong with the youth these days? Back in our day, we fought for 3 days straight and were just fine." Tsk. One elder immediately turned and retorted, "What did you just say? You old men just stood there watching. You didn't do a thing. Take it." Lee Chang-seon tossed a scroll to the elder whose head was wrapped in bandages. He asked him blankly, "What is this?" Lee Chang-seon said it was a copy of the Holy Scripture, or whatever it was that Meyer Aliano wanted to get his hands on. "What? You got it back already? How can I believe this is the real thing? Take a picture and send it to Korea. You'll know soon enough." "Fair enough. If you're lying, I can deal with you immediately." Jin appeared, laughing mockingly at him. "So you're using it here? Is this how you get rid of those hopeless tales?" Lee Chang-seon didn't answer him, only thinking to himself that he had completed the decryption. The moment he cleared the Hell Temple stage and absorbed all its power, the words written in this copy were fake, copied, and forged by Jin and his apostles. Even if the White Tiger tried to decode it, it would take them at least a few years, and even if they succeeded, they wouldn't gain a single thing. "We'll be arriving at the first way station soon. I can't let these useless fools hold me back any longer," Jin added. "The levatine you plan to collect, where exactly is it kept?" "Beneath the boiling hell station, there's a place called the Octa Pond. That land is quite dangerous." The skull demon god, Bu Yang Yin, asked curiously, "Lee Chang-seon, why are you suddenly giving this to us now? Surely you're not going to kick us out just because you've given us what we want, right?" Lee Chang-seon smiled and said, "That's right." Just then, the system announced that the Desert Express Anne was arriving at Boiling Hell Station, the first stop. "What?" A terrified scream echoed from inside the train car. "Passengers who have not yet boarded, please wait at the gate." Lee Chang-seon remained standing on the roof of the train and said very clearly, "Take it and get lost. Don't hover around me anymore." The red giant elder, Tae Hongak, immediately went berserk. "That way of talking is really getting on my nerves." Lee Chang-seon and the 4 members of Team L remained expressionless. The skull demon god sneered, "Let's see if you can bear the weight of those words." As soon as he finished speaking, he sent out strands of his white medical bandages to attack the members of Team L. Bai-gun grimaced as he was struck. I didn't see it at all." Tae-hong-ga closed in on Lee Chang-seon. "What did you just say? You told us to get lost? So you heard me clearly. Are you slow on the uptake on top of being old, you insolent bastard?" Tae-hong-gak swung his fist in anger. The system relayed that the fallen tiger god was watching the fight between his 2 apostles with great interest. At that moment, Wu Huxie also arrived. "What's all the commotion?" "I was just getting a little rest. Goliath, can you stop causing trouble?" "Gu, this is our business." What are you talking about?" "I know you really want him as your disciple, but this is our business." Lee Chang-seon couldn't stomach this idiotic conversation. He was extremely annoyed with this talk of disciples because if the other clans heard about it, it would become a huge issue. Han Rian smirked and said, "Of course I'm also quite interested in that kid, but business is business. I'm not trying to stop you old geezers from whining about how we're unequal. If that kid hurt your pride, then you go and demand justice yourselves." The red giant looked at him as if he were looking at a traitor. "What? How could you?" Wu Huxie glanced at him. "Are you really that deaf? You'll be swallowed whole by that kid, so be careful." Tsk. "If you insist on opposing him, I won't stop you." The skull demon god and the red giant were both stunned to see Wu Huxie's attitude. "What?" Lee Chang-seon started to use his entire face to show his annoyance. He thought to himself, "I've been logged into this world for decades, and he's telling me, someone from the first generation, that I'll lose to a little brat who's only been here for half a year? How much longer are you all going to stand there staring at me? I'm not a display model, you know." The red giant's face wrinkled like a dried jujube as he spoke. "Do you still remember the rules of the Council of Elders? The reputation of the White Tiger must never be tarnished, and the honor of the Council of Elders must never be allowed to be trampled upon. As the vice chairman of the council, I will not overlook this rule being broken. This council was created to be an invincible claw, a claw that, once honed, can no longer be used. I hope you two listen carefully to my words." In the midst of the chaos and tension, the system interjected with an announcement. "The train has arrived at the first stop. Boiling Hell Station. All passengers, please disembark. The train will arrive at the next station in 24 hours. Lee Chang-seon immediately jumped down and called for his team. Before leaving, he had one last thing to say. "I hope I don't have to see you two again." The red giant couldn't hold back any longer, charging forward with his fist raised, and for the first time, he managed to say a sentence without stuttering. "You bastard! I will destroy you!" "No, Hongak!" Bu Yin suddenly shouted. Before Tae Hongak could even touch Lee Chang-seon, he was thrown back by a force. His entire body was sent flying like a teddy bear before crashing straight to the ground. Lee Chang-seon glanced at Bu Yin and said, "Final warning. If I see him again tomorrow, you'll die too." Just then, Kang Yu-chan ran out from nowhere, calling out desperately for Elder Tae Hongak. Chang-seon appeared behind him without a sound, his face darkening as he spoke. Come to think of it, you're here too, aren't you? I almost forgot. Kang Yu-chan wanted to plead for Chang-seon to listen to him, but he was sent flying without a hint of emotion. Kang Yu-chan was shipped straight into the center of a large fire. Lee Chang-seon turned away without a second glance and entered Boiling Hell Station. Henry clutched his head, grimacing as he cried out, "Finally awake." "Are we?" Hearing someone ask, he turned in confusion to see who it was. What met his eyes was the sight of his own team members lying unconscious all over the train car. "Master, what happened?" Nearby, Mireille had fallen into a state of panic. He's no longer here. "Oh goddess, where have you gone?" Nicola said, "The tyrant is the one who caused this. He's truly powerful, so strong that even I am no match for him." He looked grimly at his student and said, "Henry, from now on, there is something you absolutely must do." Fires were still blazing everywhere. Lee Chang-seon stood on a stone wall, looking at the molten lava as he thought. That stone desert wasn't actually a desert. To be precise, the dungeon is Surtur's corpse, and that stone desert is merely his skin. His skin cracked to form the ground, and heat escaped from those very cracks. Chang-seon recalled his meeting with the nameless king. Then how could monsters even survive there? Well, he is the king of the giants, the ruler of Muspelheim. Though he isn't as magnificent as I, he certainly deserves that throne. So it's no surprise that some life would flourish there. You could say that entering that dungeon is like piercing Surtur's muscles and following the blood flowing through his veins. Then where exactly is this Regaran place? It is an important armory containing the treasures of Surtur and Muspelheim. Not to mention, it's where his powers took shape, so it can't possibly be in some ordinary place. Its heart is Regaran. Follow the blood vessels upward, and you will find it. To this day, Chang-seon still couldn't believe it. Who would have thought this unbelievably enormous dungeon was Surtur's corpse? Even for a giant, his size is just ridiculous. And I have to find Surtur's heart in a place as vast as this within 24 hours. Ugh. As Chang-seon was pondering, something unexpected happened. The apocalyptic storm attribute within the holy combat skill has awakened. Chang-seon smiled happily. I've been standing here all afternoon waiting for this. At that moment, the god that Mireille was searching for materialized and asked Chang-seon, "Human, who are you exactly? I have been observing you ever since I became trapped here, because you have many mysterious facets, such as how you deciphered Anan's 7 secret scriptures, and what your relationship is with that dark constellation. But the thing that puzzles me the most is something else entirely. How is it that you carry the scent of Itaka?" Lee Chang-seon was startled. "Itaka? Why is that name coming up now?" Itaka reminded Chang-seon of the old man who often appeared in his memories. And this time, he remembered the scene of the old man standing on the corpse of a great dragon, but his back was pierced with countless swords and blades. His figure was hazy in the mist as he turned to look at Chang-seon. "Chang-seon, from now on, you will be Katniss." Then he seemed to fall backwards. Chang-seon rushed to catch him. He said, with tears streaming down his face, "Damn it, I already told you, I don't need that weird name. This cunning brat. Can't you just accept it and say thank you politely? Just be decent for once, will you? You have to take it anyway. Why do you always have to do things that ask for a beating? Why am I still bickering over wins and losses when I'm about to die?" Lee Chang-seon cursed in frustration. "I get it. Just stop talking so much. You're bleeding all over the place." The old man smiled in satisfaction and closed his eyes. "Ha ha, how ironic. Only when I'm at death's door do you finally listen to me. Oh, for goodness sake, why are you dying? Old man, remember this. From now on, you are CM. You will take on the responsibility of caring for that child." "Oh, please, just stop talking. If you're that worried about the kid, then you should be the one to stay by her side." Tears streamed down Chang-seon's face, but his words were still defiant. Old man, damn it. If only I had learned healing magic back then. If only I had properly studied the ancient languages you taught me. Then a trivial wound like this wouldn't." He still tried to speak his last words. "Please, protect the girl. She may be a bit arrogant, but she's actually very fragile." Chang-seon had gone mad when he passed away, feeling it was absurd since a patron deity was supposed to protect their contractor. A patron deity was supposed to grant power to their contractor and ask the contractor to spread their teachings in return. But instead, he wanted his contractor to protect the patron god. Huh? What kind of patron god is that? And the girl the old man had asked him to protect? A girl with blue hair and a red cloak. She had said, "I hate you. It's all your fault that CM died." Although he and Itaka hated and despised each other, she and White Silence Who Rides the Storm became Chang-seon's star guardians. Chang-seon became her apostle after inheriting the name CM. Although it was because Chang-seon couldn't ignore the old man's final wish, they also worked together because they shared a common goal: to eliminate all those who had caused the old man's death. Itaka is a constellation of light, and her starlight is an ultimate treasure, believed to be capable of turning gods and constellations into emperors, the most brilliant entities in the galaxy. Model. Even though the old man tried to protect her with his life. But the gods and stars seeking Ithaca's starlight continued their relentless search. This sparked a war that engulfed all of Arcadia. As the battle dragged on, Ithaca and Chang-seon grew closer. The phrase that best described their relationship was, "The more they loved, the more they fought." However, before she left, she told him, "Xian, I love you. Please, forgive me." And that was how the world stole Chang-seon's happiness once again. It was as if it believed he didn't deserve such joy. Just then, the gods' questions, conveyed through the system, snapped Chang-seon out of his reverie. The incarnation of the hunt tilted its head, wondering why your expression suddenly changed. The incarnation of the world serpent was curious about what that strange vessel of starlight had said. The incarnation of the cornered tiger frowned, saying something was off. The incarnation of the shadow leviathan licked its lips while watching the divinity seep from you. Chang-seon silently breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the other gods couldn't hear the voice of the storm-hating girl. If the ruler of the void heard the name Ithaca, things would get very complicated, so that was one less burden to worry about. Phew! And how do you know that name? It would be strange if I didn't know her. She's my mother. Chang-seon was completely stunned. However, I despise her. Even though she created me, she was also the one who caused my death. Chang-seon came to a realization, so that's it. The storm in the storm-hating girl's divine name was referring to Ithaca. It's all because of her that I'm stuck here, stripped of my divinity, and treated like a slave. Even after I died, even when I was found guilty by the divine tribunal, she never showed up just because I was the daughter of the Star of Light. In the end, I was imprisoned, and when I woke up, I found myself locked in this prison called the Seven Apocrypha of Anne. After that, I kept fighting off those who were drawn to me by the starlight I emitted. The harder I tried to escape that stormy hell, the more I hated my mother. Hearing his lover being spoken of so ill, Chang-seon was displeased and turned to ask the storm-hating girl, the Seven Apocrypha of Anne, what exactly is it? I don't know either. When I opened my eyes again, I was already trapped inside it, but I do know one thing. It's an incredibly strong prison, a perfect world that no one can destroy. Since you carry the scent of Ithaca, you must have at least realized that much, right? Chang-seon frowned. The truth was, because her power was too great to control, she had split it into various incarnations, saying they were like her children and calling them her daughters. There are 7 Apocrypha of Anne, and Ithaca has a total of 7 daughters. Could it be that the 7 Apocrypha of Anne are all seals created to imprison Ithaca's 7 daughters? No, if that's the case. The Void King has also been secretly collecting the scattered 7 Apocrypha of Anne to decipher their secrets and monopolize them. He coveted Chang-seon's power the entire time he worked for the Ziwei Doshu, which is why he relentlessly pursued the 7 Apocrypha of Anne. After concluding that Ithaca was the secret behind Chang-seon's power, he did it to obtain the starlight of Ithaca within the 7 Apocrypha of Anne and use it to evolve. Chang-seon gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Void King, that crazy bastard. Just then, the system's mechanical voice came through again. The incarnation of the cornered tiger, the Void King, is tilting his head, saying he cannot understand why you are reacting this way. Chang-seon remained lost in thought. All this time, if the 7 Apocrypha of Anne are divine artifacts that imprisoned Ithaca's daughters, and if the countless disasters caused by the Tiger King are actually a part of Ithaca's starlight, then there's no way I wouldn't have realized it by now. There's too much I still don't know. First, I need to finish deciphering the 4 sacred sutras. I have to raid the Preda's Den at all costs and check what's on the final floor. One of the 5 rulers of the Preda's Den, the treacherous soul, could be one of Ithaca's daughters. The Tiger King's disaster might even be the one who imprisoned and corrupted Ithaca's daughter, possibly with a connection to Anne. The Void King is collecting Ithaca's daughters, while the other gods and stars of the Ziwei Doshu are completely unaware. But if the Shadow Leviathan is monitoring the Void King's suspicious activities, then the Leviathan must know exactly what he's after. I need to rebuild the Preda's Den according to plan and seal the Shadow Leviathan. Then, I can interrogate him to find out all the details. But to do that, I need more power. Even though I can now compete with most high rankers like Leviatine, I have to find Leviatine. Chang-seon told Jin they needed to raid the Preda's Den immediately, while silently vowing that no matter what, he would tear the Void King to 100 pieces. Back with the 3 elders, Marshal Marquisier was nagging his 2 friends. I told you to be careful, but you just wouldn't listen. I hope in the next world, you'll learn to listen to what others say. Marshal Marquisier raised his foot and finished off Hongju Men completely in front of the Skull Demon God. Then he turned to Mo Chang and said, "Quick, get the paper Chang-seon gave you, and let's go back." But why? Are you trying to disobey my orders? That's not what I meant. We still haven't confirmed if that piece of paper is real or not. It's real. Don't worry. Mo Chang thought to himself, this guy really is a cruel warlord, but he's also the most knowledgeable and skilled member of the Council of Elders. If he says it's real, then it must be. After all, he was sent to verify the Apocryphon's authenticity. In that case, I'll go. But what about you, sir? I still have business here, so I'll stay. The Apocryphon is very important. If you're not going to be of any help, then scram. Right. Haha, then I'll leave everything to you, sir. Marshal Marquis Shi immediately sent Mo Chang away to get him out of the way. He also thought to himself that Mo Chang, blinded by greed, wouldn't last long. But Chang-seon was different. He hoped the young man would become the key to breaking the chains that bound them, and he decided to keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, the members of Team L were complaining about the heat, craving water and ice cream. The system displayed information that there was a shop here with food, water, essential items, luxury goods, and weapons necessary for the journey. Please be aware that the shop uses a separate currency. The train will depart in 23 hours, 57 minutes, and 46 seconds. Xin was delirious from the heat, demanding that Trong Tien turn on the air conditioner. Annoyed, Trong Tien had to take out her magic orb to create a breeze for the group to get them to quiet down. The incarnation of the world-encircling serpent seemed displeased that its excellent teachings were being used in this manner. As they were walking, the team ran into Henry and Nicola's group. As if revived by a cool breeze, the Shin siblings immediately started complaining and taunting the others. Seeing the shop they were looking for right in front of them, Shin's attitude immediately changed, and she even offered to buy Yuen some ice cream. The shop owner was a red-skinned demon who welcomed them with a wide smile. When Yuen saw him, she prepared to attack, but the owner told her to put it down, saying this was a neutral zone and that he was a pacifist. The system introduced him as Jerabu, the shop owner. Yuen reluctantly put her weapon away, and he immediately gave a wicked smile. Smart move. You wouldn't want to get on the shop owner's bad side, would you? Shin asked, her voice tinged with dread. What do you sell here? The system spoke for him. Shop owner Jerabu will show you the list of items in the store. Item list. Item 1. Price from 1 to 9 Huan. Item 2. Price from 10 to 99 Huan. Item 3. Price from 100 to 999 Huan. Item 9. Price 100 million Huan. 10. Others. Inaccessible. What the hell is a Huan? Yuen said. It must be the currency here. The system did warn that this place uses a different currency. Let's see the items in the first category. The items priced from 1 to 9 Huan are half a bottle of water, 1 Han, half a bag of almonds, 3 Huan, a green apple, 2 Huan, half an ice cream bar, 9 Huan. Yuen thought to herself, this description is so irritating. Just reading it doesn't cost anything, but it makes the prices feel absurdly high. The items priced over 100 million Huan were the Heavenly Sword for 130 million, the Seal of the Thunder God for 290 million, Jatharus's Book of Prophecy for 450 million, the Forbidden Fruit for 100 billion, and the Heavenly Silver for 200 trillion. After reading the price list, the two girls were completely floored. Is this a shop or a money laundering bank? But these items didn't just surprise humans. Even the gods were stunned. The constellation, a good season for a hunt, widened its eyes in astonishment, wondering why those items were there. The constellation, world-encircling serpent, was highly suspicious that this hobgoblin was a scammer. So, have you chosen anything, human girls? Jerabu asked. I want to buy ice cream. Let's see. 14 Huan, but since you're my first customer today, I'll give it to you for just 12 Huan. Do you accept other currencies? No. Then do you accept payment in kind? I have gems, gold bars, and a bunch of artifacts. Not interested. Then at least tell me how to exchange for the money. Listen, girl. If you don't have any money, get lost. Don't cause trouble in my store. Shin Unseo was furious. She desperately wanted to run him through, just once, to knock some sense into him. Just then, Lee Chang-seon appeared and ordered everything on this list, plus the item this kid wanted to buy. The owner's attitude changed instantly upon seeing the paper filled with text. You certainly know how to spend, sir. The total comes to 160 Huan. How would you like to pay? We prefer cash. The administrators have been quite strict lately, so I don't have any cash on me. What? The owner was stunned by his incredibly nonchalant answer. I said I have no money. Put it on a tab. Seriously, in all my born days, I've never seen anyone ask to open a tab with such a deadpan expression. The shop owner was also in shock. What is it? Is there a problem with a tab? The owner's anger was about to erupt, yet he remained as unfazed as before. The owner yelled, Don't think you can treat me like an idiot just because I'm a goblin. You bastards, I'll put your names on the blacklist. You won't be able to buy a single thing at any station. I was planning on opening Ragnarok. If you're not interested, fine, we'll go to the next shop. Herod, let's go. The owner's attitude flipped instantly. Please, sir, wait a moment. Are you telling the truth? Are you really on your way to the treasury of the heart of the old king? Even if things didn't go smoothly at the first station and he was forced to move to the second, there was one thing Chang-seon couldn't ignore: the shop owners at each station. He wanted to win their favor. He had once wondered why he had to do so, and the nameless king had answered that they were the guardians. Even long after the last king, Surtur, fell and Muspelheim was destroyed, they remained the descendants of the giants who revered the soul of the final king and awaited his glory. There was a legend among the Guardians that the way to open Ragnarok, the glory of the ancient giant race, was within the dungeon, which could be considered the corpse of Surtur. They guarded his tomb, and their purpose was to open the underground treasury of the heart of the old king. Is that possible? Chang-seon had asked. Not exactly. Their very existence in that dungeon meant they were already dead. The giant souls had long ago descended to hell or been destroyed. Like all creatures in the dungeon, they merely repeated actions shaped by the remnants of their thoughts. But Ragnarok was real, and so was their faith in that legend. If you can fulfill the shopkeeper's desires, it will be much easier to get what you want. Recalling all this, Chang-seon smiled and said to the shop owner, "If you can't put it on a tab, that's fine. We'll just go to another shop." "Wait!" Jerabu exclaimed, agitated. "Are you really going to open Ragnarok? Is there another Ragnarok? Are you really going to the treasury of the heart of the old king? Truly? How? And why would I tell you? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Do you even know the first thing about a transaction? And yet you demand a tab. I need to know whether you can even return before I make my decision." Just then, an information window appeared. Hidden quest. Legacy of the dead king. Type. Hidden. Description. Specifics. A fire giant who brought destruction. An entity now all but forgotten, who, just before his death, stored the legacy of his race in the treasury of Ragnarok within his heart, and closed his eyes. His followers believe in the legend that their lost race can be revived once Ragnarok is opened, and they have long been searching for the one who can do it. Prove that you are qualified for this task. Completion conditions, failure conditions, rewards. 1. Get the items on credit. 2. Linked quest Legacy of the Dead King. Chang-seon smiled in satisfaction. "Did you hear that? Let's go, Herod." "Herod. That damn demon is pestering me again." Herod appeared, his face as sour as a spoiled dumpling, and told him to stop summoning him at times like this. "This area isn't even under my management." "Oh, really? If it's such a bother, find another administrator to take your place. I get it, okay?" Herod reluctantly stopped him, thinking to himself that among all the players, this man was considered a top-tier talent. He was growing at the fastest rate even without a patron deity, and all 12 constellations were interested in him. We can barely keep up with the reports because demand for him is so high. As the administrator in charge of Lee Chang-seon, I have more clout in the office, so I can't just let him team up with someone else. He can't be replaced. The higher his rank, the more I stand to gain, so I have to hold on to him tightly. After chanting, Herod happily went to deal with Jerapu. So he's the talent protected by the administrator's office and a third-class seed, huh? Jerapu asked. Herod said cheerfully, "That's right." He then looked at Chang-seon and said, "All right, I'll consider it an investment. That young lady stays, but you can come with me." Chang-seon handed Hebben the ice cream and instructed, "I'll be back tomorrow. In the meantime, accept as many quests from the owner as possible to earn points. It's not just useful for this dungeon instance, but for the future as well." As Hebben ate her ice cream, she wondered what he was plotting, but her thoughts were immediately erased by its delicious taste. The lurkers outside the shop were also stunned to see this. They had never seen the owner leave the shop to guide a player before. Could this be a special quest? Henry and Niolis's group were furious seeing someone else accomplish something they couldn't. Now that he's gone, how are we supposed to get the quest? Hold on, everyone, they're just busy handling a personal matter for a bit. If we can't get the quest because Jerapu disappeared, we'll be in big trouble. Damn it, what the hell? The fact that Jerapu is personally guiding a player means it's a very important hidden quest. If the quest is on that scale, he won't be able to handle it alone easily. And that will be the excuse for their guild to interfere. This dungeon is in French territory. Nicola won't let some foreigner run wild as he pleases. There's no doubt they've found a hidden piece. Nicola wondered if he should follow them. Inside, the system was announcing that temporary authority over the shop in the boiling hell had been transferred to Herod. Its appearance shocked the other players even more, especially when they realized Chang-seon was connected to the administrator's office. Administrator Herod scanned the positions of the nearby players. With a troubled expression, Herod said, "I have no ill will toward any of you, but I'm busy enough as it is. Being forced to be here is quite a nuisance for me. As an administrator, I will strive to maintain the principles of neutrality and equality. Even as a being with emotions, I cannot be swayed by them. You all understand what I'm saying, right? Even if you warn them, greed often makes people blind. So what if you add hatred to the mix?" Despite that, Chang-seon still thought they would all follow him. "The authority path of the demonic beast is tracking the footsteps of those targeting you," Jerapu said irritably. "So many flies are following us. Just ignore them and keep going. The constellation Tiger on the Decline snorts at the flies who don't know their place. The constellation Season of the Hunt wonders why you don't deal with them. The constellation World Encircling Serpent says you must prepare another trap for them." Chang-seon thought that there was no need to deal with them now. Once they set foot down here, they'd be busy enough trying to survive anyway. Besides, the Slaughter King of Sinaru will definitely try to retrieve the 5th Arcane Bible, so I'll lure them to Ragaran, a place where players, gods, and even constellations cannot peek, where I can deal with them in secret. Jerapu finally led Trang-seon here. Before this iron gate, he lamented. Every time I come here, it feels like the first. I can never get used to it. You have discovered the aorta of Styx. You have found a hidden piece. Your achievement points have increased. An intense heat washed over you, along with the energy of death. Blood of the giant of annihilating flame. The heat shock curse has been inflicted upon you. The incineration curse has been inflicted upon you. Toxic heat surged forth. Trang-seon couldn't help but marvel that his blood was truly extraordinary. Jerapu said again, although I managed to get this far, there's no way for me to get any closer. Trang-seon thought that if he could reach the blood vessel of Styx, he would be able to reach the heart where Ragnar resided. After all, this giant's divine name is the Giant of Annihilating Flame. Even though he died a long time ago, who would have thought his blood would still be flowing? Trang-seon recalled that the nameless king had once told him that the guardian couldn't get close, and to reach the heart, one had to dive deep into that boiling blood. But they were blocked from getting near that place. But you're confident that I can do it? That's right, because someone here contains both the annihilating flame and the netherworld. You are the only one who can obtain Leviatine. The first form effect of annihilating flame has been activated and has intensely incinerated all toxins. Detoxification complete. The curses have disappeared. At that moment, Trang-seon took out a fire-repelling jewel, a mysterious jewel that counters the negative effects of fire and has a limited number of uses. Type, hybrid tool, durability, 300 out of 300. Effects, toxin neutralization, high temperature immunity. Trang-seon made the jewel take on the netherworld's form and said, well then, I'm off. Jerapu was astonished that Trang-seon was completely unaffected. He looked at him with a knowing smile. The title, Vessel of the Netherworld, has been activated. Without another word, Trang-seon flew straight in. You have entered the aorta. The durability of the fire-repelling jewel is decreasing rapidly. The terrifying temperature is disorienting you. You are in a state of dizziness. You are in a state of panic. You are in a state of stupor. Warning. The immense heat is melting the annihilating flame. It is recommended you leave this area immediately. Warning. Your body is under severe pressure. Leave this area. The balance skill has compensated for the stat deficiency. Trang-seon lamented, I thought obtaining the Apocalypse Storm would make this easier, but it seems that's not the case. The truth is, it's impossible to swim to the heart in this condition. If I can't resist it, then I'll just have to absorb it. Trang-seon stopped and switched to a new technique. The Authority Soul Master has been activated and is attempting to absorb the remaining thoughts of the corpse. Failure. The rank of the deceased soul is too high. Failure. The rank of the deceased soul is too high. The Authority Soul Master is targeting only the necessary thoughts. Trang-seon was going mad with frustration, but he finally succeeded. Beginning extraction of the thoughts of the Giant of Annihilating Flame. The first form effect of Annihilating Flame is absorbing the surrounding heat. Absorbing the Giant's blood. Absorbing the Giant's blood. Trang-seon was trying with all his might. He knew he had to get to where Ragnar resided, but doesn't Leviatine choose its own master? How could he prove his qualifications? They said only a giant could bring it out. The nameless king had said that he must meet all the requirements. He asked, what do you think a giant is? You must know they are ferocious creatures, skilled in combat, with a desire for conquest so great it could overwhelm many civilizations. They were even considered a transcendent species, but their numbers were so scarce that most tales about them weren't passed down correctly. Stories that weren't passed down correctly. That's right. The battle at Muspelheim was far greater than any story could tell. They are a form of spirit. The world of Muspelheim was forged over millions of years from the primordial flame that emerged when the universe was created. Countless wills born there eventually took form over time and became spirits. Then came the giants. Unlike humanity, who evolved from single-celled organisms to gain intellect, they were born with a will taken directly from the world itself. That is why the giants are an essential part of Muspelheim. Their traits reflect Muspelheim's nature of eternal, blazing fire. That's why giants possess strength far greater than any other being. Their colossal forms exist because they are suited for combat, not out of necessity. So, would it be all right for you to become a giant? Even if you were to gain the true traits of a giant, it wouldn't cause any drastic changes or hinder you from gathering myths. In fact, it would allow you to create a unique myth that no one else could ever achieve. Giants are transcendent beings. To become one with a human body, you must gradually accept the cells of a giant. With your body of reinforced bones, you will slowly, step by step, shed your old self to take on a new form. Each time you tear your own flesh, your body will grow superior, and your soul's rank will rise dramatically. Trang-seon followed all these steps, and now the time has come. You have acquired the Giant's trait. Mutation commencing. Trait transformation process has begun. Transformation progress. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10%. Trang-seon was certain he could consume the massive amount of Surtur's blood, using his soul collector authority to process it. A new element has been added to the ghost's annihilation fire, The level of the Soul Collector authority has increased. The constellation of the hunting season stomps her foot as she watches you in agony. The Primordial Evil Dragon constellation licks his lips, warning that you are trying to attain an uncontrollable power. Startled, the constellation of the hunting season asks her mother, "What in the world is he trying to do?" The Primordial Evil Dragon constellation irritably refuses to answer his daughter's immature question. The constellation of the hunting season flies into a rage, demanding to know why she's acting this way. The constellation of the world-encircling serpent realizes your true purpose and lets out a belated chuckle. The constellation of the hunting season demands, "What the hell is he doing?" The constellation of the world-encircling serpent scoffs. "Tell her to go ask someone else." The constellation of the hunting season fumes. The constellation of Tauruses is watching you more closely. The constellation of the giant plague beetle curses your actions as madness but can't tear his eyes away. The constellation of the star tiger laughs heartily, declaring you a member of his clan. An intense light flares in Trang Shuyen's eyes. The constellation of the hunting season erupts in frustration, asking why everyone knows but her. A great thunderclap crashes down. Trang Shuyen has successfully passed the ordeal. The ghost's annihilation fire has evolved into the giant's annihilation fire. Trang Shuyen grins from ear to ear, lightning crackling from his eyes. The ghost's apocalyptic storm has evolved into the giant's apocalyptic storm. System notifications flooded in, nearly short-circuiting. Transformation progress. 23, 23, 31%. You have understood the giant's trait. You have developed a warlike disposition. You have developed a talent for combat. Transformation progress. 39, 40, 41, 59%. You could say that the ghost's demonic form and the reinforced bones were merely the foundation for obtaining Surtur's power. The real beginning is now. Assimilation has begun. Trang Shuyen looked toward the towering mountain range, with its rivers of golden lava. He could faintly detect Surtur's body. Within that flow, Trang Shuyen found the heart in an instant. More than that, he felt himself growing larger and larger. The world around him was constantly changing. He was detecting the smallest details of this world that he could never have perceived before. The golden blood boiled ever louder, like a cauldron of oil over a raging fire. Trang Shuyen saw the entrance to Ragnarok. The skill, Serpent's Eye, was activated to seek the target. The blazing red heart revealed a pitch-black hole in its center. Just when it seemed everything he'd struggled to find was right before his eyes, the system suddenly announced, "You are entering a state of overload." Damn it. How the hell am I running out of gas at the most critical moment? Are you kidding me? Not to mention, the transformation is way slower than I expected. The transformation progress has slowed to a crawl. Transformation progress. 71. 72%. My spirit body was so hard to form in the first place, Trang Shuyen thought. If I push my body any further, it'll probably shatter. At this rate, forget about opening Ragnarok. Even the transformation into a transcendent race through this metamorphosis will fail. I already calculated the time needed for the giantification with Thanatos, but even with Anand's 7 secret tomes and all this dark energy, my new skin can't grow any faster. I never expected I'd need this much power for the giantification. The benefits after completing the metamorphosis will be huge, but the process is just too slow. The system displayed his current stats as follows. HP, 2,451 out of 511. MP, 2,975 out of 9,500. Warning. Stamina has dropped below 50%. Mana has dropped below 30%. Trang Shuyen didn't know if he could pull this off with the energy he had left. Warning. The rate of stamina and mana depletion is too rapid. Please leave the area immediately. Trang Shuyen gritted his teeth. Leave? How the hell can I just leave? But the pain was intensifying, and if this kept up, he really would be in danger. The transformation had stopped. His outer skin began to warp. I'm overloading because I'm trying to shed too much skin at once, Trang Shuyen thought. So, if I use the dark energy to split the metamorphosis into 2 stages, I might just be able to transform successfully. Trang Shuyen said to the little dragon, "It's all or nothing. I'm betting my life on this gamble." Trang Shuyen's thoughts raced. The test Mephostophles gave me was the heart of fire. So, if I can perfect a heart that generates limitless dark energy, my stamina should recover. What if I add dark energy as a new attribute to the giant's traits? Failure means death. But if I succeed, I might be able to complete a body right here and now that would normally take conquering 3 dungeons to achieve. Instead of my plan to use the Heart of Fire as a support source to generate dark energy for the mana circuit, I'll use the Heart of Fire as my very own core, replacing my heart itself. I'm going to replace all the blood in my body with seers and channel it toward the fire core. I also need to realign the magic circuit around the fire core. If I succeed, I'll gain complete control over Seir's attributes, turn the giant's blood into a source for my physical and magical power, and even acquire dark energy as my own attribute. Meanwhile, the girl who hates storms opened her eyes and wondered, is this guy really just a normal human? Even if he managed to decipher a part of the 7 secret sacred scriptures of the Hidden One, or borrowed the power of Mephostophles, how could a human possibly become a giant? Many humans have surpassed their innate limits through their own talent and achievements, but most of them wanted to become gods. No one ever wanted to become a giant. He's filled with a desperate desire to become the very flame of Muspelheim and Surtur. He appears to be acting towards some grand goal, but he's overflowing with rebellious intent. This man is dangerous, truly insane, a burning madness to succeed in anything he sets his mind to, a person who could give up everything to achieve his goals without so much as batting an eye. He's just like my mother. He reminds me of her. If I ever become useless, he will definitely discard me. I have to get out of here. I must escape and return to my commander. The girl who hates storms sent out something called a wind thread, hoping the girl she had entrusted it to could find it. At this moment, Trang Tian is reaching a new peak. The transformation process is accelerating. The fire core has begun to move, supplying dark energy. The speed of mana circulation is increasing. You have reached your limit. Trang Tian gritted his teeth and surged forward. The first phase of the metamorphosis is underway. Trang Tian's outer layer of skin has now been completely burned away. The fire core has become the heart of the magic circuit. You are undergoing a physical transformation. At that moment, all Trang Tian could think was that he had successfully become a giant. Now that the fire core is complete, the soul core has also been created. I have earned the right to become a disciple of Mephostophles. The dark energy has merged with my mana. This is already a massive change, but it's still not enough. The outer layer of skin is gradually regenerating over Trang Tian's inner muscles. To fully stabilize, I need to go through the second phase of metamorphosis. I'll use this first attempt as momentum to keep pushing forward. A CM clan member is cheering for you, enhancing the Blood Mist skill. Blood Mist is a skill that curses enemies but blesses allies. CM let out a cry and radiated a brilliant aura. System notification. The second transformation process is complete. You have achieved skin shedding. Trang Tian smiled, deeply satisfied. The first metamorphosis, bone shedding, and the second metamorphosis, skin shedding. This is a rebirth. I have reached a completely new level. The system notifications continue to appear. You have obtained the divinity of the Fire Giant of Destruction. A third divine attribute has been added to the Holy Stigma skill. Attribute added. Purgatory Fire. You have discovered the treasure of the ruined world, Muspelheim. You must be worthy to enter. Ragarin is assessing your qualifications. You are qualified to enter. Do you wish to proceed? After coming this far, only a madman wouldn't enter. What a ridiculous question. Entering Ragarin, a light, as if from an explosion, shone forth. Opening his eyes, Trang Tian saw one-eyed giant staring intently at him. The one in the lead spoke, "Answer me. Are you the new heir to our deceased king? You have entered the hidden dungeon, Ragarin." Trang Tian felt an overwhelming power emanating from these one-eyed giants. His sacred body, suited for the hunt, felt completely overwhelmed by the majesty of the giants. Trang Tian never expected to see all the black shadows of Muspelheim here. Cosmic-level existences that transcended civilizations and planets, spanning the entire universe. Trang Tian felt that even at his peak, he couldn't guarantee victory against such terrifying power. I will ask you once more. Are you the heir to our deceased king? You have the soul of a human, yet you carry the scent of our deceased king. His eyes shone like a demon-detecting lamp. That is why, despite our suspicions, we allowed you to come here. Who are you, really? Trang Tian thought. They said Muspelheim no longer had gods or stars, yet here are fire giants. He must have been very worried. Fragments of a ruined world. No matter how much they struggle, they are still useless, soulless existences. Although the gods and stars despise them even more than humanity, the power they radiate is too overwhelming. Can this truly be a ruined world? He again remembered what the nameless king once said. Ragarin is the heart of Surtur, and also the will of the fire giants who remained after the world fell to ruin. So, of course, the qualification test to obtain Leviatine will be extremely difficult. Didn't he say that just one wrong answer would get me trampled by those giants? Trang Tian spoke, I am Lee Chang-seon. The title Phantom, musical demon of the idea form, was applied, creating a firestorm. After all, Leviatine is not just a sacred relic, but the legacy of the fire giants of Muspelheim. Ancient relics with long histories often present trials to select a worthy master. I have come here to seek Leviatine and to challenge you all. Although he knew it wouldn't be easy, he was fully prepared and ready to risk it all. The one-eyed giant immediately replied, Your words are bold. Let's see if you have the strength to back them up. All of you, make way. A castle with an entrance path as long as the Great Wall appeared, and the one-eyed giant stepped to either side, opening a path. At the end of this road lies our fortress. Pass through it and return to us. If you can truly bring back Leviatine as you claim, then we will acknowledge you as one of our own, a blood brother and the king's successor. Trang Tian knew that to obtain Leviatine, he needed to gain the recognition of the black shadows of Muspelheim and prove he was worthy to be king, and Lee Trang Tian was more than ready for this. You've arrived. Greeting, Trang Tian was a giant with a less than friendly smile. Normally, people would be terrified having to pass through that space. The one who came here before you was just like that. Trang Xuan was quite surprised that someone else had also managed to get through the blood vessels of Sote. How on earth did that person do it? Did someone get here before me? That's right. They've probably reached the 30th fortress by now. Chang-sun figured that no matter how well prepared he was, the heat from Surt's blood would make everything incredibly difficult. The surprising thing was that someone else besides him had already arrived here. Could it be one of the powerful figures who entered the dungeon with me? Or perhaps it's a player from another civilization who came through a different gate. He couldn't let some nobody seize the opportunity to conquer Ragaran. He needed to catch up to that person as quickly as possible. The gatekeeper giant spoke again. You know how to undertake this trial, don't you? There are 36 gates in total. The farther you advance, the stronger the gatekeeper warrior becomes. You certainly won't be able to defeat our warriors. So, of course, we will fight with a suitable handicap. You don't need to worry. A suitable handicap too? He's clearly looking down on me. But Chang-sun couldn't think of a reason to refuse something that could make the conquest simpler. Even though he had now become a giant through the rite of metamorphosis, he shouldn't be too arrogant. Defeating giant warriors who have been through countless battles and have slain numerous gods, it won't be easy. The way to pass each fortress is simple. Either you defeat the giants and earn their recognition, or you open the gate to the next fortress based on their subjective evaluation. Simple, isn't it? Do you have any other questions? No. Good. You're very calm and focused. It would be great if all challengers were like you. Is that so? Then can you open the gate for me now? Of course. Give it your all. You have arrived at the first gate. This gatekeeper's weapon was a spear. He introduced himself as Gustav and asked for Chang-sun's name. Lee Chang-seon. Lee Chang-seon, you say? What a strange name. I hope your abilities are as special as your name. Chang-sun assessed the stone spear. It was a high-grade divine artifact, so he shouldn't face it head-on. Meanwhile, Gustav was still blabbering on. Such a pity. A true warrior's strength lies in a healthy body and powerful muscles. But you look far too frail. It looks like a single hit would shatter your bones. He said this while striking a pose, which made Lee Chang-seon think this guy was a complete meathead. But then again, everyone here is quite burly. Are the 35 gatekeepers I'm about to meet going to be just like this one? After finishing his pose, Gustav laughed, raised his weapon, and said, I am here to test your abilities. So to be fair, I will only use my right hand. If you can make me use my left hand or force me to move from this spot, you win. Berserk Tiger state activated and Fangs of the Ferocious Tiger unleashed. Chang-sun charged forward instantly. Gustav immediately swung his arm to meet the attack, complaining as he fought, I wasn't done talking. How shameless. Strange. Didn't you say you wanted to test my abilities? What do you mean by that? If you want to test my abilities, then you should treat this as a real battle. Did you think no one would attack you while you were busy running your mouth? Fine. You're right. Gustav grew even more excited at Chang-sun's words. Whether you use tricks or a surprise attack, on the battlefield, a loss is still a loss. But that means I don't have to hold back against you, right? You said it yourself. It doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you win. Well said. But my pride won't allow me to use my full strength against a weakling like you, so I'll fight you my way. Suit yourself. Haha, this fight is so much fun. I love it. Gustav laughed heartily. They say laughter is the best medicine. I wonder if I get bonus points for giving the gatekeeper a dose of it? Chang-sun remembered hearing that their brains were all muscle, and it turned out to be true. This came from his meeting with the elders in the castle of the Nameless King. What? You want to know how to easily defeat the giants of Muspelheim? Haha. Someone who wants to become the heir of the giant king by absorbing his bloodline is looking for the giant's weakness? How amusing. I'm just curious if they have any weaknesses. What can I say? I don't want to praise my enemies, but I have to admit they have no obvious weaknesses. They value honor and pride more than their own lives and are extremely skilled in combat. If I had to point out one weakness, it's that they're very simple-minded. Their brains are all muscle, just like their bodies. They live by their emotions and just do whatever they feel like without thinking things through. You said you used to be a detestable god, didn't you? If so, it won't be difficult for you to gain recognition from the fools of Muspelheim. After all, your natures are quite similar. Once you face them yourself, you'll understand what I mean. The flashback ended. Before him, Gustav was yelling, You smell a lot like us. You're clearly a human, so how did you gain so much combat experience? The constellation, a good season to hunt, is listening intently to the giant's question. The constellation, Cornered Tiger, and the constellation, King of Nothing, are also awaiting your answer. Chang-sun smirked. If you're that curious, why don't you beat me? I'll tell you then. Seeing Gustav's expression, he knew he had successfully piqued his interest, just as Ord had said. The problem is, how do I actually beat him? He's too tough. Ha ha ha, are you provoking me? I'm liking you more and more. You have gained the favor of the first gatekeeper. Chang-sun thought, the more I fight, the more complete my awakening as a giant becomes, and my proficiency with hellfire also increases. Since I have to rely on it so much, I'm very satisfied with this. The moment I gained the power of a giant, I felt as if the limitations I had as a human were removed, but controlling the special properties of the giant's hellfire is no easy task. Its destructive power is terrifying. It's hard to compress it to extend my blade because it strongly resists being condensed. This is probably because the hellfire became much stronger than expected after 2 metamorphoses and from mixing with dark energy. If I can just maintain its shape, I think I can push it to its absolute limit. If I observe Gustav's movements, maybe I can uncover some of its secrets, right? The trajectory of the spear, its technique, and its form. What should I do? The skill, Serpent's Eye, is tracing the opponent's flow of magic and beginning to comprehend the flow of the spear. Gustav was mocking him. Heh. Looks like controlling that flame isn't so easy, is it? Haha, well, that's understandable. After all, even we find it hard to control the flames of Muspelheim. The more skilled one is at controlling them, the more they're recognized as an outstanding warrior. So, what do you say? Want me to teach you? You're going to teach me? Is that really okay? Even if I did, it's not like you'd be able to grasp it easily. Besides, it's not like it's some big secret. It's all about muscles. He started posing again. Just look at these muscles. They're so powerful and magnificent. What could possibly stand against these muscles? No matter how wild the flames, they must bow before the might of these great muscles. Asterisk. Sigh asterisk. What was Trang Xuyen even expecting from a musclehead like him? So you should just train your muscles. Actually, I have a muscle-enhancing potion right here. It's perfect for you. Trang Xuyen felt it would be more logical to just figure it out himself. The nature of hellfire is to spread and erupt. Perhaps I don't need to deliberately control it, especially when it's mixed with unpredictable dark energy. Trying to force it under my control might just backfire. Instead of forcing the issue, it would be better to ask for advice. You have connected to the world of the subconscious. A dark gaze is watching you. Don't you have anything to teach me, my lord? If rumors were to spread that the archdemon's disciple was so easily defeated by a giant, I don't think it would reflect very well on you. Mephostophles has descended. You're so troublesome. A blinding blue light appeared, like shattering glass. A man stepped out from it. He had the appearance of a common thug, with an arrogant gaze and a look of pure contempt for others. Honestly, you keep bothering me over such trivial matters. The constellation, season of hunting, is gaping in shock. The constellation, serpent that coils around the world, is showing confusion at the familiar face. Trang Xuyen also felt as if he had seen that face somewhere before. The constellation, fallen tiger of the Void King, is astonished. Trang Xuyen thought of his benefactor and felt a chill run down his spine. Many gods are buzzing with excitement at the appearance of the archdemon rumored to not be of hell. A few gods are trying to confirm the identity of the disciple the archdemon has brought with him. So noisy, the archdemon scoffed, and with a snap of his fingers, the notification channel went silent. The dungeon channel's transmission has been temporarily interrupted. Connection to the administrator's bureau has been severed. Trang Xuyen was stunned. He never imagined he could block the gazes of the gods, and even interference from the administrator's bureau, his power is on a completely different level. I may have fully awakened as a giant, and my senses have become sharper, but I can still clearly feel this immense pressure. Trang Xuyen said to the archdemon, "What do you mean I'm making you pay attention to every little detail? Isn't this better than seeing my disciple in some pathetic state? Master, I was planning to abandon you if you couldn't absorb it in time, but since you've grown faster than I anticipated, I suppose you're worth a bit of my time. I don't get why the archdemon used to walk around with that bony-ass face all the time. When his true form is this ridiculously handsome, he doesn't use it. Seriously, it's like he was blessed with good looks, but they forgot to include the user manual, so he just doesn't bother." The archdemon pointed to the sky, and a ball of energy began to circle. "Watch closely. I will not explain this a second time." Trang Xuyen followed his gaze, thinking to himself, even though I know nothing good will come from getting involved in this master-disciple relationship, it's still a little irritating that he doesn't even react when I call him master. Darkness is a power that can turn all things to nothing. It is the power that flooded the primordial world of void. The archdemon gathered a sphere of darkness in his palm. You intend to control the dark power slowly erupting from your malicious heart with that meager ability of yours? That is impossible. Even I cannot do such a thing. Darkness holds the power to revert to the past, to return to the primordial origin of all things. How could you possibly turn the wheel of fate in another direction? Trang Xuyen realized it was just like the hellfire, on a level that was beyond his control, turning the wheel of fate back towards the past. Hadn't Huang Quan turned her own small wheel of time in reverse to send him back to Earth? So dark energy holds that kind of power? The archdemon was still smirking. And that is why darkness should not be controlled. It must be guided. It would be better to show you, rather than just talk. Trang Xuyen was suddenly brought to a scene where time itself was frozen solid. He was utterly shocked. The space and time around him, no, the entire world was frozen, completely bound by Mephostophles' power. Trang Shuyen finally understood why the gazes of the gods and constellations watching him had been blocked. He hadn't just severed the connection, he had frozen the time of the entire universe, the very wheel of time, making it impossible for them to find him. Is this a level that even the constellations cannot reach? Not even the 12 zodiacs combined. The archdemon's power was far beyond anything Trang Xian could have ever imagined. With a powerful sweep of his arm, the archdemon declared, "This is the power of darkness." At that moment, Gustav suddenly vanished. This was the dark dimension of the empty void, something Trang Shuyan had only heard existed outside of our galaxy. So, darkness is what brings about the void and the end of all things? But how? Trang Shuyen had only wanted the potential and abilities that dark power could bring. Had he gotten himself involved in something far more troublesome than he could handle? Lost in his thoughts, Trang Shuyen was startled when the archdemon asked if he understood. Gustav had returned. The archdemon spoke again. "Even if you went mad right now, you would not be able to recreate the spectacle you just witnessed. But now that you've seen my demonstration, perhaps you have a grasp on how to control that power." He began to fade into the shadows. "I have just shown you how darkness operates. Now, try to draw it out and wield it yourself. That will be the first step to taming your malicious heart." And with that, he was gone. Trang Xuan now understood what he had to do. He needed to master the technique of circulating the power of darkness. Because the malicious heart is shared with Kim, he could already control its energy with ease. So, all that was left was to follow the guidance correctly. The hellfire was important, but what mattered more was guidance, not control. Since he couldn't contain the darkness, he would have to direct its flow in the direction he wanted. After his successful enlightenment, the next thing Trang Xuan had to face was a flood of notifications from the gods. The god of the hunt is curious about what happened when the broadcast was cut. The world-encircling serpent god narrows his eyes. The fallen tiger god asks about your conversation with the archdemon. Many gods are wondering about the archdemon's motives. A few constellations have grown wary of the archdemon's actions and have decided to observe you more carefully. The administrator's office sends an emergency change declaration to stop the chaos unfolding in the world. But none of this seemed to concern Trang Shuyen. He was entirely focused on defeating Gustav and passing through the gate. All of his willpower was concentrated on the tip of his spear. And Trang Shuyen thought that if he couldn't control the hellfire because he saw it as a tool, like the fang of an evil dragon, then maybe if he thought of the hellfire as a part of his body, it would naturally follow the flow of his mind. The spear's light was complete. A spear point with incredible piercing power aimed straight at Gustav. If I can't control it, it will continue to follow a spiral and naturally form the shape of a spear. Gustav was utterly astonished. "You're twisting it into a spiral? What the hell is going on? Are you using our Sumerian spearmanship?" Trang Shuyan didn't answer, only thinking that even if he could control the hellfire to the best of his ability, there would still be a limit. But if someone had handled the fires of Muspelheim for a long time, they would have surely evolved over generations. In that case, the best way to control the fire of Muspelheim would be to use the martial arts of the giants. Trang Shuyen smirked. "Gustav, showing me Samaria was a mistake." A giant spear with immense power stabbed straight at him. The violent collision created an explosion of blinding light. When things became clear again, Gustav had been pushed back and his spear was broken. He irritably thought how terrible it was that not only had he failed to fight with one hand without moving, but he had even been pushed back and his spear had been damaged as well. Despite his grimace, Trang Shuyen calmly asked, "What's the result?" Gustav planted his spear on the ground and shouted, "I am Gustav, the first gatekeeper of Ragaran, and I acknowledge the victory of the challenger, Lee Chang-seon. You have won the battle against the first gatekeeper." Lee Chang-seon said nothing more and left immediately. Gustav watched him go with eyes full of hope. With the skill and growth rate he had just shown, he believed that he could fulfill their long-held wish. At this time, Henry and Nicola's group had also reached the Iron Gate, leading to the Sei-te main artery. Of course, they couldn't believe that Trang Shuyen had swum across this pool of lava. Nicola thought with a grim face that Lee Chang-seon was a rookie who hadn't even spent a year in the world of players, yet possessed the power and skills of a high-level player. He must have a secret that no one knows, and he realized that he had been too careless for someone supposedly so discreet. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen the iron-masked Griezmann since arriving at this station. No matter how much he repents, scum will always be scum. Lee Chang-seon must also be a demon. He's as cunning as that Griezmann fellow. Not only do they often disappear at the same time as if by promise, but it would also make sense if Lee Chang-seon's abnormal growth was the result of demonic arts. The two of them must have met up and are discussing some plan on the other side of this sea of fire. A plan that would put everyone here in danger. As he was thinking, he heard Henry warn a stumbling Mireille to be careful. At that same moment, Mireille heard the voice of the god she had been searching for. "Please save me, O God." An energy radiated from Mireille, resonating with the wind magic of the girl who stitches storms. At this moment, Zarabu also sensed that something was about to happen. If the other shopkeepers were here, they would kick them out immediately. But he was different. He had seen Lee Chang-seon connect with Regarin just now, with the other eye he had left in the Sea of Fire to monitor the heart of Certeau. It wouldn't hurt to hold a conference of shopkeepers after such a long time, would it? He was curious to see what the faces of his other colleagues would look like. In any case, Lee Chang-seon had opened the way and claimed the title of the heir of Certeau. From now on, he would create a path paved with flowers for him. Although it had gone through an apocalypse once, the legacies left behind in this world are still immense. You have won the battle against the second gatekeeper. The skill Master of the Crushing Fist has reached its maximum level. You have obtained the new characteristic Wind Fist. You have obtained Muspelheim's Crushing Fist technique. Defeated the fifth gatekeeper. This person's weapon is a dagger. The skill Master of Guns has reached its maximum level. You have won the battle against the 14th gatekeeper. You have won the battle against the 15th gatekeeper. You have won the battle against the 16th gatekeeper. You have won the battle against the 18th gatekeeper, defeated the 19th gatekeeper. This person's weapon is a whip. My name is Hodder. Aren't you being too hasty, challenger? We already know you are a true warrior. What we want is to defeat a warrior at their peak, not some puppet crying about their fatigue. I will give you plenty of time to rest. Trang Shuyen didn't need a break, as he was currently in a race against someone else to conquer these gates. No, I will continue to fight. Are you declaring that you can easily defeat me without rest? How arrogant. Do you know what the feeling of exhilaration is? I don't want to lose this feeling. Are you saying you've achieved that state in these battles? In that case, I will also give it my all. Trang Shuyen was entering a frenzied state, telling himself not to lose focus while immersed in this feeling of being on the verge of breaking through his limits. In a flash, Lee Chang-seon had dashed to the 31st gate. The weapon of the 31st gatekeeper is a bow, and another figure was present here as well, Griezmann. So it was you. Trang Shuyen wasn't too surprised that it was him who arrived first. What was surprising was that he could defeat a giant, a transcendent species. I didn't think we would meet in a place like this either. Trang Shuyen could feel that the dark energy blanketing this place was a demonic aura. Considering the level of purification and the amount of magic, Griezmann's true identity could only be one person, the leader of all evil and heretical paths. The Demon King Griezmann Lee was the one he had to be wary of in France. He was a legend who had climbed to the rank of Duke after changing his path from a Demonkin to a Celestial. He knows a great deal about demon folk, and many demon folk, along with the assassins' guilds, have been killed or destroyed at his hands. He can only be compared to someone like our guildmaster, the hero Seung of the Heavenly Sword Gate. He is very unpredictable. And then there's that sacred name. The Holy See, the first sorcerer of Samaria, is watching you. Griezmann Lai clicked his tongue coldly. Well now, what to do? I don't particularly like my identity being exposed before I've even cleaned this place up. Should I kill him for having been seen? No, that won't do. Gatekeeper 31 says, the ruined fortress is being restored. The battle with Gatekeeper 31 is being prepared. Gatekeeper 31 says, you are Simon Magus. You have just succeeded in passing the 31st trial. Proceed to the 32nd city gate, or I will have to expel you from this place, and you will have to return at another time. I just beat him half to death, and he's still running his mouth. Unbelievable. I suppose we'll discuss the details later. There's a lot I need to talk about. So his name is Simon Magus, a demigod who holds the sacred name of the first sorcerer of Samaria. I knew I would meet him again one day, but I didn't think it would be like this. Why is he here? Could it be that he, like me, wants Regarin? Let's begin. Gatekeeper 31 said as it fired an arrow. Chang-seon seemed quite annoyed at being bossed around by this thing when he should have been focusing on finishing the fight. You have acquired the skill. Arrow Rain. You have arrived at the 32nd city gate and meet Simon Magus here again. Hey, you. Why don't you wait a second? Something to say? Of course. But first, you're looking for the heart of Regarin, aren't you? The treasury where Levatine rests. So what if I am? Are you going to tell me you're not after it? Yes, I'm not. I want the 15 psalms in another room within the treasury. Now this is a surprise. To think someone who made it this far wouldn't want Levatine. To be precise, I want the human skin parchments they use to write the psalms. The psalms are a treasure I have searched the world for over millennia, since the dawn of time. You can take Levatine or any other treasure you want, just leave the psalms for me. I will support you with all my might if you need it. What I mean is, let's cooperate. Tell me more. The mission description said that Ragarin has a total of 36 fortresses, but there is a 37th room located in a corner of the treasury that not even its former lords, the Muspelheim, knew about. I find it would be difficult to find it alone, so I want to cooperate. Chang-seon seriously considered the existence of a 37th room that not even Thanatos knew about. The item inside must be incredibly valuable. The problem was the one making the offer, Simon Magus, an unpredictable dark sorcerer, a demon god who has risen to the rank of a demon king. Teaming up with him would not be good, but he has piqued my curiosity. So what are these psalms you're talking about? I have no interest in someone who likes to hide information. If I tell you, you will have no choice but to join forces with me. I will not let you leave if you learn this information. Even if I have to lose my sacred name, I will destroy you. Have you ever heard of the first and last sovereign of Jotunheim, Bestla? Chang-seon remembered hearing that name, and the key of St. Peter, which Chang-seon had taken from Bestla's tomb, began to tremble. So what if I have? You don't know anything, do you? Someone who has come all the way to the treasury of Muspelheim has never heard the name Bestla? How do you expect me to believe you? All right. But considering how you described this person with the title of Sovereign of Jotunheim and the fact that she was also the first and last sovereign, I understand that this person is no ordinary being. Tell me more. Before Muspelheim, Jotunheim, and Niflheim separated, Bestla was the king of kings, the god of other gods, the ruler of the three realms. She was one of the few entities in the galaxy who could receive the title of God Sovereign. The Holy See of the Hunt quickly asks a certain god if such an entity ever existed. The Holy See of the vast heavens continues to observe the conversation in silence with a complex gaze. I am trying to obtain the fragments of poetry said to be imbued with her power. In the primordial era, when the galaxy was still in its formative stages, a few fragments broke off from the chaos and became their own territories. Muspelheim, home of the fire giants, Jotunheim, home of the ice giants, and Niflheim, home of many other monsters and giants. But because these three realms came from a single fragment, they were considered incomplete. And to complete themselves, they forcibly merged with other worlds and civilizations. And then the three realms, which were divided by hierarchy, were united under the rule of one great entity. You mean Bestla? Precisely. But even a great god cannot escape the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Bestla's death caused the influence of all three realms to weaken, and they were forced to remain in a corner of the galaxy. Ah, of course. Except for Niflheim, they managed to recover what they had lost and became a little stronger. The Holy See of the vast heavens frowns, seeming very displeased with the Demon King's explanation. The Holy See of the vast heavens' expression has brightened, but because of the Great War back then, Muspelheim met its end, as you can see, and Jotunheim's whereabouts are unknown. You can see the greatness of Bestla from the rise and fall of the three realms that followed her fate. The ancients even say that the magic possessed by the father of Asgard, Odin, also came from Bestla. You're saying Odin's magic came from Bestla? Chang-seon knew that the ancient runic magic he had learned originated from Odin, the god of Asgard. But that runic magic came from Bestla? Because there was only one god sovereign who ruled and united the giants. I want to obtain the scriptures said to hold her power. Is that explanation sufficient? Chang-seon figured he was telling him this because he was confident that he wouldn't be able to escape with his life if he tried. But isn't this too much information for him to volunteer? Simon Magus is said to fear the revival of the Apostle Peter, just as his master did, even though he's dead now. There are also other entities he deemed as enemies long ago. I can also understand why he needs Bestla's ancient texts. He's thinking of escaping his threats to the point of awakening a god and reaching transcendence. How interesting. So it must not be a coincidence that the key of St. Peter was buried in Bestla's tomb. I'm becoming very curious about her. Chang-seon smiled. All right, I understand your purpose. But why do you need me? Can't you get through the remaining city gates by yourself? This is my 24th time challenging this place. I have always tasted failure because I do not meet two conditions. First, I am a demigod who cannot awaken as a giant. But aren't non-giants unable to challenge Regarin in the first place? Model. Who do you think I am? I am the first mage of the great holy land of Samaria. I have the ability to pass such pathetically easy trials anytime I wish, but I cannot reach the center because I am not a complete giant. The second reason is because of the final gatekeeper, the three-headed Sonara. The Nameless King had also warned Chang-seon about this final one. You can defeat the other gatekeepers with your skills, but you must steel yourself for the battle with the final gatekeeper. She has a special talent thanks to her three heads, which allows her to see the many fates of her opponents. Simon Magus also told me more about her than anyone else. I can proudly say that I know how to defeat her, to a certain extent. And you must have your own way, because you somehow became a giant. I believe I've said enough. But if that's the case, how did you get here? The only entrance to Regarin is at the first station. I used a teleportation gate. A party has been formed. You have successfully passed through gate number 33. You have successfully passed through gate number 34. The effect of Master of Hand-to-Hand Combat has been reinforced. You have entered gate number 36, the heart of Regarin. The three-headed gatekeeper spoke. I see one familiar face, but the other one is new. I can smell the scent of stir. You must be the kid the others have mentioned. Now, I shall foretell the destiny of the challengers before the final trial begins. Destiny prediction. Chang-seon recalled the warning to not let gatekeeper number 36 see him and to avoid being seen twice. He immediately released a burst of energy. Gatekeeper number 36 said, "How strange. For some reason, you are missing a stage of birth, aging, sickness, and death, something that both gods and humans possess. Aging. I cannot see your stage of aging. Do you have any idea how many deaths your soul has experienced? The Kalokagadia authority is trembling for an unknown reason. Chang-seon also pondered the other deaths she mentioned. It is said that Sonara's 3 faces can see 3 destinies. The left face sees the past, the middle face sees the present, and the right face sees the future. Any mortal has a soul that accumulates karma while moving through the cycle of reincarnation. Only by escaping that cycle can one reach the pinnacle, achieving immortality or a measure of divinity. But since she can't see my aging stage, does that mean she saw my previous lives? No, it must be something else. Could it be that Sonara saw my current life? The fact that I cast away my life in the name of the twilight of the gods? To be more precise, it has to be something that transcends even that. But what could it be? Simon Magus charged forward. What are you looking at when I'm right here? Today, I will repay all the humiliation I have endured. I have to cut off her right head so she can't see the future. The first holy mage of Samaria unleashed his magic domain. Sonara clicked her tongue. Honestly, what a futile act. Your failure has already been foretold. Just then, a great flame erupted beside them. Simon Magus exclaimed, I had my suspicions before, but I never imagined you were a complete giant. The second fire sutra has been applied. Hellfire of the first nether has been fully upgraded to Hellfire of the second nether. Chang-seon grew in an instant, his entire body covered in swirling flames. At this moment, Chang-seon was no different from a true fire giant, not some half-transformed being. The title Spirit-Bound Demon Body has become Spirit-Bound Giant Body. Chang-seon flashed a triumphant smile. Yeah,